This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 2075. Good morning. Night City. Yesterday's death lottery only had 4 deaths in all the blocks. I don't think anyone could have expected this number. I don't know how many people lost their pants. You all have to thank the NCPD officers. If they hadn't stopped you from getting rich while eating donuts and shooting guns, there would have been no less than 20 people killed yesterday. The Watson Vortex gang made a fuss in the Kabuki district yesterday. I don't know when these psychopaths who are obsessed with transformation can stay at ease for even a second. The Valentino gang in Haywood seems to have run into trouble. They don't even celebrate their traditional festival, the Day of the Dead. They are just wandering around the streets with their pants up. This day is really endless. Well, the peaceful state is still the peaceful state. I think the city hall should really give them an award to celebrate this peaceful day. In short, I am your best friend Stan. Join me and start a new day of chasing dreams in Night City. The noisy voices woke Carl up. Damn, my head hurts. Carl, who felt like he was leaning against a wall, opened his eyes. But he felt a colorful scene in front of his blurred vision. The various colors impacted his eyes, and the stimulation he received with his eyes open was more painful than with his eyes closed. The billboard is so bright that it dazzles my eyes. After his brain was stunned and accepted the information received after his eyes gradually became clear, Carl found himself lying in a stinking high-rise garbage dump in an apartment building, looking at the scenery in the patio of the apartment building through the guardrail that was less than 1.2 meters high. The billboard that wanted to fill every gap and fill every place, but hated that its brilliance was not bright enough, flashed brilliance, and reflected a blurry and somewhat psychedelic color in front of Carl. Feeling uncomfortable all over, Carl barely supported his sore body and stood up from the stinking garbage dump and looked around. The corridor of this apartment building is about 100 meters long. A group of guys dressed in strange and futuristic styles are standing in groups of 3 or 4 in various places in the corridor and talking. No one cares about Carl in the garbage dump. What is going on? Feeling that the confusion in his head has dissipated a little, Carl tried to recall his last consciousness before fainting. Carl, whose last name is Ka and whose first name is Air, is a man with an extremely rare surname. Carl's life is ordinary, except for his good looks and his love for playing games. There is nothing worth mentioning. In his memory, he seemed to be watching a gameplay demonstration video of a game. Then what? His memory was broken here. All his last impression was that he was watching a video. What the hell? Recalling the last gameplay demonstration video called Cyberpunk 2077 that he watched repeatedly in his memory, Carl suddenly froze, because the last broken scene in his memory was exactly the same as the scene in front of him. Isn't this super skyscraper the apartment where the protagonist V lives in the demo video? Carl then looked seriously at the group of weirdly dressed guys. He had only glanced at them and thought they were dressed strangely. But now he looked carefully. The messy things on those people were not prostheses. What is a prosthesis? It is something similar to a prosthetic limb. It is a future biology and medical technology that appears in science fiction works. Its essence is to replace the body that is sick or too fragile with machinery, bionic flesh and other things. Are these things real? Carl's eyes swept over a passing apartment resident. When his eyes moved to the other person's legs, to be precise, the crotch position, he immediately believed that he had traveled through time. As for why? Because it is glowing. Damn. The guy's bottom is glowing. And it is changing color. Is this a rainbow light show? As far as Carl knows. Such a powerful thing. At least in the country where he lives. He has never seen it. Inexplicably, I came to a place exactly like the one in the video. And I also saw this shocking scene. This is not an exaggeration, because the guy with the light below was really shrugging. Carl was referring to his shoulders. This guy was like he had epilepsy, with light below and his body shaking and swaying. Carl, who was standing in the garbage dump, did not block the way of the glow man, so he walked over shaking his body. After Carl left, he also left the garbage dump, trying to find the last bit of hope in his heart, hoping that this was not a real affirmation. When he stood by the guardrail and looked up at the skylight, a floating car just passed by in the sky. Okay. Accept the reality. Carl patted his cheek with his dirty hands without any disdain. He understood his time travel completely. Although his original world had developed some concept cars called floating cars, those things were completely incomparable with the cars that Carl saw now. which were traveling through the sky at a very high speed. The technological gap between the two could not be filled in a few years. What else could he do? At least the place he traveled to was still the cyberpunk world he was familiar with. Not the dark 40K universe. He didn't need to scream like a fart whose toes were stepped on. Carl stood by the guardrail and waited for a while. He didn't hear any system prompts. It seemed that his time travel was lonely, and there was no system to chat with. Then could it be possible that he was a soul traveler, and the memory of his original body was given to him? While he was thinking this, a reckless apartment resident opened his crotch and urinated not far from Carl. Carl actually saw his reflection in the strange colored liquid. Oops. It was a body. But it didn't seem to be completely true. Carl stared at himself, who looked only about 18 or 19 years old in the reflection. But he still remembered that he was already 24 years old. Do you provide young services? Give a good review. Ignoring the person next to him, who was groggy after peeing and almost fell headfirst into the liquid in his body, Carl strolled in the apartment building, wanting to know the current year. As for the date, he already knew it when he heard the voice of Stanley, the announcer of Night City, in his waking end days, because the announcer mentioned the Day of the Dead in his words. And according to Carl's memory, it was a festival similar to the Zhongyuan festival in Mexico, celebrated on November 1st or 2nd. According to that, today should be November 2nd or 3rd. As for why Carl knew it, it was because he had seen an animation called Coco, and the inspiration of the animation came from the Day of the Dead. After walking a few steps, Carl got the information he wanted. Among the billboards changing in the corridor, one billboard marked the date. It was an advertisement for the Dead Man's Lotto, and the date on it was November 3rd, 2075. It was actually the year 2075? I had no idea what happened. Just as Carl was thinking this, he suddenly realized that he did have a golden finger. These words and the previous notices were not in a language and text that he was familiar with. So why could he understand them all? Chapter 2 I am here. After discovering his golden finger ability in 2075, which can be obtained by installing a translator, Carl was a little excited, because he had been ready to face this messy world naked and innocent. But before facing it, he knew that he was actually wearing a pair of underwear, which was enough to be considered a comfort. He is not a guy who drinks too much water of life, so he would feel at ease if he was fine. Okay. After adjusting his mood, what should he do next? After thinking for a while, Carl had the answer. In short, first get a place to live and enough food to eat a few meals. Well, I have to get some mobile communicators or something. I don't know if there are any normal mobile phones for sale in this world except for the installation and external prosthesis. Carl didn't have the idea of relying on his own body to fight against the machine. If he could install a prosthesis, he would definitely install one. However, just thinking about it, he knew that the high-tech would be very expensive. Maybe the old stuff would be cheaper? Of course. It might be because it was too old that it became more expensive. As his mind turned, Carl walked back to the guy who had urinated and was confused before, and the whole person had collapsed on the ground. Carl noticed that the young man, with a green coxcomb and iron sheets on both sides of his cheeks, who looked to be in his 20s, had a pistol dropped next to him. Jump done. Carl felt as if he saw something on the pistol, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. This doubt made him look at the pistol intently, and what he didn't expect was that when he looked at the pistol, words that he could understand appeared in his eyes. Military Technology M10AF Lexington, a small-sized kinetic pistol produced by Military Technology, which is light and easy to use with little recoil, suitable for subduing people. Oh! It seems that my golden finger can not only understand the meaning of words, but also weapons. Then can it understand people? With this idea, Carl looked at the young man with green coxcomb, and the same words appeared in front of him. Insufficient information. Insufficient information? Why is there insufficient information? Is there any difference between people and weapons? Just when thinking about this, Carl's mind flashed, and he suddenly understood why. In order to verify this idea, he looked at other people passing by, and in his gaze, the words displayed by each person were insufficient information. But some of the weapons they carried on their waists could be seen by Carl, and some also showed insufficient information. So that's it. Carl figured out that this golden finger was not a translator, but just a summary of his memory. Carl had seen those words and heard those words before, and his golden finger summarized the meaning of those words in his mind. dug out those things buried deep in his mind, and translated them for him. The reason why Carl could figure it out was because he remembered that he had seen the introduction of the weapon Lexington in the advanced information about the game. And that introduction was exactly the same as what he saw now. To some extent, it can be regarded as an automatic memory that helps him summarize his memories. A good ability. The function has exceeded that of a simple translator. Carl stared at the Lexington, then looked at the green-haired coxcomb lying there, and after thinking for a while, he still did not pick up the weapon. This is not because he has a noble bottom line, but because Carl found that this guy's body is still shaking. What if this guy suddenly wakes up and subconsciously grabs the gun to shoot himself? Let's think of other ways. Just as Carl was thinking this, he suddenly found that the green-haired coxcomb in front of him stopped shaking. And then, the words he was looking at changed. Dead. Cause of death. Excessive drug use. Carl looked around the other places around him. He was next to the garbage dump of this apartment building. There were basically no people there. In other words, generally speaking, the dead are the greatest. But for me now, the living are the greatest. Sorry to bother you. Picking up the pistol from the ground, Carl found that as the green-haired coxcomb stopped shaking, some colorful pieces of paper slipped out of his pocket. Euro. You are quite polite. After accepting the total of 230 euros, Carl saluted the green-haired coxcomb as a tribute, and turned away. He has memorized his appearance, and he will remember this messy favor. If you still have relatives, then when I have the ability to find them myself, I will repay your relatives. Carl is not a person of noble morals. He simply believes that if you have a favor, you must repay it. And if you have a grudge, you must avenge it. Although in the true sense, this matter is just stealing. Hiding Lexington under his clothes, Carl, wearing a black coat, walked towards the elevator. In short, let's take it one step at a time and look for places on the street to get mobile phones or similar items. In this future world, even monks need receivers to receive offerings. Entering the noisy elevator playing various advertisements, Carl pressed the descending button. As the elevator continued to fall, the little light from the dilapidated door of the elevator was reflected on his face, making his expression look vague and illusory. Boom! With the distortion sound caused by the old machinery, the elevator door was opened, and Carl walked out of the super skyscraper. What caught his eyes was light, colorful, shining on the tall buildings and the bustling crowds. Night City is located in the free state of Northern California, in the Coronado Bay on the west coast of the United States. It has been described as a city of dreams and a crime capital. But when Carl saw the real Night City, his first impression was something that was absolutely inconsistent with it, and even a little ridiculous. City of Lights. A city full of light. It was too dazzling. A little blinding. Carl looked at the city and suddenly smiled. But whether it was the city of dreams, the crime capital, the city of lights, or the Night City, it didn't matter, because I already existed in this city. Anyway, I'm here. Carl closed his eyes and faced the sky, then lowered his head and opened his eyes to look at the street again. Carl, am here. Chapter 3 Food and Adaptation. The super skyscraper is located in the Watson district of Night City. As for this Watson district, Carl recalled it briefly, and the information about it emerged in his mind. Watson district. Watson district used to be an industrial area, with skyscrapers, nightclubs, corporate buildings, top medical centers and prosperous food streets. It should have been the center of Night City until the financial crisis destroyed everything. Today, Watson district is the poorest neighborhood in the entire Night City. The two most vicious gangs, the Tiger Claw Gang and the Vortex Gang, are entrenched in the poor streets and alleys here. NCPD Danger Level Assessment. Extremely dangerous. The full name of NCPD is Night City Police Department, which means Night City Police Department. Obviously, the place where Carl is now is an extremely dangerous place even for the police. It is generally considered good luck to arrive at such a place as soon as you cross over. After all, for Carl, he is a little hungry now. And then, there are several food stalls in front of him when he goes out. Looking at the signs, it is still the East Asian food he is familiar with. It's natural to think about it. After all, Carl is now in Little Chinatown. Little Chinatown used to be an extension of the city center. It was planned as the second city center during the reconstruction of Night City. The company also developed this place. In the 1940s, a large number of East Asian immigrants, mainly Chinese, poured into this place, and it was named Little Chinatown. However, as the Watson district was abandoned, it also became a poor area in Night City. Walking up to the owner of the shop, Carl took a look at the damaged cushions, with yellow-brown sponges exposed from them. His eyes swept over the greasy surface that even had some food residues. After searching for a while, he finally found a relatively clean seat to sit down. There were other guests sitting on the other side of Carl's food stall. The boss was busy making food for them. In between, he said to Carl, "The menus are all on the screen. Just tell me when you've made your choice." Looking at the place where the boss' greasy finger pointed, Carl found that the place where the table should have been had been replaced by a bright display screen. On that screen, a variety of foods were displayed with prices. Judging from the appearance shown in the picture, Carl had to say that the food on it looked very appetizing. Unfortunately, he happened to know a lot of knowledge. The moment he saw the things, he already understood something. In today's world, there are very few truly fresh organic foods, and they are only available to the upper class. For example, the food from this street stall is supplied by protein farms and whole food factories. Artificial meat, hydroponic vegetables, and synthetic spices are the mainstream foods consumed by the people of Night City. As for these things, their raw materials are often some wriggling white worms and algae. Of course, some informal food processing factories may also add some popular foods. But don't expect rats to be among them. In this era, even if rat meat is contaminated, it is a rare real meat that can be boasted to others about its taste. Not to mention that rats are rarer than the company dogs wandering around on the road. With pictures of insects such as worms and locusts flashing in his mind, Carl felt that he didn't need to accept them so extreme at the beginning. So he set his sights on vegetarianism. Eating algae is not bad either. He saw Chinese cold noodles. From the pictures, this food looks the most vegetarian. Although the real cold noodles are basically made with chicken soup or beef soup, the raw materials for making noodles are very reliable. That is still wheat. Of course, the reason why it is wheat instead of other strange things is that wheat is more affordable than other things. In the United States, Petrochemical is the only company that has been approved to commercially grow genetically modified wheat. The genetically modified wheat they cultivate is a high-sugar grain that can produce CHOH2 through catalysis and fermentation. CHOH2 is a synthetic alcohol. In today's world, this synthetic alcohol is the most standard combustible fuel. Petrochemical and its subsidiaries have millions of acres. 1 acre is approximately equal to 6 mu of farmland in the United States that grow genetically modified wheat. This wheat often has a surplus during harvests. And this part of the surplus wheat will be sold to food factories or donated to poor countries in the name of humanitarianism for public relations. A small part of it, Petrochemical's land, is next to Night City. So Night City can have a steady supply of normal wheat to make pasta as food. I heard that this genetically modified wheat tastes very delicious. But I don't know if it's true. Carl looked at the price of this traditional Korean folk noodle, which is called jonghwa, and found that it cost 3 euros. Considering that this stall is located in a poor area, and this is vegetarian noodles, this price should be compared with the poor price in other places. A meal costs 3 euros. It seems that the euro in this world is different from the euro in the previous life. It has been inflated for many years. The previous 3 euros are equivalent to about 23 yuan in the currency of Carl country. But now it feels that the value of the two is similar. With new knowledge and information stored in his mind, Carl has adapted to this city. "Boss, give me a jonghwa cold noodle." But just when Carl took out the money and prepared to ask the boss to give him a cold noodle to taste, an accident, or the daily life of Night City, happened. Boom. The boss head in front of Carl exploded with the explosion sound of the kinetic pistol bullet. This is not an exaggeration, but a real description. Even the skull can't restrain the red and white inside. And it exploded directly. The unknown liquid splashed on Carl's face along with the splattered skull fragments. When Carl blinked to restore his vision blocked by the flowing blood, the headless body in front of him, who had turned back halfway because of the shouting, had already collapsed on the ground. "Fuck you, 6th Street Gang. You dare to run to our Vortex Gang territory. Let Grandpa open your crotch." Amid the crazy shouting in the distance, Carl saw that the few people who were originally sitting opposite him had already hidden under the table of the stall. Their skillful movements and quick reactions were amazing. Listening to the shouting and gunshots that kept ringing 100 meters away, Carl took a second to understand the situation. Two gangs started a firefight, and the stall owner was accidentally hit by a stray bullet just now. If the stray bullet just now had hit him, his head would have been broken. This is really... How can people adapt? After wiping the blood off his face, Carl had already grasped the pistol. I can't even eat in peace. What a shame. Chapter 4 Oliver. The 6th Street Gang was born after the 4th Corporate War. Among the American veterans, who were angry at the NCPD long-term inaction, they claimed to bring justice to the city. But their actions are no different from other gangs. The total number of them is about 2,300. And among these people, Oliver is the newest one. And he has only joined the gang for less than a week. Originally, as a newcomer, he should not follow the captain to Watson District, because everyone knows that the 6th Street Gang has always respected the territories of other gangs and only wants to guard their own Santo Domingo. So they rarely set foot in other areas. However, this time, a batch of important firearms smuggled by their 6th Street Gang were robbed when they were transported through Watson District. And their team happened to be around Watson District. So as the first people to track down the firearms incident, they rushed here as soon as they received the relevant communication. However, what happened was still too exciting for the newcomer who joined the gang. Who would have thought that not long after arriving at Watson Little Chinatown, the Whirlpool gang members, who were negotiating with them, opened fire on them because of a verbal disagreement. This was too barbaric. I had heard that the Whirlpool gang was a group of lunatics who transformed themselves into monsters. But when they really met, they found that they were even crazier than I imagined. Oliver's team had a total of 10 people. The captain was shot in the head by a Whirlpool gang member who drew his gun. In response, before hiding in the bunker, Oliver's team killed 4 people from the Whirlpool gang. However, the Whirlpool gang had a total of 30 people this time. This 3 times the number of people plus the crazy prosthetic transformation. Even though most of the members of the 6th Street Gang were from the military and were many times more elite than them, they were beaten and couldn't raise their heads. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I just joined the 6th Street Gang because my father was in the 6th Street Gang. I had no skills and joined the 6th Street Gang just to make a living. My father also found a capable captain to take care of me. But this capable captain died in the first mission. What a big deal. If the appearance of the head exploding can be considered a talent show, then it can really be considered a skill. Plop. While Oliver was thinking about it, a teammate next to him was hit by a bullet and fell to the ground. His hands and feet twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Damn it. Oliver quickly looked at his teammates around him, and found that when he was muttering in his heart, there were less than 4 teammates left. Where is the NCPD? Where are the police? Save them. Can't you hear the gunshots here? Save them. Oliver actually wanted to escape now. But he knew very well the consequences of turning his back on the enemy and betraying his teammates. The former would result in death at most. But if the latter was found out, it would be more than just death. At that time, even if his father had some status in the 6th Street Gang, he would not be able to save him. According to the rules of the gang, people who abandoned their teammates had to be tied up. And the family members of the abandoned teammates would enforce the gang rules. They would take a razor and slowly shave their chins from pink to red, and finally to white. When Oliver was bored before, he read a book that wrote about scraping bones to treat poison. It was described in a very manly way. But Oliver didn't want to experience it. Bang. It's over. I'm dead. When Oliver thought so, he found that the gunshot did not come from the side of the Vortex Gang, but more like from the side of the Vortex Gang in them. Bang. 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 Amid the chaotic gunfire, Oliver saw that 4 of the Vortex Gang bastards in front of him fell down in an instant. They were suddenly attacked by the unexpected attack and screamed everywhere. They even forgot that they were facing them. Many of them stood up and wanted to find cover again. What a psychopath. Oliver fired decisively. The shooting skills trained by his father since childhood allowed the bullet to find its place. After a few shots, several more members of the Vortex Gang fell down. Where are these people from? Are there so many bastards from the 6th Street Gang? Bang. The guy with the loudest voice and the loudest shouting in the Vortex Gang was shot in the head. But he was hiding behind the cover. Fuck. Smart weapons? Kong Tao stuff. Amid the panic shouting of the Vortex Gang, Carl was calculating the remaining bullets in his heart. The Lexington in his hand has a capacity of 21 rounds. He fired a total of 6 rounds just now, killing 5 members of the Vortex gang. As for how Carl, who had never fired a gun before, could achieve such a result in his first shot, he could only say that he was cheating. After the first shot, as he thought, all the data related to the gun, as well as a series of messy influences such as wind direction and temperature, were stored in his mind. After he fired the first shot, the second shot was like being automatically locked. When he raised his hand and pulled the trigger, he could know where the bullet would fall. This feeling is similar to when playing games, when you use the cursor to lock on a person and shoot wherever you point. No, it is more comfortable than that. Carl tried to kill the Vortex gang member hiding behind the bunker with the help of the 6th ricochet bullet. And as expected, he could do this. Carl did not have any adverse reactions when watching people's heads explode under his gun. It is better to say that he has already thought about letting these guys, who disturbed him to have breakfast, go to hell. Carl actually adapted faster than he thought. Not everyone can shoot and kill people in less than half an hour of crossing. And he killed 5 people in one breath. The little demons in hell, who can't collect souls, have to worship him as an idol. Hiding behind a trash can, feeling the puff-puff sound of the trash can full of trash on his side, Carl felt that he had an inexplicable affinity with trash, no matter what kind of trash it was. The recoil of the kinetic weapon was a bit strong, although he had been careful to hold his hands when firing. Carl's hands were still numb from the shock. Fortunately, this numbness was also in the process of memory adjustment, and it did not affect Carl's ability to deal with the gang. Sooner or later, I have to learn the proper shooting posture and evasive movements. There were not many shelters where the Vortex gang and the 6th Street gang fought. It was fine to face only one side. But when facing 2 at the same time, the Vortex gang was no different from walking naked on the street. When Carl's gunshot stopped, more than 30 Vortex gang members had all fallen to the ground, and Oliver was the only one left of the 6th Street gang. Carl's slight anger had subsided. The conflict was over, and the matter was resolved. Chapter 5 Reception. Oliver panted, staring at the bodies lying on the ground in front of him. He couldn't believe that he really survived such a gunfight. Bullets flew past his head several times, and he was lucky that his head was not in that position every time. He was really too lucky. But this was also based on the help of others. If it weren't for the other person, who suddenly joined in the middle of the fight, he would have been killed by the Whirlpool gang bastards, who kept pressing on. There is still one alive. As Oliver leaned softly on the bunker, he heard a rather young voice. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Zhang's oriental face that matched the voice very well. Only one person. And this age? 18 years old. Or 19 years old. At this age, he is still a student who has not graduated in Arasaka Academy, which specializes in training company dogs. Even in the street gangs of Night City, it is a bit too early. A man without hair on his mouth cannot do anything. Although there is no such saying in Night City, there are still idioms with similar meanings. At least, the 6th Street gang of Oliver will never accept people under the age of 20 to join. Veterans hate new recruits to drag them down. Oliver looked at Carl's face and thought about his identity. Is he Chinese or Japanese? If he is Japanese, then is he a member of the Tiger Claw gang? The Kabukicho area in Watson District is the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. Is it because of the conflict between the Tiger Claw gang and the Whirlpool gang that they took action? While Oliver was thinking, Carl had already walked in front of him and pointed the Lexington at his head. Name. Having seen the other party's shooting speed and shooting skills, Oliver, who did not intend to resist, answered honestly, Oliver. Age? 24 years old. Gang member. Origin? 6th Street gang. Purpose? The guys from the Vortex gang may have robbed our goods, so we came to ask, and ended up fighting with this gang of reformed lunatics. Is that so? Carl said something that Oliver did not quite understand, and stretched out his hand to him. Hand it over. What? Your gun. Is this a plan to capture him as a bargaining chip for the Tiger Claw gang? Seeing that they had also attacked the Vortex gang before, could it be that they were planning to seek cooperation? Oliver handed over his gun honestly, and he cooperated very well. But then he found that this person no longer cared about him. This person wandered around the corpses, and had to squat down from time to time to pick up something from the ground. The 14th. Carl, who had just left the stall, was muttering to himself, and he was putting a pistol and euros into the bag while counting them. After killing someone, he would search for the spoils. This was something that Carl took for granted. But it made Oliver a little scared, looking at the way this guy searched. He was not from the Tiger Claw gang, but a kidney-cutting scavenger. In Night City, scavengers are a group of ruthless scum who regard people as objects to be sold. They like to attack civilians and lone gang members, attacking them to plunder money, organs and prosthetics. And Carl's actions in the search are somewhat similar. However, Oliver's newly arising worries were slightly relieved when he saw that Carl had no interest in prosthetics, and had no intention of dissecting the corpses. Thinking about it carefully, a guy like this guy, who has accurate and fast shooting skills, doesn't seem to need to be a low-level scum. But this search is too careful and serious. Seeing that Carl was even looking through people's hair to see if there was any money hidden inside, Oliver couldn't help but stand up and walk to Carl's side. As expected, when Oliver approached, a gun was already pointed at his head. "What's the matter?" Without looking back, Carl said so. His harvest was not bad. These guys were not rich, but the bits and pieces collected together were almost 3,000 euros. The exact amount still needed to be counted. Well, if we don't run, the NCPD tailmen may come, and it may not look good if we are still here. After hearing Oliver's words, Carl temporarily stopped looting. He turned to look at the 6th Street gang member with blonde hair and a small mustache on his chin, and said, "I am not a gang member. I am just a civilian who was implicated by you and can't even eat safely. I don't need to worry about the NCPD." Civilian? Which civilian can use a very common Lexington that he himself disdains to use to blow up the heads of more than a dozen Whirlpool gang members? You know, the lunatics of the Whirlpool gang always like to perform prosthetic transformation on their heads. The meat content of their heads is extremely low, and they can grasp the gap between iron and meat and accurately send bullets into the brain. This shooting skill is definitely not something that civilians can do. Oliver already had an accurate guess about Carl's identity. This guy should be a mercenary, or a lone wolf. Listening to the approaching sirens, Oliver thought for a while and said, "Then consider it as your reward for saving my life. You are disturbed from eating, right? If you don't mind, I will treat you to a meal at a nearby restaurant, and wash your face at the same time." Oliver's eyes were focused on the blood that was gradually coagulating on Carl's face. Okay. The search was almost over, and Carl looked at the bag that could no longer hold the pistol. And he didn't mind being treated to a meal. But it has to be vegetarian. A guy who kills without blinking an eye eats vegetarian food. His mouth twitched, but Oliver responded quickly. "Okay. I saw a Chinese restaurant on the way here, and they should have some vegetarian food there." After saying that, Oliver looked at the 6th Street gang companions, who were lying on the ground, and had all turned into corpses, and sighed, "I have to tell my father about this. All the people who came here died, and I am the only one alive. No matter what the reason is, I have to give an explanation to the gang. As for the matter of the Whirlpool gang, I have to suggest my father to discuss it with others when I go back. This group of lunatics has taken too much. They, the 6th Street gang, don't want to invade the territory of other gangs. But this doesn't mean they are weak and cowardly. Originally, it was a gang composed of retired soldiers. How good can their temper be? The Whirlpool gang must pay for it. But before that, Oliver must treat this lone wolf who helped him well. He will still remember the grace of saving his life. Chapter 6. Call me KK. What? You don't have any chip receiver or operating system installed on your body. And you don't even have a mobile phone? In the restaurant, hearing Carl say this, Oliver widened his glasses in disbelief, looking at Carl as if he were a freak. He had originally thought of using the money in his account to repay Carl for saving his life. But he didn't expect Carl to tell him that he didn't have an online account, didn't have any prosthetics installed on his body, and didn't even have the basic operating system modification that could add a chip. Even wanderers are not like this now. Even monks who advocate not wearing prosthetics will install some external receivers or mobile phones to collect incense money. So you are a purebred. That's not the case. You can think that I didn't come into contact with these things in my previous living environment. It's troublesome to explain it specifically. Do you have any way to install the operating system? Of course there is a way. Just find a prosthetic doctor to do it. If you want to transform yourself and add some prosthetics to yourself, it's no problem. This is a small matter. It's just a matter of time. I'm just surprised that you have come into contact with it now. I want to find a prosthetic doctor now. Carl, who had already eaten Chinese cold noodles, Drank a little too sweet Coca-Cola. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of Coke that made his teeth astringent. Then wait for me a moment, Oliver said. His eyes began to flicker. I check if there are any cyborg doctors with good reputations nearby. If it's in Santo Domingo, I promise to find 4 or 5 for you. But this is Watson District after all. I'm not very familiar with it. There is indeed one. Victor. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. It's less than 100 meters away from our current restaurant. Do you want to go? Victor? Hearing this name, Carl already knew the information about him. Victor is a cyborg doctor in Night City, who runs a clinic in Little Chinatown. He seems to have worked as an illegal doctor for a period of time in the past. Oh, old acquaintance. Carl still has some impression of Victor, according to the information he knows. He is the cyborg doctor of the protagonist V in 2077. Since he is the protagonist doctor, his skills should be trustworthy. Then let's go now. Don't be so anxious. You don't know the way. Feeling that his savior, whom he had just met and got along well with, was acting in a hurry, Oliver quickly followed him and led the way. As he walked, he also told Carl about the price of prosthesis. Don't worry. My sister is a prosthesis doctor. I know a lot about the price and quality of prosthesis. Your money is more than enough to get a military technology parallel line model operating system. And the remaining money can buy more other things. If the price given by this prosthesis doctor is too outrageous, we can just turn around and leave. I won't cheat you. Anyway, it's just an operating system. Any doctor can do it. If they are all rip-offs, I will take you to my sister and guarantee a fair price. Carl was silent for a while and asked a question. Do you usually talk so much? You saved my life, and I feel like we get along well. To be honest, I've been in the 6th Street gang for a week, but I still feel suffocated. It's so troublesome to always emphasize military style and military rules. In comparison, I feel more comfortable with you. Is there no problem with your sexual orientation? What are you talking about? My family is a traditional American family. We don't do those messy things. I am definitely a man and I prefer women. I have changed 2 ex-girlfriends. Maybe he was really constrained and suppressed in the 6th Street gang, after finally being free because all his teammates died. Oliver seemed to be a bit chattering. Alas, I will probably be scolded by the higher-ups when I go back this time. I have already reported the relevant matters to the gang. No matter what, I am the only one who survived, which will definitely be complained and accused by the families of the other dead. Later, the higher-ups may be forced to kick me out of the gang. For my father's sake, they will not kill me. They should let me get out of Santo Domingo. But I am also tired of staying in the 6th Street gang. This time, I can get away from the control of my family and do something free. Even if it is not your fault. You still work hard to kill so many people. But you have to be kicked out of the gang? Who told us that our deputy captain is a ballless gilded cerebral retard? He died happily with nothing under his crotch. But the gang has to give Will Cannon a picked-up egg to explain. Will Cannon? He is a veteran in our 6th Street gang. The dead gilded guy is his nephew. There is no way. I just found out his identity when I was having dinner just now. It's really a ghost. I almost died on my first mission. And then I was implicated by the dead. Oliver complained. But a smile appeared on his face. And then he touched Carl's body with his elbow. Brother. What's the matter? I'm going to be penniless and beg on the streets soon. Considering that I owe you a life. Do you want to do something together? Such as being a mercenary or something? I think your life is enough to offset the meal. Carl's words were plain. But he was a little interested in Oliver's suggestion of working together. But if we become mercenaries together, it doesn't matter. I never care. You are a local of Night City. And you have an acquaintance, which makes it convenient to do tasks. Then it's settled. Brother, let's form a sharpshooter team in the future. You are responsible for the sharpshooter. And I am responsible for reaching out to help you search for money? I think your shooting skills are not bad. I can't compare with you, Oliver said. And suddenly remembered something very important. By the way, I have always called you brother. And I don't even know your name. How to call you? Car. Air. Last name Ka. First name Air. Just read it forward. No Urka. Of course. You can also call me the action nickname you just thought of. I think in the future, in order to not expose too much, you can also use this codename to call me. Codename. Oh, I know. Just like Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, Adam Heavyhammer, and other people call the same word with the second half. Right? Indeed. To become a mercenary, you have to be like this group of legends. But my name can be seen everywhere. I don't care about this kind of action nickname. What is your action nickname? I will remember it. It's just a simple English letter. Thinking of the letter V that belongs to the protagonist in his memory, Carl thought about his own name and smiled. Call me KK. KK? This is actually a code name that can think of my name. My name is Carl. So it starts with K. Oh, that's it. In fact, this is only one of the reasons. For Carl, another layer of meaning involves the homophony of Korean and Chinese that only he can understand. KK. The name means Kaka. And this Chinese word has another homophonic meaning in Korean. That is, Your Excellency, the Great Commander. Chapter 7 Cyborg Dr. Victor. Following the search route, he passed through an alley with an iron gate and came to a cyborg clinic converted from a basement. Carl politely greeted the middle-aged black-haired man who was sitting in front of a computer watching a boxing match. Excuse me. Hello. Are you a guest? Hearing the voice, the man with glasses, sharp features, and a calm expression turned his head and saw Carl and Oliver, who followed him. This is the first time I have seen such a polite guest in this city. Cyborg Dr. Victor's eyes swept over Oliver and then stopped on Carl, a young man who had not undergone any transformation. As an excellent cyborg doctor, Victor could tell at a glance that Carl had not installed a cyborg, and therefore he roughly guessed the reason for the two people. Are you planning to install an access warehouse? Doctor, what types of access warehouses are there here? And how much do they cost? Oliver helped Carl to ask first, so that if the price was too expensive, he could pull Carl away. There are military technology parallel line operating systems. 5,000 euros. And CHO Electronics Type 1. 7,500 euros. Hearing this price, Oliver's mouth twitched. Doctor, the operating systems here are not all brand new. Are they? Oliver had told Carl before that he had collected more than 3,000 euros to buy in store. But that was based on the fact that Oliver was already used to secondhand, old prosthetic goods. This prosthetic doctor dared to sell the goods so expensively. Except that the goods were brand new. There was no other possibility. If he could sell old goods at the price of real goods, then this store would not be opened in this poor place in Watson District. I'm not a gang prosthetic doctor or a damn kidney cutter. Of course, there are only regular prosthetics here. Victor picked up a certificate next to him and showed it to the two of them. It was indeed a certificate of a regular prosthetic doctor. That's bad. Oliver's eyes flashed. He looked at his savings, but found that there was only 1,400 euros in it. This amount of money, even if added, is not enough. Oliver thought about the situation that the prosthetic doctor sold secondhand and old goods at too high a price. And he also thought about turning around and leaving. But he just didn't think about the situation that he sold brand new genuine goods. The prosthetic store only sells brand new genuine goods. This is not Typing State. Brother and I in Typing State has a racial talent bonus. With the help of gang hackers, he can easily grab good goods. A normal prosthetic doctor should be compatible with selling second-hand goods. However, it is precisely because of Victor's words that Oliver has already thought in his heart that even if he borrows money, he must let his teammates, who just met, get a warehouse here. The reason is very simple. Most of the prosthetic doctors who buy secondhand and old prosthetics have unclear relationships with the gang of scavengers. Those who can openly say that they only have genuine goods will not be able to stay with that group of scum. At least the safety of the prosthetic surgery can be guaranteed. And there is no need to worry that when anesthetized, they will lie in the astrotub and have their organs cut. So he immediately edited a message and sent it to his sister. Sister, help me quickly. Transfer me 500 euros. Want 5,000? Hearing the price and seeing the change in Oliver's face next to him, Carl, who didn't have enough money, took out his euros and counted them, and found that it was only 3,200 euros at most, which was still 1,800 euros short of the military technology parallel line. You spent all the gang members' gold coins, but you can't even afford an access warehouse prosthesis. Ding. Where have you been? I see you are not in Santo Domingo. Oliver found that his account had been credited. Not 500, but 5,000. Thanks, sister. I met a friend outside. I will go back later. Love you. You guy. You only say something sweet when you take the money. I will be back to Night City in 2 days. Remember to go back early? Got it. After talking with his sister, Oliver, who received the money, was about to tell Carl next to him that he had the good news that he had money. But Carl had already put 3,200 euros on the table next to Victor, and then turned around and walked outside. Wait a moment. Dr. Victor, here are 3,200 euros. I will be back with the rest of the money soon. Pulling the barrel of the Lexington to make sure that the firing was okay, Carl was ready to go outside to find something else. According to the incidents of gunfights in this city, he should be able to get something soon. Wait a moment. Carl. Wait a moment. Young man. It was Victor who stopped Carl together with Oliver, who felt that his companion was really too decisive. The cyborg doctor looked at Carl and turned his head, and pointed to the pile of bloody euros in a relaxed tone. This money is enough. It's not that I can't bargain. Why are you in such a hurry? I will charge you 3,000 euros. And it will be no problem to install a military technology parallel line access warehouse for you. You can take 200 euros back. Hey, can we bargain? Of course. Victor smiled and said to the surprised Oliver and Carl, I'm curious. Why didn't you bargain and just accepted my price? It's not the first time I know that prosthetic doctors can bargain. He wanted to appear more sophisticated in front of Carl, but it was the first time for Oliver, who had his sister personally handle the replacement of prosthetics. When he heard that it only cost 3,000 euros, he quickly transferred the money back to his sister and pulled Carl to Victor. Victor also stood up. He looked at Carl carefully and said, From what he called you just now, your name is Carl, right? How old are you this year? Have you had any special surgery before? Carl decided to answer according to his current appearance and age, 18 years old. I have never had any surgery. So, you are a purebred? Yes. Then the operation may take a long time. You will have to adapt for a while. Everyone has a first time. Don't be afraid. I will give you anesthesia. Do you need to stay awake or do you want to feel the operation? The pain is anesthetic, but the touch will still exist. Carl thought about this and felt that feeling the operation on himself might be something he could experience. So he chose the latter. Okay. Then get ready. Be mentally prepared for the operation. I will prepare the medical equipment. In a few hours, I will give you a complete transformation. 10 minutes later, after Carl lay down on the special equipment, the operation began. Chapter 8 Distressing Task. The operation is over. Okay. Get up. The anesthesia will last for a while. But don't move too much. After hearing what Victor said, Carl touched his spine and slowly sat down from the operating table. How do you feel now? Oliver, who had been watching for several hours, but kept his mouth shut for fear of disturbing the operation, finally didn't have to hold it back. He immediately came over and asked curiously about the effect. It took me a long time to get used to it at the beginning. I can only say that it is more acceptable than expected. As Carl said this, he found that he only needed to think about it now to try to connect to the LAN servers of various companies. I helped you remove the background programs left by the company's sales. This access warehouse also gives you some basic access functions. To improve the relevant computing power, or to use it to do some technical things, you need to install other things. Don't be too indulgent. This thing may be hacked into your body. Victor reminded him, and moved his numb hands due to the operation. He used an external machine to perform the operation. The whole process was done by his physical arms. He was a little tired after such a long time. You can try to create a private account on it now. You can put all the money on it, unless someone can get rid of you, or hack into your operating system and crack your account. No one can take the money in your private account. Victor glanced at the bloody money. If you need to install other things in the future, you should pay online. This money is not easy to launder. Hearing Victor say that the money is not easy to launder, Carl's mind inexplicably flashed the image of the gangster boss saying that this money is difficult to launder. Victor's appearance is too deceptive. Judging from his appearance alone, who would have thought that such a mature and handsome man with a storytelling middle-aged man would be a skilled prosthetic doctor? I will remember it. But can you get the money in someone else's private account after killing them? You can hack into the money in the private operating system of the dead person. Oliver said beside him, if you had this access port before, then we might be able to buy it in full without any problem. Then pay attention next time. He walked to the side of the gun bag where he put it before the operation. Opened the bag, and Carl took out Oliver's gun and threw it back. Oliver happily caught his pistol. Oh, my dear Nova. You are back. Are you going to find some work? KK? Dara Polytechnic DR5 Nova. A traditional revolver. Easy to damage and easy to repair. Everyone needs it. If you have no money, you have to go to work. Carl put the extra 200 euros handed to him by Victor into his pocket and picked up the bag. I have to find a gun store to sell these things cheaply and buy some bullets. What are you planning to do now? Victor, who had finished his work and sat back in front of the computer to continue playing the boxing match, heard what the two said, swiped his feet on the ground, and turned his chair around. The prostheses on your bodies have no protective ability. If you want to go, remember to buy a bulletproof vest at the weapon store. It can't block weapons. But sometimes you can be lucky enough to save your life. Bulletproof vest? Thank you. I remember it. Carl remembered that the sale of bulletproof vests was prohibited in America before he traveled through time. Cyberpunk was indeed different. He nodded and thanked Victor for his reminder. You're welcome. I think it's a good idea to have more polite young people like you in Night City. Victor turned back again, and the sound of a boxing match rang out. Carl and Oliver left the prosthetic clinic. Before leaving, Carl also took the iron folding door of the clinic with him. Victor is indeed a good person. It is rare to find someone who does not care about money and is willing to offer discounts. Not to mention that this person is a prosthetic doctor. If you need a new prosthetic or repaired prosthetic in the future, you can come here again. In Night City, no store is easier to find than a gun store. In Night City, where everyone has a gun, there are even more gun stores than convenience stores. Carl and Oliver walked a few steps after leaving Victor Clinic and found a gun store on the side of the road. The bag full of guns didn't sell for much money. The whole bag was sold for only 2,500 euros. This was obviously a bargain. But it was something he picked up by the way, and the owner was willing to give him a few boxes of bullets and holsters. So Carl didn't mind selling it. After experiencing the data transaction, Carl, who realized that his personal account had an extra 2,500 euros, could only say that the first experience was magical. Ding. Waiting for Carl to finish the transaction, Oliver suddenly found that 1,250 euros had been transferred into his account. This number made him immediately understand, and he looked at Carl. Help us share half when we meet. Carl put his Lexington into the holster given by the gun shop owner. And before Oliver could refuse and turn back, he stopped him with words. Since we are going to cooperate, it is natural to share 50-50. If we want to share it so clearly, we will do it when we do big work. Carl's words meant that since they were just rookie mercenaries, there was no need to divide it further. We could divide it by contribution when we did big work. No. I just want to say that this seems to be the first money I have earned myself. Oliver didn't care about these things. He just felt a little emotional. I used to spend my father and sister's money. I was kicked out of the gang within a week. This feeling of making money by myself is the first time. Then it seems that you must have had a good life before. Oliver, who was born on the streets, had never made money by stealing. His father and sister were people who protected him very well. After throwing some bullets to Oliver, Carl looked at the gloomy sky outside the door. So, how should we find work now? Find a middleman? Middleman, an intermediary between edgewalkers and clients. Although they will take a portion of the client's remuneration, they could also help mercenaries solve most of the procedural troubles. In today's era, they are indispensable partners for mercenaries who want to do big things. Information about middlemen flashed through his mind. Carl agreed with Oliver's words about finding a middleman. Mercenaries who don't understand the relationship and situation take the task by themselves. I'm afraid that they will be cheated before the remuneration. Finding a middleman is definitely a smart approach. But before that, there is a small problem. Do you know any middleman? I didn't plan to be a mercenary before, and I didn't have much fame. So of course I don't know anyone. Is that so? Carl and Oliver looked at each other. How to get a mission? Find a middleman. But I don't know the middleman. If I become famous, the middleman will come to me. But how can I become famous if I don't do missions? Then find a middleman to get the mission. Okay. It's a dead end. On the first day of the formation of the mercenary team of Carl and Oliver, they were troubled by not getting any missions. Chapter 9. Go to the Wild Wolf Bar. Well, I was kicked out as expected. On the second day of the journey, Carl woke up in a hotel in Watson District and received a call from Oliver, who rushed back to St. Domingo last night. What's the story? after washing his face and looking at the young face in the mirror. Carl replied, "What else can I do?" As expected, "I can't go back to Santo Domingo. I'm kicked out. I be in Watson District soon. Let's meet at the restaurant in front of the hotel. You order first. I want a steak for 10 euros. You really know how to eat. Without a toothbrush or toothpaste." Carl put his finger into his mouth and rubbed it with water for a few times. After brushing his teeth, Carl rinsed his mouth and decided that he must rent a proper apartment in the future. This hotel is really not good. After walking out of the door, because the room fee had been paid last night, Carl walked all the way to the restaurant across the street from the hotel. When crossing the road, he was almost hit by a crooked car. But Carl had a good psychological quality and didn't draw his gun. He sent a few sobering bullets to the driver. After all, this is not Gotham. There is no need to be so conservative. After ordering steak for Oliver and a portion of Chinese cold noodles for himself, Carl felt that it might take him longer to adapt to insect meat than to mercenaries. Before the dishes came, he bought himself a bottle of drink. Carl's teeth were astringent after drinking little Coke yesterday, so he changed to another kind of cola today. This cola is called Cirrus Classic Coke. From the packaging, it has an American flavor. The red and white striped packaging plus the blue stars are too liberal and patriotic. Then after taking a sip, Carl's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Cirrus Coke was better than Little Coke. It turned out that when in America, you have to drink American Coke. "Oh, you're drinking celery Coke. I like it too." While Carl was tasting the flavor of the Coke, Oliver had already arrived. He naturally sat next to Carl and bought a bottle of celery Coke from the vending machine next to the table and started drinking it. While drinking, he said, "There is a strange saying in our 6th Street gang that celery Coke is the patriotic cola. And drinking other colas is offensive. Even if you don't drink celery Coke, you have to salute it with other drinks when passing by. What American superior beverage?" Carl complained, feeling that the patriotic marketing of celery Coke was really successful. But he remembered that Night City was not an independent city, and it was so patriotic even if it was not under management. The 6th Street gang was established by retired American soldiers, so it was okay. "What did you say today? Do you have a way to contact the middleman?" "No." Oliver naturally spread his hands, but still gave an idea. "But Dad said that if you want to do it well, and don't always give up halfway. He gave me a suggestion, saying that I can go to the Wild Wolf Bar in Haywood to have a look. There are often people recruiting people there to work. Maybe we can get some tasks." Haywood is a neighborhood with a clear gap between the rich and the poor. The park buildings in the north are very different from the vicious and dangerous slums in the south. But its unique and clear charm can always attract you everywhere. NCPD Danger Level Assessment, Partial Danger. Flashing through my mind with this information is the current information about the Haywood Gang. Valentino Gang. They control the area dominated by Latinos. Adhere to the values of honor, justice and brotherhood, and are willing to pay any price to defend them. The friendship of the Valentino Gang is priceless, and will follow you to the grave. Before getting involved with them, it is best to think carefully. The food is served. I remember that the Valentino Gang and the 6th Street Gang are at odds. Is it okay for you and me to go to the Valentino Gang territory? What's the problem? Chew. I'm not a member of the 6th Street Gang anymore. And privately, many of our 6th Street Gang have a good relationship with the Valentino Gang. Just be nice for the sake of face. Chew. This steak is really delicious. Juicy, and the meat is also very good. Watching Oliver chewing and talking, with the juice splashing in his mouth, Carl instinctively hid behind. He had to say that when he saw Oliver chewing the steak and juicing it, he felt like biting a bug and it bursting. Overall, this vision was quite exciting. Since it's okay, let's go there after dinner. How do we get there? Take the subway? Carl still remembered that the information he saw at the time said that there was a subway in Night City. Don't bother. I drove here this time. All my belongings are on it, Oliver said, pointing his fork at a black car parked outside the restaurant window. Quartz ECLR 275. My sister gave me for my 20th birthday. It's affordable, strong and durable. You can take my car and go there later. I know some places on Haywood Road. After that, the talkative Oliver added, this is a 2-seater car. I only let my ex-girlfriend ride it before. You are the first of the same sex. Then I have to thank you. Carl, who didn't know much about cars of this era and didn't complain much, quickly finished his cold noodles, and felt a little tired of it. This noodle was indeed delicious because of the wheat. But he had eaten it 3 times in a row, including the meal last night, and didn't feel like eating it again. Oh! Speaking of thank you. You really should thank me. Oliver heard Carl's words, and suddenly remembered something and said, I put 2 Norcoda D5 Copperhead kinetic assault rifles in the trunk of the car to ensure that we have enough guns to take on the task when we need fierce firefights. Norcoda D5 Copperhead, if the most popular assault rifle in the 20th century was AK-47, then the world today is Copperhead. The reliable, powerful and cheap weapons from Norcoda Manufacturing Company are the most trustworthy ones around you. Assault rifles? The recoil of the assault rifle. I might not be able to hold the gun down. Then why not just raise it to the top of your head and shoot at will? Oliver took the last bite of steak. What do you mean, KK? Let's go. Of course. Let's go. Oliver. Chapter 10. Jack Wells. The Wild Wolf Bar in the Haywood Valley area is not difficult to find. After all, in this place were judicial buildings such as the City Hall, the Mayor's office, the court and the NCPD headquarters are everywhere. A bar that is completely out of place with the previous buildings is too conspicuous. After parking the car on the side of the road, Oliver hesitated whether to put on the bulletproof vest he bought after dividing the money yesterday. He has lived in a neighborhood governed by the 6th Street Gang since he was a child. And he is also a former member of the 6th Street Gang. Although it is said that there are many people in the 6th Street Gang who have a good relationship with them secretly, he is actually a little afraid of the Valentino Gang in his heart. Who knows if the Valentino Gang members gathered in this bar will kill him just because of his former 6th Street Gang identity. While Oliver was hesitating, Carl had already put on the bulletproof vest under his clothes with his hands and feet. After putting on the clothes, Carl looked at Oliver with a bit of surprise. What are you hesitating about? We are going to find an employer later. If I were an employer, I would definitely think that a mercenary who is ready to do a mission without basic protective prosthesis and bulletproof vests is an idiot. Indeed, Oliver then realized that he was still influenced by his previous gang thinking, when he was a civilian or a gang member in the Santo Domingo district. Because the entire territory was the territory of their 6th Street Gang, there was no need to be so vigilant and on guard all day long. But now, he is an unemployed mercenary. Mercenaries, if they don't show their strength with good equipment, can they rely on their looks to attract employers to work for them? They are not some famous legendary mercenaries. Those mercenaries can kill in and out of the crowd by wearing a shirt, holding a pistol in one hand and another pistol in the other hand. Those people are looking for them for the mission instead of them looking for the mission. Naturally, they don't need to dress so vigilantly and dress as handsome as they can. But he can't do that. So he will dress as threatening as he can. He also put on a bulletproof vest and a coat. Oliver put his revolver Nova in the holster, but did not buckle the holster like he had seen in the movies. This way, he could pull out the gun instantly, and the grip of the gun could be exposed so that others could recognize what kind of gun it was. The Nova used by real men is very fierce. Not knowing that his partner would have so many psychological activities when handling a gun, Carl put the Lexington in the holster quite simply, hesitated for a moment, and still did not take the Copperhead assault rifle in the trunk. It was just a bar, so bringing a pistol was enough. But bringing an assault rifle in would be a bit suspicious of challenging the club. After being fully prepared, the 2 newcomers in the mercenary world stepped into the bar under the curious eyes of the street members of the Valentino Gang walking around the Wild Wolf Bar. As soon as I entered the bar, I could clearly feel that the light inside was darker than outside. There were no densely packed billboards on the streets outside. Instead, there were only fluorescent lights. If it weren't for the bright light at the bar and the groups of people drinking inside, I would have doubted whether the bar was closed during the day. Standing at the bar was an old woman with white hair wearing a leather jacket. Although she looked quite old, she looked quite energetic. If you didn't notice her hair at first glance, it would be hard to guess her age. Oh, 2 kids I haven't met. Seeing Carl and Oliver walk in from outside the bar, the old woman greeted the 2 people. You're here a little early, but I welcome you. What would you like, Mrs. Wells? I want another bottle of Blues vodka. Before Carl and Oliver could speak, a guest at the wine table in the distance raised his hand and wanted another bottle of wine. No, Ernesto. You've already had a bottle today. You have something to do tonight, so go to the bar to sober up. Why is that? I was planning to wait for Jack to come back and have a drink together. Not even Jack. When the old woman called Mrs. Wells was talking to the member of the Valentino Gang, Carl heard a very familiar name. Jack? Could it be that Jack? Jack Wells? If it was that Jack, Carl would be quite familiar with him. In the demonstration, Jack was the good brother and teammate. It should be just a coincidence that they have the same name. The name Jack is quite common. When thinking this, Mrs. Wells had already turned her head to look at them again. So, what do you want to drink? Kids? I want a bottle of Brothers Lager beer. Oliver immediately chose a drink with a low alcohol content that should not affect the task. Okay, a bottle of lager. What about you? Being watched by the kind old lady, Carl thought for a moment, scanned the menu on the bar, and chose a drink that looked like it had Chinese on it. I want a cup of sweet tea and a serving of French fries. Then just sit down somewhere. I bring it to you later. Mrs. Wells nodded, turned around and began to search the bar cabinet, while Oliver pulled Carl to a position where he could see people coming in the door. You only drink non-alcoholic drinks when you come to the bar. And you also ordered French fries. I wish I could be like you. Compared to beer, Oliver still prefers drinks. But he thinks it's not good to come to the bar without ordering wine. But Carl doesn't care about this at all. Then I can share some fries with you later. Okay. I eat yours first. And I order some after you finish. I like to make some fries the most. I'm more curious about what the fries are made of. It's okay as long as they're not bugs. While waiting, the two of them observed the people in the bar, but found that most of them were drinkers. And a few were mercenaries who ordered something like them and waited, with weapons hanging around their waists, wearing bulletproof vests or wearing subcutaneous armor prostheses. Well, at least what Oliver Father said was true, that you can find a job in this place. There are indeed a lot of mercenaries waiting for work, but they all look like low-level mercenaries like them, without even a middleman. Oliver lowered his voice. To be honest, the middleman industry is basically the same as mercenaries. There are the most powerful middlemen who can interfere with company affairs. And there are also those who are only tasked with dealing with small fish and neighborhood feuds. However, mercenaries, who don't even have the cooperation of the lowest level middlemen, are also miserable. When this guy spoke, he didn't realize that he and Carl were now part of the miserable mercenaries he mentioned. Who knows? While dealing with Oliver words casually, Carl's peripheral vision swept over a person who walked into the door of the Wild Wolf bar. After finding that he seemed a little familiar, he subconsciously looked over. The one who walked in was a tall and strong man who blocked the sunlight from outside the bar. He had a black braid, obvious signs of prosthetic transformation on both sides of his cheeks, and his leather jacket was open, revealing a full chest tattoo. He looked very difficult to mess with. This person is Jack Wells. Chapter 11. The company dog appears. Jack, come and have a drink with us. Jack Wells had just walked into the Wild Wolf bar, and the Valentino gang member, who had just yelled to Mrs. Wells that he wanted to have a drink with Jack, immediately stood up and stretched out his hand to invite Jack to come and sit with him. Before Jack spoke, Mrs. Wells, who was holding a plate, had already stopped them. Jack, you came just in time. Come and help. And send these things to the two guests over there. I know, Mom. Just after returning home, he was conscripted. Jack Wells could only use his eyes to apologize to the friend who invited him to drink. He took the plate steadily from his mother's hand, walked towards Carl and Oliver, and sat down next to them while putting the plate down for them. What's your name, brother? Jack Wells, in person, really appeared in front of him. But for Carl, who had met Victor before, well, it was still ordinary. Carl took a sip of the sweet tea he had poured into the glass. You can call me KK. This sweet tea tastes like iced black tea. Oliver also picked up his bottle of cold beer and gestured to Jack. You can call Jack. I just heard it. Let's drink together. I don't mind meeting new friends. That's perfect. Originally, Jack was just a little worried about his mother bar because he saw strange mercenaries. So he tried to test it out. As a result, Jack found that these two people were not as dangerous as he imagined. So he immediately accepted Oliver's invitation. He got up and ran to the bar in his house. After getting a bottle of beer like Oliver under his mother nagging, Jack also cut a plate of Spanish ham slices and brought them over. On the way over, he did not forget to apologize to Valentino, who had invited him just now. I may have something to do later today, so I won't drink with you. I stay here with my new friends. Then you must come next time. Of course. With a smile on his face, Jack put down the Spanish ham slices sat down, and took a big sip of beer directly. After finishing his drink, Jack looked at the two people again. Let's eat some ham together. From the looks of it, are you two friends mercenaries? The team was just formed yesterday, and we haven't received any missions yet. Carl drank iced black tea and stuffed a piece of French fries into his mouth. He found that the French fries were fried crispy and delicious. Didn't you hear that you might find something to do in the Wild Wolf Bar? So you came here early in the morning? The team was just formed yesterday. Jack heard Carl's words and his eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at your outfit. It doesn't look like it. Is there someone guiding you from behind? Mercenaries, who have just entered the industry, often don't understand the importance of weapons and armor. Although the Wild Wolf Bar is full of mercenaries, who don't even have middlemen. They don't know how many times they have gone through life and death, and how many teammates have died before they understand the importance of bulletproof vests or subcutaneous armor. There are many young people who have only seen those legendary glorious scenes on the street, and have no preparation for being mercenaries, with only one idea. I guess I got help from a prosthetic doctor named Victor. He's really a good guy. Faced with Jack, who looked honest and trustworthy, and not as fierce as he was when he came in, Oliver didn't think too much and just said it was not an important matter. But Carl next to him noticed that Jack, who seemed to be a strong man who gave people the inherent impression of being reckless, had an extremely meticulous heart. Oliver was tricked after just 2 words. But this matter really didn't matter. So Carl stuffed a few more fries into his mouth. This thing is really fried and delicious. But it's a pity that the Wild Wolf Bar doesn't provide pepper and salt or ketchup. Not even mayonnaise. Victor? Hearing this familiar name, Jack immediately realized that the Victor mentioned in Oliver's words was probably the Victor he knew. Is it Victor from Watson District? Yeah. Do you know him too? Of course. Brother. We are all old acquaintances. Jack's smile became even brighter, and he also let go of the last bit of temptation towards Oliver and Carl in his heart. Anyone who can be helped by old Victor is not a bad person. Now it seems that he really has 2 more friends. After Carl also joined the conversation, the few of them talked about old Victor for a few more words. And then Jack talked about his own situation. I am now a mercenary who has just entered the industry not long ago. Just like you. I have already received a few tasks. But they are all small matters. As for the middleman, I know one. But I feel that my level is not enough. And I don't want to bother that person. I want to improve myself first. At least other middlemen can assign tasks to me based on my strength rather than my relationship. You have ambition. Jack. I'm not like me, who always relies on my dad and sister. If it weren't for Carl, I wouldn't have thought of how to get out on my own. Oliver admired Jack, who had done several missions and didn't need a middleman. But he glanced and found that Carl was almost finished eating fries while chatting. Jack had noticed the almost empty plate in front of Carl, and said with a little pride, Carl, how do these fries taste? My mom fries them. And I've been eating them with corn chips since I was a child, and never get tired of them. It tastes good, but I think it would be better with a little ketchup. Yes, I think so too. But my mother has never been willing to do so. She likes the original flavor. Jack felt that he and Carl were too compatible in this regard, and his tone was a little excited. He wanted to drag Carl to give his mother some advice. But before he wanted to do so, a new customer walked in from the Wild Wolf Bar. The one in a suit is a corporate dog, Oliver said in a low voice. And just as he said, the one who walked into the Wild Wolf Bar with a frown on her face was a female corporate employee who was dressed elegantly, put on makeup, and looked pretty. But her arrogant demeanor ruined her appearance. Keep your voice down, or we will be bitten by a dog. Jack also lowered his voice, and a smile full of mockery appeared on his face. Not many people would have a good impression of corporate dogs who work for big companies, look down on ordinary people from a high position, and kneel faster than anyone else to those above them. She looking over here, while Jack and Oliver were talking with their heads down. Carl's plain voice immediately made them raise their heads. And then the two of them looked at the corporate dog in high heels, and walked towards them with a glare. I heard it. What kind of prosthetic ears are so sharp? Chapter 12 Commission. Oliver and Jack thought that the company dog heard them, and was about to come over to bite them. But the company dog stopped in front of Carl, and stared at Carl's face for a few seconds. Carl's face is indeed a handsome face. But in this era, if you want a handsome or beautiful face, you can find any prosthetic doctor to make it. So it is naturally impossible for Carl's face to attract this company dog. What she noticed was Carl himself. I saw the surveillance in Little Chinatown in Watson District yesterday. You solved 16 members of the Vortex gang by yourself. Right? What happened yesterday was known today. The surveillance in the cyberpunk world is really meticulous. Thinking in his heart, Carl couldn't figure out the reason for this company dog. Even if there was something wrong with solving the gang members, it would be the NCPD business. But there is one thing he needs to correct. It's not just me. My friends are helping me. As he said, Carl pointed at Oliver. But the company dog didn't even think of glancing at Oliver. She stood in front of Carl and folded her hands. The thing on her chest, which was not known to have been modified, was originally pressed down by the company uniform. Under her folded hands, it showed a considerable arc. I have seen the surveillance. I am not blind. I know who is the main force. Don't worry. I am not a member of the NCPD. Nor am I a guy who expresses his sense of justice for no reason. I am not a relative or friend of the garbage you killed. I have something for you to do. The reward is 100,000 euros. What for? 100,000 euros? As the company dog expected, Carl was instantly attracted by the number. But he immediately came to his senses. So, you are the one who came to commission. Immediately, Carl's expression changed. A smile appeared on his face, and his tone became enthusiastic. You should have said you were a guest earlier. Miss Employee, please sit down. Please sit down. And tell me specifically. As long as it is within our capacity and can be done, we can complete it for you. The company dog has become a client. So he temporarily put aside his prejudice. Oliver and Jack looked at each other, and both saw some contempt for Carl in their eyes. But the two of them moved quickly. They stood up and made room for Carl and the company clerk so that they could have a good chat. If you have a mission, you should have said it earlier. We are all family. Why are you being polite? 100,000 euros. For a low-level mercenary. That is not necessarily the amount of money they can earn in a year. This time, the company clerk looked at Jack and Oliver. But she seemed a little disgusted with the seat they kindly gave up, and seemed not to want to sit in the seat where the two mercenaries had sat. She looked around and found that there was an empty seat next to Carl, although it was not very clean. At least no one had sat there when she came here before. So she just sat down. After sitting down, she pulled out a strip of data chip and motioned Carl to take it and take a look. Carl took it in his hand, and then inserted it into the access warehouse he had just modified yesterday. And then the content read and it was displayed in his eyes. After reading the content for a few seconds, Carl pulled out the data chip and handed it back. How did you see it? What's your name? Carl's tone was more serious this time. This job can be done. You don't need to know my name. Just complete the task and tell me if you can do it. Of course. But how can I send you the specific proof? Just call this number and send me the photo. Don't call me randomly. I'm very busy. Carl felt the content transmitted by the company employee in front of him. Wrote down the number. And she transferred 30,000 euros. This is a deposit as a prepayment. Don't think of taking the money and running away. Unless you are not afraid that I will use the remaining money to buy your life. After giving a warning, the company employee stood up, moved hurriedly, and walked out again in high heels. From entering the Wild Wolf bar to leaving, she didn't say a word to others. Nor did she look at others even once. Carl, what do you say? Oliver understood that Carl had just accepted a task, and asked curiously, I'm sorry I took the mission without your consent. It's okay, buddy. Don't mention this little thing. It's better to say that you are awesome. I'm so happy that someone has come to me to give me a mission at the beginning. Oliver was more curious about the mission, so tell me about the mission. Wait a minute. Raising his hand to let Oliver wait, Carl looked at Jack, who was watching from the side, and invited him. Jack, since you are working alone now, do you want to take a mission with us? Me? Can I do it too? The reward for the company dog mission will not be small. Jack naturally knew this. He didn't expect Carl to pull him to make money. More people means more effort. Carl smiled. Why do you want to work together? We are all brothers. Of course we will do it. It seems that Jack was infected by Carl's smile. He also smiled, and did not even ask about the specific mission and the reward, and agreed to Carl's invitation, which was really generous. Jack is always very straightforward when it comes to people who like him. Then let's divide the money first. Oliver and Jack's eyes flashed. And before they started, they had already received the 10,000 share that belonged to them. Coincidentally, Carl was also very straightforward in dividing the money. Oh my god. You dare to pay such a large deposit. What mission did you receive? Brother? It's not a mission that goes against conscience or disgusts people. Amid Jack's sigh, Carl made way for the lonely seat. And the two who sat down again talked about the mission whose reward would make ordinary low-level mercenaries jealous and crazy. The content is quite cumbersome. But in Carl words, it can be summarized very concisely. In short, it is: go to a Vortex gang site with 20 people stationed in Watson District. Go in and find a box that was robbed from the company. It does not need to be returned to the client. Just destroy it directly, and take a photo of the destroyed residue. It seems that the girl in the company has some handle on this. The well-informed Jack guessed that there might be something extraordinary in the box. It's probably some threatening photo, or something like that. Isn't that how the Japanese movie plays it? Oliver, who knows a lot, said so. But Carl was thinking about the connection between certain things. The Vortex gang had previously robbed the 6th Street gang. And now this company employee who saw him fighting the Vortex gang had his things robbed again. Is there any connection between them? Or is it that the Vortex gang is in the season of robbing recently? There is too little information. So there is no need to think too much. What is more important now is, let's go! Let's go after we finish eating. Oliver and Jack stuffed their mouths full of Spanish ham slices. Well, the kind with unknown raw materials. Chapter 13 Industrial Zone. Since they were going to deal with the Whirlpool gang, they had to make the necessary preparations, such as getting a bulletproof vest for Jack, who had his chest exposed. I thought you had bulletproof plates installed inside your clothes, so you could just zip up your clothes when needed. But you told me that you didn't wear a bulletproof vest at all when you didn't have leather armor? Even though they were already in the weapon shop. Oliver still found it hard to understand Jack's carelessness and reckless behavior. Victor reminded even a customer like them, who he had just met for the first time. So an old acquaintance like Jack must have reminded him countless times. In addition, Jack himself was a mercenary who knew the safety of armor. So even in this situation, he didn't wear any protective equipment. Don't be too outrageous. Carl was also complaining about Jack's recklessness. If it was in a game, he could understand it. For the sake of beauty, the characters must be as exposed as possible. But there are two problems. One is that Jack is a man, and the other is that this is now reality. Jack is still wearing the same clothes as in the game, which is a bit too much. Carl doesn't know the specific story of the game, but he always feels that Jack will suffer a loss in this regard. Although bulletproof vests and bulletproof plates are not as good as subcutaneous armor, which can defend against many types of gun attacks, they are still enough to deal with basic kinetic weapons. Just like the Lexington in Carl's hand, which is quite easy to use. Wearing a bulletproof vest, even if it is hit from the front, the bullet will not penetrate too deep. And there is still time for rescue when sent to the hospital. So I came with you guys. Jack didn't care. But since his two friends strongly urged him to wear a bulletproof vest, he came. His original plan was to save money first, then get a subcutaneous armor, and skip the bulletproof vest stage directly. After all, a bulletproof vest costs a lot of money. Of course, Jack has been planning this for a long time. Every time he saved some money, he would use it to buy other things, such as motorcycle parts, books, etc. And the subcutaneous armor matter has been delayed until now. But I'm getting a bulletproof vest. KK, don't you plan to change your gun too? Jack stared at the pistol on Carl's waist. Lexington is only used by the NCPD low-level cops, who don't have much money because of corruption. This gun can't even penetrate the most rubbish subcutaneous armor. A pistol for low-level people? Isn't it just right for us low-level mercenaries? Carl didn't care much when he picked up guns from the dead members of the Vortex gang and the 6th Street gang. Although most of the guns were either broken due to maintenance problems, or were in a mess after various modifications, and could not be used by others. There were still a few normal ones, such as the unified pistol produced by Constitution Military Industry. This gun has a capacity of 12 rounds, is powerful, and is quite easy to use. However, Carl felt that Lexington was comfortable to use, so he didn't plan to change it. If the pistol bullets are not powerful enough, just use the Copperhead assault rifle. The purpose of a pistol is to be easy to carry, and can fire quickly at close range. If you really want power, there is no need to use it, even if he really had to use a pistol and was forced to fight. Carl was confident that the bullet would penetrate the opponent's unprotected area and hit his body. He didn't believe that they could protect themselves when they went to deal with a few thugs from the Vortex gang. The three of them bought enough equipment and bullets at the weapon store, and then took Oliver's car to the Vortex gang base and the employer information. The place was located in the industrial area in the north of Watson district. This place used to be a place that could provide a lot of jobs. At that time, it was full of vitality and prosperity in official terms. But now it has become a living area for low-level factory workers. They received a meager salary and worked 17 hours a day in the automated factory. They did the hard work they could do. They didn't know that the machine needed maintenance, and the maintenance fee was more expensive than human life. They only cared about being grateful to the factory boss while working hard, fearing that they would be fired. Who can tell the truth about this kind of thing? The boss treats them as consumables, but they have to be thankful that they still have something to do now. Otherwise their whole family will starve to death. Anyway, if Carl were to comment on this kind of thing, he could only say that he was helpless. What else can he do? Should he be happy about it? Happy that he doesn't have to work as hard as they do to support his family? Or should he be thankful? Thankful that he doesn't have a family to support himself? Like Batman? That's too ridiculous. Anyway, if Carl hasn't received a task to kill the factory boss, he will just wait. If there is such a task, Carl is still happy to do it. As for whether the workers will not survive after killing the boss, Carl can only say that he is just a mercenary. Thinking about it this way, the reason why so many people continue to join the Whirlpool gang in this area may be because gang life, no matter how dangerous and crazy it is better than working in a factory. Maybe many of them saw their parents working so hard and decided to make a name for themselves. Compared to it, maybe the promotion space in the gang is better than this aspect. On the way, Carl, Oliver and Jack talked about this matter based on this topic that he thought of. This reminds me of the reason why our 6th Street gang was established. Oliver said, the founder of the 6th Street gang in the past chose to establish the 6th Street gang to fight against the company because he could not stand the oppression of the company after the war. But now it has changed a lot. When I was young, I never thought that the 6th Street gang would collect protection fees from the public like other gangs, and talk about relationships and power in the gang. The gang that resists the company is becoming more and more like the company. It's ironic, Jack said, and suddenly realized something from Oliver's words. Oliver, you used to be a member of the 6th Street gang. To be precise, I was yesterday, and I was just kicked out this morning. Oliver also told the process of his acquaintance with Carl. The employer came to find KK specifically because he watched the surveillance footage at that time. No, that's not what I care about. I feel it's quite a coincidence. I used to be in the Valentino gang, and then I quit and became a personal mercenary. Now the two of us, who used to be enemies in the gang, have become friends and teammates. Jack, were you from the Valentino gang? This time it was Oliver's turn to be surprised. But the surprise was over after a while. There was nothing strange about it. Jack's family was over there, and the guys in the Valentino gang were so familiar with Jack. You can figure it out if you think about it carefully. Then after we finish this job, let's have a drink together to celebrate leaving the gang. Why do you feel like you're going to kidnap someone? Carl was talking next to him, and the voice of the navigation in the car gave a prompt. The target is still 50 meters away. We're there. Get your stuff. Carl looked at the factory building getting closer and closer, and he was looking forward to what was going to happen next. Chapter 14 Target. Fight. Fuck the 6th Street gang. After hurling a lot of insults at the other end of the communication, Demon Head hung up the communication. As a small cadre in the Whirlpool gang, Demon Head had not been so irritable for a long time. But she couldn't help but be angry about this. Her brother died yesterday, in their territory, Watson district, and was shot in the head by the 6th Street gang in broad daylight. Even the pile of prostheses installed on his face couldn't save his life. The bullets of the gun accurately bypassed the prostheses on his face and penetrated into his head from the most vulnerable part of the connection between the prosthesis on the back of his head and the prosthesis on his face. He was shot in the head with one shot, and his face was exactly divided into two parts. When the NCPD was reluctant to notify the family, the prosthesis on the back of his head was not picked up by someone, and she was going to return a face that was almost unrecognizable as her brother's. A guy who can call himself a devil is naturally not a good-tempered guy. Just when she wanted to call her little brother to cause trouble to the bastards of the 6th Street gang, the people above called and told her to control herself these days, and not to go out and cause trouble. Control? Don't cause trouble? thinking that it's not his brother who died. You can foam at the mouth. Right? Your brother is dead. So you control yourself for me? She has avenged this revenge. And she has received the intelligence. In the end, only one person from the 6th Street gang survived, named Oliver. And it seems that he was kicked out of the 6th Street gang. She must kill him today. I told you not to run around and just follow me. You insisted on proving yourself. Now, you have proved nothing. I don't know where to put your half-face. The father of Demon and her brother died when they were young. Their mother raised them for a few years and then passed away while working in the factory. They basically grew up together and relied on each other. Demon was lucky. She was appreciated by the boss Brick and joined the Whirlpool gang early. Although she had a lot of artificial eyes on her face, she could support 2 people. After a few years, she became a cadre of some size in the gang. With 6 artificial eyes, she was about to enter a predictable, easy life. Who would have thought that an accident would happen at this time? Originally, the Demon didn't want her brother to join the Whirlpool gang. She wanted him to study and do something serious. But he wanted to help and said he would join the gang no matter what. The Demon couldn't persuade him and had to let him join the gang. Then he didn't want to be accused of relying on his sister. So he recruited a group of people in the gang. It was good. Who could have thought that such a thing would happen? If she had known, she would never let him leave her. All the regrets and annoyances are gone now. What the Demon wants now is to vent. She will talk about the future later. She only has such a relative now gone. Even if she goes crazy and dies and becomes a cyber psychopath, she has to send that bastard from the 6th Street gang to be buried with her brother. Just when the Demon was thinking of calling her younger brother, the door of her room was pushed open, and a younger brother rushed in with a panicked face. Originally, the Demon was in a bad mood and no one dared to disturb her. But now the Demon had to show up. Boss, 3 people are coming in. We can't stop them. 3 people? The Demon felt a little puzzled when listening to his younger brother's words. There are more than 20 people in the factory where they are. But they can't stop 3 people? Which bastard is blind? I'm angry. She picked up the Crusher kinetic shotgun made of military technology from her side with one hand. The Demon felt that the 3 people came at the right time. After she sprayed them into pieces with bullets, she could take advantage of this momentum to cause trouble for the 6th Street gang. However, the Demon was not so reckless as to go out with a gun to find the 3 people who broke in. After letting the anxious younger brother run to inform others that he would be there soon, the Demon walked to the side of the monitoring station and looked at the picture on the monitoring that he had not noticed just now because of the communication. It would have been better if he didn't look at it. As soon as he looked at it, the Demon's sight was firmly attracted by one of the monitoring pictures. The screen showed the face of a young man with blonde hair and a mustache. This guy. This guy. The 6 artificial eyes on the Demon's face kept flashing because of her excitement. The Demon knew this guy. She could not have made a mistake. She had looked at the information and photos of this guy all night last night. This guy was Oliver, the only surviving murderer in the 6th Street gang yesterday. I didn't expect that he would come to me before I went to find him. This time, I didn't even have to look for him. She didn't care to look at other surveillance pictures. After confirming Oliver's location, the Demon rushed out of the door and rushed straight to where Oliver was. She wants him dead. Oliver, who had no idea that he was being targeted, was shrinking his head, occasionally leaning out and shooting at the Vortex gang members on the opposite side with the Copperhead. The firepower of the Vortex gang in this factory was too strong. They were completely different from the Vortex gang he met on the street before. In the almost continuous gunfire, he couldn't find many opportunities to pour bullets on the opposite side. KK, think of a way. If we continue like this, we will be in trouble if they force us to a position where we can throw grenades. He yelled at Carl on the other side. He shouldn't have listened to Carl's so-called suggestion of rushing in. Can this be a head-on rush? This is the opposite side's territory, and there is nothing missing. Don't worry. Since Carl was ready to rush in, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Otherwise, wouldn't he be playing with their lives in his hands? He had already prepared for possible difficulties. I have confirmed the data related to the Copperhead. After firing 4 rounds, Carl had completely mastered the Copperhead. All he had to do next was, Jack, create an opportunity for me. Leave it to me. After hearing Carl's words, Jack did not hesitate to make a move that neither Carl nor Oliver had expected. He actually rushed out of the bunker where Carl was and rushed towards the bunker where Oliver was, using flesh as bait. Are you crazy? Oliver watched the Vortex gang turn their guns in an instant, and bullets flew past Jack. Although Jack only rushed over for a moment. 2 of the bullets still pierced Jack's arms and thighs. Carl, take advantage of this moment. You are really a lunatic. Jack. Carl stood up from the bunker holding the copperhead, and his gun was already aimed at the Vortex gang members, who had just moved away from the guns. 7 people. 14 bullets are more than enough. Chapter 15, Unable to Penetrate. The copperhead assault rifle with a firing rate of 640 rounds per minute was controlled very accurately and fatally in Carl's hands, and every bullet spit out from its muzzle found the guest it was supposed to entertain. 1 bullet to the head and 1 bullet to the heart. Each of the 7 members of the Vortex gang was rewarded with 2 bullets. After 2 seconds, no member of the Vortex gang could stand up again in front of Carl and the other 2. Awesome, brother. Your shooting skills are really amazing. Jack didn't care about his bleeding gunshot wound at all, and even planned to stand up to see if there were any members of the Vortex gang who were still alive to finish him off. Jack, you should take a rest first. Oliver grabbed Jack and checked his injuries. He was relieved when he found that the 2 bullets did not hit any fatal parts. You are like this. You will die in several lives. Jack. It's okay. Jack smiled. And it's okay as long as the result is good. You have been helping Carl to brag about his shooting skills on the way. I believe in your ability. Bullshit ability. Carl could only say that it was the first time he saw someone who could laugh after being hit by 2 bullets. If the opponent's shooting skills were more accurate, you would have died. Jack. Don't worry. KK. I am sure. When I rushed, I protected my head at the first time, and I was wearing a bulletproof vest. If I was not sure, I would not have risked my life. I think after this order is done, even if we help to raise money, we have to replace your subcutaneous armor first. Oliver said helplessly. But he was a little ashamed that he could not help before. I have to install some prostheses for myself later. I have to help. Otherwise I will just watch you do everything, and I will be embarrassed to share the money. Your shooting skills are good, Oliver. You can try to add some auxiliary prostheses to the whole sniper rifle and support us from a distance. But my shooting skills are not as good as yours. KK. That's why I let you use a sniper rifle. Carl shook the copperhead in his hand. I am more suitable to use this thing to quickly deal with others. I think Oliver can try to be our medic. Jack looked at his body. Oliver talked to Carl and treated the wound properly. This kind of proficiency is rare. My sister is a prosthetic doctor, so she has learned a little bit. Not thinking it was a big deal, Oliver looked around and found the surveillance camera. We have to change places quickly. This place is full of cameras, and other members of the Vortex gang in the factory will react and surround us soon. Let's change places to deal with a few more batches. When the people are almost there, leave one alive to ask where the things are. Carl walked to the side of the Vortex gang members and picked up a few grenades. I have to learn about hacking or find a way to hire a hacker for us. If there is a hacker in this mission, we don't even need to leave anyone alive. We can just block the camera and go all the way to the place where the employer box is. Throw a grenade and take a picture as proof. It's easy and simple. So you just came up with this idea for the sake of ease. Oliver felt that he was probably the only half-normal person in this team. He supported Jack, who was not very mobile, and raised his other hand with a pistol to smash the camera facing them. But no matter what, these 2 people are now his companions. So just go with it. When the leader of the Vortex gang arrived at the place he saw in the surveillance, there was nothing left except the bodies of 7 members of the Vortex gang. Waste. Can't you even delay for a few minutes? The leader really wanted to shoot each person lying on the ground in the head again. Boss, there is blood here. A member of the Vortex gang following her saw a pool of blood on the ground, not far from the body. It's this direction. Looking at the blood traces that appeared every few steps, the members of the Vortex gang picked up their guns and looked at the leader, waiting for her instructions. It looks like they did something. Filled with hatred in his heart, the leader led his men to chase the blood traces without much thought. A few seconds later, when he turned a corner in a factory passage, boom! Amid the explosion of the grenade, the Vortex gang member who was at the front was engulfed in the fireball, while those who were a little further away were blown away by the shock wave, falling in front of the demon walking in the middle with missing arms and legs. Damn! It's a trap! They were trapped. Hearing the explosion from behind, Carl immediately turned around. holding the Lexington pistol that was more useful in this narrow passage, and slowly walked to the back. Jack's wound had just been bandaged by Oliver, so naturally he couldn't bleed all the way. The blood was soaked from the cloth that Carl tore off when he took the grenade from the group of Vortex gang. When he walked a few steps and pinched the cloth, blood would drip down. And it dripped all the way. The trap was made by Oliver. After all, he was from the 6th Street gang, and he had some knowledge of battlefield traps made by the army using grenades to make simple booby traps. Oliver, protect Jack. I go check on the Vortex gang behind. Carl, who didn't know how many people were left in the factory, originally planned to delay for a while. But when he turned the corner, he found that there were only a few people left in front of him. The demon was originally just a small cadre in the Vortex gang, with only more than 20 people under his command. Some of these people went out to fool around and rob. 7 people were killed by Carl in the previous exchange of fire, and the rest were killed by grenades and traps when they were walking in the passage. Now, there are only 4 people following the demon, including herself. The gun in Carl's hand was very fast. When he realized that he should leave a survivor, the gun had killed 3 people. The reason why the last one was able to stay was not because Carl's gun did not hit her head, but because the bullet hit her head, making a metal collision sound. But it did not penetrate. Damn. It was the same guy with a metal eye in the front and an iron head spoon in the back that he met yesterday. Carl thought it was difficult to capture this guy alive, so he shot again with extremely fast hand speed. But the shot aimed at the connection between the front and back metal pieces was still bounced off with a clang. When the sound rang again, the member of the Vortex gang came back to his senses. When he looked at Carl with red eyes, Carl's mind flashed with a sentence Jack said. Lexington, this gun can't penetrate even the most rubbish subcutaneous armor. Chapter 16 Madness. Scum. The demon stared at the black-haired young man who appeared at the corner, and raised the Crusher kinetic shotgun in his hand without hesitation. Bang! A huge roar accompanied the bullet falling on the steel passage, making a harsh and sharp buzzing sound. The collision of metal and metal made the entire building of this place tremble. Iron is one of the materials with the best sound transmission effect. This tremor was transmitted very far, so that every corner of the factory could hear it clearly, including Carl, who realized that the pistol was useless, and turned around and ran away. Damn. Was the gun in this guy's hand a shotgun just now? I should have aimed at that thing earlier. After cursing, Carl felt the increasingly clear footsteps coming from the other side of the corner, and he only hated that he didn't run fast enough. I just wanted to make up for it. But it turned out that something went wrong. He encountered a member of the Vortex gang holding a shotgun and wearing subcutaneous armor in front of the narrow passage. Carl even thought of his possible death at this moment. Oliver had set up traps before and used all his grenades. If he had known, he would have left one behind. He would have had some ability to resist. The place where Carl and his friend stopped before was not far from the passage. Carl saw Jack and Oliver, who was supporting him after running a few steps. They obviously heard the metal collision sound transmitted from the passage and realized that something might have happened. Run! He braked the car and stuffed the Lexington into the gun bag. Carl slid and picked up the copperhead snake that he had placed against the wall. He originally disliked it because it was too long and difficult to use in this narrow passage. I take back what I said before. You have to be useful. If placed in a corner, the assault rifle may not be easy to move because of the gun body. But if placed in a straight line, you only need to shoot straight at the back. Hearing Carl's words, Jack and Oliver did not hesitate at all. One of them supported the other and jumped and turned to run, while the assault rifle in Carl's hand had already opened fire, and fired bullets wildly at the back. The demon could ignore Lexington's bullets with her subcutaneous armor, but she was not so arrogant when facing Copperhead. She was about to chase him to the distance, where the shotgun could cause damage, but she was forced to retreat to the corner by the oncoming bullets. The demon watched the blonde who killed her brother walk away with the man, while the guy who killed her subordinates kept shooting and suppressing her. This humiliation made her grit her teeth. I don't believe you can't use up all your bullets. Kid. You and Oliver. That bastard. Just wait to die. The demon looked back and picked up a jade ring pistol that was no longer in production next to the body of her little brother. She held the pistol in one hand and the crusher in the other, ready to go out and tear the guy who blocked her into pieces as soon as the Copperhead's gunfire stopped. Oliver. Why did the person on the other side call your name? Does she know you? Jack listened to the angry and hateful voice behind him and looked at Oliver strangely. He didn't expect that they would meet his acquaintances while doing a mission. Who knows? I came to Watson District for the first time yesterday. Who knows what happened? Oliver was also innocent. He was unfamiliar with this voice, and didn't know how he got offended. You too. Stop talking. Run faster. I'm shooting and my bullets are almost gone. Run. Hearing Carl's voice, Oliver and Jack kept silent and just ran back. Although they didn't know the specific situation. The guy who was chasing behind Carl must be very powerful to make Carl so anxious. I shouldn't have started the war here. Carl stopped shooting after silently remembering the first lesson learned from this mercenary mission. The bullets are gone? This was the first thought of the devil. And then half of his body appeared from the corner. The gunshots that had stopped rang out again in an instant. And that half of the body was directly hit by 3 bullets from top to bottom, tearing open 3 large holes. After watching the bullets tear that half of the body into 4 pieces, Carl's heart sank. Even if the copperhead bullets could penetrate the body with subcutaneous armor, it would not cause such a degree of tearing trauma. In other words, the reason why the bullets from the assault rifle in his hand could cause this effect was because it was not the guy's body. The second lesson. Muttering silently in his heart, Carl threw the copperhead that had run out of bullets to the side, and pulled out the Lexington from his waist, running back and firing a few more shots at the back. This guy's bullets haven't been used up yet? The demon who had watched the body of the younger brother he had caught for testing being torn into pieces, and heard the gunshot stop, was about to rush out of the corner, but found that the gunshots rang out again, and his body suddenly stopped moving. He even knew how to cheat twice. He was almost tricked out by this guy. But in the next moment, the demon felt something was wrong. It was not like she had never played Copperhead before. Unless the gun had been specially modified. It had almost reached its limit after such a long time of shooting just now. In other words, the bullets should have been used up anyway. And the gunshots she heard now were very wrong. After listening for another second, a nameless anger suddenly surged in the demon's heart. This sound? Damn. This sound. This sound was too familiar. Before joining the Vortex gang, when the demon and her brother, who were real bottom-level people, depended on each other, all they relied on was a gun that could make such a sound. And just now, this gun made her head buzz. Damn it. Lexington. You actually used Lexington's gunshot to trick me. The demon rushed out of the corner with the jade ring and the crusher. And all she could see was a back figure disappearing at the bottom of the passage. Bastard. The demon, who had been fooled twice, could no longer control her anger. Her artificial eye had completely turned blood red under the red light, illuminating the dim passage. Originally, she just wanted to avoid getting hurt before dealing with Oliver, so she didn't dare to shoot at Copperhead. But now, she wanted that black-haired bastard to die. Now, even if Copperhead shot at her, she would just charge forward. At most, she could take 2 shots with her subcutaneous armor. Kill! With the desire to kill in her heart, the operating system connecting the spine and the back of the brain emitted a subtle sound of electric current at the limit of mechanical operation. And the demon's forward speed actually increased a bit. Chapter 17 Goodbye. After Carl ran around the corner at the end of the passage, he saw a large warehouse full of machinery and equipment, which looked like a canning workshop. Oliver and Jack had already found a steel manufacturing platform in the distance as a cover. Seeing Carl coming, they waved to him desperately. Oliver held his Nova in his hand, and Jack beside him held the copperhead that belonged to Oliver. Both of them pointed their guns at the corner behind Carl, waiting for the Vortex gang member to stick his head out and hit her head on. However, even though they were prepared, Jack and Oliver still didn't know what Carl had just encountered. That guy has subcutaneous armor, and my Lexington is useless to her. At a distance, Carl shouted to them why he didn't get rid of the Vortex gang behind him. And after hearing this reason, Jack responded with full energy. I told you to change your gun. I'm regretting it now. This time he really didn't listen to others and suffered a loss. The Copperhead has greater power than the Lexington. But in some cases, the pistol is irreplaceable. Pure accuracy cannot make up for the difference in power. Carl has learned his lesson today. Carl ran a few steps towards Oliver and Jack, and there was a very loud sound of footsteps in the passage behind him. The member of the Vortex gang had caught up. Damn. Do you have to be so fast? I ran 2 seconds ahead of her, realizing that it would take some time for him to run to where Oliver and Jack were. Carl gave up the idea of hiding in the same bunker with them. He looked around and soon found something big enough to hide. It was a trash can full of discarded steel and equipment. I really have a connection with garbage. When the demon came out of the passage, she saw Carl back, who dodged behind a 2-meter-high trash can, and Oliver and Jack, who were facing the passage, also fired at the same moment. The dense firepower network formed by the Copperheads and Novies could not make the demon retreat at this moment. She rushed straight to Oliver, her enemy, and relied on her subcutaneous armor to eat the bullets of the Copperheads and Novies from the front. Bastard. This guy doesn't plan to live. She plans to rush over and die with us. The gun is a crusher. Our bunker may not be able to block the bullets of that gun at all. Looking at the bullets falling on the demon's body, but only hitting the flesh and blood, and then being firmly stuck on the subcutaneous armor, Jack cursed inwardly, but did not dare to stop pulling the trigger in his hand, hoping to kill her before this guy with a shotgun approaches enough to tear them apart. This guy's subcutaneous armor is more exaggerated than I thought. How much did she spend? Is this the latest model? Oliver also complained bitterly. This madman from the Vortex gang didn't care about her life. But she also raised the pistol in her left hand, while rushing forward and staring at him and shooting. He didn't know this guy. So why did she want to kill him so much? He didn't provoke her. The impact force brought by the kinetic weapon fell into the subcutaneous armor, and most of the incidental impact force was resolved by the subcutaneous armor. Although some small part of the impact force would still act on the demon head, this obstacle could not slow down her speed at all. In less than a second, she had reached the most suitable distance for the shotgun, throwing away the pistol that had been emptied of bullets. The demon head raised the Crusher kinetic shotgun with both hands and aimed it at Oliver and Jack. After a second, she would spray their bodies and the bunkers together. But Carl would not give her this opportunity. He hid behind the cover of the trash can just now, not to escape, but just to disappear from the demon's 6 artificial eyes at that moment. And the range covered by the artificial eyes was not easy to hide. Right now, when the demon's 6 artificial eyes were all facing forward, ready to watch his enemy being smashed into pieces by guns, Carl, who climbed up the trash can, jumped down and flew towards the demon. The demon's ears caught the sound of the wind, but the weapon in her hand was difficult to turn. How much does an adult male's body weigh? Carl estimated that it should be 70 kilograms. And this weight plus the impact from top to bottom rushed towards the demon. Even if the demon has a heavy subcutaneous prosthesis in his body, he will inevitably be thrown to the ground by Carl. But all Carl can do is to throw himself to the ground, when his hands and feet just felt the impact of the ground from the body below. A clenched fist had already met Carl's cheek. Just one punch, and there was a subcutaneous armor modified inside. To some extent, the fist that was like a steel glove knocked Carl upside down, and the nosebleed could not stop flowing from the broken nose. Get out of here! Because Carl thigh pressed down the demon's other hand. The demon used the same hand to punch again after the previous punch. And Carl, who was hit by the second punch, could not bear it. His head was like a clock being struck, and his consciousness was a little scattered. But at this last moment, he still managed to find a chance to resist. Oliver and Jack had rushed out from behind the bunker. In order to avoid accidental injuries, they had thrown away their guns and wanted to help Carl suppress the demon of the Vortex gang physically. But Carl had already grasped the gun again. He and the people of the Vortex gang were the only ones in the fight, and he was not afraid of accidentally hurting anyone. Lexington's gunshots rang out again, and at the same time, Carl was hit in the face again. His face was almost sunken under this punch. But Carl forced a smile on his face that was so miserable that Oliver and Jack could hardly recognize it. He had already fired the gun, and successfully hit the finger. Based on the punches he received, Carl had determined that the subcutaneous armor only covered the back of the hand of the Vortex gang at most, and her fingers were not covered with subcutaneous armor. In other words, her fingers could be broken by bullets. What Carl broke was not the fist that was still powerful enough to beat him even if a few fingers were missing. He chose the other hand of the Vortex gang that was pressed under his thigh and could not be moved. In that palm, he held the Crusher, who refused to let go even if the opponent fell to the ground. The fingers were broken by the bullet, and the gun that was difficult to hold welcomed a new owner the next moment. Nice to meet you, lively lady. Before the demon could swing his fist again, her 6 red glowing artificial eyes locked onto something. The huge gun of the Crusher. See you next time. Bang! Chapter 18 Mission completed. watching the face full of artificial eyes explode in front of him. Carl shook his head and leaned to one side. Hey, are you okay? KK. Oliver, who was a little faster than Jack, quickly supported Carl, looking at the Vortex gang with flowers blooming on his face. He was a little surprised. It really looks like a blood flower blooming. I almost died. Carl felt that his face was in great pain and his hands seemed to have been dislocated. The power and reaction force of the crusher were too exaggerated. He just fired a shot and his hands were numb. Get up first, Carl. Jack came over to help Carl up. Seeing his crooked nose and broken cheeks with flesh and blood, he stretched out his hand and pressed on his nose. Bear with it. Then, without waiting for Carl to react, Jack twisted it hard. Carl only felt a click in his brain, and his nose was bent back. Ouch! The pain made Carl scream, damn it. Jack, don't you give me time to prepare? It will hurt more if I prepare for you, Jack said with experience. Looking at Carl's miserable face, he showed a simple smile under his current expression. How do you feel now? Much better. At least it's just painful. No throbbing pain. Grinning, Carl glanced at the Vortex gang lying on the ground and said, look at the quality of this guy's subcutaneous armor. This guy may be the boss of the Vortex gang here. Ordinary gangsters should not be able to use subcutaneous armor that can resist the shooting of copperhead snakes. We may be able to take a breath. No wonder this job is worth 100,000 euros. Damn. I thought that the company dog was kind. But it turned out to be such a difficult guy that even the copperhead snake couldn't get into it. This thing starts at least 30,000 euros. Jack changed his previous name for the employer and became a company dog again. It's okay. Now most of the things have been solved. Next, we just need to find the box and destroy it. The remaining 70,000 euros will be in hand. We can divide it up when the time comes. You will have enough money to transform a similar subcutaneous armor. Carl patted Jack's shoulder. But after we find the things, we must quickly find Lao Wei to treat us. Do as you say. Oliver picked up the crusher that fell from Carl's hand when he fired the gun. We can also use it to connect to the bodies of the previous group of people to see if we can take the money in their personal accounts. I hope the brain is not too damaged. Like this can't be read. That may not work. I shot everyone in the head. Carl shrugged. Speaking of which, why did this woman chase you and beat you? What romantic debts do you owe? Who knows? Anyway, I'm dead. There's no way to ask. But I can try and find a hacker to read the data while I'm still alive. While chatting, the three of them moved quickly. Jack, who had a leg injury, went along to pick up guns and sell them back. Oliver and Carl, who had no problem with his mobility but was hit in the face, went to find the computer in the factory and accessed it to read the records about the box. Carl spent half an hour to find a computer on the first floor of the factory. Although he didn't read any information about the mission from it, he still saw something interesting. It was the record of the Vortex gang recent attacks on various companies and conflicts with various gangs. The Whirlpool gang was making a fuss again in the Kabuki district yesterday. This was what Carl heard when he first came to this world. It came from the words of the announcer. In addition, the 6th Street gang, which was related to Oliver, was robbed of its gun transport, and the company's dog box for this mission was robbed. Then, considering the series of records on the computer now, the Whirlpool gang was preparing for something. And this matter might not be that small. But it had nothing to do with him. He was just a small figure on his second day in Night City. And he couldn't participate in the affairs of a large gang with a total of more than 1,300 people. Although he killed more than 20 people from the Whirlpool gang, the total number was still too small. I found the box. Oliver communication came. And the relevant location came with it. After receiving the communication, Carl also disconnected the computer in front of him, and took the Lexington and fired a shot to destroy its data. It was not for concealment. After all, their situation had been exposed in the surveillance long ago. He just took the computer to test its power. The Lexington can't penetrate subcutaneous armor, but it can still destroy computers. However, seeing how its bullets got stuck in the computer after hitting it, it's just okay. The penetration is still not enough. Maybe I really need to buy a new gun. In his heart, Carl was ready to abandon this old love that he had just got the next day. When he rushed to where Oliver was, Jack had arrived before him. And the box that was exactly the same as the one in the information provided by the employer was in front of him. Carl nodded to the two people, and then called the employer phone. After a few seconds, the call was connected. How is the task completed? This number seemed to be a number specially made by the employer for this task. As soon as it was dialed, the other party knew that it was Carl calling. I have got the box. Do you need to verify it? What does the box look like? Carl observed the box and reported the relevant data and the characteristics of the box with a red flower pattern. It's this box. Destroy it. Understood. Carl nodded at Oliver. And Oliver walked to the place with the access point in the room, connected the room surveillance with his own access point, and started recording the screen. After that, Carl stepped back a few steps. Jack tied a few grenades to the side of the box, and then put the box in a corner away from them, pulled out the pins in one breath, and ran away. 5 seconds later, the grenade exploded, and the box was blown into pieces. In the last cracked picture before the explosion, Carl seemed to see some stripped data chips from it. But all of this turned into ashes, or fragments, with the explosion of the fireball. Oliver waited for a while, unplugged the connection cable, and transmitted the video file to Carl, who forwarded it to the employer. More than 10 seconds later, the call between Carl and the employer was hung up. You did a good job on this mission. I am very satisfied that you were not too curious. At the same time as this message was transmitted by the phone, Carl account prompted that 70,000 euros had been received. This employer gave decisively, and gave it after completion. To be honest, he was a good employer. How is it? Oliver glanced at the residue. Although he was a little curious about the contents of the box, he was more concerned about the reward. It's in the account. I transfer it to you right away. The next second, Oliver received a notification that he had received 23,300 euros. And so did Jack. There's still 100 euros here that's hard to divide. When we have enough money for dinner, let's go find a nice restaurant tonight. I know a few good restaurants. Jack agreed with Carl's suggestion. But he still said, if we only go to those places, 100 euros may not be enough. I transfer some back. Forget it. The extra money will be my treat. With Carl waving his hand indifferently, the first mission of their team ended. Mission reward: 100,000 euros. Chapter 19. We've arrived. Did you do a big job this time? In Victor Prosthetic Clinic, Victor asked casually while treating Jack's wound. I guess so. I almost lost my life there as a company dog. Jack said, we sold the guns and other things. Each person got 40,000 yuan in bits and pieces. The guys in the Whirlpool gang couldn't be sold for a good price. We only kept a crusher shotgun. It's good to bring back a life. Victor took out a barrel of suture equipment and pressed it on Jack's hand. After a click, the wound was sutured. After doing the final treatment, Victor patted Jack's intact arm, stepped back a few steps, and walked to. He sat down on his chair. It's done. Take some pneumatic syringes with you when you leave. The next time you encounter such a thing, it will be much better to give yourself an injection first. How much does the treatment and pneumatic syringe cost? Victor? Congratulate me on your completion of a great job. This time it's free. Victor casually waved at Jack, who wanted to pay, and Carl and Oliver, who were waiting nearby. Just take care of my business in the future. Ding. Victor started watching the boxing matches that he never seemed to get tired of on the computer again. Thanks, Victor. I bring some food and drinks for us to have a drink later. Jack moved his shoulders and found that he could move freely. Then walked towards Carl and Oliver. Okay. Now let's go celebrate the successful completion of this job. Any restaurant recommendations? Oliver said, I'm not familiar with the Watson district. There is a good Japanese restaurant in the Kabuki district. How about eating there? Jack said, looking at Carl, seeking his opinion. Japanese food? Carl hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay. I haven't eaten there for a while, so I can try it there. But isn't the Kabuki Hall a place where people hang out? There are also good restaurants there. After playing, the group must eat something. Don't worry. The Japanese food there tastes very good, although I haven't really eaten any authentic Japanese food. With Jack's strong recommendation, the three of them got into Oliver's car and drove to the Kabuki Hall. On the way, they also discussed how they were going to spend their $40,000. 40,000 euros in Night City can at least exceed the family assets of 90% of people. Even among mercenaries, few people can save such a large amount of money. Most mercenaries live day by day and spend all the commissions soon after they get them. And even if they can save money well, it is very difficult for the little money they save to reach more than 10,000 euros. The strength and equipment of the bottom mercenaries may not be as good as those of ordinary members of the Whirlpool gang. Jack was the first to think about how he would spend the money. I should save 10,000 to buy a car or a motorcycle. And the other 30,000 will be used to go back to Lao Wei to get a subcutaneous armor. The armor on the madman from the Vortex gang I met today can't even be penetrated by a copperhead snake. I can be awesome after I get a whole set of subcutaneous armor. The reason why Jack paid to go to Lao Wei to get a brand new subcutaneous armor instead of thinking of bringing the dead Vortex gang member back and removing her prosthesis to install it himself is that Jack is a man with Mexican blood. Although Mexicans often talk about death, they respect death very much. It is not Jack's character to move the body after a person dies. And it will make him feel like a scavenger. He hates scavengers the most. Second, the prosthesis from others is basically adjusted by the prosthesis doctor. It is difficult to match the second-hand one to the body. Even if it is matched, there will be various problems, and it may also arouse cyberpsychosis. There is really no need for that. Cyberpsychosis is a mental illness triggered by the body's inability to withstand the strange sensations that do not belong to its own body after the installation of prosthetics. Such people often become dangerous and crazy due to the overload of the prosthetics, or the extreme collapse operation. Even the NCPD cannot deal with cyberpsychosis. In Night City, such mental illnesses are specially handed over to another group of people to deal with. Jack does not want to become such a person just to save money. Regarding Jack's spending plan, Oliver is a little curious about what car Jack is going to buy with 10,000 yuan saved. 10,000 is enough for an ordinary second-hand car. Jack, what car do you want to buy? At least a 4-seater car, Jack said, feeling his body squeezed together with Carl on the co-pilot. At least, there should be more seats than your car. TSK. My car is originally used to pick up girls. What's wrong with letting you two grown men sit in it? And this second-hand car is worth 29,000 euros. Hearing Jack complain about his car, Oliver went back in dissatisfaction, which led to Jack questioning. You use this van that only homeless people like to pick up girls? The girls in our Santo Domingo area are more down to earth. Forget it. It's not like I haven't seen girls in Santo Domingo. The east of your place is a wasteland, and it's blown by the wind and sand all day long. The skin is very rough, but they have all kinds of requirements. The girls in our Haywood are hot, passionate and honest. I also think that the girls in your Haywood are too messy. They just get in the car and go home after a few words. Come on. You too. Seeing that the two people were making more and more noises, and they were almost squeezing themselves into a muddle in the middle, Carl stopped the two people from making meaningless comparisons and brought the topic back to the original track. Compared to that, Oliver, how are you going to spend the money? Me? Oliver thought for a moment and said, let's rent an apartment first. Sleeping in a car or a hotel is not a problem. Then, get some prosthetics for yourself. You can't survive as a mercenary without good prosthetics. Then, as you said, try to be a teen doctor or sniper. By the way, Jack, I plan to find an apartment in Watson District. Do you have any recommendations? The super skyscraper in Little Chinatown. The rent is not bad. There are cheap restaurants next to it, so it's convenient to eat. That place. Oliver remembered that it was the place where he and Carl met. He still had some impression. Thinking of this, he looked at Carl. Carl, what about you? What are you going to do? He remembered that Carl didn't have a place to live either. I go with you and have a look. If it's okay. I live there too. It's close and convenient. As for the money besides the rent, I haven't decided yet. But I should go back and see if there's a good pistol to get one. Anyway, the Lexington needs to be replaced. Chatting along the way, the three of them arrived at the destination according to the navigation. Chapter 20. What should be the signboard of a Japanese restaurant? Sashimi, sushi, tempura? In 2075. Although these traditional Japanese foods can still be synthesized with strange materials, their appearance is so different from the past that they can only be listed on the menu that cannot be considered a signboard. In the Japanese restaurants in Night City today, there is only one kind of Japanese food that is most popular: grilled chicken skewers. This synthetic meat looks more like grilled meatballs than chicken skewers. Jack ordered 20 skewers right away and strongly recommended Carl and Oliver to try it. While Carl was still thinking about what the chicken skewers were made of and whether they could be eaten, Oliver, who was sitting next to him, had already picked up a skewer in one hand and started eating. He ate a meatball at a time and seemed to be very happy. It seemed that the grilled chicken skewers were very much in line with his taste. After hesitating for a while, Carl, who thought that he would have to eat insects sooner or later, picked up the chicken skewer and bit off a meatball, chewing it a little in his mouth. He spit it out. It's not that Carl is wasting food, but the impact of this thing is too strong. The moment he ate it, Carl felt his lips and teeth protesting, and his stomach twitched. His body was warning Carl that this thing couldn't enter. So he subconsciously followed his feeling and spit it out the first time he felt the threat. How to describe the taste of this thing? If Carl was asked to describe it in 2 words, he would say it was unpalatable. In 3 words it was unpalatable. In 4 words it was super unpalatable. And if it was mixed with a bit of low quality, it would be really unpalatable. The overall taste was similar to the starchy, low-quality ham sausage mixed with sawdust that Carl ate when he was a child, which was disgusting even for dogs. Moreover, the seasoning was very strong, just like chewing a ball of chili paper soaked in soy sauce and vinegar. It can only be said that it was unpalatable. Beyond imagination, Oliver and Jack were eating sweet food. Seeing Carl frowning and spitting out the chicken meatballs he had just chewed, they were stunned for a moment. And then both of them immediately thought of a scene similar to the one in the movie. Is this thing poisonous? The two stopped eating instantly and became alert. But Carl's words after spitting out the food made them lower their alertness. This thing is too unpalatable. Unpalatable? Staring at Carl's chicken skewers that looked no different from theirs, Jack looked at Oliver. And Oliver also looked at Jack. And both of them saw confusion in each other's eyes. Isn't this chicken skewers delicious? Why did Carl say it was unpalatable? Is there something wrong with Carl's chicken skewers? With this idea in mind, Jack picked up the chicken skewers that Carl had eaten a bite of and stopped eating, and bit off a piece of meatballs to eat. And after chewing twice, his face clearly showed confusion. Is this unpalatable? Is this not unpalatable? Listening to Jack and Carl's words, Oliver took the remaining piece of chicken skewer from Jack, bit off the last piece of meatball, and then after chewing a few times, he showed the same expression as Jack. This is not unpalatable, is it? Looking at Jack and Oliver's expressions, Carl probably understood that they were all used to such low-quality food with full seasoning to change the taste. He couldn't accurately describe how unpalatable this thing was, and could only sigh and say it. Compared to real chicken skewers, these synthetic meat skewers are terrible. Real chicken skewers? Oliver thought Carl was joking because the chicken skewers in this store didn't suit his taste. That thing is against the law of Night City. Ever since the bird flu outbreak, Night City has banned poultry-related meat. If you want to try it, we can sneakily get some on the black market. But that thing is very expensive. Jack saw something different in Carl's expression and words. He opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, you look like you've never really eaten real chicken skewers before. Have you? Of course I've eaten it before. So I'm saying that, Carl said. Anyway, I don't want to touch this chicken skewers anymore. Give me something else. Eating this is really torture for me. You've eaten real chicken skewers, but you're so disgusted with these synthetic chicken skewers. Oliver now believes that Carl has really eaten chicken skewers before. He recalled that when he invited Carl to his first meal, Carl only wanted to eat vegetarian food. You weren't some big boss of a company before, were you? Will the young master take a Lexington now? Carl waved his hand and called the waitress to get him something else to eat. Then, in front of Oliver and Jack who were eating and watching, Carl only took a bite of food each time and put it down, just like a dish was being passed around. The accumulated, uneaten food was brought to them without any disdain, and it almost piled up like a small mountain in front of the two of them. Stop! 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 Carl. Seeing that if Carl ordered more, his and Jack's stomachs would be burst by the food, Oliver quickly stopped Carl from ordering the entire menu. Oliver's cheeks twitched slightly as he looked at Carl, who was still not satisfied. He covered his forehead and sighed, saying, deep-fried pork chops, sushi, sashimi, Japanese curry, and a bunch of other things. Young master, you have almost ordered the entire menu, and you haven't found anything satisfactory yet. You can't blame me for this, Carl said helplessly. None of these things are edible. I am only glad that I have been eating Chinese cold noodles these 2 days. Otherwise, I would have starved to death first. I am really getting more and more curious about your original living conditions. Carl. Jack touched his already round belly. Not only chicken, pork, beef, Fish. You have eaten them before. What kind of environment did you live in the past? Probably just real meat to eat at will. With a sigh, Carl aimed at the last tea rice. Fortunately, the tea rice did not disappoint Carl. And there was finally something edible. While eating the tea rice, Carl was a little pessimistic. After eating so much, he still ended up eating meatless dishes. If this continues, he would really have to eat only vegetarian food in the future. Chapter 21 Mutuo. Mutuo? What is that? After dinner, on the way to look at the apartment together, Carl was curious about the word that appeared in Oliver and Jack's mouth. Is it like Pokemon? What are you talking about? Pokemon. Mutuo is Mutuo. Oliver knew that Carl didn't understand many things, so he simply explained it to him. After Oliver's popular science explanation, Carl also roughly understood what the so-called Mutuo was. In simple terms, it is something similar to VR experience. It will transcribe the personal experience of the video recorder into a digital format and play it directly in the viewer's nervous system after special amplification, so that the viewer can experience all aspects of the recorder's experience when recording, whether it is pain or pleasure. It can be fully stimulated in the nerves, ensuring that the experience of the recorder and the viewer is exactly the same. This is the most popular entertainment in this era, and Mutuo monitors are available in every household, similar to the status of mobile phones in the world Carl once lived in. It feels very interesting. I want to experience it. This is Carl's attitude towards Mutuo. Okay, let's go find a store that sells head-mounted Super Dream monitors, so you can experience the whole thing. Jack and Oliver are now used to Carl knowledge, which is like that of a lady in the boudoir. Seeing that he is interested in this thing, they immediately changed direction and drove to the Super Dream store first. The price of a head-mounted Super Dream monitor is not expensive. A brand new one for personal use only costs 1,000 euros. And it also comes with several of the latest popular Super Dream films on the market. Let My Heart Beat, Soul of Light, Gate of Sword Coast. Why are they all games? Oliver wanted to help Carl choose something good, but after flipping through it, he found that the popular models that could be given as gifts were all games. I think it's because the games can't be sold, so they give it away as a gift. It's popular, but it's probably not as exciting as walking around the streets in Night City. Jack was looking at other Mutuo on the Mutuo sales shelf. I think The Old Man and the Sea is pretty good. Hemingway's Old Man and the Sea? Carl's question made Jack a little excited. Do you read Hemingway's books too? Isn't this a classic? Classic? Oliver scratched his head beside him. He seemed to be the only one among the three people present who didn't know what The Old Man and the Sea was about. What is it about? To put it simply, it's the story of an old man fishing. Carl's summary was very concise. Fishing. The seas around Night City are almost polluted now. I don't feel any sense of substitution. Oliver originally wanted to see what this classic Mutuo movie that Carl and Jack knew was like. But when he heard it was about fishing, he gave up. Actually, the theme is not fishing. Carl took down the €50 The Old Man and the Sea Mutuo. He really wanted to see what Mutuo based on the classics looked like. Then, what are those? Carl pointed to the Mutuo in the corner, which looked like black blood splashed on the shelf. Those Mutuo. Oliver looked at those things and roughly explained. Those are bloody and pornographic. How bloody? If they can be sold openly in a store like this, they should not be black Mutuo. The extent is probably that the bullet penetrates the chest and abdomen? Through the chest and abdomen? Carl walked over and took a look. He found a film called My Years in the Trauma Team. After reading the introduction, he found that it was a series, which talked about the process of the recorder performing a mission in the trauma team. The key words were urgency, gunfight, and gang members. Interesting. He looked at the price. This kind of film is more expensive than other films, but it is only 70 euros, which is about the price of 20 meals for ordinary people in Watson District. Carl now has more than 40,000 euros, so he can still afford Mutuo at this price. He looked at it and simply bought all 3 episodes of My Years in the Trauma Team 1, 2, and 3. If he bought the whole series at once, it would only cost 200 euros, which would be 10 euros cheaper. In addition to this, Carl also picked a Mercenary's battle record and the journey of the boxer and the end of the samurai. This is not a bundle, but it is cheaper than the previous series, and the total cost is only 180 euros. Carl, are you going to buy so much at once? Watching Carl blinking and wearing the Mutuo monitor, He spent 1,430 euros in one go. Oliver felt that Carl was really happy to spend money. In the past, he would hesitate for a long time to buy a sexy Mutuo. But Carl was so excited that he could buy 6 at once. Didn't you say that Mutuo can fully experience the senses of the recorder? I have something I want to verify. Besides being a little curious about the latest entertainment facilities in 2075, Carl wanted to try out the senses in Mutuo to see if he could remember them. If he could, then all these Mutuo would be like one-on-one teaching. It was with this idea in mind that he bought all the Mutuo, including medical, firearms, boxing, and swordsmanship. Verify? Jack blinked, not really understanding what Carl was talking about. But he didn't care. It was a rare opportunity to make a fortune. So he picked out a few Mutuo that he had been interested in before and prepared to check out. Carl bought, Jack bought, and Oliver also bought a few. Today was a rare day for the owner of the Mutuo store to see a surge in sales. But his happiness did not last long. The door of the Mutuo store was kicked open, and 3 men wearing black hoods covering their faces rushed in with 3 Lexingtons. As soon as they came in, they raised their pistols and pointed them at the people in the store. Don't move. Robbery. Wow. This is Night City. Being pointed at by guns? Although Carl was confident that he could shoot the 3 people in front of him in the head in an instant, it was still a bit dangerous after all. And if the other party only intended to rob, he would not lose anything. So he chose to raise his hand to indicate that he was not going to do anything. Oliver and Jack exchanged glances, and the 2 of them also raised their hands in cooperation. And it seemed that they also had no intention of participating in this too common robbery. The robbery went on quickly. The 3 robbers had no intention of attacking anyone. Their goal was only money. So in the face of the tearful expression of the Mutuo shop owner, he honestly handed over all the money in the counter, which was about 700 euros. The shop owner was only glad that he had not made a deal with Carl and others. And there was not much cash in the store. Otherwise he would have lost a lot today. In addition to robbing money, the robbers also took a few Mutuo games. They didn't take valuables like the head-mounted Mutuo display because it was coded and needed professional personnel to remove it, which these gangsters didn't have. Perhaps because they were worried about the NCPD coming. The whole robbery process was very fast. And the whole process took only 2 minutes. After getting what they wanted, the robbers hurriedly knocked on the door and left, which made the store owner feel distressed. These bastards. I have to call NCPD and tell them to go to jail. After cursing, the store owner sighed and was about to continue to greet Carl and the other 3 guests when gunshots were heard outside. It sounded like Lexington, which Carl was very familiar with. The next second, the door that had just been closed was smashed open again, and a broken body rolled in. Looking at the broken hood, it was the robber who had just robbed. It seems that something happened. Night City. Carl sighed and pulled out his gun at the same time with Oliver and Jack in tacit understanding. Chapter 22 begins. 2075. Boss, put the things down for a while. We come back to get them soon. Carl said this and walked to the door. He didn't really know what was going on outside, but Oliver Carr was parked not far from the door. So he had to go and see if Oliver Carr was okay. If it was broken, they would have to walk back with the things. Looking out through the smashed door, Carl saw the chaotic street. On the street, a strong man with yellow hair and sunglasses with a crew cut was holding a military technology 31 Malawian Quach's heavy machine gun and firing at a truck that was stopped on the road. On the road near Carl's side, 2 familiar bodies with hoods, euros scattered around their bodies, and bullet holes all over their bodies were lying on the side of the street. Judging from the bullet holes on the 2 bodies, the robbers who had just robbed the Mutuo store had suffered some kind of unprovoked disaster. What's going on? Jack moved closer to the store door and looked out. But when he saw the scenery outside, he shrank back again. Heavy machine gun. What's going on? My car. Oliver saw that there was an obvious bullet dent on the door of his car outside the door, which looked like it was hit by a bullet from the truck. Seeing such damage, his eyes suddenly turned red. That's my sister's birthday present for me. What do you mean? Carl had already clenched his weapon, and his left hand touched the grenade he picked up from the Vortex gang on his waist. Are we going to kill both sides? With the grenade? He was confident that he could handle it even if he encountered subcutaneous armor like the Vortex gang members before. Not to mention that Jack was carrying a crusher now. You're too radical. Oliver wouldn't kill someone just because his car was accidentally dented. The guy with the heavy machine gun and the guy on the truck who could shoot at him were not easy to deal with. He could still tolerate this. After all, they had heavy weapons to reason with. And Oliver happened to be a reasonable person. Too radical? Carl felt that he was okay, compared with his compatriots, who liked to kill whole families and exterminate the root of evil. He was already very conservative. Isn't there a saying that goes, "Who said we like to kill whole families? Shouldn't I kill his whole family?" The gunfight outside went faster than expected, because when the person who escaped from the driver's seat of the truck was shooting at the yellow-haired man, a group of people who seemed to be in the same group as the yellow-haired man had already touched the back of the truck. The first person to open fire was a man with a black coxcomb who was holding a copperhead with a mechanical hand and firing. Next to him, a pale-skinned, short girl with green ponytails holding a pink M76E Omaha pistol was also firing. With the help of these two people, the truck transport personnel, who were surrounded in the middle, only lasted less than 3 seconds before they fell to the ground and could not get up. Man! After dealing with the people beside the truck, the green-haired girl with twin ponytails waved at the big man. "It's all dealt with, Rebecca." The yellow-haired big man called man nodded to the green-haired girl from a distance, and called the coxcomb man beside the girl, "Pira. Find something quickly, and we retreat." "Okay." Watching the three people walk to the back of the truck quickly, Jack said, "It looks like they are mercenaries like us. Then it seems there's nothing to see." Carl turned his head and went to get his Mutuo and head-mounted Mutuo monitor. "Do you want to fix your car first, Oliver?" "It's okay. I can fix this dent myself. Let's go look at the apartment first." During the conversation between the two, after packing up his Mutuo, the owner of Mutuo ran out of the store and picked up the euros next to the corpse. These were all taken from his store, and he had to get them back anyway. After Carl and Jack squeezed into the passenger seat again and Oliver started the car, the mercenary team, which seemed to be led by a big man named Man, also got what they wanted from the truck. When they evacuated, the car driven by Oliver passed by the truck. Man glanced at the passing car and didn't pay much attention to it. Carl, however, looked at him more in the passenger seat. This guy's subcutaneous armor is also quite amazing. He can stand on the road and shoot for so long. This thought flashed through his mind and disappeared in an instant. This little episode didn't stay in Carl's mind for much time. The car driven by Oliver drove all the way to the super skyscraper without any more episodes. They contacted the apartment manager smoothly and talked about the apartment rental. The super skyscraper was built by a company. The apartment manager is actually just an employee of the company, but he is as demanding as the landlord in terms of commission. After listing a lot of terms and reminders, Oliver and Carl rented the apartments on the 5th and 4th floors at a price of €1,000 a month. Oliver wanted to be a neighbor of Carl, but there was only one empty apartment on the 4th floor, so he had no choice but to choose the one above Carl. The things in the apartment are all equipped, and Carl and Oliver can move in as soon as they pick up the bags. But the company-managed apartment can be kind enough to provide you with all these things, and there must be their own circumstances. Private phone calls require an initial fee of €10, and then calls cost €0.75 per minute. For TV, a deposit of €50 is required, and then €1 is required for each hour of use. Well, there is also a vending machine in the room. Wow, this business has even come to the room. Carl walked to the vending machine and spent €15 to buy 3 bottles of small Coke. He threw 2 of them to Jack and Oliver respectively. He didn't like small Coke very much, but the vending machine didn't know if it was suppressed by the seller, and there was no other Coke for sale at all, so he could only drink this bitter Coke. "How do you feel, Carl?" Jack lay on the sofa in the room. It was his first time to come to such an apartment. "Overall, it's livable." "Just livable?" Oliver hadn't had time to go to his room to take a look, but the rooms of both were of the same type, and looking at Carl was almost like looking at his own. So he was a little surprised by Carl's nonchalant attitude. "I've never lived in a better house than this one since I became independent at the age of 18. "How old are you?" 24. "Didn't you ask me about this when we first met?" "I forgot. You've been living a miserable life since you became independent for 6 years, and can't even afford a house that costs €1,000 a month." Carl, who lived in such a house the day after his time travel, didn't feel proud at all. But no matter what, looking at Oliver and Jack, who were lying on the sofa and looked like salted fish. Carl opened the can and took a sip. His story in 2075 has begun. Gulp. So sweet. Chapter 23 The Mission on the Day Off. It's so boring. Carl sat at the bar of the Wild Wolf Bar and complained to Jack's mother. Mrs. Wells, we can't get any commissions. Mrs. Wells, if we keep going like this, we starve to death. Don't worry. Carl. Mrs. Wells smiled and handed over a plate of French fries. It's good to be idle. Come and try my latest French fries. Oh, is that the one I said was sprinkled with pepper and salt? Looking at Carl, who was just depressed and became active in a second because of the French fries. Oliver and Jack were a little helpless at another seat at the bar. Their team has been formed for a week, and they have received 5 missions in this period. During this period, they have a deeper understanding of Carl's personality. Now if Oliver and Jack are asked to give Carl an evaluation, they will use a Chinese word that Carl taught them to describe Carl without hesitation. Looking for trouble. This is not to say that Carl likes to find excuses to cause trouble. But Oliver and Jack understood it literally. To put it simply, Carl can't rest. After completing a mission, he thinks about the next mission and doesn't know how to rest and relax. Other mercenaries take a job, if the reward is generous. Then after completing the mission, they will have to rest for 10 days or half a month before they are reluctant to take another job. But Carl is different. When he takes the last job, he is already thinking about how to take the next job. He is just like a task machine. Oliver and Jack don't mean that Carl is looking for trouble. Thanks to Carl's crazy acceptance of tasks, Oliver and Jack's skills have grown a lot, and their wallets are getting fatter day by day. This aspect is naturally quite gratifying. But people are not machines after all. They also need necessary rest. Otherwise, they would not have pulled Carl to sit at the bar to drink today. Don't be so sad. Have a drink. Watching Carl happily eating fries, Oliver toasted Jack. Anyway, according to Carl, when we become famous enough to accept middleman tasks, he will pick the tasks to do. At worst, we can just hold on until then. I don't think too many tasks are bad. We are mercenaries after all. It is better to have tasks than no tasks. I just wonder if these small tasks we do can really make us famous one day and attract the attention of middlemen. You want to do a big job, Jack? Like the First Order? A man must have something to look forward to. If he can earn 30,000 or 40,000 euros per order, then it is worth dying for. The children of Haywood always talk about death casually. Generally, when they are on a mission outside, only Carl will complain about it. But today is different. Jack! Mrs. Wells glared at him. Oh, sorry, Mom. Jack realized that he shouldn't say this in front of his mom, and apologized quickly. He said that this kind of words was a subconscious habit when he was with Carl and Oliver, and he couldn't change it for a while. You should say less of this, Jack. As Oliver said this, he received an unexpected communication from his sister. Originally, when his sister called, she said that she could return to Night City in 2 days. And then she kept saying that something was delayed. She was delayed until now. And finally came back. And she wanted to see her brother. Then I go first. After saying hello and goodbye to Carl, Jack and Mrs. Wells, Oliver left first. After he was kicked out of the 6th Street gang. He couldn't go back to St. Domingo if he didn't want to cause trouble. But it was okay for his sister to come to Watson District. He planned to pick up his sister and go out for dinner. Not long after Oliver left, Jack had something else to do. His current girlfriend, Misty, who is also Old Way landlord, wanted to go shopping with him. After sending a private message to Carl to explain, Jack also made up a random excuse to his mother and left. His mother liked Jack's ex-girlfriend more than his current girlfriend, and Jack didn't want to let his mother know that he was going on a date. In a short time, Carl was the only one left in the 3-man team who had a rare break. Eating fries at the bar. What could he do? One of his 2 teammates went to accompany his sister, and the other went to accompany his girlfriend. What could he do? Forget it. I'd better go home and learn hacker knowledge or watch Mutuo. At least that thing has proved that it can really play a learning effect. Thank you for the hospitality, Mrs. Wells. After eating the fries, Carl left the Wild Wolf Bar and walked on the streets of Haywood. Suddenly, he realized something more important. Oliver, who drove the person away, left. How could he get back to Watson District? Subway? But I have never taken it before, so I am not familiar with it. Forget it. Let's take a taxi. Just when Carl was about to call a taxi, he called. Wow. Familiar person. Isn't this the big client who said that he would only use the phone once? Why is he using it again? A company dog is a company dog. But he still has to answer the phone. After all, the other party is really generous with money. Ding. I have a mission here. And I need someone to be my bodyguard and accompany me to negotiate. It's 50,000 euros. One person. If you want to pick me up, meet me at the Wien Motel in Watson District in an hour. After saying that, he hung up without giving Carl a chance to say more. Very arrogant. Okay. It's 50,000 euros anyway. So he's arrogant. It doesn't matter. He's the client. Just do the work yourself. Carl thought about it, and decided not to disturb Oliver and Jack, who were both busy. It was a rare day for them to rest and spend time with their families and girlfriends. He should not send them messages saying that he was going to do a mission to make them worry. Otherwise, according to their temperament, they might drop their current affairs and come to cover him secretly. It was a good time to try it out. I had just modified the prosthesis with Lao Wei yesterday. In the past few days, Carl spent all the money for the mission on yesterday's modification, except for the money for buying Mutuo and learning hacking. Feeling the strange feeling in his arms, Carl shook his arms and pressed the technical pistol JKX2 Kenshin produced by Arasaka Company on his waist. The so-called technical pistol is a pistol that uses electromagnetic energy to push all metal ammunition to extreme speed to penetrate bunkers or walls. Ordinary subcutaneous armor is as fragile as paper in front of it. This is also the pistol that Carl bought at a high price after experiencing the previous experience. Now, it is time to use it together with the modification of the arm. Chapter 24. Why is it the Whirlpool Gang again? You're here. I'm here. In fact, he wanted to say something like you shouldn't have come. But Carl felt that his employer, a dog in the company, would not understand such a conversation. So he stopped talking after saying hello. The second time he met his employer, he felt that she was domineering compared to the previous quick contact. Now Carl had extra time to observe this employer. This employer was wearing makeup when they first met. Although she looked pretty, Carl was attracted by the 100,000 yuan salary she mentioned before he observed her more. So he didn't observe the employer appearance carefully. Now, after a closer look, this employer looked about 23 or 24 years old, with very open facial features, high eyebrows and deep eyes, short black hair and black pupils, and dark skin. Looking closely, it was a Southern European face. To be precise, the facial features of Spain and Italy, which is the so-called Latin face. Carl is actually a little face-blind to white people, but he can still distinguish races based on facial features. However, he did not find his employer very distinctive appearance strange in Night City. After all, America is a country of immigrants, and Night City is the intersection of all races on the West Coast. In Night City, let alone seeing a company dog with Latin features, Carl would not be surprised even if he saw an Indian descendant who called himself a Mohawk. After all, the so-called Mohawk, which is a unique hairstyle of that race, is very popular in Night City. The employer seemed to be waiting for something. Even if she saw Carl, she was not ready to act. She stood downstairs of the Wien Motel. She did not look conspicuous, because without makeup and a suit, the employer, who was only wearing a black coat, was prettier than the girl standing on the street. There was nothing strange about her. Instead, Carl's appearance and mercenary attire attracted a lot of attention. However, after seeing someone next to him, most of the girls passing by did not have the intention to chat up with him. Even if they were halfway there, they were forced back by the employer's cold gaze. The silence between Carl and his employer lasted for a while, and then the employer seemed to want to relieve her boredom, or to let the next bodyguard know more about her. She said, "My name is Blanca. You can call me that in your future actions." Blanca is a very common Spanish name, which means white and pure. In Carl memory, in the 13th century, there was a French queen from Castile who was also called this name. But when comparing this name with the person, Carl looked at Blanca in black, and thought about the meaning of her name. It felt completely the opposite. In the task later, you only need to be responsible for protecting my safety. Watch less and talk less. I don't need you to participate in related matters. Even if you hear something, forget it. I think you should be able to do this. Carl chose to nod silently for this sentence, showing that he was really taciturn. He is not Oliver, and he doesn't talk that much normally. But he chose to remain silent. While the employer kept talking, her feet kept changing their center of gravity on the ground. As if to relieve tension, the number of people on the other side should be about 10 in a moment. If the negotiation fails, I will make a hair-flipping gesture. After seeing this gesture, you will kill the person who is talking to me on the other side, and then cover me to leave there. Do you understand? Yes. Carl silently wrote down this information. There are 10 enemies. He is required to kill people after flipping their hair. Protect the NPC, employer. The reward is 50,000. Very easy to remember. Carl would not ask Blanca why she can only negotiate alone as a company employee and has to hire mercenaries like him as bodyguards. Because this kind of thing is not important. Whether Blanca has no one to trust in the company or it is just her private matter and has nothing to do with the company, Carl does not care. He only cares about how many enemies there are, whether they can be killed, and how much the reward is. As long as he has this information, Carl feels that he can do this job. Well, if there is any additional information, it is where the enemy is. Blanca looked at Carl, who seemed quite calm and didn't take the 10 people opposite him seriously. Just as she was about to say something more, a black Skyhera ECDI 360 stopped on the road in front of them. Skyhera ECDI 360, the first model of the Hera series. Because it is too durable, easy to repair and economical, it almost bankrupted the Sky company that manufactured it. At the same time, it also made the Sky board of directors understand the truth that product quality can be good, but not too good. This vehicle, which was first produced in 2023, is outdated in today's era. But there are still many car owners who prefer it and continue to modify it. It can still be seen on the streets of Night City. Like Oliver Sky Quartz ECLR 275. It is a product of Sky Company. This type of car is generally used by the middle class and the lower class, and is a representative of durability and affordability. Under the gaze of Carl and Blanca, the rear door of the Hera ECDI 360 was opened. The back seat was empty, facing Carl and Blanca, as if inviting them to sit in. Carl felt that the employer beside him was breathing heavier. It seems that this is the car that will take them there. It's good. Better than squeezing 2 seats. Carl always had to squeeze with Jack, the strong man, in Oliver car. After Jack changed his subcutaneous armor, it was even more uncomfortable. He couldn't stand it a long time ago. The employer walked towards the car, and Carl immediately followed closely. After entering the car and sitting in the car seat, Carl saw the person sitting in the main driver's seat shaking his red head and turning around. To be precise, it was the driver shaking his 8 red glowing artificial eyes and turning around. This is really too iconic. The whole face is changed beyond recognition. Carl sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it is the Whirlpool Gang again. A group of modified psychopaths who do not regard themselves as human beings. An old acquaintance. I am tired of killing them. Can't I change the target? No one knows what Carl is thinking. After the driver of the Whirlpool Gang confirmed the identities of the 2 people, he turned around. And then the car started. And the 2 drove to the northern industrial area of Watson District, which is the most important place where the Whirlpool Gang is entrenched. It seems that this employer, in addition to the original handle, has other things in the hands of the Whirlpool Gang. Chapter 25. You can kill at any time. After the Whirlpool Gang vehicle carrying Carl and his employer Blanca drove into the industrial area in the north of Watson District, it did not enter a factory as Carl imagined, but turned around and finally turned in front of an apartment. In the past, when Watson District was still scheduled to be another city center, the rich had built many apartments on the edge of the industrial area in the north of Watson District, as if this could separate them from the area where the lower-level employees lived. However, with the decline of Watson District, there were fewer and fewer apartments where rich people lived. After the rise of the Whirlpool Gang, in order to avoid being asked for necessary protection fees by the Whirlpool Gang who often visited, they all moved out of this place. Now, the people living in the apartments in the industrial area in the north of Watson District, enjoying the isolated life of the rich, are just factory employees. The information about Watson District flashed through his mind, and Carl appreciated the location of the other party, who talked to his employer later. Compared to the gloomy, steely factory that brought Carl some bad memories, this apartment building is obviously more to his liking. Apart from other things, looking outside at the large expanse of sunshine will make him feel much better. Although the sunshine in Night City will not be so bright because of the haze caused by pollution. After the vehicle stopped in front of the apartment building, the first thing Carl saw was two members of the Vortex gang standing in front of the apartment building. They each held a Saratoga submachine gun that looked well maintained. Military technology M221 Saratoga, as a weapon originally designed for corporate security. The iconic click of this submachine gun is obviously more favored by gang members. Of course, it is not denied that it is because of its relatively low cost and easy modification. In short, if you can see this gun that is smaller and cuter than the same submachine gun on the street, it is recommended that you stay away from people who own such a gun, because Saratoga is not Lexington. It is not easy to mess with. How can I recall the information and still have gun discrimination attacks? They are all military technology guns. In the past, Lexington and Saratoga were given the names of sister ships of aircraft carriers. In 2075, they are actually compared. As a half-Lexington lover, although Carl changed Lexington and put it at home, he still missed Lexington, his first gun. But even so, when he saw the Saratoga submachine gun, his hand still slightly touched the Kenshin pistol on his waist. If these madmen of the Whirlpool gang ignore their own people and start shooting inside, he can't protect his employer. Although the possibility is not great. As a bodyguard now, he must pay attention to this aspect. The Whirlpool gang is not so crazy. If they pull people who are talking about business over, they will kill their own people together. After the vehicle stopped, the two Whirlpool gang members holding Saratoga submachine guns moved away from the front of the apartment to the sides, and their weapons were also lowered to the outside, making a gesture of welcome and greeting. "It's time to get off the car." The employer Blanca said this, opened the car door, and walked out. Carl looked at the silent driver in the front seat, and after confirming that he was not going to say anything, he also got off the car. But he heard a little sound when he got off the car. That was the sound of the gun safety switch being turned on, and the sound came from the front seat. It seems that the negotiation is ready to block the road. He got off the car calmly, without showing any surprise. Carl walked slowly to the employer's side, followed her, and walked into the four-story apartment building in front of him under the welcome gestures of the two members of the Whirlpool gang. After they completely walked into the apartment building, one of the two Whirlpool gang members, who were guarding the door, approached the driver with a Saratoga submachine gun. Did they show any special behavior along the way? No. The company dog seemed a little nervous along the way. Her adrenaline increased a lot in my artificial eye scan. But she was probably just nervous about the upcoming negotiations, not planning to break the contract. What about the bodyguard who followed him? Is this the guy who killed the devil and took down one of our Uzumaki gang bases before? That guy. When talking about him, the artificial eye of this Uzumaki gang member, who has a high status in the gang, and has a scanning artificial eye but serves as a driver, flashed red. And then he spoke in a way that he was not sure of or believed. He was not nervous at all from beginning to end, even when he knew he was being taken to our territory. Compared with those miscellaneous mercenaries, who were so nervous that they almost wet their pants when they got on the car, he was quite courageous. But, the member of the Whirlpool gang guarding the door didn't understand why his friend was hesitant. He was not like him normally. I always felt that he didn't care because he could easily kill me if he wanted to. He was not afraid because my life was always in his hands. Can you believe it? I didn't even dare to run a red light when I drove over here. It was just because he was sitting behind me. I didn't even dare to breathe too hard, for fear that he would make me feel bad with a wrong look. I always waited until he left before I dared to take the gun and open the safety. The member of the Whirlpool gang who felt like he had survived a disaster couldn't help but speak a little loudly. His face gradually showed some panic. He reached out and touched his back, and found that his back was covered with cold sweat. "You are exaggerating too much." The member of the Vortex gang guarding the door was saying this, but he noticed that the expression on his friend's face was not a lie. His words could not help but pause. And then he asked again, as if to verify, "Is it really that exaggerated?" "It may be more exaggerated than what I said, in my opinion. Although this guy has no subcutaneous armor that can withstand bullets, and he is wearing just an ordinary basic bulletproof vest, I think if he wants, he can kill all of us by himself without getting hurt at all." "Not even getting hurt at all?" The member of the Vortex gang guarding the door looked at the apartment that Carl had entered behind him, and said a little unconfidently, "There are 10 people from our Vortex gang standing in the negotiation room today, with 10 guns pointed at them. He can't kill them all in one breath, right?" As he said this, He was not sure of his words, because he recalled that when the other party passed by him and glanced at him, he also had the same strange fear as his friend. Chapter 26 Corporate Intrigue. The negotiation took place on the 4th floor. Perhaps it was because corporate people were always obsessed with climbing to the top. Even for a negotiation, the preferred location was the top floor. In addition to the 10 members of the Whirlpool gang who were supposed to be the security guards of the other party in this negotiation, there was also a male corporate dog in a suit. Unlike Blanca, who was wearing casual clothes and trying his best to suppress his nervousness. This corporate dog in decent clothes almost showed the inherent impression of corporate dogs in Night City on his face. He was arrogant. His nose was upturned, and his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at him. When you look at him, you want to take a gun and have him cut your head to cool you down. A guy who deserves a beating. After making an evaluation of the corporate dog, who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, and sitting at one end of the conference table, Carl had to admit that compared with the corporate dog opposite, Blanca, as his employer corporate dog, at least had some advantages. That is, the advantage in appearance. Well, he also gave himself a commission. Sit down, Blanca. The company dog on the other side seemed to be quite familiar with Carl employer. He spoke to Blanca in a very relaxed tone. From his posture and the way he looked at Blanca, it seemed that he had already treated her as meat on the chopping board. Juanito, speaking in a rather complicated tone. Blanca sat at the other end of the conference table facing the male company dog. Don't be so nervous, Blanca. Juanito smiled, revealing a sense of confidence and accomplishment in his smile. We are just talking about a small matter that both of us can accept. Right? Small matter? Listening to Juanito talking about small matters, Blanca was obviously angry. But in front of Juanito's smile, she forced herself to suppress the anger. Tell me, what do you want in order to hand over that thing? It won't be very demanding. Juanito's expression turned into a sneer. After all, when I was your subordinate before, you took good care of me. When talking about care, he emphasized his tone. And it seemed that his past with Blanca was not as beautiful as words. It seemed that the company dogs were biting each other. Carl, who was listening, evaluated in his heart, and his eyes swept through this temporary meeting room with a total area of 120 square meters, which was connected to the room by smashing the wall. After confirming the weapons and locations of each member of the Vortex gang, he nodded imperceptibly. The employer information was not very accurate. There were actually 11 people on the other side, 14 including the doorman and the driver. But this was also within the acceptable content of the commission. In general, this task was not too difficult. When Carl was looking at the members of the Vortex gang, those members of the Vortex gang who seemed to be invited by Juanito were also looking at Carl. But at least it was 10-1. So they did not feel much threat from Carl, and therefore their attitude became a little relaxed. They had heard from this partner before that the other party to negotiate had no subordinates to rely on, and could only recruit some low-level mercenaries on the street to help. They thought it was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems to be true. What can a mercenary wearing a bulletproof vest, without even subcutaneous armor, and with only a pistol as a weapon do? The 10 people didn't recognize that Carl was the former demon leader. First, the demon leader was a small cadre. People like him in the Whirlpool gang were dying every week, so it was not worth paying attention to. Second, the members of the Whirlpool gang were all idle people who were obtained from the higher-level cadres by the partners in Euros. There were not many people familiar with them, let alone exchanging information. Under this information difference, in their eyes, Carl was just a young boy who looked 17 or 18 years old, and was considered young even for gang members. While Carl and the Whirlpool gang were looking at each other, the conversation between the two company dogs did not stop. Juanito ridiculed Blanca a few more times in a shady way, causing her arms to tremble with anger to almost the limit. Finally, he seemed to have vented his past anger, and got to the point with a refreshed mind. I want you to hand over all your assets, resign voluntarily, and get out of the company. Oh, the assets I refer to here include everything including the car, house and money. Then, Juanito used only this sentence to completely ignite Blanca's anger. This is impossible. Blanca patted the conference table that had already faded a layer of paint and stood up. What you have is not enough for me to pay all this. Not enough to pay all this? Juanito sneered. Do you think you can yell in front of me just because you destroyed the evidence of your private sale of the company's transportation routes to the Whirlpool gang? I'm not afraid to tell you that I am doing what you are doing. And I have been doing it before you. Even your participation in it was because I contacted the people above the Whirlpool gang and asked them to give you this opportunity. You can destroy the transportation evidence this time. But I can have as much as I want. Juanito raised his little finger. And then tapped the table with it. How else do you think I found out that you betrayed the company's transportation routes? And how did I get these evidences? Damn. You have to give money to the people of the Whirlpool gang first. Face the reality. Miss Blanca, you graduated from a better school than me, which allowed you to sit in the position I should have. How can you compare with me? The whole cooperation is a conspiracy between you and me? Otherwise, don't worry. Miss Blanca, I have already asked my friends in the Whirlpool gang to set up a jammer in this place in advance. Don't think about secretly turning on your recording equipment. Do you think I didn't notice that you pretended to be angry with me, but actually turned on the equipment secretly? Here, it won't be transmitted to the company. Listening to Juanito's arrogant words that sounded like the final judgment, the angry expression on Blanca's face froze. And then it became calm again, as if nothing had happened. She sat down again silently, looking at her company subordinates in front of her. Now her mortal enemy. We can talk again if you relax the conditions. Sorry, Miss Blanca. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you so that you can hand it over voluntarily, so that I don't have to spend more time. Oh, of course. There is also a little revenge in it. Juanito looked at Blanca with a cold face and laughed. I've always wanted to see your expression. The expression of resentment towards me. Ha ha ha. It's just as refreshing as drinking an ice cola in the summer. Are you very happy? Blanca's sudden words made Juanito's smile stop. He didn't quite understand why the other party could still say such words at this time. Wasn't she going to collapse? In such a strange thought, he looked at Blanca, and what he saw was a black muzzle of a gun. Stupid. Playing corporate power games? Don't you play with guns? Bang. The sound of a gun rang out. Chapter 27 Fear. In fact, Blanca had made a hair-flicking gesture before the gunshot. But when she really pulled out her gun and shot the company dog in front of her, Carl was still stunned for a moment. He didn't expect his employer to be so decisive and pull out his gun when he disagreed. What if he was threatened and had evidence in his hand? Just kill him. Blanca obviously learned the true secret of office struggle by using force to reason. But based on this, Carl had to admit that Juanito, who was always complaining, was not as good as his employer. There was a reason why his employer was higher than him in the company. After a moment of surprise at his employer's decisiveness, Carl acted quickly. The employer shot. So of course, he had to shoot too. While shooting, Carl had an epiphany in his heart. It seemed that he had misunderstood his employer. Before, the employer said that there were 10 enemies. But when he arrived at the place, the number did not match. He thought that the information given by the employer was wrong. Now it seems that there are indeed 10 in front of him. No more. No less. Blanca was ready to kill Juanito from the beginning. The reason why she was willing to listen to so much and seemed to be talking to him was probably just to find out where her evidence was leaked. When Juanito fell, some members of the Whirlpool gang had already reacted and wanted to draw their guns. They had guns that had never been turned off the safety. It only took 1 second to shoot Carl and Blanca into honeycombs. However, they drew their guns quickly, but not faster than Carl. Carl had watched a lot of Super Dream movies at home these days. He liked one of them very much and watched it twice. The name of that Super Dream movie was The Big Fist. From it, Carl learned the traditional Iajutsu of America. The gunshots were so dense that it sounded like only one shot. After the shot, 7 members of the Whirlpool gang fell. Kenshin's magazine capacity was 12 rounds. Carl was not out of bullets and could not fire. Instead, he fired 7 rounds in one breath. His hand could not bear the recoil, and the gun fell out of his hand. Although Kenshin is a technical pistol with very little recoil, it is not completely without recoil. After 7 consecutive shots, anyone who has modified it will feel numbness in the palm. Not to mention Carl, a low-modified mercenary, who has not even installed prosthetics such as reinforced tendons. But the gun was out of his hand. But it did not mean that Carl could not get rid of those members of the Vortex gang before they opened fire. On Carl's hands, where the weapon had already been out of his hands, 2 lines like blood vessels at the wrists drilled out from them, and were clamped between Carl's index and middle fingers. Single molecule line. A single strand cutting line shaped like a long whip, with a blade only as wide as a molecule. has considerable thermal energy after being fully charged. It is very popular among hackers because it can be used as a weapon and a hacking tool. To put it simply and popularly, it is a close combat weapon with the length of a whip, the sharpness of a soft sword, and hacking functions. This is also the second prosthetic that Carl modified from Lao Wei after spending all his saved money. Carl swung his hands, and the three were the last to be dealt with by Carl. The Vortex gang members closest to Carl stopped halfway through drawing their guns. Swish. Carl retracted the single molecular line, bent down slightly, and caught his Kenshin pistol before it fell to the ground. Puff! The moment Carl touched his pistol, blood spurted out from the waists and arms of the three Vortex gang members, who were not shot in the head by Carl's pistol. And then, with the smooth cross-section exposed, the heads and thighs of the Vortex gang members, who were divided into two sections, fell to the ground together. I have to wash clothes again, in order to ensure that others are dealt with instantly. Something must be sacrificed. Looking at the blood on his clothes, Carl sighed, and he didn't know how terrifying his current appearance was in front of outsiders. After firing the gun, Blanca, who was originally prepared to finish off the enemy if Carl couldn't kill him, was already stunned. She looked at the tragic situation Carl had caused in an instant, and the shock to her brain was no less than when she first learned that someone had a handle on her. I asked you to protect me, but the speed at which you solved the threat was too fast. Blanca, who was prepared to be injured in the fierce exchange of fire and even expected the possibility of death, felt that her psychological preparation was in vain. The task she gave Carl, to be precise, was to kill Juanito after she lifted her hair, and then cover her evacuation during the attack of 10 people. This was also the most perfect result Blanca imagined, although there were some deviations in the process, such as she couldn't help but shoot Juanito. She should have been preparing to escape overall. Blanca had never thought of the possibility that Carl could kill everyone in an instant. A good escape and protection mission has been turned into a killing and killing mission by you. Are all mercenaries so capable nowadays? Carl didn't know what Blanca was thinking, because it was a matter of course for him. How to protect the employer. Killing all the targets who threaten the employer. Isn't that protecting the employer? Is there anything simpler than this? Does it mean that I have to stay by the employer's side and worry that the employer head will not be blown up by some blind stray bullet? Just kidding. As a mercenary, Carl is now a professional who has completed several missions. He knows his job. The threat has been resolved. Then, what should I do with the employer? I remember there are 3 more downstairs. Do you want to solve them together? Together? The lives of the Whirlpool Gang are also lives. Blanca wanted to say this, but the lives of the Whirlpool Gang really didn't count in her eyes. So she nodded. Then Carl executed it quickly. He walked to the window and fired before the 3 Whirlpool Gang members, who had heard the gunshots and were wondering what happened in the apartment, could make any moves. It was so fast that only one gunshot could be heard. It's solved. What next? Ding. 50,000 euros have been deposited. Oh, that's great. The deal is settled then. Looking at the bright smile of the mercenary in front of her, whose face was splattered with blood and blood was still flowing down his neck, but he didn't know it, Blanca's body trembled slightly. She had to admit now that she was really afraid. But the object was not the person who threatened her, but the mercenary who came to protect her. Chapter 28. Bills and Waste. You should wipe your face first. After hesitating for a while, Blanca took out a towel and handed it to Carl. You can't walk on the road like this. My appearance? Carl realized it later, and found the glass fragments in the room to look at his reflection in the mirror. After seeing the appearance of his face looked a little ugly. I was wondering why my face felt sticky. After wiping his face with a towel and wiping it clean, Carl handed the towel back to Blanca. Thanks. Would a normal person hand someone else's towel back to her without hesitation after wiping the blood off her face? Looking at her own towel that was still dripping with blood, Blanca's mouth twitched. Considering that the other party did a good job on this order, she endured it and took the towel back. Then she saw Carl starting to turn over the bodies of the Whirlpool Gang and others. What are you doing? Looking for money and picking up guns to sell. Don't you know that mercenaries should plunder as a matter of course? Carl glanced at his employer. What kind of rich family is this? He didn't even pick up the money that fell on the ground. Realizing that he asked a stupid question, Blanca felt that his brain didn't seem to be very useful in front of this killer. Under Blanca's gaze, Carl spent 10 minutes to plunder the money and guns. And then the two of them didn't stay upstairs anymore. Everything was done, and there was no need to stay any longer. When he walked downstairs, Carl also plundered the things of the 3 bodies at the door, and then looked at the car that brought them here. After all, he didn't take the car with him. It's not that Carl didn't want to take it away, but now all cars have special locking and authentication programs. He doesn't have special unlocking props, and he has just started to learn hacking skills, so he can't do anything with this car. Do you need me to take you next? Just as a reward for the other party's quick checkout, Carl is willing to give Blanca a ride. No, my car is here. Carl watched Blanca artificial eye flashing, and then a Villefort Cortis V5000 Courage drove automatically from a distance and slowly drove in front of the two. Villefort Cortis V5000 Courage, the most valuable model produced by the Villefort factory. Its simple and elegant appearance is very popular among corporate people, politicians, and gang leaders, although it is prone to failure. Its sturdy body made in cooperation with military technology can ensure the driving safety of people in the vehicle. The driver door opened automatically after Blanca got into the car. She did not rush to close the door and drive away. Instead, she kept 1 foot on the mat and 1 foot on the ground outside the vehicle and invited Carl. Do you want me to give you a ride? Only then did she show a smile on her face, just for more cooperation in the future. It seems that this phone call will be made frequently in the future. Thinking this in his heart, Carl rejected Blanca's kindness. I can walk back by myself. Okay. Seeing Carl's refusal, Blanca did not ask again. She waved to Carl to say goodbye, sat up straight, closed the door and drove away, while Carl watched from behind for a long time. A few minutes later, Carl sighed. That car is at least 370,000 euros. My commission is really too little. Originally, Carl thought 50,000 euros was a lot, but compared to the car that the employer drove away casually, I have to work harder next time. Carrying a lot of bags and walking towards the southern part of Watson district, Carl also read the prices of related vehicles in his mind while walking on the road. As a result, he accidentally saw an advertisement. Do you want to travel in the starry sky? Do you want to step on the moon? Now you don't need 10 million or 1 million to go to the moon. You only need 250,000 euros to do it. It's better to act than to think. Now, moon travel? These days, even moon travel can be done casually. I am a little excited. Carl still has a yearning for the starry sky. And then just below the price of 250,000 for a 3-day and 2-night trip to the moon. He also saw the cost of settling on the moon. The relevant procedures and processing fees added up to 5 million euros. This does not include the price of buying houses on the moon. Carl is a little curious about the price of houses on the moon, so he checked the relevant information and found the relevant price on Night City News, Channel 54. The price of an immigrant house is 100 million euros per set. Although the price is a bit high, it is nothing compared to your safety. 100 million? Carl did a quick calculation and found that he had to do the same commission as Blanca, this time 2,000 times to get that much money. According to the standard of 10 people dying in each mission, 20,000 people would die to earn 100 million. With this number, the entire Whirlpool gang would not be enough to die. If he had this time, he might as well find a company executive to talk to. Fortunately, I don't plan to settle on the moon, but I can try to go to the moon to play when I have time. And going to the moon is no different. Carl looked at the examples used by News, Channel 54 to illustrate the corresponding regular and safe immigration they recommended. Some companies deceive people to work on the moon in the name of immigrant paradise. He could only say that the company's behavior was the same no matter where it went. Whether it was the body bound by the gravity of the earth or the freedom of flying in the starry sky, they were still dazzled by the neon lights that were brighter than the sun. Looking at the increasing number of billboards after leaving the northern industrial area of Watson district, Carl thought about it and decided to try steak tonight. Worm steak. Maybe the protein content is really 6 times that of real beef. Except for the 2 Saratoga submachine guns produced by military technology. Carl sold all the other guns. And with these money plus commissions, and the money he collected in bits and pieces, Carl's account has approached the unprecedented height of 60,000. He turned around and threw a submachine gun to Jack, and then looked at what prosthetics they wanted, and he could lend them to them first. After having money, Carl was obviously much more arrogant. While thinking about the use of money, he walked into a restaurant on the street and ordered a rib steak worth 20 euros, which he had never ordered before. It only took 2 minutes for the steak synthesized by worms to be served. On the piece of meat, there were synthetic bones made of hydroxyapatite as the rib part decoration of the rib steak, which looked quite real. Not to mention, the appearance was already 80% similar to the real rib steak that Carl had eaten. I don't know how it tastes. After a few seconds, Carl's face twisted as he cut a piece of soft beef with a knife and fork and put it in his mouth to chew. Damn. This money is a waste. Chapter 29 Celebration and New Communications. Bang. 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 Come. Come. Who is it? Not long after finishing dinner with his sister, Oliver, who had returned to the apartment to rest, had not had time to sit down when his door was knocked. With some complaints, Oliver first connected the camera in the room and looked outside. After confirming who was knocking on the door, he quickly walked to his door and opened it. Carl? Why do you look so embarrassed? I took a private job for that corporate dog before, and made some money. Isn't this buying things to celebrate? I have also sent a message to Jack, and he will be here in a while. Carl walked into Oliver's room with a lot of things. After putting down the bag full of food and drinks, he took out a piece of something and handed it to Oliver. Come. Have some steak first. It's not right that you stuffed steak into my mouth when I just finished dinner. You said you were going to take a private job for that corporate dog, but you didn't tell me and Jack. After taking the steak from Carl, Oliver realized after a while, you went to do the task alone when we had something to do. You are too diligent. That's right. But the employer asked for only one person to negotiate. You know, I went to be a bodyguard. Bodyguard? Oliver stared at Carl for a few times and didn't see any injuries on him. It seems that the negotiation went smoothly. It was indeed smooth. Carl thought about it and felt that what he said was not wrong. The employer had no objection. The other party had no objection. And everyone had no objection. It was indeed quite smooth. Turn on the TV and let me see what people in each block did today. What could happen? Although it costs extra euros to use the TV at home, Oliver would not be reluctant to spend this money if his friend wanted to watch it. After he connected the TV with his own device and started it, he said that he had just finished his meal. But he honestly took a bite of the packed steak in his hand. This taste. This tenderness. It must be rib steak. This thing costs 20 euros a slice. I don't usually eat it. Indeed. So it can't be wasted. Of course it can't be wasted. It's just one slice. My stomach is still full. Halfway through his words, Oliver looked at the steak in his hand, but found obvious cut marks in the corner. Wait a minute. Carl, you said it can't be wasted. Oliver instantly recalled the hardship he and Jack had to deal with the food that Carl couldn't eat after one bite when they went to the Japanese restaurant before. You wouldn't order all of it again. Unbelievably, Oliver looked at the pile of large and small packages of food that Carl put down, and was a little skeptical about life. No. I just felt that I couldn't waste the steak. The others were all newly ordered. Don't worry. Most of what I bought were snacks. I still eat potato chips and the like. There are also quite a few chocolate bars, but they are all chocolate with cocoa butter substitutes. I didn't buy pure cocoa butter. Then I feel relieved. Oliver finished the steak in a few bites. Jack also arrived. He stopped by the Wolf Bar and brought some French fries fried by Mrs. Wells. Oh, my favorite. Looking at Carl, who had surpassed himself in liking his mother cooking skills, cheering and taking a big bag of French fries and sitting on the sofa to eat, Jack smiled and found a seat on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, he felt that his seat was a bit uncomfortable. Looking down, he actually sat on a small submachine gun. Oh my god! A Saratoga submachine gun. Where did you get it? Carl? I picked it up after I killed a few guys from the Vortex gang on the way. This is yours. It's a small and powerful thing. Jack looked at the submachine gun with some reluctance to let it go. And then, like Oliver, he was a beat slower to react to Carl's words. What did you kill on the way? Carl had no choice but to tell Jack what he had just done as he explained to Oliver. Is it the same employer again? Jack pulled the bolt of the submachine gun and listened to the crisp sound, which was extremely pleasant. It seems that it is indeed worth celebrating tonight. My room is quite big, and it can accommodate you. You can eat and drink as much as you want. There is also a vending machine here where you can buy some more things. However, the food in my room is only burritos, and the meat in it is probably not something Carl will like. As Oliver said this, He saw the TV screen that was playing daily news change, and a new picture popped up. Hello everyone. Welcome to the emergency report of news, channel 54. I am the host, Jillian Jordan. Just half an hour ago, an emergency occurred in the Kabuki Hall in Watson District. A cyber psychopath started a massacre in a restaurant. The exact death toll is not yet clear. The terrorist mobile team has gone there to suppress it. Please do not leave your homes for the time being in Kabukicho, Watson District and surrounding areas, and wait for the situation to be resolved. Cyberpsychosis? Jack looked at the flashing pictures on the screen. This is the first time this month. There are more and more crazy people. Oliver stared at the screen, but noticed that Carl beside him stopped eating fries. Carl stared at the restaurant flashing on the screen and frowned. I just bought something in the restaurant over there not long ago. Carl, is the restaurant you bought food from the one on the screen? The pattern on the packaging in the bag is still there. I won't mistake it for this one. Carl gave an accurate answer to Oliver's question. And then he picked up a piece of French fry and stuffed it into his mouth. In terms of time, it was almost the same time as me. Which means that if I walked slower, I would have run into this cyberpsychosis. Is this good luck? Jack looked at Carl's expression that seemed a little dissatisfied, and didn't quite understand. It's my good luck. Carl thought about the waiters and cashiers, who were quite nice. It's a pity that I can't go to this restaurant again in the short term. But this is also unavoidable in Night City in 2075. Ding. Just thinking about it. Carl received a strange call in his communication. A harassing call? Carl didn't want to be disturbed while eating, so he hung up. But the call came again. The second time was unlikely to be a harassing call. Carl answered it this time. And the next second, a slightly calm voice came over. Carl. Huh? My name is Faraday. And there is a job here that you may be interested in. Chapter 30 Scavenger. Any work? This was Carl's first reaction. And then his second reaction was, Faraday. Who are you? Faraday? Oliver was very familiar with the name. Carl said, I remember that this seems to be a middleman who hangs around in the city center. Watson District. And St. Domingo. Someone from the 6th Street gang where I used to work has taken his commission. Jack lowered his voice and asked, how good is it? A low-level mercenary with a low-level middleman. Oliver's low voice basically stated that the middleman's level was not very good. But Carl, who was on the call, didn't think as much as they thought. After learning from Oliver that the other end of the conversation was a middleman, Carl understood his intention. Middleman? Are you planning to assign me a job? An old client of mine in the company recommended your number to me, saying that you are very capable. Do you want to practice? Old client of the company. The only person Carl knows and is familiar with is Blanca. Blanca thinks her service is good and recommended someone to her. What kind of job is it? Can you tell me more about it? Of course I have to see if there is a job. Even if I just finished a big job today. It's just a small thing to practice. I'm going to save someone from a kidney removal. You don't have to treat it as a formal commission. Before officially cooperating on a big order, I always like to know the other party's ability first. Considering the difficulty, the reward will not be too high. Only 6,000 euros. Do you mind? 6,000 euros. Hearing this number, Oliver and Jack both felt strangely treated as fools. Only an idiot mercenary would believe that he would test his ability before cooperating with a big order. In fact, it was just a lie. The real meaning of this sentence was that there would be various orders that would cost you your life later. But I was afraid that you couldn't do it well. So you should try a small order that would make me swallow most of the money, and not make much money. But he was the first middleman to come to the door. And Oliver and Jack had no intention of rejecting Carl. Now Carl was responsible for accepting tasks and negotiating in their team. If he thought he could do it, he would do it. And if he couldn't do it, he wouldn't do it. They just listened and waited for the money to be divided after doing the work. Go to the kidney removal place to save people? After thinking for a while, Carl said, send the details. What is the time limit? I will send you the details right away. And the 1,500 yuan deposit will also be sent together. As for the time, it's up to you. If you are willing, you can go earlier. If you are not free, it doesn't matter if you go later. The client's minimum expectation is to at least hold a body out. And the money given is almost the bottom line price. Faraday's subtext is that the client's money is only enough to save a body. I see. Then you send it first. I will take a look and decide whether to do it or not. Okay. Then hang up here first. Faraday, the middleman on the other side, obviously just regarded this as a trivial matter and didn't care too much. Within 10 seconds after the call was hung up, a file was transmitted, and Carl used the program that came with the Access warehouse to scan it and confirmed that there were no common viruses on it, and then opened it to read it. The middleman picked up a few desperate idiots from the street, gave them money that was not enough to buy prosthetics, and let them fight the scavengers with guns. I thought this kind of thing was just talk, but I didn't expect it to happen to me. Jack looked at the potato chips he had just opened and hadn't had time to eat, sighed, and picked up the Saratoga. Who said it wasn't? Oliver looked at Carl's appearance and knew that the order was probably accepted. He also sighed, stood up and started to prepare. He had to work just after eating, and he was afraid that he would vomit later. I'm still watching. And you're already preparing? Carl finished reading the document, looked at Oliver and Jack who were starting to prepare, and said, "Isn't today a rare day off? Do you want to rest?" Oliver checked his equipment and said, "Let's go. Finish it early and come back to continue eating. Just as a digestion. Don't you want to rest for a while? Come on." Carl, we don't know ourselves yet. Jack gave Carl a middle finger. Kidney-cutting bastard. You're still pretending to ask something. Hurry up. If you go too late, who knows who will spend all their family property to get the commission. And you can only come back with a corpse. I didn't expect you to be so kind, Jack. Carl smiled, but also stood up from the sofa, put the bucket of French fries on the table, and prepared to come back to eat. We really can't let those bastards do disgusting things again. For scum like street sweepers, let alone commissions. Carl, Oliver, and Jack would clean up as they saw them. After all, no one wanted to see their acquaintances walking on the street and be kidnapped and drained of their bodies by them without paying attention. Several people went downstairs and squeezed into Oliver's broken car. Why do you dislike my car because it's a broken car again? I let you walk back by yourself. Believe it or not. Carl, I just said something in my heart, but you heard it without paying attention. Bullshit. You were just muttering openly. Come on. Dislike it's small? Go back and ask someone to modify it and see if you can put you in the engine. Okay. It's crowded. Talk less. Don't move. My face is almost against the window. Jack complained about Oliver and Carl's restless movements, and talked about the middleman just now. Speaking of which, this commission is 6,000 euros. How much do you think that guy named Faraday swallowed? This guy treats us as... They treated us like idiots. So I don't think they would give us much. I suspect they at least took half of it. Oliver thought about the complaints from the people who took over Faraday commission from the 6th Street gang. I heard that it is the inherent nature of these clients to take half of it when they meet. From his appearance, it seems that he will take more than half. I am afraid that if he gives 30,000 or 40,000 yuan for this order, the client's family will be emptied out. And what he will wait for can only be the bodies of friends or relatives, who have also been emptied out and sent here. Jack's body moved to the side. I sit a little to the side. Carl, where is the location? Let Oliver speed over. Okay. The matter is important, so I won't play tricks. Carl quickly reported the address. The location of the scavenger is the city center. City center. The center of Night City where companies are concentrated. The safest place in the entire Night City. Those rumors of so-called robbery and gang violence are just rumors to company personnel. NCPD Danger Level Assessment. Safe. Chapter 31 ASPA. Who would have thought that in one of the most prosperous areas of Night City, there is a lair of scavengers? I really thought that the city center was very safe. After getting off the car and looking at the high-rise apartment in front of him, Oliver moved his wrist and picked up the Nova revolver. I no longer believed the official propaganda the moment I stepped onto the street. Jack held the Saratoga submachine gun. Compared with his strong and broad arms, the slightly petite submachine gun looked like an adult holding a child's short chopsticks for eating. Everyone is young once. After locking the car door, Oliver looked at Carl holding the Kinshin pistol. What do you mean? Carl? The location is on the 6th floor. Take the elevator up. Carl, who had shared the general intelligence with Jack and Oliver on the way, said, we have marked the floor and room of the middleman, and we just need to go and deal with him with guns. It seems that he has professional hackers under his command. The information in the room has been sent to us via video. There are only 4 scavengers inside. Our target is now still lying there. It's not his turn yet. Then hurry up. For scavengers? Oliver really didn't take them seriously. If these scum who only attack civilians and lone gang members had the ability, they wouldn't have gotten to this level. The prosthetics or weapons they carry are often the worst. Just a little better than ordinary people. It's not even known whether the bullets can penetrate Oliver's bulletproof vest. If it weren't for the urgent time, Oliver alone could beat the three of them without taking a breath. Although Oliver was kicked out of the 6th Street gang after staying in it for a week, he was still practicing shooting, tactical movements, and fighting skills with his 6th Street gang father since he was a child. Before he met Carl, it would take 7 or 8 scavengers to take him down. What's more, after doing so many missions with Jack and Carl, he has been trained. It's not much more difficult to control a group of kidney-cutting people than to kill a chicken. Although killing chickens is no longer allowed in Night City now. Oliver was like this. Not to mention Jack and Carl, who were the frontline fighters in the team. Any of them could easily kill everyone in the building full of scavengers. The whole mission was just as the three of them thought. Except for the tight time limit. It was extremely easy. The most time spent in the process was driving the way there, then going upstairs, and then getting rid of the scavengers and rescuing the target. My shooting skills seemed to have improved again. Looking at the 4 bodies in the room, Oliver spread his hands and opened his arms to face Carl. How is it? What do you think? 3 shots hit the head. 1 shot hit the heart. The shooting time was 2 seconds. The accuracy is fine. And the shooting speed can be improved. Okay. I watched the Western movie Mutuo to practice. You really don't blame Carl. Why didn't I realize that those Mutuo actually have the effect of practice? That's because you were only focused on watching the movie. Carl shook his head and looked at Jack, who was checking the target next to a bed covered with filth and blood. How is it? Jack? Is the target okay? Do you want Oliver to come and take a look? Nothing happened. Just fainted after being injected with anesthesia by these kidney-cutting guys. The dose may be a bit high, and he may not wake up today. After Jack checked that the target was okay, he gave way and let Oliver take over the follow-up processing. Oliver came over and saw that the brown-haired male target was unexpectedly young, looking only about 17 or 18 years old. About the same age as Carl. A kid about the same age as Carl. Oh, Carl. I didn't mean you. After all, this guy does look young. What's his name? Name? Let me see. Ignoring Oliver's words, Carl flipped through the information and confirmed the name, Julio. His name is Julio. From Japan Street. Julio. Sounds like a very ordinary name. What's the situation? Why is he targeted by kidney cutters at this age? Jack didn't quite understand. But Oliver checked and confirmed that Jack's previous judgment was correct and said, he is young and has no prosthesis, which is easy to attack. Japan Street is also close to the city center, so he probably wandered over here. I hope he can learn some lessons from his recklessness this time. Speaking, Jack looked at Carl. What do we say next? Contact the middleman? We have already contacted, and the vehicle sent by the middleman will arrive downstairs soon. At that time, we will move Julio to the back seat of the car, and there is nothing for us to do next. Look at it this way. The real work is different. Everything is handled by the middleman, and we are only responsible for the execution. Yes, and then most of the money is divided. After expressing his opinion on Jack's somewhat naive words, Carl walked to the scavenger's computer and connected to the computer using the access port. He planned to check the relevant situation to see if he could find other scavenger bases and take them down. Although scavengers may be like cockroaches in the filthy area in Night City today, and they can't be killed no matter how hard you try, it's always good to see less of them. At least they have to be scared to pee their pants when they hear their names. A row of data flowed through Carl's eyes. In addition to some disgusting record transactions, a somewhat conspicuous file caught Carl's attention. This is... Looking at this specially pulled out and marked file, Carl clicked in, and then pictures appeared in his eyes. Jack? Oliver? Come and have a look. I found something strange. Strange things? After hearing Carl's words, Jack and Oliver walked over quickly. And then when they saw what Carl had made and displayed on the computer screen, they subconsciously moved closer to see more clearly. What is this? Jack frowned. He couldn't see the series of photos taken in a dim environment very clearly, but he could still see something different from the vague general appearance. Is this a large machine? It's not a machine. Compared to Jack, Oliver, who came from the 6th Street gang, had already recognized what it was. And what he said next made Jack and Carl stunned. This is ACPA. Chapter 32 Armor and Value. ACPA? Are you sure this is ACPA? Jack was quite surprised when he heard Oliver's words. Because everyone knew what ACPA was. ACPA. Its full name is Assisted Combat Personnel Armor, which is the so-called combat auxiliary armor. If you want to give a precise description of this thing, it can be understood as an armor that has the firepower and protection of an armored vehicle or even a tank and can be worn by people. To use the terminology in the current Mutual game, it can also be called power armor. I'm sure, Jack, that the 6th Street Gang has 3 small riot control ACPAs hidden in secret. I never thought that after the armistice agreement between Arada and military technology was signed, ACPAs were no longer allowed to appear in Night City. I could actually see relevant information in the scavenger's lair. It's really strange. Don't ACPAs need to appear openly? Carl recalled a scene he seemed to have seen, but I remember that NCPD police officers who intercepted traffic sometimes had a mecha with live ammunition next to the vehicle they intercepted. Isn't that ACPA? At most, it's just an exoskeleton equipped with an ACPA weapon platform. Oliver explained, the real ACPA is far better than what we see in terms of firepower, armor thickness, or personnel safety. It's just that there is the ACPA mecha-shaped exoskeleton feels like a tank when it moves. You know, the kind that can plow through anything. Then I suddenly have a doubt. Carl curled his hair on his forehead. Since power armor is so powerful, why do companies now like to do research on prosthesis? Could it be that prosthesis will be more useful than power armor on the battlefield? Carl, you really don't understand much. Jack helped Oliver answer the question. Prosthesis is related to the lives of the dogs in the company above. They can still maintain their human appearance by replacing their hearts and lungs. If the whole person gets into the power armor and lets the machine replace their own flesh, and lives purely on nutrient solution, the whole person's appearance is just an iron shell. Wouldn't it be a canned meat? I always feel that the fearless mecha veterans in some stories have been ridiculed. And there's more to it, Oliver explained. To control the mecha in ACPA with the flesh alone, the G-force during movement is too great, and the fragile human body may not be able to withstand such a force. Rather than saying that ACPA attaches more importance to prosthesis, it is better to say that only the human body with a strong enough foundation can withstand ACPA. I see. But what does G-force mean? Didn't you read the aviation guide Mutuo that I recommended? Simply put, it is the gravitational acceleration that is born during high-speed movement. Well, I haven't finished reading it, so I don't quite understand it. Carl said so. But he also roughly understood a little about the situation of prosthesis and ACPA. The two are not things that need to be distinguished, but more like complementary existence. Just like a wooden stick and an iron spearhead mounted on it, the two will become stronger when combined. After this doubt was answered, a new doubt arose. But speaking of it, neither military technology nor the deserted board allow ACPA to appear openly in Night City. Aren't they afraid that a certain company or a gang like the 6th Street Gang will hide ACPA and launch a surprise attack on their important personnel in Night City? Oliver also explained this to Carl. That's because, although ACPA is strong, it is not invincible against prosthesis. Do you know how much a good ACPA costs? Carl, take the small ACPA in the 6th Street Gang. Those are relatively cheap, and each one is only about 1.4 million euros. But do you know how much it costs to put such an ACPA on the battlefield to eliminate it? Money? After all, for the company, human life is nothing. Well, money is important. It must be measured by money. I have heard from the veterans of the 6th Street Gang who participated in the war that on the battlefield, let alone a light ACPA worth 1.4 million, even medium and heavy ones. To get rid of them, you only need to send a few veterans with Sion Weston and technical weapons. And those veterans who are consumables. Do you know how much it costs? Sion Weston, a prosthesis that can enhance human muscles and reflex nerves in a short period of time to make them reach the limit state, and can slow down the external time felt by the user. To get rid of high-value ACPA, only the prosthetic veterans need to fight hard. Carl understood and said, in other words, the value is not equal. That's about it. The company only cares about money. Carl, who understood, was no longer stupid enough to ask a veteran with Sion Weston what would happen if he wore ACPA again. Because according to Oliver, the driver who wanted to use ACPA had to install a considerable part of the prosthesis, and then install Sion Weston, which few people could afford. I'm afraid that the driver would become cyberpsychotic and kill teammates and enemies indiscriminately after the last battle or halfway through the battle. The fate of wearing prosthesis randomly is known to street thugs. The time for discussing ACPA armor was almost up. Carl looked at the message sent by the client. There was still 1 minute before the vehicle arrived downstairs. And it was almost time to move the target downstairs. So he copied a picture of ACPA armor from the scavenger's computer, raised his pistol, and smashed the computer to pieces. We talk about this later while we eat and drink. Let's settle this first. It's certainly strange that the ACPA armor data appeared in the scavenger's lair. But Carl and others didn't have more information. Even if they knew, they only knew it. And there was nothing to explore more deeply. Okay, there's a topic to talk about when we get back. But before that, Jack glanced at the place full of messy prostheses. I have to call NCPD first. I should be thankful that there are not many corpses here. But there are more prostheses that have been stripped off. Otherwise, I will definitely have a nightmare today. Jack was joking. Of course. He was a man who had been helped by Valentino. And he wouldn't be scared by a few corpses. Oliver raised his eyebrows when Jack said he would call NCPD. Call NCPD? They might come and confiscate these prostheses and sell them to prosthesis doctors who buy second-hand prostheses. Having said that, Oliver still called NCPD. Because compared to scum like the scavengers, NCPD still has some bottom line. Although not much. Chapter 33 Escaped Cyber Psychopath. This is 15,000 in addition to the deposit that has been distributed. The 6,000 reward. Each person can get a total of 2,000. This money, although it is higher than the monthly salary of most Night City workers, is just SOSO for mercenaries like Carl, Oliver, and Jack. After buying some wine and hot food on the way, the three returned to Oliver's room and continued the dinner that was interrupted before. I did a lot of work today. I'm so tired. I don't know how those company dogs, who work 20 hours a day, can hold on. After working for the Whirlpool gang and the scavengers, Carl did feel a little tired after finishing his work. I heard that some company dogs will remove an organ in the brain. And then, they only need stimulants and other drugs to keep working 24 hours a day, Jack said, throwing a bottle of drink to Carl. Little Coke. Love in my heart. Don't disgust me. I don't like this Coke. After holding it in his hand, Carl threw it back in disgust. But he missed it and hit Oliver head next to Jack. Hey! Sorry. Sorry. After all, Carl's body has not been transformed too much. And it is inevitable that he will make some mistakes under fatigue. In this respect, he is indeed no match for those with mechanical prosthesis. Some factory workers can continue to work even if they fall asleep with the chips in their heads and the prostheses in their hands. What time is it now? Oliver rubbed his head and asked Jack, who was lying on the sofa drinking beer. 8:30. It's still early tonight. Do you want to watch a movie? Jack picked up a skewer of chicken covered with sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing the soft chicken, he said with a little surprise, "This skewer of chicken tastes so authentic. It turns out that this thing is only delicious in the city center except for the one in Japan Street." Authentic? Carl looked at the skewer of chicken with sweet and sour sauce in Jack's hand with suspicion. Hesitated for a moment. Took a skewer. Picked up a piece with a toothpick and stuffed it into his mouth. His face was distorted. This stuff can't be considered authentic in terms of taste or texture. Not everyone has eaten real chicken like you, Carl. 99% of people in Night City have never eaten real meat these days. So the texture is of course a sham. This is authentic to us. Eating the soft synthetic chicken and looking at Carl, who barely swallowed a piece of synthetic chicken. Jack thought for a moment and said, "It's not a good thing to always be a vegetarian. Carl, since you are used to eating real meat, and it's hard for you to get used to this kind of meat, why don't we find a way to find the smugglers in the Badlands to see if they can bring you some real meat? The price will be very expensive." Carl, who picked up the French fries bucket and started eating French fries, was tempted. But considering the price, he was a little hesitant. It's not bad actually. After all, Oliver was born in the Santo Domingo district close to the Badlands. So he was very familiar with the market in the Badlands. A chicken is about 1,000 euros. And a pig is 5,000 euros. Of course, this is just the price of meat, not including the commission price and handling fees. And there is no guarantee that they will be alive after transportation. But even if they are dead, they will be kept fresh. 1,000 euros. 5,000 euros for just buying meat. Does this seem acceptable? Carl found that he didn't think it was expensive. But when he thought about it carefully, a fried whole chicken meal in Night City was only about 18 or 20 euros. The price difference of 50 times is actually very exaggerated. Of course we are fine. But if you count ordinary people, a month's salary may only buy one real chicken. And it has to go through the checkpoint inspection and other situations. And there is also the price of hiring wanderers in the bad land. In the end, the actual money spent may be more than 1,000 euros. And it may not be available. You can roughly understand why real meat is so rare in Night City. Oliver explained, in fact, pork is luckier than chicken. Night City has strict control over poultry due to the avian influenza in the past. And it costs a lot of money to handle customs. If you are really interested, I recommend getting real pork. If I want to get a whole pig, how much will it cost? Including the handling. 10,000 euros should be able to transport it safely. 10,000 euros. Carl's total money now is only about 52,000 euros. Which means that the money he earns from hard work can only buy about 5 pigs. There are few corporate dogs like Blanca who are as generous as him. This money can be exchanged for a good prosthesis. Jack was a little shocked when he heard the money. The meat we lose when exchanging prosthetics is not as valuable as pigs, Oliver said, taking a bite of the burrito with synthetic meat. How about it, Carl? If you want me to find a way to contact the people over there. Or you can get used to this synthetic meat that can actually be considered real meat. Oliver. Jack, don't you have any idea about real meat? Carl was already planning to spend money. As a mercenary, he couldn't let himself suffer in terms of diet. But before that, he wanted to see if Oliver and Jack were willing to buy some together. The raw materials of synthetic meat are worms and locusts. When I knew about them, I had already eaten them since I was a child. And my taste buds were already used to them. If I really eat real meat, I might not be used to real meat just like you are not used to synthetic meat now. I forget it. Oliver didn't plan to buy pork. But Jack was a little interested in it. I buy some meat too. Oliver. Can the Badlands still ship real corn or something? I want to try making some tamales. Tamale is a traditional Mexican food. It is an indispensable item in festivals such as the Day of the Dead, weddings and birthdays. It is also one of Jack's favorite dishes. However, in the past, he basically ate tamales made of synthetic meat and corn flour. If there is a chance to try authentic tamales, there is certainly no reason to miss it. Then I contact the people there and tell you the specific amount of money when the time comes. Oliver said this and looked up at the TV, only to find that the latest follow-up report on the Kabuki cyberpsychopathic incident in Watson District, which was broadcast when they left, has now been released. The cyberpsychopath disappeared before the arrival of the terrorist mobile team. Please pay attention to the surrounding citizens. Carl and Jack were also attracted by the report on TV. How far is the missing Kabuki from us? Jack frowned. 30 minutes walk. This is Carl's answer. He just walked from the industrial area to Kabuki and back to the apartment today. And he has personal experience. Chapter 34 An Ordinary Day. Good morning. Night City. Carl slowly opened his eyes in the familiar voice of Stanley, the announcer of Night City, and then glanced around, and found that Oliver and Jack were lying crookedly on the sofa, with bottles scattered all over the floor, and he was the only one lying on the bed. Did the TV stay on all night? Carl yawned after hearing the voice, and then rubbed his eyes. He didn't drink yesterday, but he was a little tired because he did too much in a day. When Oliver and Jack were drinking, he wanted to lie on the bed and take a nap for a while, and then get up to have fun. But he didn't expect that he would fall asleep in a daze after just taking a nap. I was really too tired. He yawned again. But Carl didn't disturb Oliver and Jack, who were sleeping like two dead pigs. He walked to the bathroom in Oliver's room, which was exactly the same as his own residence. He washed his face first, and then brushed his teeth with his fingers mixed with water. And then he felt a little more energetic. The water in Night City has a strange smell, and can only be used for washing. If you want to drink it, you have to buy special pure water, which is more expensive than a bottle of wine. But you have to buy it even if it is expensive. After buying a bottle of pure water worth 20 euros, which is the price of a synthetic rib steak, from the vending machine in the room, Carl rinsed his mouth with it and spit it into the trash can, and then gulped it down. After drinking a bottle of almost 300 milliliters of pure water in one breath, Carl felt that the strange taste left in his mouth from eating and drinking yesterday had subsided a little. After flipping through his text messages, The clients had not set any tasks these days. And the middleman named Faraday was the same. So idle. Looking at Oliver and Jack, who were sleeping soundly, Carl resisted the desire to buy pure water to wake them up. After thinking about it, he decided to buy some breakfast for the two guys. After leaving the message, Carl thought about it and took the Kenshin pistol before leaving the room. In Night City, you have to be careful all the time. Going down to the first floor, Carl walked out of the elevator and looked at the food stall he saw on the first day of 2075, and found that it was not much different from the original one, except that Chinese food was replaced with Japanese food and the boss was changed. The stall was still the same stall, and the people eating were still the same people, just like the parts on the machine. If they are broken, they are replaced to ensure the normal operation of the machine. I don't know when this machine will collapse completely, and replacement will not make it continue to operate. Coming to the stall where the boss is, I bought 2 large sushi platters from the boss and took them away, plus a bowl of ramen without meat. After eating now, sitting on the seat that is still greasy and broken, and has a more bloody smell than before. Carl just hopes to have a good meal today, but things don't go as planned. It's as if Carl is destined not to have a good meal at this stall. Before the boss started cooking, gunshots rang out again. But this time, the boss obviously learned from his predecessors. He dropped his work and shrank under the table the moment the gunshots rang out. Okay. Carl held Kenshin and looked into the distance to see who dared to disturb him while he was eating. The last Uzumaki gang that dared to do this. Whose grave is now buried in whose house. When he looked over, a bullet just flew over and was cut in half by the single molecule line that Carl flicked up casually. He has seen many of those samurai chow-ming who use swords to chop bullets, compared with them using swords to block bullets. It is not difficult for Carl, who has the computing power bonus of the military technology parallel line access warehouse in his mind, to chop bullets with single molecule lines. Of course, it can be done. Carl's current configuration does not allow him to face machine guns and rifle fire directly, so he can only show it when facing such stray bullets. Carl saw the 2 groups of people exchanging fire, but he didn't see any gang signs on them. In other words, are these street thugs who can't even get into the gangs? The income of gangs in Night City is still somewhat regulated. Not everyone can join. Like the gangs Carl saw, they might even be despised by scavengers. In other words, there is no profit to be made by killing them, and it may even be a waste of bullets. This damn city of lights is really wonderful under the brilliance. Carl had no interest in dealing with this group of thugs who dared to shoot at each other with Lexington and disposable pistols. Moreover, in Carl's peripheral vision, the NCPD had already arrived. The NCPD didn't have much ability to teach gang members a lesson, but they did have the ability to beat up such thugs. Not only that, but it was also very powerful. NCPD, let's do it! With a very emotional roar. Several NCPD police officers, who finally found someone they could easily beat, rushed to the troublemakers in a very brave manner. Although most of the NCPD police officers also used Lexington, there was a difference between Lexington and Lexington, compared with the Lexington used by these gangsters, which might jam after a few shots. The Lexingtons in the hands of the NCPD were basically modified by individuals, and the sound of hitting was loud and crisp, giving Carl a strange impression, like the sound of a street popcorn machine popping. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten popcorn for a long time. I should have eaten it in advance when I watched a movie yesterday. Under the suppression of the brave NCPD police officers, the gangsters who made trouble were lying down or arrested in a few minutes. When a bowl of steaming ramen was served on the table in front of Carl, the matter had been resolved. Carl turned around and looked at the boss, who was busy again, and the guests who were still eating as if nothing had happened. He then turned around and looked at the gun battlefield less than 100 meters away. He was silent for a while, looking at the ramen in front of him that exuded the smell of seasoning and made him a little hungry. Finally, he decided not to think too much. Eating is important. Our NCPD police officers have successfully suppressed the bad behavior of gang members again. Let us pay the highest respect to the brave and respectable NCPD police officers who protect Night City and bring safety to the citizens. Carl, who had eaten ramen, felt that his stomach was not very comfortable in the live broadcast of the official spokesperson who came with the NCPD police officers. Eating greasy ramen early in the morning is really unbearable. After rubbing his stomach, Carl, who had finished his ramen, was about to go back with 2 bags of sushi. But he suddenly noticed that next to the cordon of NCPD police officers who were handling the body, a person with his head down, staggering, and acting quite strangely came over. For some reason, Carl's mind flashed yesterday's news. The cyberpsycho disappeared before the arrival of the terrorist squad. Chapter 35 Cyberpsychosis. When Carl thought that the man who staggered towards the NCPD officer might be a cyberpsychopath, the staggering man had already raised his head. He was a middle-aged man with scars and ravines all over his face. He looked to be in his 40s. His prosthetic eyes were rolling up, and the edges of his eye sockets clearly showed the broken mechanical structure. A strange yellow light kept flashing, which looked like the yellow in the traffic light was warning something. An NCPD police officer noticed the approach of the strange person. He picked up Lexington and was about to persuade the strange guy to stay away from the case, but found that the middle-aged man suddenly disappeared. Carl's pupils shrank suddenly, and he seemed to see time slow down. Then the middle-aged man's body drew a series of afterimages in almost static time and rushed towards the NCPD police officer, who was trying to dissuade him. Carl wanted to move, but found that his body moved very slowly. He could see clearly, but his body couldn't keep up. Is this Sion Weston? Not everyone can be like Carl, who obviously does not have Sion Weston, but has the ability to see Sion Weston's reaction clearly. The NCPD police officer who tried to dissuade him only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then the strange middle-aged man disappeared in front of him. When he reacted again, the pain in his chest had already come first. He instinctively looked down and found that a sharp long knife, like a mantis claw, had penetrated his chest, in the organs that broke through the ribs and flesh and came to the outside of the body. The NCPD police officer saw some red fragments that were still beating slightly. Is that his heart? When this thought came up, the long knife had already been pulled out, and the NCPD police officer had lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. Mantis knife. Carl, the only one who saw the whole process, recognized the weapon that pierced the NCPD police officer's heart. Mantis blade. The arm blade located on the arm is extremely concealed and lethal, and is the best choice for lone wolves and bodyguards. He used Sion Weston to get behind him, and then used the mantis blade that popped out of his arm to pierce the heart and kill him. This guy is quite skilled. Recalling the several scenes reported on TV yesterday and thinking about the chopped bodies, Carl was 80% sure that this guy was the missing cyber-psychopath from Kabuki. Be careful. While Carl was analyzing, the NCPD personnel who had reacted had raised their guns and pointed them at the middle-aged man with yellow eyes, who was standing there after piercing through the NCPD police officer who dissuaded him. No need to say anything. At the moment of aiming, Lexington roared, but the middle-aged man with yellow eyes was obviously equipped with subcutaneous armor in his body, and the dense bullets hitting him like rain only made his body tremble slightly. It was at this time that the NCPD identity confirmation sounded with a mechanical voice. The criminal has been identified. Patrick Bell. Case. Cyberpsychosis. Damn. It's the madman from yesterday. Amid the NCPD horrified voice, Patrick, whose name was called by the mechanical voice, had a flash of light in his eyes, and he seemed to have a breath of life. And then the whole person began to shake strangely, as if the instrument was broken and damaged. Sion Weston started again, and the figures that only Carl could see were connected into a line again. And at the end of the line was the needle to end the suture. Another NCPD police officer died. Cyberpsychosis. Amid the fearful shouts of the onlookers, people began to flee. The official spokesperson, who had just been broadcasting the brave deeds of the NCPD, had thrown away his face at this time, and rushed to the broadcasting vehicle with his hands and feet, trying to hide on it. The stall owner, who was still making food the moment before, had already climbed over the dining table, and ran desperately towards the location of the super skyscraper with a group of guests who dared not continue to eat. In the crowd who were fleeing in panic because of the cyberpsychosis, Carl put down the sushi in his hand. This sushi is not only the breakfast for Oliver and Jack, but also contains tofu skin sushi that Carl can eat. Don't let it fall apart. When the crowd was running away, Carl shook his arms and walked against the current, heading towards the NCPD who were desperately fighting the cyber-psychopath. Normal people would definitely run away when facing a cyber-psychopath. But Carl is not a normal person. He had long wanted to try to face an opponent with Sion Weston. If Carl had any desire to participate in it, it might be to try his ability and see how much money he could make. I don't know how much the bounty for this cyber-psychopath will be. Can it be 10,000 euros? It's great to have breakfast and get some money. Even if it's a cyber psychopath. If he wants to use C. Weston, he has to bear the burden of its application to the human body. So after using C. Weston twice, the cyber psychopath who instinctively realized the threat began to run towards the NCPD police officers to kill them. The police officers holding Lexington could only watch desperately as the cyber psychopath approached them step by step with their bullets in their hands. After returning, I have to save money to buy a gun. This is the thought in the mind of every NCPD police officer who fired a gun but found that the bullet was bounced off. And then, they saw Carl running and approaching quickly. No way. Here it comes again! Just when they thought it was another possible cyber psychopath, they found that Carl was sprinting to Patrick's position. Leave this guy to me. Don't hurt him by mistake. I don't have any subcutaneous armor. After hearing this quite sober words, the NCPD personnel did not feel a bit of comfort, because the police officers saw that this young man who suddenly rushed in, when everyone retreated, only regretted that his parents did not give him 2 more legs and prosthetics. He took the initiative to go forward to meet the cyber psychopath. Everyone who saw this scene thought that this kid would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Be careful. An NCPD police officer, who was not young, ran out from behind the bunker. Although he didn't know why this kid was going to die, this was definitely not a reason for him to sit back and watch. He often received bribes, not a small amount, and often forced vendors to pay protection fees. He would often take people to beat up street vendors who did not pay protection fees. But he was a police officer after all, and he couldn't watch a child go to die. Don't worry. Carl didn't want to explain more to the NCPD. As long as their useless Lexington didn't hit him. In his hands, a single molecule wire had been drawn out. Chapter 36 Then. Goodbye. When Carl walked towards Patrick, who was originally targeting an NCPD officer hiding behind a bunker, stopped. His instinct sensed the threat. Having lost his sanity, only a mad beast remained, and he would instinctively sense who his biggest enemy was, compared with the little rabbits around him who were so small that they could be ignored, and it didn't matter who they dealt with. What Patrick could feel now was a tiger approaching him. Tiger claw. Such a word flashed through his mind in an instant, and Patrick didn't know why he could remember this word firmly now, as if it had been fixed in his mind and could not be erased. Tiger claw. So he whispered it, and Carl, who heard what he seemed to be saying, stood 12 meters away from him. Is there still sanity? Just as Carl was thinking this, the scarlet eyes in the yellow had already faced him. It seems that it is not. Looking at the pair of artificial eyes that were stained red by the broken flesh around the eye sockets, but still couldn't hide the bright yellow color, Carl felt that all he could see from them was madness. Come! Carl just chuckled and invited Patrick to fight, as if he had received the confirmation of the invitation. Patrick's figure began to be tranced when Carl's words just fell. The passage of time seemed to slow down, and he activated the C. Weston again. The C. Weston used by Patrick was the Denara C. Weston Type 1, which was a C. Weston specifically for mercenaries and soldiers. In other words, it was a prosthetic for special combat. It not only speeds up the human body reaction speed and activates the flesh, but also has a certain degree of combat assistance function built into it. With the help of this combat assistance function, even if Patrick has fallen into madness, he can keenly realize the enemy's fatal point and attack it. Patrick's figure had reached Carl's side in a blink of an eye, and a mantis knife stabbed Carl's body straight. Judging from its trajectory, it was intended to penetrate Carl's right hand and then penetrate his lungs from the side, and then reach his heart. See clearly. In the time that was stretched in Patrick's perception, he saw a slowly pulled smile, the deflection of the head, and the words that should have been coherent. He kept up with his speed? Although he should have fallen into madness, Patrick still felt a palpitation and chill. But the mantis knife that was stabbed out could not be retracted, and he could only keep stabbing in this way. Carl watched all this, but his smile became more and more brilliant. Guessed it right. Since the first time he saw this cyber psychopath using C. Weston, Carl had already had some basic guesses. After summarizing in his mind, he had already distinguished the opponent's trajectory. A crazy mind will only act according to the most proficient and most instinctive actions. That is to say, for a cyber psychopath, he will not change his fighting style, which is simply the most ridiculous shortcoming in a fight. The first information is that this cyber psychopath called Patrick has used C. Weston twice before, and each time he attacked around the opponent's right side. That is to say, In his instinctive consciousness, attacking from the opponent's right side is his best and most comfortable attack position. The second information is that every time he uses Sion Weston, he can run 14 steps. And both times are 14 steps. A person who is in a frenzy will not have the rationality to stop using the prosthesis except for instinctive warnings. That is to say, 14 steps is the limit of a Sion Weston. And the stride distance of a normal adult male is 85 centimeters. 14 steps is 1,190 centimeters. That is 11.9 meters. Carl is standing 12 meters away from Patrick. He couldn't get behind Carl. So he couldn't use the smoothest and most skillful backstabbing method he used in the previous 2 times. He could only stop in front of Carl right side, or on the side to attack. As long as you understand the position where the opponent is going to attack and the part that is about to be hit, it is not difficult to react slowly to fast. The bounced monomolecular line hit the side of Patrick's arm, where the mantis knife did not exist. The sharp monomolecular line easily cut through Patrick's subcutaneous armor. And after cutting off half of his arm, it touched the mantis knife. The mantis knife was not something that the monomolecular line could cut directly. So after feeling the obstacle, the monomolecular line played its line nature. Just like when you pull a gyroscope. Because of the force, the line will be wrapped around the gyroscope at the moment of contact. The monomolecular line began to rotate and wrap around the mantis knife. Under the force of the early swing, Patrick, who had reached his limit, could only watch the monomolecular line wrap around his entire arm. The flow of time returned to the body. Patrick instinctively wanted to pull his arm back to pull the mantis knife out of the entanglement. But his crazy brain forgot that the single molecule line was not only entangled with the mantis knife, but also half of his arm. It would have been fine if he didn't pull it. As soon as he pulled the single molecule line that was entangled with the flesh and blood part, it cut Patrick's flesh and blood in the opposite direction quite smoothly with Patrick's force. Just a pull. The flesh and blood of half of Patrick's arm was cut off from his arm by himself. Finally, the single molecule line was stuck in the wrist. It was not that the single molecule line could not be cut down, but under the restraint and pull of the mantis knife on the other half of the arm. The pull of the single molecule line had reached its limit. The 2 prostheses rubbed against each other, making a very harsh metal friction sound. Feeling the pain, Patrick had a moment of clarity in the madness. Realizing the bad and dangerous, he finally realized that his right hand was irreversible. He raised the mantis blade in his left hand, ready to attack with it in the current situation. But after struggling for so long, Carl had already prepared for it. A pistol was pressed against Patrick's forehead. "Nice to meet you, yellow-eyed uncle." Carl looked down at Patrick, who was a little shorter than him because of the tug, and looked at the artificial eye that was completely stained red by blood. And the yellow light seemed dim, and said goodbye to this crazy man. Then, goodbye. Chapter 37 Solution. I'm covered in blood again. Wipe the blood off his face with the back of his hand. Carl sighed. When will humans evolve to not splatter blood when being shot in the head? When Carl walked towards Patrick, the middle-aged police officer who came out from behind the bunker and planned to stop Carl, a young man, from dying, was standing dazedly 7 or 8 meters away from Carl. A little bit unbelievable about what he saw. Things just happened too fast. So his mind was a little slow to react. A cyberpsychopath that the NCPD, had no way to deal with was solved by this young man? It only took one encounter. Under the huge impact of this shocking fact, when Carl wiped the blood and looked over, the middle-aged NCPD police officer subconsciously asked, "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine." The single molecule wire was retracted, and Kenshin was already pinned to his waist. Carl glanced at the middle-aged police officer and squatted down to search the pockets of the cyberpsychopath. "What are you doing?" Finding that Carl seemed to be doing something, the middle-aged police officer moved closer and asked curiously, "Searching for money. What else? Has this NCPD officer never searched a corpse before?" After a skilled search, Carl found that the cyberpsychopath was surprisingly poor, and he didn't even have a euro. Feeling his fingertips touching a piece of object, Carl took the piece out of the cyberpsychopath's arms and found that it was a chip. Chip? Carl put the chip into his sleeve without leaving any trace. He stood up and looked at the police officer who had come over during his search. He pointed at the body on the ground and asked, "How much is his reward?" "I remember that your NCPD seemed to have issued a reward for him yesterday." "Right. I have solved him now, so the deal can be settled." The middle-aged police officer actually noticed Carl's hand movements a little, but he didn't care too much about it. He made a peace gesture to other NCPD police officers, who were still vigilant. After confirming that Carl was not a dangerous person, he began to check the NCPD reward list. Patrick Bell. Reward of 10,000 euros. Life or death. Only 10,000 euros? Listening to Carl's somewhat dissatisfied words, the middle-aged police officer now realized that this young man was 90% likely to be a mercenary. Only mercenaries would care about money and not their lives, and only care about the reward amount. Perhaps it was because it was rare to see such a friendly young mercenary, and because he had just saved his life to some extent. The middle-aged police officer actually explained, because he has just been offered a bounty not long ago, and this is the first bounty issued after he escaped. If we wait a few more days, the bounty should be able to increase a little. How much can it increase? According to my past experience. The middle-aged police officer thought about it. If a cyberpsychopath, with a Dinara's and Viston Type 1 and a Mantis knife, and a considerable degree of subcutaneous prosthesis, is allowed to complete the killing this time and escape before the terrorist mobile team arrives, it may be possible to reach more than 100,000 euros. That's a lot. Carl looked at the body lying on the ground with a little regret. It sounds like the appreciation space is much greater than the euro itself. Only the Dinara's and Viston Type 1 on him. The price of a brand new one is 75,000 euros. Not to mention the price of recyclable prosthesis, such as the Mantis blade and subcutaneous prosthesis. Hearing what the middle-aged police officer said, Carl's eyes refocused on the body on the ground. Then can I? This body must be taken back by the NCPD. The identity of this wanted criminal is a security guard of Arasaka Corporation. According to the contract signed before his death, all the prostheses on his body, including personal savings, must belong to Arasaka Corporation. Knowing Carl's thoughts, the middle-aged police officer was somewhat helpless, and said the reason why this was impossible. Signing the terms of death before death. It really has the flavor of a company's practice. Carl was not surprised why an Arasaka security guard used another company's Sion Weston, because the reason in this regard was very simple. Arasaka Corporation did not have their own Sion Weston model, although it may have been developed in secret. At least that thing was not circulated on the market. It can only be said that Sion Weston is indeed not something that ordinary people can afford. Most of those who can use it are probably like this cyberpsychopath, who signed a clause during their lifetime to lose ownership after death. It seems that there is nothing for me to do here. Carl looked at the NCPD officers, who gradually surrounded the area again, and began to use instruments to draw a light cordon around the venue. He asked the middle-aged police officer, "What's your name? Leave your contact information. It's for the reward transfer later. Don't worry. It will arrive in the afternoon at the latest." The middle-aged police officer sent Carl his account number and related notes very quickly. And Carl also knew his name when he received the message. Johnson. A standard American name. Then I leave first. Mr. Johnson. If there are any related matters in this regard later, please contact me. I am happy to help NCPD deal with some things as long as the reward is enough. As for Johnson, Carl still noticed him with his peripheral vision during the battle just now. So he also saw Johnson's action of rushing over to help him just now. Whether it was out of duty or conscience, Carl still remembered it silently in his heart. So he was quite respectful in addressing him, and used the word Mr. I haven't heard someone address me with such respect for a long time. This is not a word you can hear casually on the street. Watching Carl wave goodbye and leave, Johnson stared at his back and smiled. It seems that this city still has something to look forward to. Officer Johnson, you need to sign the documents for handling the incident. Oh, I'd be there right away. It was actually solved. Patrick? 10 minutes later, someone in the special strike team of Arasaka Corporation received news about Patrick. But he only glanced at the news and threw it aside. I thought you could be a good subordinate as you were from the Tiger Claw gang like me. But now it seems that you are just like that. The person who received the news from Patrick quickly read another document in his mind. Are there volunteers for the self-developed Sion Weston experiment? Chapter 38 The First Car. Your breakfast. Carl. Have you been out for a while? Woke up by Carl. Oliver, who was still a little dazed, pushed Jack, who was standing next to him with his legs on his stomach, awake, and then saw the big bag in Carl's hand. What to eat? Sushi set. Both large portions. Sushi? Jack also woke up rubbing his eyes. He yawned, and then his nose smelled a strange smell. He looked in the direction of the smell. Carl, why do you smell like blood? It's on TV. Carl pointed to the TV and found that it was broadcasting live by NCPD. The content on it said that the cyberpsychopath was shot dead by the heroic fighting of NCPD police officers. And the location was downstairs? You encountered a cyberpsychopath. This time, Oliver was completely awake. He stared at Carl's body for a few times, and was relieved when he found that there was no injury. You were involved. So unlucky. Unlucky. But not that bad. Carl took out the plastic box containing plastic sushi from the plastic bag and put it on the table in front of the two people. I solved this cyberpsychopath. Huh? How can buying breakfast involve solving a cyberpsychopath? While Oliver and Jack were asking, Carl walked to the vending machine to buy them 2 bottles of pure water, while telling them what happened before. You were not dragged into it. You took the initiative to participate. Sion Weston. Mantis Blade. Subcutaneous armor. You dared to face such an opponent. You really don't want to die. Oliver was a little impressed by Carl's courage. If he met such a cyberpsychopath on the street, he would definitely turn around and run without saying a word. Isn't it just to make some money? Who would have thought that with only 10,000 euros? He couldn't even get his weapon back. If you encounter such a thing in the future, call us. Carl. It's too risky for you to do it alone. Jack didn't quite agree with Carl's risky approach. Carl nodded to their worried words. I just wanted to test whether my feeling was right. I won't do it next time. He is not a person who likes to seek death. It is enough for him to feel Sion Weston. If he faces Sion Weston again next time, he must at least upgrade his prosthesis or learn more skills from Mutuo. After buying drinks and throwing them to the two people, Carl remembered the chip he touched. Speaking of which, I also took a chip. It's not safe to connect this kind of foreign chip directly to my access warehouse. Oliver, can I use your computer? You can use it as you like. With the permission of Oliver, who took out a fork and ate sushi with Jack, Carl walked to the computer in Oliver's room and inserted the chip. The data was read very quickly. There was nothing special in the chip, just a text record. But the communication record was a bit strange. The cherry blossoms born from chrysanthemums and roses have arrived in Nightlight City. Carl can understand Nightlight City, which should be Night City, but he can't understand the code words in front of him. What do chrysanthemums, roses, and cherry blossoms refer to? Simple flowers? But the word born is used again. Could it be a person? The meaning of this sentence may be that someone has arrived in Nightlight City? Too little information. Why would a cyberpsychopath have such a text chip in his arms? And what the meaning of this information is, he doesn't understand at all. But one thing is very clear. That is, the information he got is just so much. Carl still attaches great importance to the collection of information. Basically, no matter whether it is useful or not, he will remember it in his head, because his talent can only be exerted with the accumulation of information. After asking Oliver and Jack to save some tofu skin sushi for him, Carl opened other websites and browsed them, and then saw a website selling cars. Isn't this the old Captain Car selling website? Drinking pure water. Oliver, who was delivering the tofu skin sushi that Carl wanted, saw the webpage on Carl's screen and spoke. Old Captain? He's from Santo Domingo. I heard he was a corporate dog before. Later, he got tired of the company's system, quit, and became a car salesman specializing in selling cars. They're all second-hand cars. Jack also came over. He knew something about this car-selling website. Basically, they're second-hand cars that have been sold by deceased owners or are in a hurry. If you don't mind, the prices are quite cheap. Indeed, they're cheap. Looking at the vehicles that are mostly less than tens of thousands of euros, or even less than 10,000 euros. Carl had some ideas. Oliver, Jack, what do you think of me buying a car? This way I won't have to squeeze when I go out in the future. A used car? Jack stared at the car on the screen. Will there be any problems? Captain Cars are still worth trusting. Basically, the cars he has personally handled are clean. You can see which ones on the website are sold by him personally. Those cars have been cleaned by him and can be trusted. Forget about the other vehicles listed. Those things may really make people worry. Oliver knows a lot about Captain website. Every street kid in the Santo Domingo area has seen Captain Car Sales website. After all, for street kids, what can be more attractive than a cool car and a handsome and powerful gun? Then what car do you recommend? looking at the dazzling array of vehicles on it, each of which was exaggerated in the introduction. Carl didn't know much about cars, and decided to leave this matter to Oliver. Let's choose a 4-seater first. Although it doesn't matter if we drive 2 cars after you buy a car. When we are on a mission together, we still need a 4-seater car. After choosing for a while, Oliver pointed to such a car, and Carl happened to be familiar with that car. In fact, he was not only familiar with it, but he had also sat in it. Arasaka 360. This car has a good reputation, and is sturdy and durable. Now on the old Captain website, you can buy an almost new one for only 31,000 euros. As for why it is almost new, the person who bought this car was shot by a street gangster on the way to pick up the car before he got on the road. After losing the pillar of the family, the owner of this car could not afford such a car, so he had to sell it. This car is okay. Carl quickly decided to buy the first car he bought in Ninth City. Chapter 39. Dare to cause trouble? Counting the 10,000 euro reward from the NCPD. The savings of more than 60,000 euros. 10,000 euros for buying real meat. And 31,000 euros for buying a car. In a blink of an eye, only 20,000 euros are left. Sitting in the Wild Wolf bar, which has almost become a stronghold, Carl counted the remaining euros on his fingers and felt that he was poor again. You still have 20,000 euros. But I only have a few hundred euros left, Oliver said, after I bought a Midnight Military SOR-22 kinetic precision rifle and installed a nanofiber prosthesis for myself. My savings were emptied. Midnight Military SOR-22, a powerful semi-assault rifle, specially built for the military, without any embellishment, simple and deadly. Although this heavy rifle, which is quite suitable for charging and fighting, requires a good endoskeleton and muscle bundles to bear its force. Its powerful firepower is enough to satisfy anyone. Nanofiber, synthetic muscle fiber. As he said that his bank account was almost zero, Oliver looked at SOR-22, who was leaning against the bar, and his eyes showed deep satisfaction. Obviously, this weapon was originally made for soldiers, and it was very popular with him. A former member of the 6th Street Gang. My savings are not as much as Carl remaining money, but I still have some. Jack, who was drinking, looked at Oliver weapons with envy and said, it's just that I still need a certain amount to save up for the prosthetics and weapons that I am satisfied with. I think that after the prosthetics and weapons, I have to add a motorcycle. Carl chewed the French fries said by Mrs. Wells and said, Jack, haven't you always wanted to buy an arch motorcycle? That also requires money. Brother. Jack's face rarely showed a look of distress. If you want to be a big shot, you must first take enough work. But without enough weapons and prosthetics, you can't take that big work. So you can only save on the motorcycle for now. There will always be work. Jack, there will always be work. Carl stared at the phone number of the middleman Faraday in the address book. But he felt that this middleman was not very reliable. They said they were testing and gave them a small job, but no work was assigned to them after that. It was really a headache that they didn't give a definite answer whether they could do it or not. Just when Carl was thinking about whether to take some ordinary small jobs for daily work, there was a rather noisy noise at the wine table not far from them. When Carl and the other two were attracted to look over, a man was holding a wine bottle and hitting another man on the head opposite him. Bang! The sound of the wine bottle breaking was quite crisp in the bar during the day. Almost instantly, the whole bar fell silent, and everyone's eyes were looking at the wine table where the incident happened. Can you do it, bastard? Give me a definite answer. Don't hesitate over there. The man who used the wine bottle to open the man opposite him looked to be in his 20s. About the same age as Jack. He was wearing a jacket, and half of his face was inlaid with a mechanical face. At this time, the expression made by the machine and the flesh seemed quite impatient. Carl didn't have any impression of him. He should not be a frequent visitor to the Wild Wolf bar. But he had some impression of the man opposite him, whose head was bleeding and his scalp was full of scattered glass fragments. But he didn't dare to cry out in pain. I remember that the other party was a driver doing business in Haywood. He often came to the Wild Wolf bar to have a drink after get off work. He was over 50 years old this year. People called him Laohuatu, which means an old man who often ran goods. Among the civilians in Night City, people in their 50s, who ran goods on the streets could indeed be considered old men. What happened? The Wild Wolf bar was opened by his mother after all. So Jack naturally had reasons to stop the dispute. He immediately stood up and walked towards the place where the old man was. Carl gave Oliver a look. And Oliver followed Jack with understanding. Carl first poured the fries on the plate on the table into the small plastic bag given by Mrs. Wells. And then walked over while eating the fries. The crispy fries that had just been fried would become soft if they were eaten slowly. When Carl arrived, the conversation between Jack, who was responsible for mediation, and the half-faced mechanical man also made him understand the general situation. In short, the half-faced mechanical man is a field investigator sent by the military technology company. He is tracking down the freight situation of Haywood. And the old man happened to run the route where Haywood transported materials to the municipal center these days. So he came to ask the old man for clarification. But the old man was hesitant and couldn't explain it clearly. Is the old man running the route for the military technology company? No. He just ran the relevant route and had no contact with military technology at all. After hearing Oliver answer, Carl felt a little puzzled, since it's not the old man who is responsible for losing the military technology. To be precise, it's the company that has to ask the old man for help. Why is it now that the company staff has asked the old man to hand over the information? Company staff. That's it. For them, the old man is just a street shopper. Nothing at all. So they can do whatever they want. In other words, this is a threat. Right? Threatening with the power of the company behind them. Carl looked at the old man who had done nothing wrong, but was cut open just because he couldn't speak clearly, and didn't dare to wipe the blood. He was shaking and didn't dare to resist at all. Then he looked at the arrogant company staff, who looked like it was your fault if you didn't help us. And he understood. Forget it. Carl walked to the bar, where Mrs. Wells had already taken out the medical kit and prepared it. Mrs. Wells? Do you mind if I help you clean up? What are you talking about? Kid? It's great that you're willing to help. That's good. Carl took the medical kit and walked back, handing the medical kit and his half bag of chips to Oliver. The old man's treatment is now in your hands. Remember to handle it carefully, and don't steal my chips. I'm watching them. There's still half a bag. Oliver stared at Carl, then looked at Jack, who was still talking, as if he understood what Carl was going to do. I won't steal them. Leave it to me to handle it. But don't break anything. I know Jack has a very good temper. For a guy like this. Carl rubbed his fist and walked up. I can't even break a cup when I deal with him. Who gave him the courage to make trouble in the Wild Wolf bar for no reason? Chapter 40 Big Job. When a person won't listen to reason, using fists can often make him understand some truths. And that's what Carl did. Jack, move aside. Carl? Jack, who had been persuading him, didn't notice what Carl did. After he subconsciously moved aside, he noticed Carl with his fists clenched and Oliver carrying a medical kit. Instantly, he understood what his two friends were planning. Well, it seems that my kind little class of Jack Wells has to end. What little class is over? The half-faced mechanical man was still wondering what the big man who was persuading him was saying, when he saw Carl coming over. The artificial eye on half of his face flashed, and when he was about to skin Carl, Carl had already punched him in the face. The punch was so powerful that the half-faced robot felt as if his face was dented by the punch. His body also leaned back uncontrollably from the seat, and was about to fall off the bar stool. However, before that, Carl had kindly grabbed him with his other hand. What are you doing? The half-faced robot, who spoke a little unclearly, felt that his face was a little dislocated. He couldn't understand why he was talking to someone, and suddenly someone came up and punched him. Nothing. I just feel that you didn't answer my question, and I'm going to beat you up. Huh? What question? Before the half-faced robot finished speaking, Carl's next punch hit him in the face again, because his neck was firmly grasped. The half-faced robot, who couldn't ease the impact, almost heard the sound of his neck bones moving under this punch. Messed up. Before he finished speaking, Carl's fist came again. Speak or not. Fuck you. Fist. Speak or not. I'm telling you if you're sick. You. Fist. Are you willing to speak now? You. Fist. After more than a dozen intermittent punches, in front of the dumbfounded old man being treated by Oliver, the company dispatcher who had just been so arrogant, now had a bloody face, a few broken teeth on the half-faced flesh, and a slightly concave mark on the half-faced mechanical face. Really? It hurts my hand. Carl shook his hand. The half-faced mechanical man in front of him was really hard-mouthed. Carl's hands were red from the reaction force of his face, but he still didn't say anything. You asked? Didn't I ask you? Fist. You didn't ask. The half-faced mechanical man didn't want to try to resist anymore. He now strongly suspected that this guy might be a cyber psychopath. Can't you answer if I didn't ask? Fist. Carl frowned. He didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn that he didn't even understand that I didn't ask doesn't mean you can't answer. Can't this guy act according to other people's moods? Aye. The half-faced mechanical man has completely determined that this guy is a cyber psychopath. He just wants to leave this bar and run back to the company. This damn place is too dangerous. Even going out for field work can get you into trouble. Ding ding ding. Just when the half-faced mechanical man was about to be hit by a few punches from Carl and thrown out of the Wild Wolf bar, Carl communicator rang. KK. I have a commission here. I think you will be interested. The middleman Faraday finally set a commission. With a commission, there is no time to care about the company's personnel. After Carl completely knocked out the half-faced mechanical man with another punch, he asked Jack to help carry it out and throw it away. Then he took the half bag of chips he got back from Oliver and put it in front of the old man. Eat something. Don't worry. If you encounter this kind of thing again, come to the Wild Wolf bar to find me. I am willing to deal with as many unreasonable corporate dogs as possible. Carl smiled. As long as you can take care of Mrs. Wells' business more often as before. Looking at Carl's smile, the old man's lips moved, and then looked at his eyes without any falsehood and nodded heavily. The old man didn't say anything, because for such a person who was willing to help them, he didn't know what to say to thank them so that the other party would really understand his gratitude. The youth and sunshine that are completely different from this rotten night city, as if they have never fallen into it, are really desirable. Carl, Oliver, and Jack sat back in their seats. I thought you would throw a few more punches. And you are willing to share fries. Facing Oliver curious eyes, Carl was quite serious. There is a commission. I can't help it. As for French fries, my attitude has always been that food can soothe people's tired souls. So I have such high requirements for food. The other party is injured. What's wrong with comforting them with French fries? After all, these are the most delicious French fries in Night City. Right? Listening to Jack's words, Carl agreed with him, but rolled his eyes at Jack himself. If you had started earlier, it wouldn't be my turn. If you had been a little later, I might have started beating you. I was just estimating how much force I could use. Listening to Jack answer, Carl knew that what he said was true, because when Carl went over, he found that Jack's fists had already clenched. Forget it. Don't talk about those other things. At most, we fight each other every time we see each other. Faraday has come to commission. Let's all take a look. Speaking of this, Carl shared the commission information that he hadn't had time to read with Jack and Oliver, and then read it. Several people didn't look at anything else first. They just scrolled to the bottom to see the reward first. And then Oliver exclaimed, a little bit unbelievable. 300,000? Is it euros? Jack was also a little bit unbelievable. It is euros for sure. After being shocked, Oliver's face became serious. It looks like a life-threatening job. For a middleman like Faraday to give a commission of 300,000, he must have taken no less than 300,000. In other words, this is a commission that is truly worth 600,000 euros. And this kind of commission is basically aimed at life. Whether it is the life of the middleman, the life of the client, or the life of the mercenary. The big job that I had been thinking about has indeed come. Chapter 41 Escort Mission. After confirming the reward of 300,000 euros, Carl, Jack and Oliver read the mission content. Because it was a matter of life and death, they all read it carefully. But the information of this mission was not as rich as the reward. And it could even be said to be quite simple. That's all? Oliver looked at Carl, a little suspicious that Carl had missed a paragraph when sharing the content. That's all. Carl looked at the content of only a few paragraphs, thought for a while, and looked at Jack. What do you think, Jack? It's not easy to do. I think so too. The content of the mission is not difficult. In short, it is to go to a place and cooperate with a group of mercenaries sent by other middlemen to cooperate with the employer bodyguards to protect a person. The time is 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, and the location is the transportation port of Watson Arasaka Seaside District. The requirement is to escort the target person to the Blue by building on California Street in Watson District's Little Chinatown within 2 hours after receiving him. The location, reward, and what to do are all very clear. The only thing missing is the information of the target person. although mercenaries only need to know the location, reward, and what to do. This overly simple commission was sent to them, and they also expressed that they would cooperate with other mercenaries and cooperate with bodyguards. It felt like they were asking them to die. Protect the target. Why do they need them to protect the target when there are bodyguards? The reason can only be that there is a shortage of manpower, and a commission that can treat mercenaries as manpower, and the reward is so generous. 80% of them will encounter something, so that we can be cannon fodder at that time. Not 80%. 10%. Oliver and Jack, who are very familiar with the company's nature, said one sentence each, but both of them looked at Carl, whether to accept the commission or not. The old rules. Carl decides. Carl thought about it, nodded to Oliver and Jack, and decided to accept the commission. There are several reasons. One is that this is the first formal commission set by the middleman. He finally has the opportunity to do a task that can make a name for himself. It would be a pity not to do it. Second, the reward was indeed high enough, and it was worth Carl and the others to take the risk. Third, Carl had been a bodyguard once before, and he felt that he was already experienced, and thought it would be okay to do this mission again. Accept it, and Faraday will come by then. And he said he would personally take us over. As a result, we risked our lives to die, and he was paid as a driver. Oliver shook his head, and he really couldn't give much good feelings for the group of middlemen. In fact, he is not just a driver. At least he managed to get us into this mission, and he was able to help us recruit this mission, and he was still qualified to share the money. Carl had calculated the relevant matters clearly. After all, to be honest, they were not well known, and Faraday, as a middleman, could help them find a mission that paid enough to die, which was also a great thing. But if I find out what he has concealed in this mission, I will kill him. Let's put it one way and one way. If you have connections and I have power, then we can still talk about the profit. But if there is something hidden in the cooperation, then it cannot be explained by a profit. Let's stop talking about the middleman. The most important thing in accepting the mission is the mission. Oliver was a little confused about the location of the mission. Speaking of which, why is the mission location the Arasaka seaside transport port? Isn't that place forbidden to outsiders except Arasaka personnel? Does it mean that the target of our escort is Arasaka people? Maybe it is possible. Jack thought it was okay, when the time comes. Just protect the company dog. And as long as he pays enough. It's not impossible to pinch your nose and do it. No, that's not what I'm confused about. Oliver explained. I told you before that I am somewhat familiar with Faraday, the middleman. The 6th Street Gang. Many people in the 6th Street Gang have taken over his mission. And there has always been a rumor in the 6th Street Gang that Faraday works for military technology. But our mission this time is to go to Arasaka territory to escort a person who may be Arasaka. Don't you feel strange? Who in the whole United States or the whole world doesn't know that Arasaka and Military Technology Company are at odds? The two companies have fought a fourth corporate war that affected the world and was equivalent to the World War in the past. Now a middleman with a vague military technology background is helping Arasaka. It's strange no matter how you think about it. It's definitely strange, Carl said, but we don't know more. If there is a mission, just do it according to the mission. The affairs of those big companies don't have much to do with us. That's right. Oliver agreed with Carl's words. It's troublesome to think so much. Anyway, the affairs of big companies should not involve ordinary mercenaries like us. Let's follow the mission. Speaking of other middlemen's mercenaries, who do you think we can meet? Can we get in touch with the middlemen behind them? What are you going to do? Oliver? Are you going to find more middlemen and take more missions? Jack asked. And Oliver did think so. The more the better. More missions. More euros, Carl said. But he stood up from the sofa in the Wild Wolf bar and walked to the bar to say goodbye to Mrs. Wells. He, Jack, Oliver and others were going to buy some things and then go to Oliver's apartment to talk in detail. I know you are going to do a big job. Be careful and pay attention to safety. Carl, Oliver, and you, Jack, remember to protect them. I know. Mom. Jack, who was older, was being scolded by his mother. He patted his chest and said confidently, as long as I am here, nothing will happen to them. Remember to protect yourself too. I will. Mom. You too. Take care of yourself. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Wells, the three of them got on the Sky Harrop Park not far from the Wild Wolf bar. Oliver, who habitually sat in the driver's seat, suddenly reacted after 2 seconds. No. This seems to be your car. Carl. How come I drove when I came here, and when I went back? I'm too lazy to drive. Carl threw the vehicle verification equipment over. And the reason was very sufficient. So sufficient that Oliver took it after a twitch of his mouth. After all, the Skyhera is a good car. And Oliver likes it very much. As the car engine started, Carl fell into deep thought. A line was gradually connected in his mind. Chapter 42. Carl has the ability of a golden finger, which can be said to be summarizing. Now, under his memory, he has strung together all the things he encountered after coming to 2075, and hung up all the things that can be thought about and contacted. Let's start with the summary of the goods. The Whirlpool Gang is making trouble in Kabuki, which is the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang. The Whirlpool Gang robbed the goods transported by the 6th Street Gang to Watson District. The Whirlpool Gang robbed the goods of Blanca Company in Watson District. The field investigators of the Military Technology Company came to ask the old cargo head Haywood about the transportation of goods to the municipal center today. Military Technology lost the goods. Stop here. Which company is Blanca? Carl sent a message to Blanca and asked her which company she worked for. What's wrong? Are you going to help me do something again? I really appreciate mercenaries like you. Just to understand the background of the employer. Just think of it as me accumulating connections. Why are you suddenly interested? Did you learn something from Faraday? Blanca seemed to be free. After chatting with Carl for a few words, she revealed her identity, which was not concealed at all. But Carl never asked. A military technology person. So, the half-faced mechanical man asked the old man about the lost goods. And Blanca sold the transportation vehicle information within the company. It might be the same thing? The time is indeed about the same. Recalling Juanito, Blanca's subordinate and enemy in the company. He said something. You can destroy the transportation evidence this time. But I can have as much as I want. The evidence of selling Watson District transportation was destroyed by Carl, Oliver and Jack. That was also the first commission Carl received from Blanca, when he said that he could have as much as he wanted. It should mean that Blanca sold the transportation vehicle route for the first time. And Blanca's partner at that time was the Whirlpool Gang. Based on this, it can be inferred that the Military Technology Haywood cargo was robbed when it was transported to the municipal center. And the robbers were probably also members of the Whirlpool Gang. After all, Watson District is next to the municipal center. But this is a bit scary. To sum up, the Vortex Gang offended the Tiger Claw Gang, the 6th Street Gang, Military Technology, and even if they robbed the goods in Haywood, they might have offended the Valentino Gang. Although 99% of the Vortex Gang are crazy. They are just crazy. They still know what death is. If they are not deliberately seeking death, then there is a purpose behind this crazy robbery. Considering that the things the Vortex Gang robbed during the first Blanca mission were casually thrown to the small cadre demon. What they are looking for may not be evidence of company personnel like Blanca. So what are they looking for? For some reason, Carl's mind suddenly flashed the scene of the rescue and scavenger mission he received. It was a blurry picture of ACPA. Everyone in Night City knows that the people of the Whirlpool Gang and the scavengers are like-minded. The people of the Whirlpool Gang advocate prosthetic transformation, and often throw the things they take away or the bodies of their former companions, who died accidentally, to the scavengers to pay back the money after the transformation. If the ACPA picture is the content extracted by the scavenger from the chip of a Whirlpool Gang corpse. Is there any connection? Or is there no connection? Carl tried hard to recall what information he had about these gangs. And then he suddenly remembered the cyberpsychopath he met a few days ago. The cyberpsychopath seemed to have vaguely muttered about tiger claws. And when he muttered about tiger claws, his spirit was obviously better. The word tiger claw must be very meaningful and even important to him, so that he would have a moment of sobriety in the state of cyberpsychosis. And the place where this cyberpsychopath broke out happened to be Kabuki, the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang. This cyberpsychopath carried an information chip on his body, and the content inside was: the cherry blossoms born from chrysanthemums and roses have arrived in the Nightlight City. The Tiger Claws is a gang of Japanese people, and most of them have Japanese parents or themselves in the past. The Tiger Claws are also full of Japanese culture, and the adjectives are also biased towards Japanese habits. Let's analyze it with the thinking there first. Japan does not have a national flower. But there are two kinds of flowers that can be called national flowers. which are the chrysanthemums that the royal family likes, and the cherry blossoms that the common people like. If the status represented by the flowers, the chrysanthemum should refer to the noble people, and the cherry blossom should refer to the common people. What is the rose? The rose is the national flower of America. Carl felt like he had realized something. If we explain it from this flower, it means that the noble people of Japan and the Americans gave birth to Sakura, who is considered to be a commoner because his father or mother is American. So his status is no longer noble. And this Sakura, who may be of Japanese descent, has arrived in Night City according to the intelligence of a cyberpsychopath who may be from the Tiger Claws or related to the Tiger Claws. The Tiger Claws is a Japanese gang. It is impossible for them to wreak havoc in Night City without the shadow of a company behind them. Just like the 6th Street Gang, where Oliver came from, works for middlemen with military technology backgrounds. And it was originally a gang composed of retired veterans from America. The 6th Street Gang is backed by military technology, while the Tiger Claws is just a company in Night City, Arasaka. Later, the mission started at the Arasaka seaside transport port, which is not allowed to be entered by outsiders. The mission is to escort. Who to escort? Sakura? But if it was Sakura, then why would Faraday, who has a military technology background, receive this mission? Rose. Could it be that it was Rose's background? Rose wants to protect her child Sakura. If this line of thought is connected, then this matter has touched the scope of secrets that should not be known. The mortal enemies Arasaka and Militech actually joined forces for a short time on this mission. How noble is the background of this chrysanthemum? How powerful is the identity of the rose? And how important is the identity of this Sakura? The first piece of information is that the Uzumaki gang seems to be looking for something, and they are willing to offend various gangs and companies for this. The second piece of information is that Sakura, who is likely to be the target of their protection, has an extremely important identity, involving Arasaka and Militech, transport intelligence, freight, personnel. Will the Uzumaki gang target be Sakura? If it is Sakura, where do they get so bold? If Sakura identity is really so special that Militech and Arasaka are willing to join forces for this, how dare they offend the world's strongest and second strongest companies? Unless Carl thought of Blanca and Juanito. Just like the office fights in Militech, the companies on both sides may not necessarily accept this kind of thing on this mission. The Uzumaki gang may accept their employment, just like they accepted the employment of Juanito of Militech. Military technology and information about the 6th Street Gang related to military technology may have been sold by Blanca and Juanito. So, is it possible that there are Blanca and Juanito in the Arasaka and Tiger Claw gang who do not agree with the temporary alliance? Information summary completed. Mission. Will it be like this? Carl is looking forward to the verification later. Is it just my own idle thinking or the truth? We will know when the time comes. If I really guessed it right. ACPA. That would be interesting. Chapter 43. The mission begins. There are so many people. It was already the day of the commission. After the client Faraday sent them over and negotiated with the guards, who were obviously Arasaka, Carl, Oliver and Jack were allowed to carry their weapons into a warehouse at the transport port in the Arasaka seaside area. After they entered, they found that even if they had arrived an hour earlier, they were still considered to be a relatively late group of people, because in addition to them, there were at least 20 mercenaries inside, wearing various types of prosthetics and holding various specially modified firearms, waiting there. There are indeed a lot of people. In response to Jack's eye, Carl observed the mercenaries, who would carry out the mission together. Not to mention, after a careful look, Carl found that he could recognize most of the various prosthetics and weapons on them. Subcutaneous armor, mantis blade, Saratoga submachine gun, Kenshin pistol, Nova pistol, and the SOR-22 kinetic precision rifle that you finally got. Oliver. They seem to be very capable people. None of these weapons is cheap. At least the low-level mercenaries can't afford them. But it makes sense. How could people who were sent by various middlemen use weapons like Lexington? You have to tell me. Oliver looked at the SOR-22 kinetic precision rifle in his hand, then at the Saratoga submachine gun in Jack's hand, and then at the Kenshin in Carl's hand. He found that if the three of them took their weapons and integrated into this group of mercenaries, they would not be able to tell the difference between their teams. 21, 22, 23. Carl, Oliver, including us, there are now 26 people. If everyone is paid 100,000 yuan in hiring fees, how much did the employer spend this time? You didn't count the part for the middleman and a series of other expenses. Anyway, it is definitely a number that we can't imagine. Jack. Oliver felt that it was a number that he might never come across in his life. The gap between people is really bigger than that between dogs. You sound like you have seen dogs in Night City. Carl laughed. I have seen a lot of cute dogs, and even raised them before. How come I haven't seen them? In response to Carl's show-off behavior, Oliver gave him a middle finger. Are company dogs not dogs? You two should stop arguing with each other. Another person is coming. Do you think he looks familiar? Jack nudged the two people with his elbow, motioning them to look at the warehouse entrance they had entered not long ago. Oliver and Carl looked over and found that they were indeed acquaintances. That's not the one from before. Looking at the yellow-haired muscular man, who was alone and holding a large machine gun in one hand, Oliver recognized him, the one who fought in front of the Mutuo store. I remember that he had two teammates at that time. Why is he alone? Maybe he is dead. Or they think they are not qualified to participate in this mission. Carl didn't have a deep impression of this muscular man, and said casually, after all, nothing in Night City is surprising. Carl was talking, but found that the yellow-haired muscular man walked straight towards them after seeing the three of them. Looking for trouble? This was Carl's first thought. But then he found that it was not the case, because after the yellow-haired muscular man approached them, his expression actually showed a look of finally finding them. You must be Carl, Oliver, and Jack, right? The blonde sturdy man called out their names as soon as he arrived, and then introduced himself. My name is Man, and I used to help Faraday. But Faraday said he only had 3 people for this mission, so I accepted the commission from other middlemen. Do you want to go with me for the escort mission? Man? Carl was not in a hurry to answer. He first sent a message to Faraday, and after confirming the other party's identity, he said, why did you want to go with us? For this mission. Man looked at the other. After the team, he looked at Carl and the others. After all, we have the relationship with Faraday, so I feel that you can still be trusted. And I am also a little curious about your abilities. I have been working with him for a long time, and he actually gave up my team and chose a new team. I never thought that this would happen. Plus, you are alone, right? Carl saw another layer of cleverness under Man's muscular appearance. It is very dangerous for one person to carry out a life-and-death mission, such as escorting a reward. So he thought of relying on the relationship of the middleman to keep warm together. Man is naturally not a fool, who can mix with the middleman on the street to become a mercenary. He still understands that there is strength in numbers. That's what I meant. Man didn't care that Carl saw through his thoughts. He saw that Carl was the leader of the group and stared at Carl and asked, what do you think? What are you good at? If I need it, I can rely on a subcutaneous armor and hold this 31 type heavy machine gun to stand in front. Is that enough? In other words, standing in front means that if Carl and others behind him have any ideas, they can shoot him in the back at any time. It's enough. Carl stretched out his hand and shook Man's hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Man smiled. Captain, just call me KK. You can use this as a code name, since Man has temporarily joined the team. Carl doesn't mind introducing their situation. Jack, what you do is similar. Anyway, it depends on the two of you to suppress others with firepower. Oliver is a medical staff and sniper. If you are injured or need remote support, you can ask him for help. As for me, Carl thought about his position and gave a strange answer. You should know when the fight starts. You will know when the fight starts? Man didn't quite understand, but seeing that Oliver and Jack both understood, he ignored it. Anyway, it was just one mission, and a basic understanding of cooperation was enough. If you can survive and complete the mission this time, who knows when the next cooperation will be? Time passed quickly while the mercenaries were getting familiar with or observing their teammates. At exactly 9 o'clock, a company dog wearing Arasaka uniforms walked into the warehouse with a group of Arasaka security personnel. The mission began. Chapter 44. This is a trial. There are a total of 27 mercenaries, and compared to the security personnel wearing Arasaka uniforms, these 27 people are actually at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. There are 37 Arasaka security guards, plus 27 mercenaries, which means there are 64 people in total. Are they going to fight or escort? If we are going to fight, we are still a little short of manpower. Oliver answered Jack's words and walked out of the warehouse. He looked at the vehicle that was nearly 200 meters away from them, and was firmly guarded by Arasaka security personnel. Is that the car of the employer? Why do I feel that the car is familiar? Oh my god. Jack also saw the car. And he subconsciously exclaimed, Renfield. Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Guinevere. I know that car. I saw it at the press conference when it was launched. I still remember that I was drooling at that time. What about now? I am drooling as well. Heh. Laughing. Carl stared at the car. And the relevant information flashed through his mind. Renfield. Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Guinevere, for those who know cars. As long as they hear Renfield, they will understand that it is a synonym for wealth. Yes. This is a vehicle specially provided for the rich. Especially the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Guinevere. And the price has exceeded the GDP of many island countries. As a vehicle that symbolizes wealth. The engine of the Sword of the Lady of the Lake is enough to compete with any professional racing car. And the interior is as luxurious as a 5-star hotel suite. With the support of crystal ball technology, you can see all the scenery outside the vehicle from inside the vehicle without any windows. Of course, this also guarantees the safety of passengers in the car to the greatest extent. If you meet this little beauty on the street, don't think about challenging her armor with your Lexington, which is military grade. How much is this car worth? Carl stared at the Sword of the Lady of the Lake and asked Oliver. Jack? And man next to him. 10 million euros? Oliver guessed. Jack, who was obviously more knowledgeable about cars, directly called out the price. 22.5 million euros. This number is like a dream. Carl stared at the car. If he sold the car, he could get many new prosthetics. Don't think so much. Man seemed the most calm. He had been a mercenary longer than the others, and had seen some luxury cars. Although it was the first time he saw the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. He was used to it, and was not surprised. Man said, Do you know what I am thinking now? What are you thinking? We are dead. Why do you say that? Carl withdrew his gaze, and was a little puzzled. A person who can sit on the Sword of the Lady of the Lake, and has so many Arasaka security guards to protect him still needs fools, who want to die as consumables. What kind of danger do you think he will encounter next? I have a guess about this. Carl said a word that made man. Jack and Oliver changed their faces. ACPA. ACPA? Oliver listened to the word from Carl's mouth. His face twisted. Why did you guess that aspect? A little clue counts? How sure are you? 50-50. 50% right, and 50% wrong. Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Although Oliver said so. He knew clearly that if Carl didn't really have some clues, he wouldn't say such a 50-50 statement at this time. In other words, if they didn't encounter anything, it would be fine. If they did, then the opponent would be ACPA 99% of the time. Although Oliver had described ACPA as a consumable that would cause the company to lose money when he talked to Carl and Jack before. When it came to facing ACPA, he knew the danger of ACPA better than anyone else. After all, the 6th Street Gang had a private collection of light ACPAs, and the veterans of the 6th Street Gang had encountered them on the battlefield. Their group of mercenaries were well equipped. But that couldn't be compared with ACPA. What was ACPA? A humanoid self-propelled tank. Don't think too much. The mission has been accepted. Just fulfill your duties. Our car is here. Jack looked at many empty Villefort Alvarado V4 F570 missions driving from a distance, and stopped in front of them. He guessed that this might be the car for their group of mercenaries and Arasaka security personnel. Villefort Alvarado V4 F570 mission, an expensive and huge vehicle. Sitting in it on the street is not called a ride, but a cruise. For many people in Night City, Alvarado is their ideal experience of showing off luxury. When I was a kid, I always wanted to ride in this kind of car. Who wouldn't like this car? Riding in it is like being rich. I didn't expect that after becoming a mercenary. I could just ride in it whenever I was on a mission, Man said, watching the other mercenaries get on the vehicles. Are we going to form a convoy and pass through Watson District? Isn't this very eye-catching? If you ask me, with the Sword of the Lady of the Lake, we can just step on the gas and rush over. It will definitely take more than 10 minutes. And then the possible hackers will change the traffic lights or vehicle routes on the road to guide the collision and block people in a place prepared by the attackers. Oliver said as he opened the door, I think the employer is so rich. Wouldn't it be better to get a hovercraft, fly over from the sky, and ensure that there are no obstacles? Don't the current hovercrafts have programs to prevent hackers? that only prevents some ordinary hackers. Which hovercraft does not need equipment to guide it. Control. Do you think that the person who wants to attack a target that can hire so many people and spend so much money to protect him can't even find an excellent hacker? If he does so, he will probably fall as soon as he takes off. And he can't even run away in the sky, Jack said, looking at Carl, who had already sat in the co-pilot seat of the car, and asked, Carl, what do you think? I opened my eyes and watched. To be honest, I suspect that there is probably an insider among the security personnel of the attacker. The target will be known as soon as it moves. Otherwise, I really can't think of a way to transport personnel by crossing the road with a convoy. You mean? There may be people of the attacker in the security group around the target? Carl sat in the driver's seat. This luxury car can drive automatically. So he just went through the motions. If you can't even trust the people around you, why would you arrange for us mercenaries to join in and muddy the waters? Aren't mercenaries just for money? Carl has now confirmed his guess. That is, there must be traitors like Blanca and Juanito among the Arasaka staff. But he still can't understand why a company like Arasaka can't even find out a traitor among the security personnel. Or, in Arasaka, traitors like Blanca and Juanito are arranged by the higher-ups because of the identity of the target. So they can't be found out and can't be found out? If the target is really Sakura, then naturally there will be many people who want her to live and want her to die at the same time. But this kind of arrangement of personnel for protection and personnel for possible attacks makes Carl think of a word that is more likely than office fighting. That word is called testing. Or it is called trial. Trial of Sakura with countless lives. There are always people who are obsessed with cherry blossoms after the rain. Chapter 45 Attack. Where are we now? After leaving the Arasaka seaside district, Jack was prepared for an attack at any time. And the most difficult thing was not knowing what was going to happen ahead. We have entered the northern industrial area of Watson. We are now in the abandoned apartment complex. The speed is a bit slow. The car in front sent a message saying that there was a pile of debris blocking the road for some reason. People are being sent to clean it up. Oliver, who was sitting in the driver's seat, put his hands on the steering wheel, trying to relieve his inner tension in this way. Do you think we will be attacked here? I don't know. But I know that this kind of thing is definitely not a coincidence. Get ready. Man. Open the door on your side. KK. You mean? We are in trouble just after we leave the waterfront? Man's face with sunglasses showed a rather stiff smile. Damn. Do you have to come so fast? Not necessarily. I'm just saying. After all, it's too hasty to launch an attack just after coming out. Carl was talking. But he suddenly found a red flame on the apartment building next to him. His reaction speed was faster than that of ordinary people. So he turned his eyes and saw clearly what was flying towards them from the 5th floor of the apartment building next to him. That thing was too familiar. So even Carl, who came to this before 2075, could recognize it at a glance. RPG. RPG, rocket launcher. A portable anti-tank weapon that launches rockets. Damn. I really encountered a monster when I went out. Who would block the door to kill? Do you think you are the final boss in a game that is afraid of the hero? After Carl judged that the trajectory of the rocket would eventually fall 10 meters in front of the vehicle they were in, he moved quickly. When he shouted RPG to remind his companions, he had already opened the door on his side, and then rolled over to distance himself from the explosion point, hid behind the vehicle, and made the explosion avoidance action he learned in Mutuo. Lie down with your back facing the explosion point. Then cross your hands, palms facing down on your chest, face between your arms. Close your eyes and mouth. Tighten your abdomen. Stretch your legs. Point your toes down. And hold your breath. In 2075, the killing range of most RPGs has reached 15 meters. And the explosion center is 10 meters away from the vehicle Carl and his companions are riding in. As one of the luxury cars, Alvarado is too focused on the sense of luxury. And its explosion-proof ability is not so outstanding. Hiding in the car will definitely not escape its killing range. Rather than facing Alvarado head-on, it is better to keep as much distance as possible from the explosion range before the explosion comes. And then hide behind Alvarado's vehicle and rely on Alvarado to resist the impact. Boom! The next second after Carl completed the evasive action, a deafening explosion sound came from behind him. And then Carl clearly heard the obvious creaking sound of steel twisting and the noisy sound that almost made him deaf. Alvarado relied on its huge body and heavy weight to help Carl block the impact of the explosion, and was not overturned by the rocket. But its front seat, and the front of the car, had been twisted and deformed into a weird appearance of steel fusion. If Carl could see it from the front, he would definitely not be stingy with a popcorn evaluation. I was blocked just after I left the house. Jack, who barely reacted because of Carl's reminder, did not make any standard evasive moves compared to Carl. But thanks to his subcutaneous armor and strong muscles, he was not injured. He just raised his head a little from Carl's side with a dusty face. Be careful. We have to find a shelter. Man was similar to Jack. He was the first to escape because some car doors were opened because of Carl's words. Now he has adjusted his body shape, half crouched with his weapon, and leaned tightly against the trunk of the car, constantly scanning the surroundings with his artificial eyes under his sunglasses, trying to find possible attackers. Grass, 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 grass. Compared to Jack and Man, Oliver was a little unlucky. He was sitting in the driver's seat, which was relatively forward, and he did not have Carl's reaction speed and Jack Man's subcutaneous armor. So in an emergency, he was the only one injured. A piece of shrapnel had pierced his right arm, causing bleeding profusely. While cursing, Oliver retracted his right arm, keeping it close to his armpit and side, and then pulled out the medical gauze he carried with him. He used the index finger and thumb of his left hand to pull out the shrapnel that was still warm, and then pressed the gauze directly on the wound on his right hand that was constantly bleeding. He used pressure to stop the bleeding and gave himself some emergency treatment. Oliver was going crazy now. Being injured was a small matter. It was just an injury of this degree. He could get it back by giving himself emergency treatment and a shot of Furkan. He was angry about another aspect. Furkan, medical injection. I'm going to kill the bastard who fired the rocket, Oliver yelled. I just bought a new gun. I spent a lot of money to modify it. I spent almost all my money on the new gun. I'm going to kill him. Oliver barely managed to get out, so he naturally had no time to take care of the new gun he had placed next to him. As for Oliver SOR-22, after he got it, he shot at the target in practice, and he hadn't fired a single shot in the official mission. He retired gloriously for no reason. How could he not be angry? It's okay. I helped you kill them. Carl stood up. The RPG attack they had just suffered was not an isolated case. In the continuous explosions and flames, almost a quarter of the mercenaries didn't even have a chance to escape and died in the rocket bombing. On the contrary, the security personnel of Arasaka didn't suffer any damage. They were behind, and the mercenary convoy walking in front happened to be their scapegoat. In the explosion and flames, Carl had locked onto the apartment that had just fired rockets in front of them. Although we are not your first target, we are lucky to have escaped. But you still have to die. Jack, Man, take Oliver to find a safe shelter to cooperate with other mercenaries in the firefight. I will deal with the guy upstairs. Saying this, Carl rushed to the first floor of the apartment building, and looking at his back. Men also understood at this time why Carl gave an answer of "you will know when the fight starts" when he talked about the team positioning before. So this guy is a lone wolf in the team. He is the kind of person who commands while fighting alone. Chapter 46 Smart Weapons. The entire floor of the apartment building that Carl entered was cleared, and all obstacles except the weighing wall were smashed to pieces. So Carl could see where the stairs were at a glance. The RPG was launched on the 5th floor, but Carl was not going to go up the stairs normally. Stairs and other places. As long as the attackers were not stupid, they would have set up mines and other related traps. And Carl did not have time to crack them one by one. He glanced at the height of the ceiling above his head, and found that there was an embedded ceiling light on it. After calculating his jumping ability in his mind, he took action decisively. The ejected single-molecule wire was waved in Carl's hand, directly cutting a square gap with a side length of 1 meter above Carl's head. After the rocks and steel bars mixed with rocks fell, Carl took a step forward and stepped on the fallen ceiling stones to start jumping. The height difference between the ceiling and the ground of this apartment is 2.8 meters plus the thickness of the ground of 20 centimeters. The ground of the first floor is 3 meters away from the ground of the second floor. Carl is 1.8 meters tall, and his jumping height is 50 centimeters. With the length of his arms, he can barely reach the ground of the second floor. Remember that the height of the basic basket is 3.05 meters. Is this considered a dunk? Carl jumped up and put his palm on the ground of the second floor, but it was naturally difficult to support him to climb up with the strength of his palm and 5 fingers. So the single molecule wire came in handy again at this time. The single molecule wire is only sharp as a molecule in the blade. In other parts, its essence is a rechargeable wire whip. In other words, it can be used as a climbing rope. It popped out again, and the single molecule wire on the side that was not the blade flew to the ceiling light on the 3rd floor. After the tip of the wire penetrated the lampshade of the ceiling light, it drove the wire body and wrapped around the metal chassis. Just as Carl thought, this apartment was indeed a well-planned design. If there was one on the 1st floor, there would be exactly the same on the 2nd floor, with embedded ceiling lights. Carl pulled the single molecule wire that he used as a climbing rope, and the structure in his wrist made a crisp sound. And then Carl's body was pulled up a little. After half of his body had reached the 2nd floor, Carl used his elbows to support the ground, exerted force on his abdomen, and turned over. At the same time, he pulled down the embedded ceiling light that was shaky due to the instantaneous force of the human body. While recovering the single molecule wire, he also pulled down a piece of the ceiling. Cool. It can actually be done. As long as Carl has experienced the experience of the Mutuo recorder once in Mutuo, he can remember and learn all the skills he has shown in Mutuo. The method he is using now is actually a skill in the Adventure Mutuo. When he was about to fall down the cliff waterfall, the Mutuo recorder threw a rope towards the tree next to the cliff, and then successfully used the rope to hang his body in the air. Although it is heard that many Mutuo recorders died during the filming of this movie, it only takes one success and recording it for the relevant skills to be remembered by Carl. Before he really performed it, he was not so sure that he could succeed. He just saw that if he failed, he would fall back to the 1st floor at most before trying it. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Swoosh. The sound of retracting the single molecule line seemed to be a little slow, and the mechanical structure seemed to have a slight friction problem. Well, it actually cost a little. Single molecule wires can be recovered through manipulation, but this usually requires people to stand still and raise their hands to recover the single molecule wires that have been thrown out. No one has tried to hang them with single molecule wires like Carl, and then use the recovery to pull themselves back. Single molecule wires recovering people are actually a counterattack. Carl didn't know that only Victor craftsmanship was good. If a single molecule wire modified by a prosthetic doctor was used, it might not be able to withstand Carl tossing. At this time, I envied the mantis knife. If I had a mantis knife, I could directly insert the mantis knife into the wall to climb the wall. In the fierce exchange of fire outside, the sound of Carl cutting the floor could even be said to be very small. So taking advantage of the continuous gunfire outside, Carl repeated the trick. Swish. Click. This time the sound was a bit obvious, as if the single molecule wire was protesting. However, when he reached the 3rd floor, Carl was not going to cut the floor anymore. If we cut further up, there might be someone there. Even if there is no one, the attackers on the 5th floor can easily hear the noise under their feet. Now, it's time to take the stairs. When he came to the stairs, Carl observed and found that the attackers did not set any mine traps on the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. It seems that they think that the trap warning set downstairs is enough. Carl remembered that some types of mines can be connected by data. In other words, after being triggered, the connected object can immediately know which mine exploded. For the attacker, the trap arrangement on the 3rd floor may indeed be enough. It's a pity that my hacker has not learned it well. Otherwise, I would have blocked this connection and converted the mine to my own use. Kale crouched and stepped slowly, and slowly walked towards the 4th floor, and then saw a man standing on the edge of the entire floor with his back to him, constantly shooting down. And the gun in his hand was the first time Kale saw it in reality. It turned out to be an intelligent weapon. Arasaka TKI. Arasaka Advanced Weapon. Appeared in the hands of the attacker. Why didn't I feel surprised? Carl was 7 meters away from the man with his back to him, and he didn't have the confidence to rely on his lurking ability to lurk behind the other party in this place without any cover and kill him quietly. During the whole process, as long as the opponent has 1 second to turn around and react, he can use the smart weapon to blow Carl's head off. Carl doesn't have any subcutaneous armor, so it still hurts if he is hit by a bullet. So, let's stop here. We are already as close to the opponent as possible, compared with triggering the explosion from the 1st floor and letting the opponent chase us with smart weapons. It is much better. Carl raised Kenshin. Bang. Blood flowers exploded in front of Carl. The gun is good. I picked it up. Chapter 47 Exoskeleton and Nikomana. What happened? The gunshots from downstairs naturally alarmed the attackers on the 5th floor. They could at least distinguish the gunshots from below. Someone came up. How is it possible? The mines and sensors on the 1st to 3rd floors were not triggered. Number 3 has lost vital signs. Someone is downstairs. Go to the stairs. There were 3 attackers upstairs, in addition to the rocket launchers with empty rockets beside them. They all held a Shenzhen intelligent submachine gun in their hands. They were originally shooting at the mercenaries, who were dodging in panic below. But they didn't expect someone to touch them. Stop attacking the mercenaries, and get rid of the people who came up first. Just as the attackers were about to act, the floor under their feet suddenly bulged. And then the shock wave of the explosion swept them from bottom to top. After the gunshots, the attackers spent 1 second to determine the source of the gunshots, and then spent another second to confirm the death of number 3 on the 4th floor, and then spent another 2 seconds to make the decision to rush to the stairs to deal with the newcomers. They wasted a full 4 seconds, and 4 seconds was enough for Carl to do many things. For example, using a single molecular line to break the lampshade, unplug the grenade, and throw it into the lamp frame above his head. It is not polite not to return the favor. I repay evil with kindness. You use a rocket launcher to shoot me, and I will only return you a grenade. Carl felt that he was really too kind. In the explosion and fire that spread on the 5th floor, 2 attackers died directly on the spot, which was something Carl, who rushed to the 5th floor, had never expected. The positions are too close, and we will die together. Looking at the only attacker who was lying on the spot and still breathing. His right hand was blown off, and the Shenzhen pistol in his hand was missing. In order to prevent the other party from having the remaining strength to counterattack in this situation, Carl raised the Shenzhen he had just picked up in his hand. Only 3 people? Fewer than I thought. The gunshots rang out, and the last attacker on this floor also fell into a deep sleep. Oliver. They are all asleep. After Carl, who was keeping in touch with the team, dealt with the enemies on this floor, and immediately informed Oliver and Jack of the good news. We are now using vehicles and houses as cover to engage in a firefight with them. Carl, there is a sniper on the 3rd floor of the apartment building opposite you. He has already blown up 3 people's heads with a Nikomata. Is there any way to get rid of him? Nikomata sniper rifle? Tsunami Nikomata, a precise technical sniper rifle. Although it needs frequent maintenance, the tungsten nail bullets it shoots are enough to penetrate the thickest armor and walls, smashing titanium bones into pieces. No one can rest assured in its power, because of its threatening nature. The sales supervision of this rifle is extremely strict. If it is not employed by a company or government, it is almost impossible for ordinary mercenaries to get this gun. In other words, most people who can get this gun are from companies or governments. Carl thought about the expensive smart weapon Shenzhen and the rocket bombardment. But this group of attackers was really making a fuss. With this ability, you didn't wait for our mercenaries to pass and attack the professional security personnel, and used it to deal with our mercenaries, right? Or, there are others who deal with the security personnel, and you are enough to deal with us? While thinking, Carl walked to the balcony of the apartment that was opened up, and looked at the 3rd floor of the apartment opposite. There was indeed a sniper holding a cat-shaped sniper rifle, wearing a cloak, and his artificial eyes glowing red, constantly locking on the mercenaries below. Isn't it said that snipers need to change positions after firing a shot? Why doesn't this guy move? Carl was thinking this, and saw the bullet fired by the mercenary below hit the sniper. And then, the bullet was actually bounced off by the sniper's body. Something is wrong. That thing is through the bullet holes on the cloak. Carl saw the thing under the cloak. From the appearance of the pits, and pits reflecting the metallic luster, it turned out to be an exoskeleton combat suit. Carl had seen exoskeleton clothes in clothing stores in the northern part of Watson district. But those exoskeleton outerwear were basically expensive, with poor defense, and they had to be equipped with additional prosthetics to use. There was no comparison with the exoskeleton combat suit worn by the sniper he saw now. It was probably for the military again. Damn. Even if we mercenaries knew that this mission was a life-threatening mission, it shouldn't be so life-threatening. Just when Carl was thinking about whether to throw a grenade over, a mercenary below also thought so. He untied a grenade from his waist, rushed out of the bunker, raised his hand, and threw the grenade towards the sniper's position. His courageous behavior made him turn into a corpse without a head and upper body. The next moment, the grenade fell out of his hand. The grenade that the mercenary had high hopes for before his death was scanned by the sniper's artificial eye in midair. And he raised his gun and detonated it in midair. At the moment of raising his gun, the sniper's sight also raised up. And then a red light flashed. And he scanned Carl. Damn it! Without any hesitation, Carl rolled backwards. And the next moment, the balcony he was on was shattered by a huge impact of the bullet. A 2-meter long and 1-meter wide rock balcony was so fragile in the cat's bullet. After the bullet, the complete shape disappeared, leaving only a pile of rock fragments smashing down. The bullet not only shattered the balcony, but its penetrating power also directly penetrated the 5th floor ceiling of the apartment building. After rolling, Carl looked up and could actually see the sky of Night City, with extremely serious light pollution through the ceiling with a big hole. Oliver, that sniper has an exoskeleton. A military-grade exoskeleton. What? Military grade? I knew this mission was going to be fatal. Oliver seemed to be exchanging fire as well. After he cursed, Jack's voice rang out in the communication. Carl, since it's a military-grade exoskeleton, you should ensure your own safety first. Man, Oliver and I are moving towards the apartment, and we'll be there soon. We will kill him when the time comes. You just need to cooperate with us upstairs. There are mines and sensors on the stairs, so it's not that easy to get up there. And that sniper rifle, your subcutaneous armor can't stop it. Jack. Carl put the Shingen submachine gun on his waist, and pulled out the Kenshin. Let me try first. He shot me before I even fired. I really can't stand it. What are you going to do? Carl? Jack heard something wrong in Carl's tone. I'm going to have a Western showdown. If you get hit, you die. So it's fine as long as you don't get hit. It's not a big deal. It's just no harm. Carl jumped down from the broken floor until he jumped to the 3rd floor. Then listened to the gunshots. And after hearing the Nakomida's voice again, he did something. A daring thing. He raised Kenshin and shot the obstacle of the 3rd floor balcony. And then started running wildly, with the broken stones flying everywhere. Carl footstepped on the edge of the balcony. And then he jumped up. Hello. In the air. Carl raised his gun. 1 step faster than the sniper raised the Nakomida. Chapter 48 Shooting. How far can a normal person jump after a run-up? The answer is 6 meters. So how wide is this street? It is estimated to be no less than 18 meters. So Carl was not trying to jump to the apartment building across the street. He was just inviting the sniper to fire a shot in an unavoidable posture. Fired the shot that just detonated the grenade in midair. Every sniper has a set of shooting memories that belong to him. This can be classified as muscle memory or a conditioned reflex shooting method. It will be engraved into his bones during the practice stage. The more outstanding the sniper is, the more he has this kind of instinctive reaction. Obviously, the person Carl is facing is such a sniper. Even faster than the speed at which the artificial eye is fed back to the brain. The sniper has already raised the gun and pulled the trigger at Carl. And the angle at which he raised the gun is no different from the angle at which he detonated the grenade before. When using a gun to hit a target at the same height, the height that the sniper raises will not change. The grenade exploded when it was thrown to the 3rd floor. So the position where Carl jumped was also the 3rd floor. Carl deliberately kept himself at about the same height as the grenade, and also slowed down his shooting speed. Carl was more prepared than the sniper. If he wanted to shoot, he could shoot before the sniper. But after shooting, he would be hit by the cat in the sniper's hand at the same time as his bullet hit the sniper. Carl didn't know whether the sniper would die or not. But he would definitely die. So what he did was another more risky thing. The angle of the raised gun was correct. And the muzzle was in the same position. Then, it was confirmed. At the moment when the cat-shaped bullet in the sniper's hand was fired, Kenshin's bullet was already waiting for it on its path. In the Gallipoli campaign in 1916, a miracle happened. 2 bullets collided with each other in the air. What is the probability of this? 1 in 70 billion. Carl knew that he didn't have such good luck. So he chose to shoot at a fixed target. A muzzle with a certain height and angle, waiting to be verified with life, is not a fixed target. For Carl, this is not 1 in 70 billion, but 1.5. Guess right. Live. Guess wrong. Die. It's that simple. Fortunately, Carl luck is still good at 1.5. And he can always guess right. When facing a fixed target, Carl really can't think of any reason why he can't hit it. 1 bullet intercepted the half-fired Nakomida bullet, and the 2 bullets exploded in the sniper rifle's chamber. The debris and shrapnel produced directly broke the Nakomata carried by the sniper like a door speaker. And then another bullet passed through the broken rifling and hit the sniper's head. Sniper rifles are rarely designed to fire continuously. In the past, the reason was that the gunpowder remaining in the rifling would affect the accuracy of the shooting. And now the reason is that continuous firing can easily cause damage and accuracy deviation of technical sniper rifles. Which is even more true for sniper rifles, like Nakomata, that need to be maintained frequently. Unlike the technical sniper rifle Nakomata, the Kenshin in Carl hand is a pistol that can fire continuously. The next moment, the first bullet is fired. The next bullet has already been fired. The head can't be as hard as the body. With this idea in mind, Carl's body began to unload the force. When jumping from a height, you cannot roll directly, as this will not work for your spine. The correct way is to recall the teachings of the trauma team in Mutuo. Carl landed on the forefoot, followed by the heel, and then immediately leaned forward, relaxed his body, supported himself with both hands, bent his knees to respond to the ground, and jumped again naturally. After completing such a series of actions, Carl successfully removed most of the force of falling from a height. But he also felt that his body was in pain as if it was falling apart. But he could not stop. When Carl fell from a height, the attackers were still a little unresponsive, or they handed Carl over to the sniper to deal with. But after Carl landed safely, even the most slow-witted people realized that they should aim their guns at Carl. People cannot outrun bullets, or Carl is not good enough now. So he did not plan to run at all. The attacker's gun was already very clear. It was Shinjin, and the smart weapon was good. But it still had a small flaw. That is, it had to lock the enemy before it could guide the shooting. He rolled over again and hid behind a car. Carl felt that he was becoming more and more skilled at rolling. After clearing the apartment building opposite, there were no attackers who could point their guns directly at him. However, the car as a cover would not last long. So Carl used his last trick at this critical moment. Help! Carl chose to ask his companions for help during the communication. And they did not disappoint Carl. I'm here, Carl. Jack rushed out of the apartment where the sniper was, carrying a corpse. Jack Wells is here, he shouted, attracting the attacker's attention. Jack? He is always the one who can stand in the front and help his companions attract firepower, and is trustworthy. The moment he saw Jack, the attacker turned the muzzle towards Jack. The bullets in their hands, after penetrating the corpse that Jack was holding, stayed on the surface of the subcutaneous armor. Because the smart pistol has too high a technical content, more than half of the gun is a smart device, leaving little for the gun itself, which also leads to the poor penetration of its bullets. Although some smart pistols can bypass obstacles and hit the enemy behind the obstacles after precise locking and guidance, they still do not have the ability to directly penetrate heavy defenses. In other words, Jack can hold on for a while. The reason why it took a while was that it was a submachine gun after all. And with more bullets, it was no problem to tear Jack apart. But there was more than just Jack. Don't worry. You be fine. KK. Man actually rushed out with a large stone with grooves on the surface as a shield. And with the help of the two of them, the other mercenaries, who were suppressed by the sniper rifles and dared not raise their heads, also seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack against the attackers whose firepower suppression had slowed down. Don't underestimate us. Do you really think you can be our opponents? After all, they were mercenaries who fought in the blood and fire on the streets. And they still had their eyes. They all realized that this was the best time to fight back. If it's not the suppression of rocket launchers and snipers, you can rely on your smart weapons and want to compete with us. You are worthy. On the streets, there is a half-India's, half-true popular saying. Only cowards, who can't even aim their guns, will use smart weapons to fight. Who would use smart weapons when they can use more powerful kinetic weapons and technological weapons? Chapter 49 Halftime. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of saliva, Jack felt that the bloody taste in his mouth had dissipated a little. He swept his eyes across the battlefield that had calmed down and was full of the bodies of mercenaries and attackers, and then looked at the Arasaka security personnel who drove slowly over after the battle. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction. We have finished the battle. And they came here. It's simply written on their faces that you are just cannon fodder to test the danger. Otherwise, what else can we do? This is what corporate dogs do. Jack, don't move. You have a lot of bullets in your body. Although they are not important parts, If you don't treat them properly, they may leave a root of disease. Oliver took the tweezers and scalpel disinfected with alcohol cotton swabs to treat Jack's injuries. After treating Jack, he had to go and treat other mercenaries. They were all people who fought together, and they couldn't just watch others get injured and wait to die. I say, can't you just give me a shot of Forte Kong or Jinlizi? I see you have some left. Wouldn't that make you heal faster? Jack felt the numbness and pain in various parts of his body. Grimacing. It wasn't that he couldn't bear the pain, but that it was itchy. As for his words, Oliver explained, while treating his injuries, that thing directly promotes the healing of your cells. Healing too quickly may cause the bullet to remain inside and cause secondary damage. The bullet must be removed first. And I just gave my remaining stock to other seriously injured mercenaries, so it's all used up. So kind? Jack glanced at Oliver. That's not like your style. No bargaining. 100 euros per piece. That's fine. In fact, Jack also knew that Oliver was more kind-hearted. After all, for a life-saving matter, mercenaries would probably be willing to pay 1,000 or 10,000 euros, let alone 100 euros, to face teammates who might die. After all, they were all famous mercenaries, and there was some affection between their companions. From the perspective of the team, it was really sensible to spend some money to ensure combat power. Not to mention that it only cost 100 euros. Oliver probably didn't want other mercenaries to owe him anything, so he took 100 euros in the name of money. You are quite kind-hearted. Carl, who had already cleaned up part of the battlefield, came back. He just went to the third floor where the sniper was, and found that there was only a broken Takomata sniper rifle and a broken helmet exoskeleton. The sniper himself had run away at some point. It seemed that Carl's shot did not kill him. As for when they ran away, Carl was not very clear. After all, after the mercenaries launched a counterattack, it didn't take long to clear the attackers. The chance to run away was only a short time. The number of attackers was also counted, except for the number of people who escaped. It was still unclear. There were a total of 21 bodies lying in the apartment building harvested by the mercenaries. The attackers each had a Shinjin, but almost every Shinjin submachine gun was destroyed by the attackers themselves using lock programs or grenades before being seized by the mercenaries. In terms of spoils, it can be said that there was nothing to gain. The 21 bodies of the attackers were exchanged for 13 lives and 4 serious injuries among the 27 mercenaries. The largest number of Arasaka's security guards, 37, did not get any damage, and their clothes were not dirty. Half of them went directly. Man came over with a sigh. He felt a little sad for the other mercenaries, but also felt a little fortunate that he followed Carl to carry out this mission. Because if he hadn't followed Carl, he might have been one of the dead this time. Or, if Carl hadn't used that crazy shooting to get rid of the sniper, all of them, the mercenaries, might have been lying here. They were all capable men. What a pity. Jack also felt a little sad. None of the 13 mercenaries could compare with them in terms of weapons and prosthesis. They were just lucky. They were not locked by rockets at the first time, nor were they named by snipers in the subsequent attacks. They survived purely by luck. Only those who survived have the right to sigh, Carl said, and found that after the group of Arasaka's security personnel arrived, they actually began to drive them. The mercenaries who had just fought desperately to clear the road so that their convoy could pass. Fuck. Are they treating us as disposable cushions? The road ahead hasn't even been cleared yet, and they're so impatient to leave? Seeing this, man cursed out loud. I'd be an idiot if I accept a job as a company dog next time. I'm more concerned about another point now. Oliver looked at the group of mercenaries, who were barely standing with injuries being violently pushed to the ground by the Arasaka security personnel. His face was terribly gloomy. How much money did those middlemen take from us to make these company dogs dare to treat us like this? Oliver felt that the price of selling lives seemed a little wrong. It's probably a lot, but judging from their looks, they don't dare to treat us like this even if they don't pay much. Carl said, company dogs. They get paid to do things. But some company dogs may not even know how much money they get paid to do how much work they do. It's okay if company dogs are divided into different levels. Otherwise, why do you think dogs of different colors can be distinguished? Dogs must have a bloodline. Are you talking about real dogs or company dogs? Is there a difference? Carl stared at Guinevere, who was driving slowly. Anyway, it's just about the color and bloodline. Oh, right. Carl seemed to remember something, and threw the Shingen Smart submachine gun on his waist to Oliver. I brought back 2 Saratoga submachine guns before. Didn't I give one to Jack and modify the other one myself? I didn't give you one. So I make up for it today. Didn't I say before that I wanted a sniper rifle more? Forget it. I don't have any other guns to use now anyway. Oliver was still a little obsessed with his death. Sword 22. Which made Jack, who had taken out the last bullet from his body, smile, and patted his shoulder with his broad palm. Don't worry, brother. It will come sooner or later. Sooner or later. Indeed. Oliver sighed, but I have to survive this mission. He looked at the Arasaka security, who were skillfully clearing the obstacles, and felt a little depressed. This mission has just begun. Carl looked at the time. Half an hour of the 2-hour limit has passed, and there is still 1 hour and 30 minutes. The target must be delivered before the time is up. Guinevere drove past several people, and Carl seemed to feel something and looked at the car. But all he saw was the silver body. Illusion? When Carl turned his head, the people in the car also withdrew their gaze. Chapter 50. 10 minutes. The Alvarado vehicles used by the mercenaries had been almost completely destroyed in the previous rocket bombing. But fortunately, there were only a few mercenaries left who could continue to fight. So after an emergency repair, the remaining Alvarado vehicles could actually still carry 10 mercenaries who could continue to fight. After taking the time to stabilize the injuries of the 4 seriously injured and treating the lightly injured, Oliver got on the new Alvarado. Do you think those 4 people can be carried back to the hospital? Who knows? We can only pray that they can be taken away by the hospital staff before the gangsters and kidney cutters arrive. Man looked back through the window of the back seat at the seriously injured lying on a stable ground. It would be great if they had members of the trauma team. In that case, they can be taken away by the hovercraft not long after being injured. Trauma team, a medical company. They have a special team of medical personnel who have received professional combat training. As long as they have money and can afford medical insurance, they can arrive at any time when their member customers are injured. Rain or shine. Anyone who tries to stop them from rescuing customers will be hit, even if it is another trauma team. Come on. Oliver felt that man had said something that was as good as nothing. The minimum silver membership fee is 10,000 euros a month. Do you think mercenaries, like us who spend money freely, have the fixed income to afford it? That's true. As the car drove away, man also retracted his gaze and talked about another thing. How much do you think they can get paid? Payment? What do you mean? The mission? Carl turned his head and glanced at man. He didn't quite understand why man asked such a meaningless question. The mission situation. Didn't the middleman make it very clear that we have to escort to those who died before that, and those who were seriously injured and unable to perform the mission did not get a penny at that time? Fuck. I knew it. Man covered his forehead. These subsidiary dogs are really calculating. I was wondering why they are so generous. It turns out that they are deliberately thinking about spending less money. I should have thought that when the company dogs are bleeding, there must be some calculations in it. And the saddest thing is, just like what I said to Oliver before getting on the car, some of the company dogs who paid may not have the intention to deduct us. But some of the company dogs who executed have such thoughts and want to embezzle money. Again, the sensible company dogs will give enough money, but the ignorant company dogs will swallow this part of the money given by the sensible company dogs, and then face the mercenaries with the sensible attitude you should have. Shit. The more I think about it, the worse this mission is. It's really annoying. Man probably used to carry out street missions, so he wasn't very clear about the company missions. But after this time, he probably didn't want to know. Yeah. Just thinking about it makes my blood pressure go up. It's hard to get things done if the money isn't enough, Carl said. But he found that the Arasaka company's car slowed down, and then began to make way for their group of mercenaries' vehicles. It seemed that they meant, damn it, are they going to let us step on the mines again? Let us die when we need them, and let us go aside when we don't need them. We can't see them when we fight. Jack Temper came up directly. It's okay to risk his life for a mission worth 300,000. But he's already prepared. Why is the employer so annoying? He really doesn't want this money anymore. They've hit our sunk capital, Carl said. We've paid so much, and we have to grit our teeth and keep working for the money. So we use it recklessly. After all, if we quit, the deaths will be in vain. Isn't he afraid that we really quit? Or turn the tables? So they bet we don't dare. Now, even Jack started to swear. if I take Arasaka job again in the future. I'd be a fool. Military technology still has the good relationship with Blanca. So let's keep it for now. I have to sign now. Blanca, the company dog, is really kind-hearted. Oliver said, there is really no difference without comparison. I can tell you a joke about a company dog at this time. Arasaka works from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. From 6 a.m. today to 2 a.m. tomorrow. 20 hours a day. But the company dog still has time to calculate the hard-earned money of us mercenaries in his spare time. Carl smiled. Hack him. He knows how to exploit without any instruction after joining the company. Right? What do you mean you can learn it by just learning a little? Jack was amused by Carl's words. But to be more precise, he was angry. While the others were chatting, Alvarado's car drove automatically and passed through the Arasaka security team that had given way. As they led the way again, the doors of the cars beside Carl and his team were unlocked, which ensured that they could jump out of the car and escape at any time. The previous rocket hello was so impressive that they would probably keep this good habit in the future. However, the following journey was somewhat beyond Carl and his team's expectations. The journey was quite peaceful, and they did not encounter any enemies all the way out of the northern industrial area of Watson District. Did the attackers have deployed all their forces and retreated after the attack failed? Carl wanted to comfort himself in this way, but he noticed a strange point. The northern industrial area of Watson District was obviously the enemy of the Whirlpool gang. Logically, there should be several Whirlpool gang members on the roadside. But from entering to leaving, Carl, who had been paying attention to the outside because of the rocket attack, did not see the iconic red light prosthetic eye once. The sea before the storm is always calm. The closer they got to California Street, where the target point, the Blue by building, was located, the more silent the atmosphere in the car became. The four of them all felt the oppressive feeling of the coming storm, when they could already see the towering building of the Blue by building. Jack suddenly asked Carl a question. How much time do you have left? Carl knew what Jack wanted to say, and he also knew why Jack asked him even though he knew the time. 1 hour and 10 minutes. Another hour and 10 minutes? No. Jack looked at the Blue by building, which was only about 10 minutes away. There should be only 10 minutes left. Chapter 51 worth a try. The attack happened faster than expected. Even faster than Carl and the others thought. They all thought that maybe the attackers didn't attack all the way but waited until they reached their destination and were most relaxed before they attacked. So they were all ready to deal with the enemy in 10 minutes. However, they didn't expect that just after they checked the time, they turned the corner and drove towards the blue-green building. The convoy behind them was attacked. Boom! Carl was the first to come to his senses and roll off the car under the deafening sound of the artillery. After he made a defensive move but was not attacked, he began to think about the place where the sound broke out. Not in their area. He almost thought that he was so vigilant that he still couldn't prevent the attack. It was the convoy behind that was attacked. It seems that the attackers have locked the target this time. Oliver got out of the car with Shinjin. He was now sure that the retreat of the attackers before might not be a forced retreat due to insufficient personnel, but a kind of test. There has always been a saying about escort missions. That is, the most obvious person may not be the target, because everyone knows that hiding in the crowd is a better way to hide than walking on the road in a flashy way. They attacked us before, maybe because they suspected that there was a target among us. And after confirming that there was no target among our personnel, they didn't need to bother with us anymore. Oliver said so, but saw that other mercenaries had already got off the car and took their weapons. What do you mean? Carl? Jack looked at Carl. Go back and save them. Although the company dog just watched them die without saving them. The situation is different now. The target is under the protection of Arasaka's security personnel. If the target dies, then this trip will be in vain. Any tactics? KK? Because of Carl's performance, Man is now very convinced of him. No. Carl took out Kenshin. Just kill them all. He was not a professional bodyguard and did not know any protection tactics. He only knew that if he killed all the people who were threatening the target would no longer be threatening. There were a total of 10 mercenaries left, excluding Carl, Jack, Oliver, and Man, and there were 6 people. The 6 seemed to have discussed something when they were in the vehicle. After getting off the vehicle, one of them nodded to Carl and the others and ran away. The direction he ran was exactly opposite to the point where the target was attacked. Is this? He temporarily ran away because he didn't want to complete the mission? Just when Carl was thinking this, the leader of the remaining 5 people walked towards Carl. Your name is Carl, right? I just heard your companion call you that. Who are you? Looking at this middle-aged man who was about 40 or 50 years old and had various scars on his face. Carl, who was originally planning to rescue the target quickly, was a little confused. He didn't know why the other party was still introducing him at this time. Just call me Brown. We will rescue the target later. The protection of the target is up to you. We have seen your ability before. You are the most capable among our group. The protection of the target is up to me. What does that mean? The target. Isn't it that everyone has to protect? We all know this mission. Those who want to kill the target are not simple. If we can't stop it later, I will thank you for saving my companions just now. You run with the target, and we will help you block it with our lives. When the middle-aged mercenary said that he would help Carl block the attacker with his life, his expression was very calm. And the expressions of the 4 mercenaries behind him were also calm. As if it should be so. But Carl seemed to understand something suddenly. He glanced at the back of the 6th mercenary, who was almost out of sight. The middle-aged mercenary noticed Carl's eyes, and he also looked back at the teammate who was running away. He is the youngest in our team. If the mission is completed and we die, he will collect the compensation from the middleman on behalf of our team. The money is enough for our family to survive. As he said this, he passed Carl and took 4 companions to the corner first. Don't worry. We have instructed that if we all die, the mission fails, and there is no money to bury them separately. He will come back to help us pick up the bones and bury them together. You don't mind being buried with us, right? I don't mind. That's fine. The middle-aged mercenary smiled on his face full of ravines. Then we will go first. Remember? If you can't do it, run with the target. You are so young. Don't die before us. The man was very calm from beginning to end. Only when he was about to die did he show a little smile. This smile disappeared in the bend when he and his companions turned the corner and heard the gunshot. Good man. Man patted Carl on the shoulder and quickly chased after him. Then I go first in this team. When he temporarily joined the team, he said that he would stand in front. Huh? Carl exhaled slightly. His eyes were full of seriousness, which was an expression that Carl had never shown before. In the world, what else could be heavier than the commission before a person's death? This heaviness has forced Carl to be serious. When Carl, Oliver, and Jack came to the corner, they saw a chaotic battlefield. There are now less than 20 of the 37 Arasaka security personnel. They are protecting the sword of the lake girl and crashing into a store. They are relying on the store that looks like a convenience store for defense. And not far away from them, there are 2 teams of people rushing towards them with weapons. One team is the attackers. They are easy to recognize because the Shingen submachine gun is too recognizable. The other team was the scum of the Whirlpool gang. Seeing the Whirlpool gang members holding all kinds of messy weapons and screaming over there, Jack rushed over with a Saratoga submachine gun and followed Man. The current battlefield situation is: the Arasaka security personnel who were protecting the target left the vehicle and were forced into a 3-story convenience store beside the road. There was no shelter in the convenience store, and the door of the Lake Lady's sword was also open. The target was unknown where it was now. In front of them, the attackers with smart weapons and the members of the Whirlpool gang were rushing towards the convenience store together. And on the side, there was a mercenary team rushing over. I follow Man and Jack. Carl, you go around to the back door of the convenience store behind. If there are no attackers with people surrounding you, you run with the target. Oliver glanced at Carl. The target is up to you. Are you going to fight to the death? Just think of me as being infected. As he said that, Oliver also rushed up. Carl also understood what he should do most now. That is, just like Brown and Oliver said, run with the target. Run. Must run. The enemy's target is the target. As long as the target runs away, they, the mercenaries, will not be targeted too much. And it is not impossible to survive by then. Carl has killed many people in 2075. But saving people is the first time. But this is worth doing. Chapter 52. It's just that I'm here, listening to the gunfire from the other side. Carl, who ran around the alley toward the back of the convenience store, was not surprised to hear the sound of gunfire, because he knew it clearly when he heard the first sound just now. It was the sound of the projectile launch system. Projectile launch system, a prosthesis installed in the human arm. which can be called a handheld cannon launcher. Carl remembered that when the prosthesis was used, it would pop out from the arm like a mantis knife or a single molecule line, just like a turret rising from the arm. And then as the user of the prosthesis aimed, a cannon or missile was launched from the arm. Carl had looked at the prosthesis for a long time before, but he didn't make up his mind to buy it in the end because it was too expensive. The price of the projectile launch system itself is actually average among the arm modification prosthesis. The really expensive thing is the ammunition in it. After all, a micro cannon or missile is not so easy to get, not to mention that it is only disposable. You have to buy it again after using it once. How can a poor mercenary afford it? Using artillery shells and missiles to attack. Even if it was just a miniature one. These attackers were generous. They really have money. However, Carl didn't understand. They had a great time using rocket launchers before. Why didn't they use rocket launchers now? Compared with the weak artillery shells and missiles fired by the prosthesis, the power of rockets is very strong. If they fire a few rounds like this, wouldn't the three-story store be destroyed? Think about it carefully. None of the previous rockets were accurate at the car. And you want to capture it alive and intact? No. Considering the distance between the rocket and the vehicle before, it may not be intact. As long as it can breathe? Carl's mind turned quickly, but he didn't run fast. This slowness refers to the fact that compared with the prosthesis, his legs have not been modified. And now he relies on two flesh legs. He has to breathe while running, so he can't run fast. When he came to the back door of the convenience store, he found that there was no one there. Strange. Carl was a little surprised. Even if the Arasaka security guards came to this convenience store to protect the target in an emergency, they were professionals after all. They should not neglect their duties. Even if they did not take the target with them, they should have someone guard the back door. What was going on? Aren't they afraid that the attackers and the Uzumaki gang would react and take a detour to the back? Such doubts were answered after Carl entered the convenience store from the back. Because the target was injured. And he was injured and could not leave for the time being. Seeing Carl coming in from the back, the nervous Arasaka security guards wanted to shoot Carl subconsciously. But when Carl raised his hands, they recognized his identity. Are you the mercenary we hired? They had all watched Carl's performance before, and they were naturally impressed by him. Mercenary? The target, who was protected in the middle by the Arasaka security guards and dressed in a cherry blossom kimono, appeared in front of Carl. The target seemed to be a girl of Carl's age, a little thin, with black hair that fell to her back, as smooth as silk. Her face looked pretty, but compared to her eyes, it was far inferior. Those were eyes that looked like the night sky, as if you could see the reflection of stars in the pupils. Such beautiful eyes. I wonder if they were artificial eyes. This was Carl's first thought after seeing the target. And he also noticed the wound on the girl's abdomen. From the wound that she had pressed tightly, blood was constantly gushing out, staining the cherry blossom-colored kimono red, adding a touch of blood-red background to the pink and white of the dress. Was he shot while dodging? Why don't you treat him? Carl didn't understand why the Arasaka security guards were just surrounding and protecting the target. And no one thought of treating the target. Didn't they know that if the target continued to bleed like this, he would be bled to death like the first president of America? An Arasaka security guard looked panicked. After forcibly controlling his expression, he said something that made Carl feel like a psychopath. We can't touch the lady. If we touch the lady body, her family will be in trouble. Then he looked at the lady he was protecting with shame. If I fail in my duty, I will be the only one to die. Damn. What feudal remnants. Aren't you a capitalist company? Can you stop backing off like that? Carl finally understood what it meant to be in a dilemma. He had heard that a princess who fell into the water could not be touched. Otherwise, if she was rescued, her whole family would die. And if she was not rescued, her guard would die. He didn't expect that he would really encounter it. This is what great-grandfather meant. Don't blame them. They can't resist great-grandfather, because of the continuous blood loss and injuries. The lady's face became paler and paler. But when she faced Carl, she still maintained the dignified elegance of a lady. I was unlucky. I didn't pay attention to the bullet when I got off the car and failed the test. The injury was an accident. But the test that great-grandfather said must not be stopped. It was me who implicated them. She glanced at Carl. And you? You are talking nonsense to the ghost who wants to die. Right? So this is really some kind of test. I know that the internal struggle of the company family is fierce. But it's a life-threatening test. And it has to implicate others. It's really enough. The lives of the lower-class people are not lives for you. No. Even the security personnel died. It should be said that for you. The company's power holders. Except for the lives of your own people. Nothing else is life. It seems wrong. Isn't that the test of great-grandfather also includes the life of this lady? I have half the blood of the kingdom of sin. If I cannot pass this test and become a member of the family, it must be destined. The cherry blossoms born from chrysanthemums and roses are indeed the target. Watching his face gradually calm down, as if he had accepted the target of death, Carl felt an indescribable disgust in his heart. What kind of test did your family play that killed so many people? And when you died, you accepted death so easily? If you die, the people outside will die with you. When the time comes, Brown and the others will die. Jack, Man, and Oliver will also die. Wealth and life may not matter to you, but there will always be people who need them. And this is not something that people who should fail the test and give up their lives casually can bear. Get out of here. Carl pushed the Arasaka security guards, who were surrounding the target, and let them fall to the ground like the mercenaries before. And then he squatted down in the unbelievable eyes of the Arasaka security guards. The target. I took her away. Is that okay? Is she a member of the trauma team? Watching Carl pick up the young lady, the Arasaka security guards did not dare to touch her. When he asked, she murmured as if she had woken up from a dream. No. No. Speak louder. I can't hear you. No. No. When the young lady took the test to prove that half of her noble bloodline was worth flowing, her membership was cancelled. Is there one in the Blue by building? Yes. At the entrance of the Blue by building. We have a special female treatment team to prevent accidents. Heh. Aren't you afraid of public opinion? What is that? It's useless to tell you. I'm too lazy to say it. You don't deserve to hear it. Help the mercenaries block the attackers. I take your young lady to treatment. The Arasaka security guards watched Carl holding their young lady, turn around and walk to the back. But no one dared to stop him, as if no one dared to touch him. After a few seconds, they looked at each other. And then, they seemed to regain their sanity, and began to be on guard with guns. They didn't know what to do about this. You want to save me? Being held in Carl's arms. The target raised his beautiful eyes, and looked at Carl's face. Is it because you want to complete the mission? I want to save people. Carl glanced at the target and walked quickly. Save my friend and save you. Although you are not a good person in my opinion. Your eyes are very beautiful. Because of these eyes, I am going to add 1% of pity for you to the 99% of my saving my friend. Why? Listening to Carl's words, the target smiled and showed a very bright smile. I heard you in the car. You scolded people in my company over there. Why do you still have pity for me? I said. Your eyes are beautiful. Can't I appreciate them? Beautiful things always make people feel pity. Probably so. And all. Carl glanced at the blue and green building in the distance. Countless cherry blossom petals have fallen from the cherry tree. But this one just happened to fall into my arms. Carl sighed. It's just that I happened to be here. Chapter 53 Face ACPA. What's your name? Listening to Carl's words, the target held in his arms was silent for a while. Just when Carl suspected that she had fainted from excessive blood loss, she asked Carl's name in a very small voice. Carl. My name is Carl. You can call me KK. Glancing at the girl in his arms, Carl said, if you don't have the strength, don't talk. If you talk less, you will have a greater chance of being rescued. But Carl, you are telling me this now. Aren't you just trying to get me to say something? The girl's face turned a little paler, but her face suddenly became serious at this moment. And then, as if she was talking about something very important, she moved her cherry red lips with a hint of paleness and said her name. My name is Haruko. Haruko? Noticing the girl's seriousness, Carl stepped forward. Without stopping, he responded, I remember that in Japanese, the meaning of Haruko should be no different from that in Chinese. The meaning is the same. That is, a child of a sunny day. Were you born on a sunny day? It doesn't match the gray night city. Haruko's smile seemed to be always so bright whenever she smiled. Maybe it's because of this mismatch that I get hurt. Superstition. Carl wanted to show a little bit of disdain, but facing Haruko's pale face that didn't match the colorful night city at all, he couldn't do that. Hold on a little longer. We be there soon. Carl wanted to stop a car on the side of the road, and then stuff Haruko into the car and drive all the way to the Blue by building. But perhaps because the gunfire from both sides fighting in the distance was too loud, Carl didn't see a single car approaching. The only car that was originally heading this way turned its head quickly after hearing the gunfire, drifted and turned away. Why are you so good at driving? It's impossible to even rob a car. The quality of this city is too poor. Also, how many meters? The normal walking speed of an adult male is 1.7 meters per second to 2 meters per second. And Carl paces very fast. Even if he slows down by holding Haruko, he can almost reach the level of jogging. That is, he can move forward 6 meters per second. He self-assessed that the current place should be less than 1,000 meters away from the Blue by building, which means it will take about 2 minutes to arrive. Can Haruko hold on for 2 minutes? Carl mind flashed with the knowledge of the trauma team. If a normal person is shot in the abdomen, as long as they don't injure important organs and arteries and cause heavy bleeding, they can usually hold out for about 15 minutes. 15 minutes? How long has it been since the start of the war? If you count the time of procrastination, I should have about 8 minutes now. More than enough time. Carl now regrets a little. That is, when he watched Trauma Team Mutuo, he only watched the Combat Mutuo. As for the medical aspects, when he thinks about it carefully, he actually didn't watch any of them. Lesson learned in the mercenary career. If it was Oliver who came to rescue the target, it would be great. With his medical skills, he would probably be able to do emergency treatment, instead of being like himself, afraid of aggravating the injury and not daring to touch the wound. Carl's thoughts like this quickly disappeared. After 10 seconds, he began to feel lucky that it was not Oliver who came to rescue. Because if it was Oliver, he would not be able to deal with such an opponent. Looking at the huge body that suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, Carl swallowed his saliva and said to Haruko in his arms with a dry voice, "Is this also a test? Maybe. Not." There was already a deep thought in Haruko's eyes. And then this deep feeling quickly disappeared, and she showed an indescribable expression. "It seems that we have to die together. Carl. Although your eyes are beautiful, I hate corporate dogs. If we die together, it's not necessary." Carl slowly put Haruko next to the flower bed on the side of the road, letting her sit and lean on the green plants for a while. Even in 2075, there are real green plants in the flower bed. But I don't know if it will have 2 more nutrients today. Carl's movements were very steady, and Haruko didn't feel any extra pain. After carefully putting her away, Carl looked at the combat auxiliary armor in front of him, who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall and holding a machine gun in both hands, and smiled. Machine gun, a weapon with a caliber greater than 20 millimeters and a continuous firing mechanism. ACPA. ACPA. It's really here. Is this a dream come true? Cat and mouse? Carl didn't believe that the driver in the ACPA armor had only just discovered that they were chasing him. Judging from the way he was walking slowly and blocking their way, he had obviously deliberately put them here and then reappeared. This kind of bad taste of seeing hope and then extinguishing it immediately. What else could it be but not cat and mouse? The driver in the ACPA armor glanced at Haruko. But Haruko didn't seem to be very important in his eyes at this time. She was obviously the assassination target of this mission. But he seemed more interested in Carl. He raised the machine gun in his hand, but he didn't aim at Carl. Instead, he stretched out the armored mechanical glove and tapped the muzzle, then slid all the way down to the middle of the barrel and stopped there, and then used the finger of the mechanical glove to tap his fully covered helmet. His action instantly made Carl understand who the driver was. The bullet passed through the barrel and then hit his head and exploded. There was only one person who was treated like this by Carl. "It seems that I should have tried my best to kill you before." The armored driver did not speak. He just slowly raised the machine gun in his hand. This was a little fun action for him to watch his prey struggling to death. The other party's reaction was not important. "I'd rather let you die knowingly." "Is that the idea?" Carl breathing suddenly stopped, and then he turned to the side and ran. Just kidding. Facing ACPA. Relying on his prosthesis and weapons? He doesn't have that ability yet. Humph. Want to escape? The mecha driver had seen this situation countless times in the past, and he was very skilled in dealing with it. So he raised the machine gun in his hand almost the moment Carl turned around, wanting to tear this coward, who tried to escape from his hands, into pieces from behind. And just when he raised the machine gun, he found something rolling towards him. Is that a grenade? Chapter 54 Battle. Before getting on the armor and feeling the power beyond human, every ACPA armor driver will be reminded of one thing. That is, don't be too obsessed with this superhuman power and ignore some small but deadly threats. In that teaching, the most emphasized thing is to face grenades and rockets. The armor of ACPA is almost comparable to that of a main battle tank. But even a tank can be easily paralyzed and destroyed when facing multiple rockets. Even if you are unlucky and encounter a targeted rocket, you may be destroyed in one shot. The power of the grenade is not as strong as that of the rocket launcher, but the necessary vigilance is still necessary. So the first time the grenade rolled over, the driver in ACPA made an evasive action. But after he dodged to the side, he saw that the rolling grenade did not explode, but stopped on the side of the road, staying alone on the ground. Dud? This was the first thought that came to the mecha driver mind. And then he saw that Carl threw another grenade towards his position without even looking at it. The weight of the machine gun was so heavy that even the pilot in the mecha could feel it. So he didn't do what he did when he was using the sniper rifle before, using the machine gun to attack the grenade in the air. He chose to dodge again. The mecha cooperated with the perfect evasive action that was almost engraved into the DNA during the mutual training, and completed it again. But the grenade that hit the ground next to him was still a dud. This time, the ACPA pilot reacted. The other party was cheating him. An unspeakable sense of humiliation suddenly surged into his heart. As an elite personnel, he had experienced this feeling before when his shooting skills were suppressed by a street mercenary. Unexpectedly, not long after, he experienced the same feeling on the same person again. He is just a mercenary, a guy who made his living in the dirt. Yet he dared to challenge me again and again. Who does he think he is? He has gone through layers of selection to be an elite qualified to drive this ACPA. He stepped on all his peers to get this honor. For this mission, the superiors violated the Night City ban and secretly helped him transport the ACPA into Night City. How could he let the company down? The ACPA driver, feeling humiliated, just wanted to wash away his humiliation at this time. But he had forgotten what the superiors asked him to do that would not disappoint them. The ACPA driver left Haruko, who was seriously injured and waiting to die in his opinion, and chased after Carl, who rushed into a building on the street with 2 duds to delay time. Do you want to block my sight with stones? My armor cannot be blocked by stones. The combat auxiliary armor driven by the ACPA driver was developed by his company not long ago. It is specially used for precision strikes on the battlefield. In the classification of ACPA, its armor should be classified as medium ACPA armor. Although it is not as convenient as light ACPA in speed and action, it is much better than heavy ACPA armor. The ACPA driver drove the ACPA armor forward. Every step he took would leave a deep concave footprint on the ground. The peace of mind brought by the heavy power gradually calmed the heart of the ACPA driver. Then, he analyzed his mistake just now. His armor should not have avoided the grenade. Even if his armor was only medium-sized and not specialized for close combat, it should have helped him withstand the explosion. He should have faced the explosion and used the machine gun in his hand to tear apart the fleeing coward. The ACPA driver only recalled his mistakes in his response. He did not reflect on his cat-and-mouse idea at all. Even if he could have gotten rid of Carl as soon as he started, the more each ACPA driver drove the ACPA, the more he would be immersed in that power. In their hearts, they felt so extraordinary when driving the ACPA. Just like a dream. Such a dream. Even the people who trained them rarely chose to break. Because when the curtain of illusion was exposed, it often brought madness. Once you have experienced the beauty of being different from others, it is difficult to become an ordinary person again. The ACPA was so fast that it arrived just as Carl had hidden in the building, facing the building in front of him. The ACPA driver chose a simple way to move forward. Crash. For ACPA, stones are not much harder than tofu. In fact, in the eyes of ACPA drivers who do more work of removing stones than cutting tofu, stones may be the more fragile ones. Sir, you need to register. When the voice that should have been spoken to Carl on the other side of the wall reached the ACPA driver ears, he also heard another voice. That was the wonderful sound of the wall breaking. Crash. Ah! Amid the screams of fear, the ACPA driver saw clearly what he saw after breaking through the wall. He entered the lobby on the first floor of the building, which covered an area of about 800 square meters. Inside, 7 people in reception clothes were startled by the ACPA driver's sudden intrusion. Ignoring these little bugs that could be crushed to death at any time, The ACPA driver quickly searched for Carl traces, and then saw his back on the escalator on the first floor connecting the second floor of the building, which was about 20 meters long. On the second floor, without any hesitation, the ACPA driver raised the machine gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at Carl back. The machine gun bullets, which could fire at a rate of up to 2,000 rounds per minute, formed a copper wire in the air. The dense bullets tore the escalator apart in an instant. But the ACPA driver did not find any traces of blood or flesh in the broken iron structure and stone fragments. Were you lucky enough to hide up there at the last moment? But you can't escape. The ACPA driver rushed to the bottom of the escalator, stood still with his feet to accumulate strength, and then jumped directly, relying on the two mecha legs to jump directly to the second floor, which was 5 meters high. When he jumped to the second floor, he saw Carl's figure. But that figure was no longer facing away from him, as if waiting for him to jump up. Carl threw a grenade and advanced towards his position. And this grenade, it would explode in the burst of fire. The ACPA driver, whose upward trend was abruptly interrupted, only had time to hastily aim the machine gun at Carl and then pull the trigger. The ACPA driver fell without witnessing the result of pulling the trigger, and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 55. 4 seconds. Huff. 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 Panting heavily, Carl felt the warmth flowing down his forehead, and was just glad that he was still alive. Before the ACPA driver fired, he had anticipated that the other party might fire, and had dodged in advance. So he did not take the 20mm bullet that could tear him in half with one shot. The injury he suffered now was caused by the stone splashed by the bullet. After tearing his inner shirt exposed under his bulletproof vest, Carl wiped the blood from his head with his left hand, and temporarily bandaged the wound on his forehead with a cloth strip around his head to prevent the bleeding from disturbing his vision in the battle later. This time it's really fatal. Carl calculated the time in his heart. The life limit of 8 minutes. Now there are probably less than 7 minutes left, which means that he has to take down the ACPA in 7 minutes and bring the target to the blue-green building. This dream is too beautiful. What does Carl have in his hand now? Single molecule wire, Kenshin technical pistol, and a few grenades. Use these things to deal with an ACPA who is more than 2 meters tall, and whose armor is almost as wide as his entire body? Damn. This is too much like Soul Wandering. A speed run challenge without injury. Right. Can you give me a chance to go back and start over? I will try to pass it within 10 times. While thinking about the combat methods that can be combined with these things, Carl heard that the ACPA, who had just been blown up by his grenade, was moving again downstairs. The opponent's voice was so heavy that it was hard not to hear it. Then, why did it suddenly become quiet? Carl listened carefully to the sound, except for the panicked cries of the receptionists when they fled as background sound. He didn't seem to hear any sound like the movement of the mecha. Something is wrong. The guy who was desperately chasing him and was blown up by him just now suddenly stopped moving. No matter who thinks about it, it will feel wrong. Then, Carl immediately understood why the other party stopped. Because the other party has no need to come up. Found you. The ACPA driver showed a grim smile in his helmet. He raised the machine gun in his hand and aimed at Carl, who was located on the second floor above him. The connection between the second floor and the first floor was only the escalator and the emergency passage in the corner of the floor. Since it was no longer possible to rush to the second floor by simply jumping, he changed his mind. He didn't have to go up, but the other party had to come down. This armor was originally designed for precision strikes on the battlefield. Its detection ability was enough to detect the approximate range of Carl on the second floor. What he needed to do next was to accurately cut and strike that place like a scalpel. The roaring machine gun shattered Carl's foothold before Carl made any resistance. The scalpel cut was completed, and Carl fell down with a piece of the surrounding floor. Good news. I was lucky, and the other party was unlucky. No machine gun shot hit me. Bad news. The machine guns fired in a circle around him for 6 meters. And the fire was too dense. He couldn't run and fell down. Lucky guy. He found that he had randomly selected the approximate position for stripping. And the guy was just in the middle of the stripping position he selected without any attack. Even the ACPA driver, who was very unhappy with Carl, had to admit that the luck of the street mercenary was really good. However, it was his inner thought to let him face him. Otherwise, what he should do is to indiscriminately shoot at the approximate position he had detected. The probability of hitting in that way is much higher than the probability of hitting with a scalpel stripping in a circle. The ACPA driver has the capital of arrogance and the ability to vent his anger. And now, Carl has really fallen into his hands. The equipment gap between the two is too obvious. So obvious that Carl's struggle is useless in front of this ACPA driver, which can be solved with a little thought. It seems that your struggle is over. Mouse. The ACPA driver pointed his machine gun at Carl. But before he raised his hand, Carl had already clenched his hand and threw out a single-molecule wire between his fingers. Single-molecule wire can cut many things, and it is also very sharp. But these things do not include ACPA, whose materials can be compared with the main battle tanks in 2075. The single-molecule wire broke through the material of the surface of ACPA about 1 centimeter and wrapped around it. Then Carl tried to pull it, but found that his whole body strength might not be as strong as the opponent's finger. Ouch. It seems that this time he is really dead. Looking at the ACPA driver who allowed himself to attack, raised the machine gun slowly, but did not stop for a moment, and maintained the condescending and arrogant feeling. Carl listened to the single-molecule wires on his arms banging, and the mechanical distortion sound of the extension to the limit made him feel sour. Carl knew that he really asked too much of the single-molecule wire. Thank you for your hard work. But please help me at the end. Even though this is really ugly, I still want to struggle. Witness my struggle. Carl smiled. Carl's smile made the ACPA driver a little puzzled. What he wanted to see was the other party's complete failure, whether it was showing resentment or crying bitterly. As long as it was shown, he would feel great satisfaction in his heart. The past sense of glory that belonged to the elite would return to him. Failure should never be a smile. Just a street mercenary. Thank you for looking down on me. Carl monomolecular line wrapped around the ACPA driver began to emit light. The single molecule wire can be charged, and after charging, it can be used to fight. ZZ. The sound of electric current sounded on the ACPA's armored hands, and the single molecule wire flowing with current and heat instantly became sharper. It actually cut into the inside for a full 10 centimeters in one breath. Under the section where the metal was cut and slightly melted, there was human flesh and blood. The pain came to the ACPA driver for the first time when he was wearing ACPA. This pain was not only physical, but also a heavy blow to his heart. As a superhuman and extraordinary existence, he was actually hurt by someone with his flesh and blood. Is God angry? People don't know. The ends of the single molecule wires on Carl's arms were pulled by Carl, and they swung each other to cut his wrists. The sharp single molecule wires instantly cut off Carl's palms like a hot knife cutting butter. It was cut like a scalpel. It is worthy of being a single molecule wire. When the two broken palms were firmly connected to the single molecule wire hanging on the ACPA mecha, Carl fell backwards, relying on his backward leaning and the pulling force of the wrist that lost his palms. He pulled off the remaining single molecule wires in his arms that were still connected to his palms. In the gushing of blood, half of the mechanical structure of the arm, along with the averted flesh and blood, was connected to the single molecule wires on the palms. The prosthesis has completed its duties, and the next responsibility belongs to Carl. Carl, who lost his palms and only had half of the blood-red cross-section of his arms, fell backwards. And what he saw was light. What he saw on the first layer, the light on the second layer, was shining obliquely through the gap, shining on him. In this layer that was dim, because the ceiling chandelier was destroyed by the machine gun. It was so bright and so glorious. It was like looking at a clear sky. Carl fell down, and the ACPA driver who felt the pain had not yet recovered from the pain, and saw the two palms hanging on his body, with the single molecule wires open. In the middle of the hand that had been separated from the body, there were two grenades that had already been unplugged. Think about it again. How many seconds does it take for a grenade with the pin pulled out to explode? 4 seconds or 5 seconds? How many seconds have passed now? Exactly. No more. No less. 4 seconds. Boom. Chapter 56 Legend. Carl, who was blown away by the oncoming explosion, is not dead yet. Even ACPA can hardly withstand the close-range explosion. But Carl is not dead? Why is he not dead? Because ACPA withstood most of the explosion. The grenade hanging on ACPA's arms, which was entangled with the single molecule wire, finally rolled into ACPA's arms after the palms were spread out. And the explosion was in front of ACPA. Compared with ACPA, who only had a helmet to block the explosion, Carl's defense is much stronger. Let's not talk about the reassuring steel arm that is as wide as Carl's whole body. Let's talk about the machine gun in ACPA's hand. What a heavy barrel, and what a wide gun body. At a glance, you can tell that it is the best among shields, with such a strong protection. Plus, he had fallen down close to the ground in advance. How could Carl die? But he didn't die. But he was almost dead. It hurt so much. Lying in the ruins of stones and chandelier fragments, Carl felt like his body was like the braised beef in the braised food shop, being cut into pieces, and feeling the pain. It hurt so much. But I won't die. What's going on? With emotion, Carl moved his body, but found that it was difficult to move at all. Damn it. I have to complete the tasks entrusted by others. How should I carry her later? Let her lean on my back, and I will walk over slowly. Will she still have the strength to hook my neck with her injured hands? How much time has passed? About 4 minutes left? 4 minutes. Gritting his teeth, Carl barely supported himself with his half-missing elbow to sit up. Resting for 4 seconds. Resting for another 4 seconds. Let yourself stand up. 1. Crash. 2. Clang clang. 3. Click. 4. Carl looked at the pile of stones that buried ACPA and stretched out an arm. An arm covered with bloodstains and wounds, with the elbow cut in half, connected only by a little tendon and bone. Damn. With Carl's helpless look, the pile of rocks was pushed away, and then shattered by 1/3, revealing the cockpit. The ACPA with sparks flashing everywhere appeared in front of Carl, along with the driver. Can't you just die in peace? Carl wanted to pull out Kenshin from his waist, but when he did it, he suddenly realized that his hand was gone. I give you the sentence back. The first time he spoke, the driver in the cockpit revealed his true face. He was a young man who looked about the same age as Oliver. Half of his face was rotten now, but the pale gums exposed in the flesh and blood were smiling. It was a smile of victory. Compared to Carl, who was already unable to move, he could still control ACPA to move a little more. And this difference was the final victory or defeat. Even if he fought ugly, even if he was almost killed by Carl while driving ACPA, it didn't matter. He won. He won. Is this the feeling of a real victory in battle? The driver controlled ACPA and slowly moved towards Carl step by step. But this time it was not a cat and mouse game, but a real one. Because it was damaged, it could only go that fast. But it didn't matter if it was slower. Compared with Carl, who was unable to move, he only needed to walk over and reap the fruits of victory. The way to reap was very simple. Just swing the iron fist and hit it, and one punch could knock Carl's upper body away. Is there any other way? Carl asked himself. Then he got an answer. This time, he really had to wait for death. When I was 8 years old, I stared at the raindrops on the car window, wondering which drop would win. And then, they were all blown away by the sudden wind. Maybe, at that time, I understood that things would not go as planned. What a pity. What a pity. It seems that I can't keep Brown, Oliver and others safe. On this mission, I may really have to be buried with Sakura. Anything else? And Carl thought of something very important. Very important. So important that when he thought of it, his spirits lifted a little. I haven't even eaten a bite of the pork I ordered. Mrs. Wells, Oliver's sister and father, will be very sad if they hear the news of our death. Maybe people will think more before they die. But the coming of death will not stop. The heavy footsteps stopped in front of Carl. It's really pleasant. I may never forget you. Will you not forget it? Carl smiled slightly. Then I go down first, help you see the scenery, and then I beat you up downstairs. Okay. Then you'd better learn ACPA. Otherwise, I may win again. The ACPA pilot also laughed. And then, without hesitation, punched. Between the two, before death, there should be nothing worth talking about. Carl should close his eyes and wait for death. But he didn't. He saw something in his peripheral vision. The passage of time seemed to slow down. No, it wasn't the passage of time that slowed down. But he could see that he could see someone moving at high speed. That body, it was a machine. Another machine. Sion Weston. During the slow time, a machine approached Carl and the ACPA pilot at high speed from a distance. And then a mechanical hand was extended. At this moment, it seemed that the falling of blood could hardly cause ripples in the blood puddle. The ACPA pilot noticed something. His eyes slowly turned. trying to see clearly, but his current physical condition no longer allowed him to do such a thing. The mechanical hand grabbed his neck exposed to the air outside the ACPA cockpit. And then, the mechanical hand gently pinched and grabbed. In the still time, Carl could see the surprise of the ACPA driver, and the smile that remained on his face. It was exactly the same as his own. A smile that had already confirmed the outcome. Sorry. It seems that I am lucky this time. Carl blinked his eyes, and the gushing blood dyed him red from top to bottom. You go downstairs and wait for me first. I will go downstairs and beat you up later. The machine that pinched and tore off the ACPA driver head looked at Carl. No. To be precise, it was that person who looked at Carl. There was not much humanity in the pair of eyes flashing red. And all that was in them was just cruel and indifferent killing intent. Boy, I take over your mission. This was the last sentence Carl heard before he fainted. Carl knew who he was. It is better to say that as long as there is a mercenary in the world, there is no way they don't know who he is. Legendary Mercenary. Adam's Hammer. Chapter 57. One pedal against another. I feel like I'm resurrected. How can I not be resurrected? You've been struggling on the line of danger for 2 days, and almost died. On the bed, Jack commented on Carl's first words after waking up. So, what's the big deal? Carl looked at Oliver, who was sitting on the other side of the bed. He didn't quite understand why he woke up in the bed. And there were 2 stupid faces staring at him on both sides. Carl, I think you can scold us in person in the future, instead of pretending to say what's in your heart and scolding us stupid. Oliver was wrapped in bandages and looked seriously injured. After rolling his eyes at Carl, he explained the general situation. The distance that Carl said to the target was actually farther than he thought. When the ACPA was chasing Carl, the medical staff stationed in the blue building found the target and protected her. Because the target had arrived successfully, Jack and his attackers also received relevant intelligence and began to retreat one after another. Then when Jack and other mercenaries, who had nothing to do, came to see Carl's situation, they saw Carl covered with a white cloth and carried away. We all thought you were dead at that time. Jack even howled a few times and rushed up to try to get your body back. Bullshit. It was you who howled. I just rushed up. Jack corrected Oliver's words in a bad mood, and then continued to tell the general situation. Then they were told by the Arasaka medical team that Carl was not dead yet. The target had specially instructed Carl to receive treatment before receiving treatment. The medical team covered him with a white cloth because he looked too miserable, and they were afraid of scaring the lady. Oh! Speaking of this lady, who is our target? Carl, do you know who she is? We are protecting a big shot this time. I never thought that we were protecting her, Jack said, patting the bed excitedly. And except for making a sound and shaking Carl's body, he did not make any overly radical movements. She is from the Arasaka family. You know, the Arasaka family. Of course I know Arasaka. Arasaka, a family business from Japan. They provide security, banking and legal services to corporate giants, and are one of the most influential giant consortiums in 2075. The eldest lady in the family business. Of course I know. What's the problem? It's a big problem, Oliver said beside him. Arasaka Haruko. Her mother is Arasaka Michiko, one of the people in power at Arasaka. And her great-grandfather is Arasaka Saburo. Do you understand that Arasaka Saburo, the emperor of Arasaka, a person of power who can hardly be compared with him in the whole world? We are actually related to them. Do you think it's a big problem? It's okay. Carl was quite calm. Do the task. Complete the task. What big problem can there be between the client and the client? Are you sure? Oliver stared at Carl with some suspicion, and he really didn't see anything special from the expression on Carl's face. Jack and I can be sure that we have no relationship. But do you really have no relationship? Oliver lifted the quilt on the bed and pointed at Carl's hand. If there is no relationship, then why did she insist on treating you together? And even paid for someone to treat and maintain your hand? My hand? Carl realized at this time that his hand seemed different. Remember before he fainted? His palm was gone and half of his arm was peeled off. Now Carl raised his arm and looked at the hand that looked no different from before. But he felt a different power from under it. This is the best titanium bones, the best dense bone marrow, the best bionic joints, the best artificial skin. Your hand. Now you can punch the wall with a punch. You know? This. Carl tried to control his hand and scratched his head. and found that the control was no different from the previous arm. And it seemed to be smoother. All are the best. Awesome. This doesn't seem to mean anything. Carl said, the eldest lady of the Arasaka family is rich. Seeing our hard work, she helped us disabled people. Isn't it normal? Normal? Looking at Carl, who really didn't seem to be strange or hiding anything, Oliver and Jack looked at each other. And both of them now doubted whether this matter was simply the kindness of the eldest lady. Could it be that people from the Arasaka family really have such a thing as conscience? Something is wrong. 10 or even 9 points wrong. Okay. Then we don't care about these. Oliver slapped a storage ship card on Carl quilt. Then how should you explain this thing? What is it? Carl took it and inserted it into his brain-computer interface at the glances of Oliver and Jack. Then, a string of astonishing numbers entered the account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 million euros? Carl was stunned. No. 100,000 euros? Yeah. We're also curious. Jack stared at Carl's face suspiciously, worried that his friend had sold something. This is specially given by the Arasaka lady, who said it was specially for you. After you receive it, the middleman can also get 100,000. So, Carl, say it again. You are fine? Should? Carl thought about it and found a reason. It must be because I challenged ACP alone. Damn. People almost died. What's wrong with taking more money? We know about this. The place where you fought has a video that has not been dismantled. I don't know who spread it. Now the whole Night City is in a mess. ACPA appeared in Night City, which prohibits ACPA. And there is a mercenary who almost eliminated ACPA. You are famous now. Carl. Famous? I guess so. Oliver still stared at Carl with that suspicious look. But immediately, it turned into a smile. Forget it. As long as you are fine. It's fine if you say it's fine. Being healthy is the most important thing. Jack also patted Carl on the shoulder. Even if there is a problem with Arasaka and they want to force you, we can help. It sounds like Jack and Oliver. You all think I am a weak girl who is forced to marry into a rich family? Carl said helplessly. I hate corporate dogs. You know that. But she gave you the best prosthetic arm and 1 million. In fact, I don't hate honest corporate employees that much. Virtue. Jack and Oliver complained about Carl and helped him pack up. They were uncomfortable staying in the hospital under Arasaka management. If it weren't for accompanying Carl, no one would be willing to come. Now that Carl has woken up, it is better to leave early. Come to think of it, did you see Adam Heavyhammer? He only saw him for a few seconds, and then he passed out. That guy is a legend. The hospital's senior executive. Sakura watched Carl leaving figure, and her hand swung slightly, and a knife that was close to her body in her kimono flashed into her palm at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Sakura has experienced countless splendors, but only this time. It just happened to float into someone's arms. She swung the knife and stabbed the blood-stained. And used. 2 days ago. She had been holding this thing close to her wound. She held it tightly at the time, just like when Carl held a grenade. One petal against another. Chapter 58 Misty. After Carl and the others left the hospital, they first went to Victor Clinic. After all, they were still a little worried about Araki. A few hours later, these prostheses are indeed the best ones on the market now. And some are even internal models that are not sold publicly by the company. What on earth did you go there for this time? How come Carl lost half of his arm and installed this kind of thing that doesn't even have a backdoor? TSK. This prosthesis installation skill is not simple. Prosthetist Victor removed the raised screen next to the operating table and marveled at Carl's hands now. Old Victor, haven't you seen the video that many people in the city have forwarded these 2 days? Jack pointed to the computer on Victor's desk. You can search for mercenaries and ACPA, and you will know what Carl encountered. ACPA. Did you encounter that thing? Victor adjusted the data and said, then you are lucky to come back alive. Isn't it? Oliver supported his waist with one hand and yawned. I have been dreaming about gunshots these days. Do you want me to prescribe some tranquilizers for you? Forget it. I feel like I am almost used to it now. While chatting with Oliver, Victor completed the final data adjustment. He put down the data board and looked at Carl. Okay. You can get up now. I've checked it out. There's nothing wrong. You're very healthy now. Thanks, Victor. After Carl thanked him with a smile, He got off the operating table and invited Victor. Would you like to come to our place tonight to have a meal and watch a movie and have a drink? Just consider it a celebration of our safe return. Tomorrow's okay. I have another patient later today, and I'm afraid I'd be busy all night. Victor slid his chair and turned back to his desk with the computer. You guys should celebrate by yourselves tonight. Old Victor. You are one of us, Jack said with a smile. But Victor waved his hand. Forget it. I'm old. I can't be as active as you young people. Go have fun. Don't make a fuss too late. It's better to come over for another checkup tomorrow, just in case there is any rejection reaction. Okay. Then we bring Carl to check up tomorrow, and take you to our place for a meal and a drink. After several people said goodbye to Victor, they left his clinic, and went to the psychic house opened by Jack's girlfriend Misty. Jack pushed open the back door, and greeted his girlfriend inside. How's business, Misty? It's still the same as before. There are not many customers. Have you checked up? Jack's girlfriend Misty is a blonde woman with smoky makeup. Before she turned back because of Jack's voice, she was sitting at the counter board, looking out at the street outside and expecting customers. I've checked it out. Nothing's wrong. Jack walked to Misty's side naturally, put one hand on the counter, and moved his face closer to Misty. Tomorrow we're going to ask Victor to go to Oliver Place for a gathering. Do you want to sit together? Jack and Misty haven't been together for long, but the two have known each other since they were very young. They can be considered childhood sweethearts, and their contact is quite natural. However, Misty still refused his invitation. It's better for you men to have a gathering by yourselves. I don't want to have to carry you drunk back home later. Misty is a woman, so it's impossible for her to sleep directly in Oliver's house like Jack, Carl, and Victor. She will definitely come back after she goes to sit for a while, and Jack is worried about letting her come back alone. At that time, he might have to accompany Misty drunk. Then how about we change the location? Oliver, who was listening to Misty's words, suggested, we can go to the Wild Wolf Bar, where we can relax. He was halfway through his words when he felt his arm being pulled. And then he subconsciously looked to the left and found that Carl was looking at him with an expression of what are you talking about? What happened? Oliver, who felt a little puzzled, noticed Carl's eyes on Misty and suddenly remembered something. Oops. I'm stupid. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well and my head is not clear. Oliver's suggestion just now ignored one thing. That is, going to the Wild Wolf Bar may be a worse suggestion for Misty, because Mrs. Wells is in the Wild Wolf Bar. Mrs. Wells is not very satisfied with Misty as Jack's girlfriend. She likes Jack's previous girlfriend in the Valentino gang more. Therefore, the relationship between the two is a bit awkward. If they meet, they really don't know what to say. Oliver groaned a few times and rubbed his hair. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Misty. I'm sorry. It's okay. They're just little things. When Misty said they were all little things, her eyes were a little dim. She really liked Jack, her childhood sweetheart. But love is always hard to say in a family. A classic mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Looking at the embarrassed Oliver and Jack, who wanted to comfort his girlfriend, but didn't know what to say, Carl sighed silently in his heart. Misty is a good girl. This is something she can understand as long as she gets in touch with him. Carl is sincerely happy for Jack that he has such a good girlfriend. But on the other hand, Carl also respects Mrs. Wells. There is a conflict between Misty and Mrs. Wells, and he really doesn't know how to adjust it. Even he, an outsider, is embarrassed. It's really hard for Jack. But this somewhat troublesome atmosphere was broken up by a new communication received by Carl. No matter who you are, I really thank you now. Hello. Who is this? Carl answered the call without even looking at it. He deliberately spoke loudly so that others could hear him. As he expected, the other three looked over when he answered the call. I have a job here that might interest you. KK. Is this voice Blanca? Well, what's wrong? You can't recognize the phone number or the voice? No. How could that be? Carl always had a good attitude towards such generous employers. Didn't you expect you to talk to me about the task in the tone of an intermediary? The tone of an intermediary. Are all intermediaries like this? Forget it. Carl, do you know about the next life? I wait for you in the next life. Come on over. I have some work to discuss with you in detail. Carl turned on the speaker, and several people heard the voice. When they heard the next life, Oliver and Jack's eyes lit up. Next life? Is it the Next Life Bar? the next life bar that only outstanding mercenaries are eligible to enter. Except for the client and the intermediary. This time, the awkward atmosphere was completely gone. Chapter 59, Afterlife Bar. Hey, Carl. Oliver. Do you think I look formal now? Do I look like a mercenary who can enter the Afterlife Bar? In what's in Little Chinatown? When Jack was more than 50 meters away from the Afterlife Bar, he patted his clothes and asked his two friends to evaluate him now. It's just SOSO. Oliver glanced at the Saratoga submachine gun that Jack had put on his waist, revealing a handle, and patted the Shingen Smart submachine gun that he also put on his waist. I feel that you are too deliberate. Not as good as me. So what are you two doing? Carl felt that these two guys had been a little stupid since they knew they were going to the Afterlife Bar. The closer they were, the more stupid they were. He didn't expect that his calm attitude would lead to Oliver and Jack's surprised questioning. Carl, do you know where we are going? Of course I know. Isn't it just a bar where mercenaries take jobs? I heard that it was converted from an underground morgue. Is there any problem? It's a big problem. Jack spread his hands and made a big gesture. Only mercenaries who step into that place can be called real capable guys. Do you understand? Carl, Morgan Blackhand, Wayland Old Snake. These were famous legends in the past. They were just like us. Dressed so ordinary. On an ordinary day, they had to step into the next life bar and then take on a few world-shaking tasks. Act excited? Carl, we are doing what those legends do. I don't think there's anything to be excited about. A bar converted from a morgue. Just thinking about it is very gloomy. And it must be uncomfortable to stay there. But Carl is very interested in the so-called world-shaking tasks. He really wanted to know what kind of mission could be considered a sensation. The three chatted and came to this bar they had never been to before. After going down the stairs and passing through a dim passage with a mixture of dark blue and other messy colors, a muscular bodyguard appeared in front of them. Before coming, Carl had learned a little about the rumors about the living bar in Night City. I remember that in the rumors, which were not sure how many were true or false, the bodyguard's name was Emmerich Bronson. He was a watchdog who was responsible for verifying whether the people who came were qualified to enter the bar. It was said that he had some background in the animal gang. I didn't know if it was true, but considering that the animal gang always took on this kind of job of watching the scene, this possibility was quite high. When Carl and the other two saw him, he also saw Carl and the other two. As a bodyguard watching the scene, he immediately examined the three people. His eyes quickly swept over Oliver and Jack, and then stopped on Carl, blinking, and then blinking again. Emmerich now looked like he didn't quite believe what he saw, but was still trying to identify it. This somewhat funny blinking didn't stop until Carl came in front of him. Ahem. He coughed a few times, as if to adjust his inner fluctuations, and crossed his hands in front of him, making a stop gesture. Do you have an appointment? Is it not possible to go in and take a look? Although Carl had an appointment with Blanca, he was a little curious about what would happen if he didn't have an appointment. If you don't have an appointment, then I don't need to notify you in advance at the door. As he said that, Emmerich naturally made way. There was a door behind him, and he only needed to open it to get to the next life bar. This time, it was Carl's turn to blink. He stared at the road that Emmerich had cleared, looked at Emmerich again, and finally pointed at the three people on his side. Don't you need to stop us? I've seen the video. It's all over the city. I don't think a mercenary who dares to fight ACPA head-on is not qualified to enter. Emmerich raised his right hand, clasped forefingers, and pointed his thumb to the side. The other two are your teammates. Just enter together. We welcome team members. Really famous. Carl sighed, and was about to push open the door next to Emmerich, but was stopped by Emmerich, who suddenly remembered something. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Why don't you leave a name, so that I can inform you in advance if I have an appointment next time? Just call me KK. If you don't like this mercenary name, you can call me Carl. KK. Got it. After Emmerich nodded, he stretched out his hand and helped Carl open the door. Light, along with a smell of alcohol, poured out from behind the door. Welcome to the Afterlife Bar. I wish you a good day. Thank you for your kind words. Carl walked into the Afterlife Bar, while Oliver and Jack were a little nervous because it was their first time, and they were a little bit nervous. They followed Carl step by step like two bodyguards. After entering the Afterlife Bar, what was Carl's first impression? The answer is that this ghost place really looks quite underworld. And it feels worse than the Wild Wolf Bar. With no external sunlight and no underground places. Combined with the green lights, it feels like the underworld. If you think about it carefully, it is quite suitable. The mercenaries who come to take the mission are all guys walking on the edge of life and death. Drinking in the Afterlife Bar is like going home. After entering the Afterlife Bar, Oliver and Jack were a little more relaxed. Because for Blanca, they only needed Carl to discuss the mission. After saying hello to Carl, the two sat at the bar, looking like they wanted to drink some wine. Watching their actions, Carl was not in a hurry to meet Blanca, but wanted to follow them first. It was not that he was afraid that they would drink too much. Carl was still very confident about Oliver and Jack personalities. They would only drink a little at most. But Carl had heard that there was a special drink menu in the Afterlife Bar, and he wanted to see what was on that drink menu. Then, he watched Jack skillfully say a series of words to the bartender who came over. A glass of old-fashioned tequila, with some beer and chili. This is the special drink menu. Isn't it spicy? Give me the same one. Oliver seemed to be ready to drink the drink that Jack wanted to drink. And the words of the two of them made the bartender understand. 2 glasses of Johnny Silverhand. Right. Right now. Carl knew the name Johnny Silverhand. It seemed that he was a rock musician and a terrorist. Why did his name become the drink of the Afterlife Bar? I don't really understand. Chapter 60 Cooperation. Would you like a can? Carl? Sitting in a private room of the Afterlife Bar, Blanca drank her drink slowly, watching Carl coming over and pointing at the unopened Benny Monkey on the table. Forget about Benny Monkey. High fructose corn syrup drinks. I just feel too sweet. Carl sat down on the sofa casually, looked at the drinks placed on the table in front of Blanca, and picked one of them. I just drink sweet tea. This drink tastes like iced black tea, which is rare for Carl in Night City, and he can feel the familiar taste of his hometown. Watching Carl open the sweet tea and drink it, Blanca continued to drink the drink in her hand until she finished the drink. She seemed to relax, leaning on the sofa, showing a lazy posture. You've become famous in this city recently. I know. My friend told me when I woke up. Carl didn't quite understand why his employer had to say all this nonsense. He was here to take on a mission, not to chat about family matters. Wouldn't it be better to do it the same as before? Tell him how much he's paid, where he's going, and what he's going to do. And then he'd do it. The employer gives him the money. It's easy, clear, and simple. Then do you know who the driver of ACPA is? Driver? Carl had to admit that he was very interested in Blanca's topic. Do you know about this? How could I not know? Why do you think I have time to wait for you leisurely with a drink today? I got a promotion to fill the position of a manager involved in this incident. Is this really done by your military technology? Sure enough. You seem to have guessed it. Blanca was not surprised. After all, there are only a few companies that can quietly integrate ACPA into Night City. However, Blanca still needs to correct Carl's words, but don't blame me for this. I didn't know about this before. I didn't have the courage to touch the eldest lady of the Arasaka family. This incident was done by a group of people who were dissatisfied with Arasaka Michiko and the young people in Arasaka. Young people? Carl frowned slightly. He remembered that Arasaka Haruko said this was a trial. Could it be that this young people was the accident this time? After all, according to Arasaka Haruko's attitude, the emergence of ACPA was obviously beyond her expectations, and the only one who could hide it from her, the eldest lady of Arasaka, was her own people in Arasaka. Do you know Arasaka Nobuo? Arasaka Nobuo. Carl thought about it for a while, and the information about him appeared in his mind. Arasaka Nobuo, the heir of the Arasaka group, the youngest and only living son of Arasaka Saburo, the head of the Arasaka group. I know the heir of the famous Arasaka group. The young group in the Arasaka group led by him is called the Hawks by the people in the group. Their style of doing things is extremely aggressive. The philosophy they pursue is to get more benefits by provoking disputes. And they are particularly keen to provoke conflicts between Arasaka and military technology. Do you understand this? Listening to Blanca's words, Carl nodded slightly. I understand. The matter is already quite clear and simple. Do they want to use the death of Arasaka Haruko to provoke a conflict between Arasaka and military technology? To be precise, the person they are targeting is not the eldest daughter of the Arasaka family, but her mother, Michiko Arasaka. Michiko Arasaka is the daughter of Arasaka Kei, the brother of Arasaka Nobuyuki, and a Japanese American. In terms of identity, she was born and raised in the United States, and she identifies herself more as an American. Although she later returned to the Arasaka family, she is also a pro-military technology person in the Arasaka group, which obviously offended the young and vigorous faction, and a group of people in military technology who also wanted to provoke disputes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you think along this line of thought, this puzzling thing can be solved. Arasaka leader Saburo Arasaka had doubts about Haruko Arasaka bloodline, because she was the child of his mother Michiko and a pure American. Then, for some unknown reason, Haruko Arasaka accepted a kind of Bushido-style pure bloodline test conducted by Saburo Arasaka. During this process, some people in Arasaka and military technology who were interested in Arasaka Michiko made some tricks and arranged the ACPA, a killer, to come in. Then, I got beaten up. Damn. What's this? Blanca looked at Carl and understood the matter, and said, the reason why I told you all this in detail is because this matter still needs some finishing touches for you to deal with. Let's go back to the question that was a bit off topic at the beginning. You asked it too far. Do you know who the driver is? Now, I know that he is from your military technology. Then you need to know more now. His code name is Zero. His real name was erased when he joined military technology. He is the best pilot trained by our company in recent years. So, it means that there are a group of pilots who are not as good as him, but equally outstanding. And these people are deeply humiliated by Zero's death. They can't go to Adam Heavy Hammer because Adam Heavy Hammer is now employed by Arasaka. So in order to wash away the shame, they are targeting you. Targeting me? Why do I have a sense of déjà vu that if I can't beat Adam Heavy Hammer, can I still beat you? A street mercenary? If they've targeted me, just target me. Anyway, we kill them all. They can't possibly bring in an ACPA. That's unlikely. This one alone has caused Arasaka and our company to blame each other. But the exoskeleton is still within the permitted range. Are these guys idle? Do they have to come and die? Doesn't military technology have any mission? The technical staff in military technology are very interested in their actual combat data. The supervisor there is willing to use you as a test subject to compare ACPA and exoskeleton. Blanca said with a smile, that's why I came to you. Carl, I plan to cooperate with you to get rid of these ACPA elites. What's the reason? Carl stared at Blanca's smile. I remember you said just now that you are now a manager in this area? These people are subordinates of the last manager who has sunk to the sea. I don't trust them. In other words, if they are trustworthy, then the people who will deal with Carl this time will be Blanca men. Sure enough, you are a qualified company dog. Then, cooperation? I can cooperate, but I need to be paid. You are taking advantage of this matter. You only need to provide information and wait for me to do things. But I have to risk my life. This is also saving yourself, isn't it? But I knew you would say that. Blanca already knew Carl's temperament, and she stretched out 2 fingers. I can use my authority to help you get 2 military technology prostheses without backdoors. How about it? Happy cooperation. Carl shook Blanca's hand without hesitation. Chapter 61 The Middleman Level. How did the talk go? Carl? Jack watched Carl approach and glanced at Blanca, who was walking towards the door of the next life bar. What is the employer mission? It's not urgent. We talk about it slowly when we get back. There were many people outside the box, and Carl didn't intend to discuss the mission in such a place. Speaking of which, what are you and Oliver doing? I saw you two were talking to the bartender just now. These famous wines in the next life seem to be recipes left by legends in the past. Oliver and I are thinking of booking one for ourselves first. Book one? Carl sat down next to Jack. But I remembered there was a saying that the legends of Night City are all in the grave. That's not accurate, Oliver said, now in Night City. I know 2 living legends, and we happen to have some contact. Adam Hammer, and the owner of the Afterlife Bar, the legendary middleman Roger. You can't not regard them as legends of Night City. That's right. Carl sat at the bar and asked Oliver and Jack what kind of mix they had reserved with some curiosity. A glass of vodka, with ice cubes, lime juice, ginger beer. Oh, the most important thing. Add some love. This is Jack Blend. But hearing this blend, Carl couldn't help but have some complaints. This thing. Isn't it just the blending method of Moscow Mule? At most. You added an inexplicable love at the end. Love is the most important. Carl. Okay. Carl looked at Oliver. What kind of blend did you leave behind? For me. It's 30 milliliters of whiskey, a small glass of Dolina, and some ice cubes. Rusty nail cocktail. How come you copied it too? What's the feature? What feature do you want? When it becomes famous, people will hear my name when they buy this drink, which will be enough to make me happy, Oliver said, and encouraged Carl. Jack and I have left our recipes. Carl, why don't you leave one? What recipe can I have? If I really have to choose, I will probably copy one like you. Carl called the bartender and ordered a soda for himself. Personally, I think Sprite is okay with red wine. What kind of female drinking method is this? Oliver complained, looking at the soda in front of Carl, and it's a bar order. Come to think of it, you don't seem to drink much every time. Just keep the necessary sobriety and alertness. Carl drank the cold soda. It's impossible for everyone to be drunk. And there's not even one sober person. You and Jack can drink without worry. I'm watching. Then if I get drunk, please watch me. Carl. A voice that Carl and the other two are quite familiar with came from not far from the bar where they were. Carl looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was Man walking towards them with a beer. Thanks to your care for the previous mission. Man sat down next to Carl, and raised the bottle to Oliver and Jack. I should thank you for visiting me. On the way, Carl already knew what happened after the mission was completed. All the mercenaries came to see Carl. But after all, the place they were in was a hospital controlled by Arasaka. After accompanying and confirming that Carl was fine, they all said goodbye and left. Man was the last one to leave. He went back only after receiving a call from someone. It was only 4 hours before Carl woke up. What's there to thank you for? Compared with your life-saving? It's nothing. Man gulped down beer. And after drinking half a bottle in one breath, he said, I was thinking about when to go to see you and thank you formally. But I didn't expect to run into you in the next life. Have you received another job? It's some finishing work for the previous mission. Carl looked at Man. Are you on vacation? I just saved my life from the muzzle of a gun the day before yesterday. Of course, I need to have a good rest. It's better to say that normal mercenaries spend their money day by day. But you are too diligent in taking tasks. You just woke up today. Well, I just came to do the mission. Today I just came to take the mission and understand the situation. We need to rest for a while. Carl drank soda water. Has your middleman transferred the reward to your account this time? If that guy dares to be greedy, I will definitely twist off his head. Man asked back, did Faraday transfer the money? It's okay. He transferred it an hour after the mission was completed. Jack on the side said. And suddenly, he was a little curious about one thing. Speaking of which, Man, how much did you get from the middleman who introduced you when you took the mission alone this time? 150,000 euros. This is the most rewarding job I have ever done. 150,000 euros. Hearing this number, Carl and his friends silently calculated in their minds. The reward they received was 300,000, which means an average of 100,000 per person. Compared with Man's 150,000, they were almost half the amount. And the money given to the middleman per head should be the same. Which means, Faraday, that bastard, swallowed a lot of our money. How do you say that? Man was a little puzzled. And then after learning that Carl and his friends were paid 100,000 per person based on the number of heads, his mouth twitched. Faraday, that bastard, is really as greedy as a stray dog on the street that can't grab food. Calculated in this way, he even got a little more money than other middlemen. After hearing this, Oliver felt that his good mood suddenly became bad. It's better to say that which normal mercenary can be happy after learning that most of his reward has been deducted. The next mission will be decided by you, Jack said. Now our team is famous because of Carl. It's our turn to choose the middleman's mission. I have a connection. If we want to take the mission, we can contact the priest. The priest should have a good mission. Priest? Is it the middleman of Haywood? Man was a little surprised by the middleman Jack mentioned. Because the level of the priest is different from that of a middleman like Faraday. You have a connection with him. But you didn't take his mission? Before, I felt embarrassed because of my low reputation. But now I understand. Since I have the ability, why should I be paid by a wild dog like Faraday? Jack said. But he noticed someone approaching from the corner of his eye. Do you mind disturbing me? A blonde woman with a rather strong figure approached. Chapter 62 How to Spend the Money. Who are you? While Oliver was wondering, Man stood up. Dorio, Why are you here? Is he someone I know? Jack looked at Man and realized something. Dorio is a member of my team. Man introduced Carl and others to Dorio. Carl, Jack, Oliver. They are the friends I told you about before. The friends I met in the last mission. I guessed it. Hello. Dorio smiled and greeted Carl and others. Then looked at Man with a serious expression. Man, there is something I need you to deal with. What happened? Dorio? I was just about to have a drink with Carl and others. Man looked at Dorio's expression. But he knew that if there was nothing that he had to decide, Dorio would not disturb him. But he didn't mind talking about it in front of Carl and others. Dorio glanced at Carl and the others, and was about to speak, but was stopped by Carl. Wave, Man, since your team members have something to ask you, you should go back first. There is no rush to get together next time. Although Man and Dorio were very friendly, treating them as friends, and not minding telling them important things about the team. Friends, and whether to listen are two different things. As a friend, Carl was very grateful for Man's trust. But as a friend, it is better not to listen to some things. There is no rush to get together next time. I will treat you to a drink at that time. Man. Jack raised the almost finished glass in his hand and gestured to Man. Oliver also nodded and raised the glass in his hand. Man looked at the three people, nodded, and smiled. Then you have to buy some good wine next time. I guarantee you will be satisfied. In Jack's voice, Man and his team member Dorio left the bar together. Before leaving, Man still held the bottle of unfinished beer and gestured to the three people. You have to drink well next time. Maybe. That's what it means. After Man left, Carl and the others were no longer interested in staying in the afterlife. The main reason was that Carl. The wine in the afterlife was delicious, but there were no delicious French fries here. The more Carl drank, the more he couldn't stay. Let's go to Mrs. Wells to get some French fries first. Then buy some drinks and food on the way. And then go back to Oliver's apartment. Don't say that going to my apartment is like going home. Carl. Why is it that every party is in my room? Isn't your room the same? Sitting in the driver's seat. Oliver, who once again served as the driver, had some small opinions. My room? Carl recalled his own room, although it's not a problem. I still think we have to go to your room. Oliver. So why? My room doesn't have a private phone or TV. That means if we want to watch something in my room, we have to pay an extra cent. Listening to Carl reason, Oliver actually felt it was sufficient. But he thought carefully, no. I remember the TV deposit is only 50 and €1 per hour of watching. Aren't you rich now? It's different. Save when you should and spend when you should. Carl was very particular about this. Carl brought most of the food and drinks for every party. This money was much more than the money spent on TV. But how could the food and drinks be the same as the equivalent of watching something with a membership? Before 2075, Carl had to think for a while to open a music membership of more than 10 yuan. But he could order all the items without hesitation when eating barbecue. This was also an inherent idea brought by the previous habit. Sitting in the car, while Oliver was driving the car towards the Wild Wolf bar, Carl looked at the balance of 1.12 million in his account and didn't know how to spend the money. Do you two have any fancy, particularly expensive prostheses? Or guns or cars are fine. I don't mind sponsoring them. Listening to Carl's words, Oliver in the driver's seat tilted his head slightly. Aren't you going to make any special modifications for yourself? Go back to Lao Wei to upgrade my access port to a better model, and then reinstall a single molecule line. It shouldn't cost much. I haven't decided whether to make further modifications. I have to save some meat for myself. If I become like Adam's hammer, I can't stand it. Is that so? Oliver thought about what he lacked. There was no need to be polite to Carl. Getting some good prostheses could indeed increase the combat effectiveness of the team. If there was a good weapon or prosthesis at that time, Oliver would not have let Carl bear the exoskeleton and ACPA alone. But after thinking about it, Oliver couldn't think of any good prosthesis. He was now considered wealthy, and it was not a problem for him to buy a new technical sniper rifle for more than 100,000 euros. He even had plenty of money, so it seemed unnecessary for him to ask Carl for sponsorship. Jack, do you need anything? I think I have some extra money. After thinking for a while, Oliver found that he didn't need anything in particular. So he asked Jack and gave his suggestion, why don't you get a gorilla arm, so that you can shoot more steadily in the future? I don't want to get that. Jack smiled and said, Old Wei and I met in the boxing ring. You all know that Old Wei was a boxer before. He retired because he saw that everyone in the boxing ring had hand prostheses and felt that the times had changed. I always wanted to give Old Wei some thoughts and help him win some games and regain his face. It's a bit unreasonable to get a gorilla. What about the car? I remember you had your eyes on a motorcycle before. I heard you say that the car was quite expensive at the time. How about getting one? This way. It will be very comfortable to take Misty for a ride in the future. Are you talking about Nazer? I have saved enough money for that little beauty. 140,000 euros. I plan to buy one when I go back this time. I have enough money. I don't need your support. Besides, I don't know if Misty would like to ride with me on my motorcycle. Maybe it would be better to buy a sports car? As for Misty, she would be willing to ride as long as you like, Carl said, patting the car he was sitting on. Speaking of which, since I bought the car, we rarely drive Oliver Sky Quartz when we travel. Now I feel that Sky Hera is almost the same. Otherwise, I will change to a better car. A bulletproof one. I don't want to experience the same thing as the previous mission again. Come on. It's not $1 million to get a car that can resist rockets. Don't waste money. This car is good and I feel comfortable driving it. Don't change it. Oliver seems to have a deeper affection for Sky Hera than Carl, the owner. But it is true. Compared with Carl, who has never held the steering wheel and sits or lies in the back like a young master. He, as a driver, should have a deeper affection for the car. Then we can only wait and see. How should we spend the money? Chapter 63 Food. Ding. Accompanied by the sound of the electronic alarm clock, Carl opened his eyes and found that the alarm set by Oliver had no effect on Oliver and Jack, who were snoring loudly, except for waking himself up. Convinced? Yawning, Carl flipped through Blanca communication and did not see the mission message she sent. That's right. During this period, the people of military technology were still arguing with Arasaka about who would transport ACPA in. Even if the group of pilots wanted to, they probably wouldn't have the opportunity to enter Night City. Now Arasaka is waiting for those of them with the identity of pilots to come and put pressure on military technology. Find something to do? Yesterday, Carl, Jack and Oliver discussed that they could ask the priest to take the mission. But now Carl saw that Jack and Oliver were sleeping like dead pigs, and it seemed that there was no need to rush. They had been staying by the bedside with him for 2 days and 2 nights without sleeping. And they drank until midnight yesterday without sleeping. It would be good to rest for a while. Combining work and rest. As usual, after washing and rinsing his mouth with pure water, Carl took a pistol with him to buy breakfast for Oliver and Jack. The gun he brought was a Lexington. Carl Kinchin, who was thrown away in the battle with ACPA, didn't know where it fell and flew away. He didn't have a chance to buy a new one yesterday. And now, he could only use the spare Lexington that was originally used as a memorial. Before buying breakfast, Carl took the elevator to the floor where he had just arrived in 2075, and walked to the place where the owner of the Lexington on his waist died. He basically came here every day as long as he lived in the super skyscraper. Not to pick up a new Lexington, but just to repay a favor. A favor must be repaid. The dead green-haired coxcomb once gave Carl the first gold and self-defense weapons, and helped him meet Oliver later. It can be said that Carl Mercenary was sponsored by him out of friendship, and this matter must be repaid. But today, Carl also got nothing. The dead coxcomb lived on the 8th floor, and Carl had asked all the residents on the 8th floor in a friendly way during this period of time. The group of people were happy to answer Carl questions because of the pistol on Carl's waist. According to the information they provided, the green-haired coxcomb was not familiar with them. He had just moved in a week before Carl came to this world, and no one had seen anyone come to see him. For visitors who might know the coxcomb, Carl had already paid a year's rent for the dead coxcomb in advance. It was not expensive. Only 12,000 euros. This ensured that everyone who came to the coxcomb's room to register for a visit could be recorded, so that Carl could look it up later. However, it has been more than a month since Carl came to 2075, and 2076 is about to come, and no one has come to visit the coxcomb. Carl didn't know whether coxcomb had no relatives or acquaintances, or whether his relatives and acquaintances didn't know the address of coxcomb. But it was only 12,000 euros a year, so Carl was willing to bear it until he could find a way to use the records in Night City to find the identity of green-haired coxcomb. However, thinking of the records in Night City, it seemed that apart from the company, Only NCPD remembered this matter most clearly. Carl remembered that he had the number of an NCPD police officer. The police officer was named Johnson, whom Carl met during the cyberpsychosis incident. However, Carl and him only met once, and he probably wouldn't be helped seriously if he asked for help. Did he have to help kill a few more cyberpsychoses to build relationships? Cyberpsychosis was not so easy to meet. After checking the access records of the room and confirming that there was no one, Carl went all the way down to the first floor. After buying food at a fixed stall, he returned to Oliver's room. Oliver pork seemed to arrive in a few days, and then he could finally eat meat. Wake up Oliver and Jack. Throw pure water to them to rinse their mouths. Carl eats the Chinese cold noodles that he has eaten the most since he came to 2075, and feels his stomach starting to churn with a feeling called nausea. The noodles are delicious, but he can't bear to eat them often. Carl is really picky about food, and he has almost reached his limit to tolerate Chinese cold noodles. Watching Oliver and Jack eat sweetly and voraciously, Carl thought of Arasaka Haruko in the previous mission. That guy. Can he eat fresh fruits, vegetables and meat every day? Damn company dog. What are your plans for today? Eating tomato meat sauce spaghetti, Jack said, but suddenly realized that today breakfast is a little different. Carl. Why is it spaghetti today? Doesn't the stall owner make Japanese food? I don't know when the stall owner changed again. The current owner is proficient in all kinds of dishes. All kinds of dishes? That means he can make whatever you want for you. Then I want to eat pizza next time. Okay. Thinking about pizza, Carl felt even more nauseous. Eating pizza for breakfast didn't matter to Carl. What made him nauseous was the decorations on the pizza. In 2075, the most popular pizza on the street was called spicy Italian sausage pizza. And that was also Jack's favorite food. Carl's only opinion about this food was that people in Night City instinctively omitted a part of the name. That is, the full name of this thing should be called Locust Spicy Italian Sausage Pizza. It's locusts. Although Carl had to admit that in his era, many people liked to eat locusts, and he didn't mind trying it. But treating locusts as normal meat and putting them directly on pizza was still a bit too shocking to Carl, a traditional pizza person's values. It's just as unreasonable as putting pineapple slices on pizza. Now there is a law in Night City that the illegal use of pineapples and pineapple products violates Article 1, Section 5A of the Pizza Blasphemy Act, and is wanted and rewarded. After barely finishing the Chinese cold noodles, Carl turned on Oliver's computer while waiting for Oliver and Jack to finish eating. Wanting to see what happened in Night City during the 2 days he was unconscious. As soon as he opened it today, an advertisement that occupied the entire screen popped up. Arasaka Academy is now recruiting students and welcomes all students who hope to become elites of the new era. It's almost the new year, right? Is Arasaka sick to recruit students at this time? If Carl has time to compare the enrollment time of other schools, then he will know soon. Superman's company dog never rest. Chapter 64 Prosthetic Upgrade in Dolls. After getting up and having breakfast, Carl and the other two did not stay in the room for long. In this rare free day when Blanca did not send any information, everyone had something to do. Oliver planned to get himself a new sniper rifle, while Jack wanted to buy the motorcycle he had been dreaming of. Carl was going to go to old Victor to update his prosthetics. It was too troublesome to do all these things together. So not long after breakfast, the three of them separated. However, although they said they were separated, Oliver was actually the driver who helped to send Carl and Jack to their destination first. I now suspect that the reason you bought the car, Carl, was because you thought you could sit more comfortably when I was the driver. Slander. I just wanted to be lazy. After saying goodbye to Oliver and Jack in the car, Carl went to find Victor. After the prosthetic surgery, they had to get together in the evening. After passing through Misty's psychic house and saying hello to Misty, Carl went out the back door and turned left, and then came to Victor Clinic in the basement of the alley. Victor had only one patient scheduled today, Carl, so he had to prepare early. Just do as we said yesterday, Carl. Victor took out the prosthesis that had just arrived in the morning and ordered yesterday from the place where the prosthesis was sealed. Victor looked at Carl, who looked in good condition, and waved to him to lie on the operating table. I still have to check if these prostheses have any backup. You lie down first and prepare yourself mentally. What kind of mental preparation do I need? Lao Wei. This is not the first time. You can't say that. Every operation is dangerous, and you can't be careless. like a nagging old woman. Lao Wei kept muttering. And Carl couldn't help but listen. He could only lie on the bed and listen to Lao Wei talking while looking at him checking the prosthesis. The prosthesis that Lao Wei is examining now was ordered by Carl, who paid him money and asked him to rely on his connections as a prosthesis doctor. The total price is 192,000 euros. 92,000 euros is for a single molecule line. The single molecule line at this price is longer and easier to charge than the one Carl used in the past. In other words, if Carl encounters ACP again, he may not need to delay for so long. He can complete the charging after a few exchanges and swing the single molecule line to peel ACP's skin off the rack. The other 100,000 euros is the money to replace the access warehouse. Carl has been installing the cheapest access warehouse on the market until now, the military technology parallel line. To be honest, the computing power of this thing is only slightly better than nothing. Rich people will definitely be extravagant. As for the new access warehouse, Carl chose the Arasaka Type 3. Arasaka Type 3, a top-level access warehouse for network hackers specializing in covert infiltration and espionage operations. Another Arasaka product. It's not that Carl has any preference for Arasaka, because his hand is Arasaka. It's just that this is the most expensive and best access chamber that Victor can get. The better ones may only be circulated within the company. After checking for a while, and making sure that all the small programs left in the prosthesis have been deleted by himself, Lao Wei sat down next to the chair of the operating table. It will take about 2 hours. Do you need anesthesia? Partial anesthesia is fine. This way I can chat with you, Lao Wei, to relieve my boredom. Surgery doesn't need to relieve boredom. Having said that, Lao Wei still only gave partial anesthesia according to Carl's request, and then picked up the prosthesis to start the operation. And the time was indeed the same as Lao Wei said. It only took 2 hours to complete. How does it feel? Listening to Lao Wei's words, Carl tried to pop out the single molecule line on his right hand. Very smooth. No sense of obstruction. Where is the access chamber? Carl felt it, and found that his brain processed data much faster. Glancing at Victor, Carl could feel that what he knew, and the various knowledge he had learned from Mutuo, had gathered into a network in his mind. Victor. Lao Wei, a former boxer and current cyborg doctor, was in good physical condition, but his breathing was a little rapid. Perhaps because he was too busy during the operation. His breathing would be smoothed after 14 seconds. There were flaws at the fourth rib of the right half of his body, and the knee joint of his left leg, which could break through the defense within 0.3 seconds. And the target would be unprepared. The information that immediately poured into Carl's mind made Carl blink and answer Lao Wei's question. It's not a problem. It's better to say that it seems that this computing power has also increased my brain activity. As if part of my computing burden has been handed over to it? How is it possible? This thing is just an access warehouse, not a brain supplement. Old Wei didn't pay much attention to Carl's words. After sitting on the chair and resting for a few seconds to calm his breathing, he said, "Don't do strenuous exercise today. Get used to it for a while. You have finally escaped death. Take a rest. Don't let me find you to have dinner in the evening, and know that you have accepted another mission. You don't take care of your body. Next time I perform surgery on you guys, I won't use anesthesia." In fact, he has already accepted it. But it is naturally impossible to say this to Old Wei honestly. So Carl chose to keep silent and not talk about this. "I will tell Oliver and Jack." Carl just said this, and then said goodbye to Old Wei temporarily. He planned to go to Kabuki Market before the dinner in the evening. There is a hacker store there, and he can buy some puppets from it. Puppet virus, hacker software, attack program. The basic hacker knowledge has also been learned almost by Mutuo. Now he can get in touch with puppets and see if he can try to be a hacker. Carl sent a message to Oliver, asking where his full-time driver was, and was then told that he was still selecting a gun. Does it take so long to select a gun? No. I almost forgot. Carl touched the Lexington on his waist. It seemed that he had to get a gun first. He was always a little uneasy with the Lexington. In Carl's room, there were actually guns like Saratoga in the armory. He had more or less one rifle, submachine gun, shotgun and other weapons. But he only had a Lexington as a pistol that could be covered by clothes. Can the Lexington be considered a normal mercenary pistol? Should I buy another Kinshin, which was quite easy to use, or try other guns? This is a question worth thinking about. Chapter 65. Go to Arasaka Academy. Target positioning. Prosthetic overheating. movement obstruction, memory erasure. Just buy these to get familiar with them first. Carl bought the puppet and walked out of the hacker's shop. He spent a total of 20,000 euros on this shopping, adding the 192,000 euros he spent on the prosthetic modification before. He spent 212,000 euros in one morning and noon. This money is actually spent quite quickly. 1.12 million minus 212,000 euros. Minus the distance and food consumption and miscellaneous software and other things. Carl now has about 900,000 euros. Thinking about it carefully. If it weren't for the 1 million given by the young lady, I really couldn't afford to upgrade. But now I am only one gun away from being able to perform the mission again. After careful consideration, Carl decided to let Oliver buy him a Kenshin. He hadn't tried other products yet, but Kenshin had tried it himself. Now he had to get a gun to carry with him. It was too dangerous to walk on the streets of Night City without a good gun, and he didn't have the time to pick and choose. The message he sent to Oliver was quickly replied. Oliver said that he was still testing the gun and would bring Carl a Kenshin gun when he came back. He also asked Carl if he needed him to pick him up. Well, this full-time driver has now integrated into his identity and is quite competent. Carl suppressed the words that would definitely lead to Oliver complaints in person. But he didn't mean to let Oliver pick him up. It was a rare day off. So he let Oliver test the gun himself. And he just happened to have time to go shopping. After sending the unnecessary message to Oliver, Carl took a leisurely walk on the street for the first time. How should the street scenery of Watson District in Night City be described? Looking at the gangster wearing a mutuo player on his head in public, with his lower body and hands moving, Carl looked away. Elsewhere, a woman dressed like a painted duck in colorful clothes was leaning against the entrance of the alley, waving her hands to attract customers. Carl looked over and noticed several figures lurking in the darkness of the alley behind her, venting desires in public and seducing people to commit suicide. It seems quite normal. There is nothing particularly strange about it. Just as Carl was thinking this, a car suddenly came from far to near, passing by Carl at high speed, and the dust it raised almost blew Carl's face. And then several gunshots rang out, followed by the car in front. And a car that seemed to be chasing also drove past quickly. Carl protected his face with clothes in time, but his body was still stained with a thin layer of dust. And his face became gloomy. The people of Night City are really too rude. Maybe I should shoot them to teach them a lesson and tell them the consequences of speeding on the street. Do it when you think of it. Carl pulled out his gun and fired 2 rounds without hesitation. TSK. There was no sound. But Carl made a little voiceover for the 2 bullets in his heart. Then, Carl looked at the vehicle whose rear tire was blown out and whose trajectory began to twist and turn, smiled, put the Lexington back into the holster on his waist, and chose to forgive them. In 2075, the tires of most vehicles were very strong. Just blowing a tire would not cause a rollover and cause a traffic accident that would affect other people. As a small revenge, it was enough. Remember not to drive recklessly next time. Carl, who was in a good mood, remembered what he had seen yesterday. Arasaka Academy enrollment. Remember that it was in the city center? I'm free anyway, so I go and have a look. Carl stopped a taxi on the side of the road. And this car was a combat taxi. That is, a taxi that can use force to protect passengers when necessary. These days, combat taxis are not uncommon. It's better to say that people who still drive ordinary taxis in Night City are a bit too careless. Where are you going? Arasaka Academy. Listening to Carl's words, the driver glanced at Carl, as if he saw something from his age. But he didn't say anything else. After confirming the destination, he started driving quietly. In 2075, the most famous combat taxi was the Delamon, a taxi driven by AI. It was rumored that the firepower installed on it could be compared with armored vehicles. But due to its high price, it could not completely occupy the market share of combat taxis. So most combat taxis running on the streets of Night City were still driven by people. For the company, people are just a kind of consumables. AI may go on strike due to factors such as equipment and electricity. But people who have to support their families will not only not go on strike, but will also spend money to maintain the best working condition in order to complete the work better. In this regard, the company can make a fortune. On the way, Carl read about the Arasaka Academy in detail, and had a basic understanding of the Arasaka Academy. In short, this school is a school specially opened by Arasaka to train company dogs. Chapter 66. A small reminder. Arasaka Academy, located in the city center, is not far from the Arasaka Tower. When Carl saw the Arasaka Tower, he also arrived at Arasaka Academy. After accepting the taxi driver call and saying that he would find him next time if he needed it, Carl stood in front of Arasaka Academy, the school in 2075. Just looking inside from the gate is no different. They are still gathered in groups of 3 or 2. Still noisy, chasing each other over there. And it's quite trance-like to watch. It's as if no matter how time changes, the students in the school will always be like this. However, even if the students of Arasaka Academy are still innocent now, when they step into Arasaka Corporation, they will gradually lose everything that made them happy in the past. The company is a place that alienates people. Looking at the group of students, Carl recalled his past. But his behavior of standing at the door and looking around was too suspicious. Soon, the security guards of Arasaka Academy walked towards him. This person who is not wearing a school uniform and does not look like a student has now been listed as a suspicious element. Hey, what are you looking at? Do you know where this is? This is not a place for street thugs like you. After hearing the scolding, Carl looked in the direction of the voice and found 3 people wearing Arasaka security uniforms with guns approaching him. Carl narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was dazzled by the artificial eyes that kept flashing in their eyes. I know where this is. Carl did not make any move and let the 3 Arasaka security guards approach him. I know where this is. Why don't you get out of here? An Arasaka security guard had a vigilant look on his face. He didn't understand why Carl could be so calm when facing them wearing Arasaka uniforms. But the confidence and sense of security brought to him by this layer of clothes still made him continue to keep this scolding and arrogant look. I'm not standing in the school now. Carl, out of politeness, explained to the Arasaka security guards, who might not understand the laws of Night City. According to the laws of Night City, the place where I'm standing should belong to the public area. Public area. Seeing Carl talking about the laws of Night City, an Arasaka security guard sneered. Who cares about that stuff? It seems that wearing the skin of Arasaka makes him feel very proud to do things. And he can even ignore the laws. He sighed. Although their words were not pleasant, Carl was always willing to find problems from himself. To be fair, if he was a school security guard, he would be alert and want to drive the other person away if he saw someone who was obviously not a student looking into the school at the door. Since the idea of exchanging ideas can be understood, there is no need to conflict. Okay, I go, Carl said, and walked back. But the 3 Arasaka security guards did not try to stop him. They really just wanted to drive away the suspicious Carl. Although their words were a bit harsh, they didn't really want Carl to get out of humiliation. They were not blind. Carl had a gun on his waist. If they really got into trouble, they would not say that he would die. But even if they were injured, it would be a big loss. By the way, but halfway through, Carl seemed to remember something and reminded him warmly, in the future, you'd better not approach the mercenaries at this distance. As he said, Carl's fingers moved slightly in the confusion of the Arasaka security. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Smile. Swish. The imperceptible sound passed through the air, went to the distance, and turned into silence. When the 3 Arasaka security guards came to their senses, they all had a slight scratch on their necks that only broke the epidermis, feeling a chill on their necks. And then in the slight pain and warmth, the Arasaka security personnel, who understood what happened at that moment, all had their pupils shrink, and their hearts began to beat wildly, as if celebrating their survival. They felt the side of the Grim Reaper brushing past them without them noticing. This guy. If he wanted to, I'd be dead. As this thought came to mind, 100 euros were transferred into the accounts of the 3 people. Let's go have a drink after get off work. Just consider it my treat. Carl waved his hand with his back to the 3 people. His tone was calm, just like what happened just now. For the Arasaka security personnel, it was a shocking moment. But for him, it was really just a kind reminder. The 3 Arasaka security personnel were so stunned that they covered their necks with their hands, which actually didn't need to be covered. And the bleeding was almost stopped. Looking at Carl back, they couldn't say a word. That moment had already left a deep mark on their bodies. The mark reminded them that as long as Carl wanted, even if Carl was facing away from them, they would not have the slightest chance of survival. A minute later, an Arasaka security guard, who had covered his neck, which had already stopped bleeding, came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream. He stretched out his hand with a little blood on the palm, pointed directly at Carl, almost disappearing back, and said in disbelief, "That guy? I remember. I know him. I know who he is. I already know who that guy is without you saying it." Another Arasaka security guard began to breathe heavily now, and the moment of life and death almost suffocated him. On his panicked face covered with sweat, he could no longer see the previous arrogance. "It's that lunatic. Damn it. I only recognized him now. The people above clearly sent a notice and ordered us not to mess with him. Damn it. Did I just face a monster that can fight ACPA?" The last Arasaka security guard's legs went weak, and he couldn't control himself and sat on the ground. He was the most arrogant one just now, and the one who spoke the most unkindly to Carl. So at that moment, he received more care from Carl than the two colleagues beside him. Feeling the bald spot on his side, the Arasaka security guard wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't have much hair to begin with. Under his hat, it was a Mediterranean. Now even the shore next to him was missing a piece. Is it easy for him? These are all his original hair. He hasn't had a hair transplant yet. Behind the three Arasaka security guards, a boy wearing Arasaka Academy clothes and a punk hairstyle came out at this time. The punk-haired boy looked at the security guards with a puzzled look, and then looked into the distance along their line of sight. And in the distance, he saw nothing. Chapter 67 Restaurant and Woman. Carl didn't walk far from Arasaka Academy when he saw a restaurant on the roadside. Thinking about the time, he decided to have lunch here. This restaurant in the city center is not big, covering only about 50 square meters. There are 4 customers sitting in the store, and there are not many employees in the store. There are only 2 people, including the busy chefs behind the counter and the waiters walking around. "Welcome. Please sit anywhere. If you need to order, just call me." The busy male waiter stopped and greeted Carl, and pointed to the empty seats in the store. "Okay. I call you if you want to order." Carl looked at the waiter, who hurriedly walked around again after getting his response. He didn't understand why the waiter was so busy with so few customers in the store. Even if there was only one person, it shouldn't be that bad. According to Carl's understanding of the catering industry, a waiter can serve about 4 to 6 customers at the same time, and a skilled waiter can raise this number to 10. There are only 5 customers in this store, including the one who just came in. Even if this waiter is a novice, he should be able to handle it, right? Moreover, the data that Carl compared was still the data of his previous era. In the catering stores of 2075, most of the food was made up of pre-made and semi-finished products. Is it necessary to be so busy to throw these things into the microwave to heat them up and then mix them together? Just when Carl sat down and thought about this, he heard a very obvious frying sound. The aroma of the oil drifted to Carl's nose with the slowly blowing air conditioning wind in the store. Carl sniffed it, and then his eyes lit up. This store is worthy of being in the city center. It actually cooks honestly, and this oil is of high quality. Carl has already got the answer in his mind. Butter. It was butter. Real butter. Not artificial butter, but solid fat processed from real milk. Why Carl knew so sure? Of course, it was because he often fried steaks himself before, and he always used butter cubes. He still remembered the kitchen book he had read about frying steaks with butter, which said that the butter should not be completely melted before putting the steak in, because the melting point of butter is relatively low, and it is easy to leave burnt marks on the steak. So you have to choose the right time. Stir the butter with a fork when the butter is half melted, and then put the steak in and start frying. Although Carl cooked the steak a little badly, and the degree of doneness was different every time, he still remembered the smell of butter. He only needed to smell it to tell the difference from margarine. Food made with real butter makes people curious about what it is. Carl sat on the chair and glanced at the table, but did not find the ordering procedure on it. No wonder I was told to call him when I wanted to order. This shop is really old-fashioned. There is no ordering procedure. This is rare in the city center in my past. But you didn't even give me a menu. How can I know what I want to eat? Butter is generally used in Western cuisine. Carl can guess what this shop sells. But there are so many types of Western food. Who knows whether it is British, French, or Italian? It would be best if it is a French or Italian restaurant. But if it is British food, it is actually okay, compared with the inedible food in Night City. Carl felt that the stargazing pie that he often heard others criticize before seemed so delicious. Carl knew that in such a city center, he could not eat real meat. But since real butter was used, vegetarian food could always be expected. Right? While Carl's thoughts were turning violently in his mind, the busy waiter realized that he had not put a menu in front of Carl. He apologized and sent a menu made of a material between plastic and paper. When Carl opened the menu, he was pleasantly surprised. I won the prize. Although it is not French or Italian cuisine, which are the first or second cuisines in Europe. It is not British cuisine after all. This restaurant is a Spanish restaurant. In Carl's mind, the status of Spanish cuisine is only below French and Italian cuisine. If it tastes good, I will call Oliver and Jack to eat together next time. Carl read the food on the menu. Each dish is expensive. The cheapest one is also over 70 euros. Considering that this is in the city center and the store uses real butter, perhaps this price is still cheap. Carl's eyes first fell on the Spanish paella, which is known as one of the three famous Western dishes, along with Italian noodles and French snails. However, after taking a look at the meat marked on the menu, Carl decisively rejected this famous dish. Synthetic squid? Synthetic oysters? Synthetic shrimps? What are these things? Is that what normal people should eat? It seems that meat dishes are not worth eating. After Carl's eyes scanned the area, he quickly locked on the food he could accept. Potato omelette. 70 euros. Marked. Synthetic eggs. Potato starch. Carl had eaten synthetic eggs before, and the taste was okay. Although there was a strange smell of chemicals, it was within the acceptable range. This dish must be ordered. 2 servings first, and then cream of mushroom soup. 150 euros. Marked. Real cream. Cultured mushrooms. And a 200-gram piece of wheat white bread. Real cream. No wonder they dare to sell it for 150 euros. There is nothing strange about the mushrooms in the cultivation room. The raw materials of synthetic vegetables are mostly algae. In the humid cultivation environment of algae, it is natural for some mushrooms to grow and become a bonus for the company to make money. As for the mushrooms grown in this environment, Carl's attitude is that as long as they don't kill people, it's fine. Carl called the waiter and explained his needs. After buying a can of sweet tea from the only vending machine in the store that was not old-fashioned, he noticed a new customer coming into the store. The new customer was a white short-haired woman who looked about 20 years old, with red eyeshadow on her face and a waist-revealing outfit. She looked pretty, but her expression was very cold, as if everyone owed her money. Carl just took a look and retracted his gaze. I don't know her. Then there is no need to care. In 2075, where plastic surgery can be done at will, Carl has seen many beautiful guys. He hugged the guy who was original and had not undergone any modification a few days ago. Such a woman is not worth Carl's lingering glance. Compared to looking at the beautiful woman, he was more looking forward to his cream of mushroom soup and potato omelette. How delicious would it be? Should I order it now and bring some to Jack, Oliver and Lao Wei in the evening? Chapter 68 Cyborg. Carl held the crispy bread with wheat aroma in his left hand, swallowed it with the thick soup with rich milk flavor, and forked the cut potato omelette with his right hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Carl swore that this was the most satisfying meal he had since he came to 2075. Real ingredients taste different. After spending 10 minutes to finish the 2 potato omelettes and a cream mushroom soup with bread he ordered, Carl asked the owner to pack 3 cream mushroom soups and 6 potato omelettes. After tasting the taste, Carl was sure that these 2 dishes were delicious, so he had to pack them up and take them back for Jack and the others to try. 1,160 euros. This is the price of Carl lunch plus takeout. The money for the takeaway box was waived because Carl bought so much at one time. After paying, Carl picked up the pile of food that was packed tightly by the waiter with one hand so that it would not spill. In Night City, necessary vigilance is still necessary, and one of your hands must be free at all times. Carl walked to the door with food in his hand, and someone just happened to come in. It was a male company dog wearing an Arasaka uniform. When they looked at each other, Carl didn't know this guy, but this guy recognized Carl after a moment of daze. Afterwards, Carl clearly saw the extremely emotional fear in his artificial eyes. Ah, can artificial eyes read emotions these days? You go in first. When a dog walks opposite him, Carl always chooses to make way for the dog. The reason is simple. Who would bother with a dog first? Yes, please. The Arasaka company dog, whose body had already begun to tremble, was obviously relieved after hearing Carl's words. He squeezed out a smile and nodded to Carl in a friendly manner, just like a dog licking his face to please his master, and then walked past Carl carefully and entered the store. This company dog, who served as a security guard in Arasaka, secretly complained and secretly rejoiced. How could I run into this killer here? Fortunately, he has a good temper. Carl didn't recognize this Arasaka company dog, but he remembered Carl. He was among the people who protected Arasaka Haruko. He saw with his own eyes the ability he showed in that mission. This kind of person is not someone he can mess with. 1 step. 2 steps. Just when this Arasaka staff member felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if he had escaped from the hands of a cyber psychopath, Carl's voice from behind him made him stiffen again. Wait a minute. I think I remembered you. Carl didn't recognize the face, but he felt a little familiar with the figure from behind. Are you the security guard before? Yes. It's me. Turning around quickly, the Arasaka staff member, with an oriental appearance, subconsciously wanted to bow, but was stopped by Carl's casual hand. I'm not your boss, so you don't need to be so polite. Having said that, Carl smiled at him. Although you watched us fight to the death when we were attacked for the first time, and later we couldn't even protect the target, and almost wiped us out, which made me very unhappy. But since you later helped Jack and the others fight hard, I will ignore this unhappiness. Carl's palm gently patted the shoulder of the Arasaka staff, who dared not move. Don't worry. I'm not the stereotype Chinese who kills the whole family because I'm unhappy. I'm just unhappy, and it won't affect the whole family, Carl said, and patted again. But this time it was a bit heavy, almost making the Arasaka staff stagger and kneel on the ground with his legs weak. Next time you make me unhappy again, only you will die in your family. Carl is a very particular person. He will only target whoever makes him unhappy, and will give him the first chance. But it can't happen again. Next time, someone will really die. Be careful. Listening to Carl's words, feeling Carl's hand slapping on his shoulder, which could break his neck along the shoulder blade at any time, the Arasaka staff nodded frantically. But Carl might not feel his sincerity. Duty should be fulfilled well. If he just watched the show, Carl could accept it. They, the mercenaries, had already prepared to be cannon fodder, and it was not a big deal if they were paid enough. But the security personnel did not even fulfill their duties, and let the target get hurt and implicate them, which was another matter. Expected things are different from being dragged down by incompetence, and the degree of anger about this is the same. After reminding the Arasaka staff, Carl noticed the eyes of other people in the store. Although Carl and the Arasaka staff were not loud, the habit of eating melons seemed to be common to all countries. A mercenary-dressed person almost made the Arasaka employees bow or even kneel, no matter where they were. It was a melon worth eating. Carl, who did not intend to be the target of others' gossip, did not say anything to the Arasaka staff. He retracted his palm, glanced around the restaurant, and then walked out of the store under the gaze of the Arasaka staff, who had already broken out in a cold sweat and felt like they had survived a disaster. Strange. Carl, who walked out of the store, was not thinking about the Arasaka staff, but the scene he saw when he glanced at the restaurant before leaving. As a mercenary, it is natural to pay attention to the situation around him at all times. Carl was sure that when he left his seat and walked to the counter to pay, the pink-haired woman who came after him was still eating. When he finished talking to the Arasaka security personnel and glanced at the gossip crowd, the woman was no longer in the store. Does this store have a back door? But it seems that she did not come to pay the bill. Escape the bill? Taking advantage of the chaos and eating gossip to escape the bill. It is worthy of America. Oh! Night City does not belong to America now, so it is worthy of Night City. An experienced escapist can actually not even eat gossip. Carl remembered that he had seen a news report before, in which a fugitive went to watch the excitement and was caught by the police surveillance camera. Ding. A message from Blanca came to Carl communication. Intelligence coming? Carl thought that Blanca had obtained the information about the group of ACPA pilots entering Night City, and opened it with some expectation, but found that Blanca had sent a new message, which was a new commission. It was interesting that the next commission was sent before the previous one was completed. After a rough look, Carl saw a word he had never heard of in the task. Cyborg. Chapter 69 Serious Mission. Cyborg. What is that? At 8:10 p.m., Jack, who was sitting in Oliver's apartment, showed a puzzled expression after listening to Carl's description of the mission. And then he turned to look at Victor, who was present at the gathering today. Old Victor. As a cyborg doctor, have you ever heard of this thing? I am familiar with most of the cyborgs on the market, but I have never heard of anything with this name. Is this some kind of code name? Victor was drinking whiskey. This was the first time he heard a cyborg in the mission that Carl and the others were discussing. The mission says that we need to obtain information about cyborg from a company dog named Tanaka. Tanaka is from Arasaka company. In other words, this mission is for military technology to investigate a secret research of Arasaka. Oliver saw something from the mission. Blanca commission was not from her personally, but on behalf of military technology. Considering the situation of the company behind Blanca and Tanaka, although it is still unclear what cyborg is, it can still be inferred roughly. It's another fight between military technology and Arasaka. We haven't been involved in this kind of mission for long. Jack was talking about the previous escort mission. To be precise, it was the last mission. In Carl's voice, Victor sighed. It seems that I really can't use anesthesia when I operate on you next time. When Victor changed Carl's prosthesis today, he just told Carl and the others to take a rest. If they still don't take care of their bodies, he won't use anesthesia when he operates on them next time. As a result, when he came in the evening, he knew that they had accepted another mission. Victor really didn't know what to say to them. No way. Old way. Oliver spread his hands helplessly and said, the reward for this mission is quite high. It's a pity to miss it. Don't blame Carl for taking the mission. At worst, next time we modify the prosthesis. Old way. You can just give him anesthesia alone. Let him scream in pain to calm you down. Hey. We are a team. Do you have to clear me so quickly? Jack nodded quickly on the side for Oliver's behavior of selling out his teammates, and protested to Carl. Okay. I won't really do that. Old way looked at the three people and sighed helplessly. But when you go this time, come to my clinic to take the medicine first, and then let me do a full body check for you. Right? If there is something wrong with your body, it will be fatal during the mission. Of course, we will find you the day after tomorrow morning. The mission will start the day after tomorrow? What else can Old Way say after listening to Carl's overly hasty words? When he was young, he was just like Carl, Oliver and Jack, all of whom loved to fight to the death. He knew that he could not dissuade these young people who only had forward-looking eyes. Just like he could not dissuade his past self. All he could do was to help them as much as possible behind the scenes. At Victor's age, he didn't know how many friends he had seen die. It was always good to see one less. But speaking of it, the mercenary industry is really amazing. Oliver drank Brothers Good Ale beer and said, the other day, I escorted the eldest lady of Arasaka. And today I have to help the military technology department. The disputes in the company are like the extension of their hands and feet. And we are the daggers and guns on their hands and feet. It is loose and may be snatched away by 2 pairs of hands at any time. It's a good description, Oliver. But it sounds like he is saying that we are street sex dolls. Jack felt that the description was not very good while praising sex dolls, a group of special workers who sell their bodies by implanting chips. It doesn't really matter, Carl said as he stuffed Mrs. Wells's fried fries into his mouth. They sell their bodies for money. We sell our bodies for money. Don't discriminate based on occupation. It's not easy for us. At least we can choose. How many people like them can choose? Damn. Listening to what you said, Carl, I actually think it makes sense. Damn it. Jack scratched the pigtail behind his head, but noticed that Carl was almost finished eating the fries he brought. You ate a whole bucket in less than half an hour. Carl, you're exaggerating. It's delicious. I love it. What's your business? Mrs. Wells asked you to bring it to me. You didn't fry it. Then can I take care of it? Oliver pointed to the crumbs of fries that fell on the ground in front of Carl. This is my room. Carl, if you open your mouth while eating fries again, I will pick up the fries on the ground and stuff them into your mouth to make it close properly. All right. Carl didn't say anything, but made a zipper gesture with his hand on his mouth, chewing French fries with his cheeks puffed up, indicating that he would definitely abide by it. In any case, it is indeed not polite to talk while eating. After chewing the fries in his mouth, Carl nodded to Victor. Forget it. Let's get back to the topic. Victor, I'm sorry. We invited you to dinner and drink all night. But before that, you have to wait for us to discuss the mission. Victor, I still have some patience. You continue to talk. At Victor toast, Carl spoke. If we want to get intelligence from a company dog, We may have to change our method of action this time. Change the method of action. All our previous actions were reasonable. Oliver didn't quite understand what Carl meant by changing the method of action. Could it be? Are you going to play infiltration, coercion, and bondage? I've seen Japanese themes that have this. And the target happens to be the Japanese of Arasaka company. I told you. Watch less. That kind of super dream. Carl said speechlessly. I want to say. Now I know that I am famous in Arasaka. Basically every normal employee of Arasaka knows me. We can't just use this face to break into Tanaka House and kidnap him on this mission. We have to think of a way. Jack understood what Carl meant. Are you planning to hide your face? I think there will be a follow-up to this mission. At that time, we may have to carry out some work such as stealing and robbing the cyborg. It's not good to finish everything in one trip. If there are more missions, we can take more rewards. We can't not do it. Carl meant that if they expose their identities when exploring the cyborg, then the subsequent military technology missions might be handed over to other mercenary teams, or they would do it themselves, which would reduce one mission. You have a mission-obsessed mind. And isn't this similar to what I said? Japanese ninjas sneaking in, tying up, intimidating and coercing. No problem. Why can't you watch it? Damn. Who knew you would actually watch something serious? Huh? Is there anything indecent about this? Listening to Oliver question that he didn't quite understand, Carl realized that this time it was his own dirty thoughts. Chapter 70 Team Hacker. Ding ding. Ding ding. The day after receiving the Military Technology Commission, Carl sent a communication to Man. Ding. Man, Carl. What's up? Carl, I have a job here, and I may need some manpower. Are you interested in being an assistant? Man, are you doing the middleman business? Carl, it's just a commission received directly from the company dog. Due to some identity reasons, I can't do certain things directly. I need other people outside the team to help. I also called Brown and others. They are still on vacation. So I wonder if you are free. Man, I ended my vacation in front of you yesterday. I took a job, but it should be completed tonight. Is your job urgent? Carl, the employer has a lot of time, so it's not urgent. The reward is 500,000 euros. If you are interested in joining with your team, I will give you half. Man, 500,000? After Carl saw this message was sent, Man stopped replying temporarily after being surprised. He knew that Man was thinking about whether to accept it. As a mercenary, you don't need to know the relevant content before accepting the mission. It's better to say that the mission assigned by the company dog rarely allows the mercenary to know the relevant content before the mission, because the mercenary may refuse the mission and leak the secrets. But as long as the money is high, the mercenary will often not care about these. And half of 500,000 is 250,000, which is obviously within the range of not caring. In other words, this is already a reward that can be risked. After a while, Man sent a message as if his mood had calmed down. Man, the mission directly assigned by the company, after no middleman deduction, is actually so much. But this mission, without the help of the middleman, is it okay? Although the middleman is greedy, they are at least helpers who can provide mercenaries with detailed intelligence, evacuation routes and other help. Without them, Man really feels that his life is difficult to guarantee. Carl, the company allowed me to recruit other people to assist, but the rule is that I can't give details before they participate. However, I can use the last mission as a comparison. The danger level of this mission is probably the same as the first time we were attacked. Man, that level is already exaggerated. It's better to say that the subsequent ACPA is beyond the scope of what normal mercenaries can do. However, the reward is generous. It's still Carl who took the job. I'm relieved. I count this job as my team. I just take half directly. Is that okay? Look, I'm used to being psychologically manipulated by the middleman, and I don't even feel it he's taking half. Carl, of course there is no problem. It's better to say that you are the main ones in this job. Provide an encrypted communication channel given by military technology. Let Man enter it after passing the personnel authentication of military technology. And then Carl transferred the relevant files to Man. If the intelligence is intercepted on this, it is not the fault of these mercenaries. We have to ask whether there is a traitor among the internal personnel of military technology. After reading all the relevant tasks, Man sent another message. Man, so, we have to help military technology this time to deal with Arasaka? Carl, that's about it. I need you to help collect information about Tanaka. Once you collected it, just give it to us. We handle the rest. Is that okay? Man, this job is too easy. Am I taking too much? How about we split it 50-50? You take 6 and we take 4. It's also easier for the 3 of you. Carl, come on. Jack, Oliver and I have done missions together before. Our style is not suitable for this kind of slow intelligence collection. Just take half with peace of mind. When you were doing the mission together, didn't you say you had a team? You are the leader after all. You can't give them less money. If you really feel guilty, just help us kidnap Tanaka when you see an opportunity. Man, okay. I discussed the details with other people in the team. When the time comes, let the hackers in our team contact you. For matters in this regard, you should let professionals talk to you. Hackers are rare talents in the street team. If Carl had not found a suitable and trustworthy hacker, he would not have learned hacker knowledge by himself. Carl, okay. I will give you the deposit first. Carl received a deposit of 100,000 euros. He directly gave 50,000 euros to Man according to the 50-50 split. And then Oliver and Jack divided the remaining 50,000 euros. Personal funds are only counted in integers of thousands and above, 900,000 euros and 915,000 euros. Each person can get 15,000 euros. And the remaining 5,000 euros will be kept with Carl as team funds according to the old rules of the team, as the meal expenses for the next dinner. If the less is spent, it will belong to Carl. And if the more is spent, Carl will pay. The deposits are increasing. Carl actually has no special concept of the numbers jumping up and down in the account. Money is something that may only make people feel heavy when it is actually taken out and placed in front of them. Numbers are strangely easy to use. What are you going to do today? Carl had discussed the plan to cooperate with the Man team with Oliver and Jack before. So after discussing and informing them of the relevant matters, Carl asked Oliver and Jack about their plans for today. Intelligence gathering was outsourced, and the communication with hackers was also handed over to Carl, the team leader. Oliver and Jack were still very idle today. I'm going to find Misty. I'm going to have dinner with my sister. Okay. Playing the game of bullying alone again. Right? We all have a party to attend today. Guess who is not accompanied by anyone? It's you. It's you. Carl. After sending a friendly middle finger blessing to his 2 friends, Carl left the skyscraper and prepared to go to the Mutuo store to buy some new Mutuo. He wanted to see if there were any real ninjas in the Mutuo store, as Oliver said. I just don't know if they were just playing with thunder or rolling balls. As always, Carl was reluctant to drive when Oliver was not around. It's better to say that he hadn't driven a car since 2075. The reason was nothing but laziness. Why sit and do something when you can lie down? Just when he was about to contact the combat taxi driver who had picked him up twice yesterday and left his phone number, a strange message came in. Hello. I'm Sasha, a hacker for Man's team. Chapter 71. Very interested. Sasha, the hacker of Man's team? Carl was not in a hurry to reply to Sasha. He sent a message to Man to confirm the other party's identity. After confirming that the other party's identity was correct, he replied to the message. Carl, I am Carl. Man has told you the details of the mission. You will be the contact person of your team for this mission. Is that okay? Sasha, no. Man has made it very clear. After we finish the current tasks tonight, we will start your mission. Carl, that's no problem. Let's contact later. Sasha, please wait. Man thinks you can trust me. He wants me to send you a copy of our team's personnel information. Everyone agrees that this way we can cooperate better. I sent it. Please receive it. Carl, okay. Carl himself was a little careless. When doing a mission, he really couldn't know the other party's level without telling the bottom line. He only trusted Man's level, and didn't know the level of Man's teammates. The level of personnel between teams is actually quite different. The information is here. There is nothing good about Man. Oh! No. He went to the prosthetic doctor yesterday and bought a prosthetic for the projectile launch system and installed it. My God. It's brand new. I hope he didn't spend all the money he earned from the last mission on it. He is really desperate. He just installed the prosthetic and started the mission. Although I have no right to say that he is. Then, there is Dolio, who I met yesterday. Pira, a technical expert. A black-haired man with a coxcomb. I have some impression of him. Man doesn't remember him. But Carl and the others have seen him in front of the Mutuo store. Rebecca. An assistant. Oh, the girl with green hair and twin ponytails. I also have an impression of her. Falco. A driver. Looks like a gentleman. Sasha. A hacker. The person who contacted Carl to send the information. Chiwei. A hacker substitute. Sasha's network hacker substitute. Man's team is too extravagant. There is more than one hacker in the team. However, there is nothing strange about this. After all, Man's team seems to have been in Night City for many years. My team, which has been established for less than a month, is indeed not as good as them. Carl, I have learned the information, so I look forward to future cooperation. After using this sentence as the end of the communication, Carl calculated the time. He came to the world of 2075 the day after the Day of the Dead. That is, November 3rd. And today is November 27th, which is less than a month. Christmas in 2075 is on December 25th. For the people of Night City, December 25th is equivalent to another year. Right? Although for Carl, there is no special feeling. For him, if you calculate the time, it may be February 5th, 2076, the beginning of the Spring Festival, before it is considered the new year. Of course, some people consider January 1st, 2076 as the new year. But Carl doesn't mind celebrating Christmas in Night City, because according to Jack, he will spend Christmas Eve at the Wild Wolf Bar, and Mrs. Wells will personally take care of it. No outsiders will be invited, and it will be a family-style Christmas. Carl and Oliver will have to come at that time. In other words, Mrs. Wells is willing to treat Carl and Oliver as family members and let them spend Christmas together. This is really an honor, and there is no reason not to go. However, Carl and Oliver may have to help Jack speak up when the time comes, because Jack plans to bring Misty with him, which may be a headache. Well, we have to ask Old Way, who is familiar with Mrs. Wells and Misty, to see if he can come up with a good idea. In this regard, the experience of this group of young people is still not as good as that of Old Way. Carl called a combat taxi and sat in it. The driver, who was already somewhat familiar with Carl but remained silent, sent Carl all the way to the door of his familiar Mutuo store. Don't drive away yet. Wait by the side. I come out after buying Mutuo. Leaving this sentence to the silent driver, Carl walked into the Mutuo store, and the owner saw the figure coming in, and instinctively became alert for a moment. And after finding out that it was Carl, he relaxed a little. It's you, the customer. Carl came to his store to buy Mutuo many times, and the two became familiar with each other. The owner of Mutuo knew this big customer, who always bought a lot of Mutuo. He started to introduce it as soon as Carl walked to the counter. The new goods that arrived this time are the new season of My Years in the Trauma Team. 4 episodes were released at once. Do you want me to bring them to you? Is it because of good sales that new seasons are released? Give me all 4 episodes. I want them all. Although the new season is released when sales are good. It is in line with Carl's past views on TV series. But this thing is Mutuo after all. And it is a real Mutuo that records the missions of the Trauma Team. The quality will not be reduced as the number of episodes increases. The technology inside is real, and it is necessary to buy all of them to see. Thank you for your purchase. Customer. The shopkeeper, with a face full of joy, acted quickly and immediately got up to get new goods from the warehouse behind the store. During this time, Carl visited the Mutuo store to see if there was anything worth looking at. Carl had already seen most of the useful Mutuo in the Mutuo store. Most of the remaining ones were pornographic or restricted bloody. They were really not interesting. Only Oliver would be interested. Carl never looked at them. But Carl did find a Mutuo related to ninjas. And it was really serious. Looking at the Mutuo called Ninja Rabbit on the shelf, Carl was a little speechless. But the problem is, this thing, serious or serious, it is not a Japanese ninja. It's a mess. While he was complaining in his heart, the shopkeeper had already returned with Mutuo. Carl looked around and didn't find any Mutuo that he liked. When he was about to buy these 4 episodes of Mutuo and leave, the shopkeeper suddenly called Carl. Please wait for a moment. Customer. While Carl was puzzled, the shopkeeper came out from behind the counter, walked to the door of the store, looked around, and after making sure that no one else was approaching the store, he closed the door and looked at Carl cautiously. Customer. You have also come to my store to buy Mutuo many times. I believe you know Mutuo very well and are trustworthy. I have some special goods here. Do you want to take a look? Special goods? looking at the shopkeeper's extremely vigilant, thief-like actions and expressions. Carl inexplicably understood. In his heart, a strange feeling of anticipation emerged. You are not talking about that kind of thing. Yes, customer. It is what you think. Looking at Carl's expression, the shopkeeper showed a rather obscene expression. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Then, Carl was very honest. A friend of mine is very interested. Please tell me in detail. Chapter 72 Cyberpsycho Records. Sure enough, it's this type. Carl happily took the cyberpsycho Mutuo band in Night City back to his room. After buying this kind of Mutuo from the Mutuo store, he had been looking forward to it all the way. Although he had heard of it before, he didn't expect it to really exist. The Mutuo that Carl thought was interesting was naturally the cyberpsycho Mutuo. Otherwise it would be some kind of erotic Mutuo. What a joke. In 2075, erotic Mutuo didn't violate anything. Not to mention this kind of Mutuo store. Any street Mutuo vendor could come up with a lot of them. Unless it involved some extreme bloodiness, it would be banned, and Carl was not interested in that kind. What's the point of being erotic? Is it better than experiencing the combat methods of cyberpsychopaths? You know, ordinary people who go crazy because they can't bear the prosthesis are not worthy of being officially called cyberpsychopaths. Cyberpsychopaths, who can be officially recorded and reported by NCPD, are often those who have considerable strength and are difficult for ordinary NCPD police officers to deal with. In other words, they are all very strong. What can I learn this time? Is it the fighting instinct of life and death? Or the combat experience engraved in the bones? I am really looking forward to it. Compared with the ordinary Mutuo, which normally costs 50 euros, this officially banned Mutuo is quite expensive. Carl only bought 2 copies and spent 510 euros, which is almost 5 times the price difference. Looking at the numbers on the cover of Mutuo packaging, Carl also noticed that there were several letters in the corner of Mutuo, which looked like the abbreviation of the producer's name. Mutuo's editor? I don't understand. Carl didn't rush to insert this thing into his Mutuo headset player. He first took out both Mutuo and inserted them into the computer in the room. He checked it with hacker knowledge and made sure that there were no disgusting viruses and surveillance inside before starting to connect it. To be on the safe side, it would be bad if this irregular thing left any tricks. Entering Mutuo in a fully awake state will feel dizzy after the experience. So the experiencer will generally maintain a relatively comfortable and relaxed posture to enter Mutuo. Lying on the sofa, maintaining a relatively comfortable posture, Carl activated Mutuo. In the connection of senses, a sense of trance accompanied by a subtle light flashed in Carl's visual nerves. Mutuo will simulate and connect people's various perceptions, allowing people in Mutuo to experience all aspects of the recorder. In Night City, Mutuo is often too realistic and assimilated, so that viewers can't tell who they are. For Carl, it feels like hearing about Duke Shuang dreaming of a butterfly. Dreaming too deeply, thinking that I am also the person in the dream. The so-called Mutuo, the experience beyond the dream, is really magical. Carl, no, to be precise, the recorder, opened his eyes. The smell of dust in the air is quite clear. It is worthy of being a taboo level thing. This smell has not been processed at all, and it smells the original smell. Carl felt the body he could feel, and found that this body was much stronger than his own. Is the hand prosthesis a gorilla arm? Gorilla arm, a reliable arm substitute that allows the modifier to have strength comparable to that of a gorilla. A favorite of Doc Porter's. Recalling the information about the gorilla arm, Carl actually thinks that the adjective comparable to a gorilla in the information is not very appropriate. Because in today's world, not many people have actually seen real gorillas in reality. And the strength of a gorilla may not reach the strength of a gorilla arm. At least according to Carl's impression. If a gorilla is locked in a cage, the gorilla cannot use both hands to break the fence and escape. But if an adult male with a gorilla arm is locked in a cage, it will be easy and simple to break the fence and escape. Of course, the strength of the gorilla arm also depends on the quality. Carl felt the gorilla arm in his hand and made an assessment. It may not be as strong as his current arm. I am not in a hurry to play Mutuo. Although some people who watch Mutuo pay attention to the experience and watch the whole Mutuo without pausing or rewinding. Just like Oliver, who likes to watch sexy Mutuo. He likes the smooth operation. But Carl is not like that. When he watches Mutuo, he likes to focus on various details and rewind and pause from time to time. Unfortunately, Mutuo, as a thing, will record various information in the initial recording version, and can also be viewed from the third perspective. For example, the Mutuo edited by the Mutuo editor in Carl Hand only has the feeling of the first perspective. I don't know if I can get a customized version in the future. Continue playing? Huh? The recorder, panting, raised the gun in his hand. Pause. Is the prosthesis on the palm an intelligent connection, which allows the user to use the prosthesis with intelligent weapons? Then what is this gun? Intelligent weapon Shin Jin? Wait a minute. The identity of this cyberpsychopath will not be Carl. He has already made some guesses, and played it again. Then, amid the violent panting, Carl saw more information. He is now on the 5th floor of a building, and next to him are two people who are holding Shin Jin weapons and wearing the same clothes as him. Next to them, there is a rocket launcher. Damn. The configuration is too familiar. So Carl stepped back a bit, and before the recorder's eyes moved to the gun, he looked at the surrounding situation. The recorder is located on the floor of an abandoned apartment, and on the ceiling, there is a mechanical ceiling light. Okay, now Carl is completely sure. By the way, he also knows who is the person who was evaluated as a cyberpsychopath by the Chow-Ming editor in this recording. Not the recorder, but the person the recorder has to face. Everything that follows is very familiar to Carl. They were a group of attackers, attacking others. The rocket launcher fired, exploded, picked up Shin Jin and started shooting. Then, someone is coming up. How is it possible? Accelerated. Boom. In the flames of the grenade, the pain of the recorder was transmitted to Carl's brain. And then the recorder's consciousness began to be dazed, and the feeling of his right hand disappeared. In the explosion, his right hand was blown off. And then the cyberpsychopathic demon walked in front of the recorder. The recorder did not see the face of the cyberpsychopath clearly, but only heard his words. The positions are too close, and we have to die together. The voice was too familiar, which made Carl a little difficult to bear. And then, only 3 people? Less than I thought. The gunshot sounded, and the consciousness was disconnected. Damn! Carl took off the Mutuo player and cursed. I am normal. Talking normally. How can I be a cyberpsychopath? Carl never thought that the object of the recording of the cyberpsychopath in the 16th episode of Edgewalker would be himself. Chapter 73 Plop. You'd better not let me know your true identity. If I catch you, I slap you in the face. Carl was very dissatisfied with the evaluation of the editor of Mutuo that classified him as a cyberpsychopath. I was really looked down upon. They actually thought I was a cyberpsychopath. Can a cyberpsychopath be as rational as me? He is a polite person who always says goodbye in his mouth or in his heart after defeating his opponent. There are few people in the whole Night City who are as polite as him. This is certified by Old Way. This is clearly slander. After watching the first Mutuo in a slightly depressed mood, the second Mutuo did not make Carl's depression continue. Because the person who was evaluated as a cyberpsychopath in the second material was the recorder, not him. This is much more normal. Feeling the feelings of the object of this Mutuo recording. A cyberpsychopath wielding a mantis knife, and silently memorizing his instinctive sword skills and madness. Carl felt that this was worth it. It cost 510 euros in total. If I didn't learn anything, it would be a big loss. Actually, there are things to learn from the last Mutuo, such as the operation method of the rocket launcher. But Carl will not touch that Mutuo for the second time in a short time. With more hatred accumulated, if he meets the Mutuo editor, Carl may not be able to control himself and want to hang him up and beat him. After watching the Mutuo of Cyberpsycho, Carl watched the whole second season of Mutuo of Trauma Team several times. After watching these and memorizing the skills in them in his mind, it was already dark. He looked at the communication. Oliver and Jack didn't send him any messages. It's not accurate to say that there was no information. It should be said that no important information was sent. They just took a picture of the table and sent it to Carl. There are Japanese restaurants and Chinese restaurants. The food is good? Carl looked at the time. It was 4:04 in the afternoon. He slept until almost noon and got up. Then he went to the Mutuo store to buy Mutuo at noon. After coming back, he kept reading until now. He didn't eat lunch or dinner. He was a little hungry now. Glancing at the vending machine in the room and seeing the picture of the burrito displayed on the vending machine, Carl thought he should go out to eat. Soft burritos that use suck and squeeze to squeeze seasoning, no matter how you think about it, are too outrageous. Picking up the letter, Carl went out and checked the visitor records upstairs as usual. After confirming that no one was looking for him, he took the elevator down to the first floor. The NCPD left a phone number, but they didn't send a reward. Even if he wanted to build a relationship with them and ask them to check the personnel information after getting familiar with them, it didn't work. He didn't know when he would have the opportunity to deal with a second cyber psychopath. After ordering a meal at the delicious restaurant in the city center, Carl's communication suddenly rang before he ate. He picked it up and saw that it was from Man. Didn't Man have to carry out some mission tonight? And wasn't the hacker named Sasha the one who was in charge of contacting him? Carl was a little confused, but he didn't slow down. He answered the call as he walked out of the restaurant. Man, what's the matter? Before Carl finished speaking, Man's anxious words came from the other end of the communication. Carl, where are you? In the city center. Man's voice was very urgent. Carl could still hear faint panting and footsteps. He seemed to be running fast. I'm in the city center. What happened? You're in the city center? Carl. Great. Go to the biotechnology company to help Sasha. Please. Today Sasha went to steal the information of the biotechnology company's Night City branch. It was going well, but I don't know why she suddenly hung up the call. Maybe something unexpected happened. The call was hung up. Biotechnology. I know. No need to say more. The goal is clear. The situation is clear. Then you can do it. The headquarters of the biotech branch in Night City, Carl remembered, was nearby. If he ran all the way there, it would take at most 1 minute. Although he didn't know what Sasha had encountered, since she was a hacker who would cooperate in the next mission. She needed to be saved. Carl was very fast. He arrived at the biotech company 20 seconds earlier than the expected 1 minute. When he arrived at the high-rise building, he happened to see a figure breaking out of the window of the biotech company building and falling from the high floor. The black-haired figure. It was Sasha. Carl had just received the information this morning, so he could still recognize Sasha. He quickened his pace, and Carl, panting, suddenly stopped a little, and then time quietly slowed down. This feeling. It's not that someone you see on Weston, but that he took the initiative to catch up with it. I have mastered a new skill. After changing to a new access bay, my ability to cheat seems to have improved a lot. During the time when he felt slow, Carl's movements were also slow, but he used this slowness to adjust his posture in subtle places and determine the landing point of Sasha falling from a high altitude. In the end, she will fall on a car. Falling from a floor of nearly 20 meters, even with a vehicle as a buffer, is still too much of a stretch. With his eyes rolling, Carl recalled the records of falling from the air in his memory. In 1971, a Peruvian National Airlines flight was struck by lightning and disintegrated at an altitude of 3,000 meters. 15 people lost their lives in the fall. Among the survivors, there was a 17-year-old girl named Julian Kepke. She fell from a high altitude and survived with the cushioning of the plane chair and the leaves of trees. The only injuries she suffered were swollen eyes, a fractured tibia, and severe damage to the anterior cruciate ligament. When a person has enough buffer, he may not die even if he falls from a high altitude. What cushioning is there? Airplane chair. Seat, Carl thought. Single-molecule wires popped out from his wrists. Carl stepped slowly to the vehicle that Sasha was going to hit, jumped up, and then waved his hands. In the slow time that only he could feel, he used the single-molecule wires that popped out from his hands to cut and open the roof of the vehicle where Sasha was going to hit. There is a difference between hitting the iron directly and hitting the soft seat. Accompanying this thought, Carl threw out his coat and laid it flat on the gap in the roof. I don't know how much I can use it, but I have done what I can do. Whether you can survive depends on yourself. Plop. Sasha's body fell heavily into the vehicle. Chapter 74 Surgery. It was better than expected, but not much better. It was better than expected because Sasha was still breathing, but not much better because Sasha was about to die. Carl did not see any external injuries on Sasha. Not at all. This was obviously quite incredible for a person who fell from a height. But for some reason, looking at Sasha in a coma, a well-known photo suddenly flashed through Carl's mind. The most beautiful suicide. In 1947, a woman named Evelyn jumped from the 86th floor of the Empire State Building in New York, 320 meters high, because of depression. When she landed on a car on the street, there was no scar on her body. Her eyes were closed. Her face was peaceful. Her feet were slightly folded together. and one hand was holding the necklace on her chest. She looked like she was asleep. Robert Wells, a photography student passing by at the time, saw the scene and was deeply shocked by the calm appearance. He almost instinctively raised his camera and took a picture of this scene. Later, this picture was published by Time magazine and was known to people under the title of the most beautiful fallen angel. But when Carl thought of this picture, what he thought of in his mind was not the beauty of the scene in front of him, which was similar to that picture. What he felt was regret. A regret for the life that was about to pass away. Just like the photography student, Robert Wells later did not want to get involved in the photography industry again and regretted taking that picture. The feeling that should be felt for the passing of life should not be beauty. Why do beautiful things always make people think of death rather than life? I am not Robert Wells. And you are not Evelyn. Thank good luck. What Carl is most grateful for now is that he just read the first aid techniques of the trauma team in detail today. And he still has Furikang in his hand. Furikang Type 3 is a top-ranked pneumatic injector for treatment on the market. Because it is quite expensive, Carl only has 4 tubes on him. When facing a wounded person whose condition is unclear, you can't inject Furikang so hastily, because the recovery caused by it may cause the repair of the wounded's bones and other organs to be dislocated. But for rescue, you don't have to worry about so much. Even if the repair is dislocated, it doesn't matter. Just go back to the hospital or the prosthetic doctor to interrupt the healing. If it doesn't work, just replace the organ. Artificial organs are not new in 2075. You can replace as many as you want. Carl raised his hand and injected Sasha Hart with 1 needle. Detailed examination will wait. Most parts of the body can wait. But if the cardiovascular system is ruptured, it may take only a few seconds for the person to die due to the drop in blood pressure caused by blood loss. After 1 injection, Sasha's body moved obviously, and he looked more alive. Then a quick examination. Carl's eyes swept over Sasha's body, and the analysis in his mind quickly gave him an answer. Rib fracture. Inserted into the lung lobe. Left humerus shattered. Pelvic comminuted fracture. A series of serious conditions, such as rib fracture inserted into the lung lobe. This kind of injury can almost touch the Nordic medieval punishment blood eagle. But the most serious is the head. Acute subdural hemorrhage of the brain. This kind of injury has a 50% to 80% chance of death even if it is treated in time. If the subdural hematoma reaches 50 to 100 milliliters due to excessive blood loss before treatment, the person will die. And now the hematoma in Sasha's brain has reached the amount that must be discharged urgently. You are lucky. I just know this. Carl also tried the craniotomy for acute subdural hemorrhage of the brain for the first time. It is better to say that it is the first time for him to treat others. Carl missed Oliver when he started this difficult operation. If Oliver was here, it would be enough for him to be his assistant. Why bother to work hard? Things can't be delayed. Let's get started. Subsequent infections and the like are things that should be worried about after surviving this time. A section of single molecule wire popped out, and Carl simply used the single molecule wire as a scalpel. First, cut off all the hair above the bleeding position on the top of the head, and then cut the entire layer of skin until the skull. Using a spreader. If there is no spreader, use an artificial finger. This operation would make any serious doctor's blood pressure rise. But it seemed quite natural in Carl's actions. Blood splashed on his face, and Carl didn't blink his eyes, completely concentrating on recalling the skills. What's the next step? You have to make a hole in the skull. Got it. Single molecule. After cutting a diamond-shaped hole, Carl was careful not to charge the single molecule wire to prevent the temperature from damaging the brain tissue under the skull. He didn't want to cure it, but only give man an idiot hacker. Regardless of whether Sasha could hear him at this time, Carl cut the skull while whispering to comfort the unconscious Sasha. Don't worry. It's okay. Although Carl himself couldn't figure out whether this sentence was more to comfort Sasha or himself. His hands moved steadily, and without a trace of hesitation. After the skull was removed, the dura mater was used to find the location of the hematoma caused by the bleeding. The blood was slowly draining out. But in order to speed up the treatment, a drainage tube was needed to drain the blood. Damn, there was no drainage tube. The principle of the drainage tube is to use the siphon phenomenon. That is, the strong pressure difference to drain the fluid accumulated in the patient's body. This kind of thing is not difficult to find. Scanning the equipment in the vehicle, Carl found a bottle of drink with a straw inserted at the door. If Oliver knew the whole process of my operation, I would definitely be killed by him, who knows medicine. I feel like I am blaspheming medical skills. Raising his hand to grab the straw and shake off the remaining liquid. Carl felt that the only comforting thing was that the liquid thrown out of the straw was water. Or pure water. Carl could recognize it because he often drank it. He didn't look at the car carefully. But the owner of the car looked quite rich. He could afford to drink pure water and put it in the car halfway through. He carefully inserted the tip of the straw into the hematoma. After making sure that he didn't let the tip touch other tissues, Carl blocked the flat head of the straw with his thumb. Then, let go. This is something that everyone with a straw and a drink can try to do. Just insert the tip of the straw into the drink. And then use your thumb to firmly block the flat head of the straw. And then let go. Under the action of pressure, the liquid at the tip of the straw will be sucked and discharged from the flat head. It's the same principle as when a flush toilet is flushing water. Looking at the blood pouring out of the flat head of the straw and staining his palm red, Carl exhaled. After that, he repeated what he had just said to the unconscious Sasha. Don't worry. It's okay. In Carl's eyes, Forrester 3 was rapidly repairing Sasha's body, saving her life from the hands of the god of death. Chapter 75 Tanaka. Carl, thank you so much for this time. It's a handy thing. But it may be difficult for her to recover in a short time this time. So you better stay with her. After handing Sasha, who was still in a coma, to man who came over, Carl looked back at the biotech building, wondering why the people in biotech didn't chase her out. According to man, Sasha had an accident during the mission. So she should have been discovered by the people in biotech and forced to jump from a high place. But even if Sasha jumped down, it should be reasonable to chase her out of the company to check whether she was alive or dead. Right? Do you think Sasha is dead? Are the people in biotech so careless? Carl looked at the biotech that was pressing against the door, and no one appeared. Thinking in his heart, this company from Italy is mysterious. Because of Sasha. Man hurriedly thanked Carl and left with Sasha, who still needed treatment. According to him, the mission about Tanaka might be delayed for a few days. Carl didn't care about the delay of the mission. Military technology gave him a lot of time. 2 months. So there was no need to worry about 1 or 2 days. The more important thing now was that Carl looked at the car whose roof he had damaged. Now he realized that the car was the Villefort Alvarado. It was this car. No wonder. Carl had personally experienced this car, and knew how soft its cushions were. It seemed that this luxurious interior saved Sasha's life. Carl originally wanted to pay a certain amount of compensation for the roof he damaged. But now it seems that there is no need. There are 2 reasons. First, those who can afford to sit in this car are either high-level company dogs or top people in the gang. For those people, they don't need Carl money. And Carl doesn't want to reward them. Second, the owner of such a car has already known that it has been damaged. And for Carl who damaged his car, he has already made his own response. Ah, you're dead, kid. Looking at the 3 gang members driving strangely modified motorcycles from a distance, wearing clothes with the words noisy and superior and night dew and death printed on them, Carl had no choice but to pull out the Kenshin from his waist. Tiger Claw Gang. It seems that the owner of this vehicle has some relationship with them. He's really dead. Bang. After the gunshot was so fast that only one sound could be heard, Carl stood in place and put away the Kenshin, while the 3 Tiger Claw Gang thugs with 3 holes on their heads had already fallen on the land around Carl with a motorcycle that had lost control and overturned, sliding more than 10 meters away. It's miserable. Looking back at the corpse with 3 bloodstains dragging on the ground, Carl turned his head and yawned. Today, he watched Mutuo learn and perform surgery. He spent too much energy and is now a little sleepy. However, he still didn't eat a meal today. I'm tired, so I go back to sleep early after dinner and work hard tomorrow. Carl turned on the communication. But Oliver and Jack still didn't send him any messages. These 2 guys should at least ask me if I'm hungry when I'm alone. Carl, who finally planned to go to the store yesterday to continue eating, left a damaged vehicle and 3 bodies of the Tiger Claw Gang and left the lane. A minute later, the owner of the vehicle received relevant news. Had the people sent out been dealt with? A middle-aged man in Arasaka uniform was very dissatisfied with the news on the other end of the phone. We help you, Tiger Claw Gang. But we don't let you do nothing when you are useful. After scolding the Tiger Claw Gang members, who kept apologizing and didn't need to look to know that the Tiger Claw Gang members, who were leaning over on the other end, the Arasaka company staff hung up the phone. I didn't expect that when I came to the academy for a meeting, the street thugs would dare to attack my car. The dissatisfaction of the Arasaka staff did not last long. Because for him, although the Villefort Alvarado was a good car, he did not cherish it to the extent that he had to track it down. In this matter, he might be more angry than the street thugs who damaged his car. That the Tiger Claw gang took the money, but did not do anything. This kind of emotion came and went quickly. A few minutes later, the organizer of the meeting sent someone to inform him. Mr. Tanaka, the meeting is about to start. Please be sure to go to the meeting room within 10 minutes. I'll be there right away. Say this, Tanaka, while thinking about buying a new car, put this little thing behind his mind. Compared to caring about the car and the Tiger Claw gang poor performance, the Arasaka matter is the most important thing in Tanaka heart. Chapter 76 2 Ideas. What happened to man is nothing we can do. It seems that this mission can only wait. The day after Carl rescued Sasha, the three people who had finished their vacation gathered together to exchange information. Jack felt a little regretful but also understood. But it's good that no one is fine. No need to wait. I have new information here. Oliver didn't say anything about the accident of man's team. He just sent something to Jack and Carl when I was having dinner with my sister yesterday. I checked the relevant information about Tanaka while waiting. He is from Arasaka Company and his identity is strictly confidential. There is not much that can be found. But there is still a related news. You can take a look. News? Jack read out what Oliver sent. Director Tanaka once again. Donate to Arasaka Academy. Director Tanaka? Jack didn't continue reading. He realized he is a member of the board of directors of Arasaka Academy. Arasaka Academy is an academy established by Arasaka Company to train company dogs who can enter Arasaka. It is natural for the company's senior executives to serve as board members. Carl understood what Oliver wanted to say. Oliver, you mean we can try to start from Arasaka Academy and see if we can find Tanaka trace? Oliver nodded, yes. As a member of the board of directors, when there is a problem in the academy, it is certain to come to the meeting. So I think we may be able to do something in this regard. No wonder they say that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. More people can really come up with good ideas. Much better than one person. But we should start from Arasaka Academy. Jack put his hand on his chin. Are we going to launch a terrorist attack? Although this is indeed America, school shootings are not uncommon. But let's not do that. It's too hellish. Carl said something that Jack and Oliver couldn't really understand. And then continued, I think we can check the students' information to see if we can start from the students. The students of Arasaka Academy are not employees of Arasaka Academy yet. And their identities should not be kept secret. Maybe we can find a few students who know Arasaka Academy well, and see if they know how to get Arasaka Academy to hold a board meeting. Would ordinary students know about this kind of thing? Jack asked. Of course. Carl said, who do you think can enter Arasaka Academy? The tuition fee of Arasaka Academy is not something that ordinary people can afford. The families of those students are either rich or noble. They know more than the students in the street schools. I have another idea, Oliver said, and sent something to Carl and Jack. But this idea can be used at the same time as Carl's idea. What did you send again? Arasaka Academy enrollment? Carl received it, and found that it was the news he had read before. Enrollment. Any questions? When Carl asked this question, he found that Jack and Oliver had already looked at him. And the expressions on their faces clearly said you haven't reacted yet? So, is there any problem? Carl didn't quite understand it until Oliver took out his Nova revolver and used the shiny gun body to reflect his face. Carl finally understood what these two guys meant. In the reflection of the gun, there is a very young face that looks very suitable for studying in Arasaka Academy. Are you planning to let me enroll in the school? Carl was shocked by Jack and Oliver's idea. Why would you have such an idea of me going to school? Isn't this the right age? Carl, just treat it as a grievance for yourself. Go in and play for 2 days. And come out after the mission is completed. Maybe you can learn a lot. Jack immediately began to persuade Carl. And Oliver followed up. That is to say, mercenaries have to do everything. I have heard that the famous Morgan Blackhand would fall in love with female stars for a purpose. You are just going to school now, which is better than falling in love. Wait a minute. I remember that it was not Morgan Blackhand. That was the public lover Lancelot. A lone wolf as famous as Morgan Blackhand. And that guy was quite unreliable in carrying out missions. I remember that he usually only took bodyguard missions. And there were often female stars protected by him. Amazing. Carl complained about Oliver memory. But Oliver said nonchalantly, "It's almost good enough. They are all famous anyway." In short, Carl, don't you want to try it? You see, you don't have to pay a year's tuition when you enroll. It says here that it includes various fees such as equipment usage fees and school uniform fees. You can try it for a month at a discounted price of only 10,000 euros. And then pay the original price of 20,000 euros per month. According to your ability. 1 month should be more than enough. 1 month is more than enough. Carl didn't know why. But he felt as if he was being persuaded by Oliver and Jack to agree. But fortunately at the last moment, he realized the crucial point of this idea. Wait a minute. I remember that my face is spread all over the Arasaka company in Night City. I will probably be discovered when I enter the academy. Oh, don't worry about this, Carl. You know I came from the 6th Street Gang. Right? The 6th Street Gang has a little shadow of New America behind it. And New America is a puppet supported by military technology. In our company, there are some research and development projects that military technology doesn't want. 5-star secrets. You know, the superiors don't want to pass them on to the subordinates. And the subordinates make do with the name of 5-star secrets and sell them to the lower people at a high price. Among these projects, there is a technology that can change appearance. My father happened to buy this technology and kept it for my sister and me. When something goes wrong in the gang, we can use it to escape. I got the relevant prosthesis from my sister yesterday. According to the agreement, didn't Lao Wei ask us to go there today to check before the mission starts? Just let Lao Wei help you install the prosthesis. Prosthetic technology that changes appearance? I have never heard of this technology. It feels a bit sci-fi. Carl expressed doubts. Do you have to rip off my whole face and replace it with a new one? It won't make you make such a sacrifice. If it is someone else whose face and eyes have been modified, then some bionic skin will be lifted and rolled up to prevent it from interfering with the operation of the prosthesis. But for you, Carl, this technology is as simple as wearing a mask. At most, there may be a few small blood holes on the face. Listen, is it okay? Does Lao Wei know this? Prosthetic technology is very complicated. When my father gave it to my sister, he just followed it. But the difficulty of the operation is unimaginably simple. I sent the relevant procedures to Lao Wei yesterday and asked him. Lao Wei seemed to have been exposed to similar things before. It can be done. So, you have decided to let me do it. Right? This is just right, Oliver said, shrugging his shoulders. Even if we install the prosthesis, our behavior is not similar. Jack and I are street hooligans, and we can be seen through at a glance. You are not like a young master. You mean? I look like a 17 or 18-year-old student from a wealthy family, Carl complained. But he had already agreed in his words. For the mission, it seems that it is not unacceptable to sacrifice a little. Chapter 77 Behavioral Characteristics Synchronous Faceplate. Nerve endings have been integrated. Zizizi. With a subtle sound, Carl opened his eyes again. And then he saw Jack, Oliver, and old Victor looking at him with concern next to the operating table. It seems that the operation is over. How is it? Is everything okay? Jack wanted to touch Carl's current face skin, but he retracted his hand halfway. It looks no different from your original. Behavioral Characteristics Synchronous Faceplate. It hasn't been activated yet. After taking a look at Carl, Victor refocused his eyes on the screen next to the operating table. I looked at this technology in detail and found that it can not only change the face, but also the voice. It seems that it has been processed when the voice is produced. It is obviously not installed on the neck, but it can do this. Things developed by military technology are really not simple. Wait a moment. Carl, I will set up a few sets of fine-tuned face shapes for you, and then store them. Is this easy to operate? Oliver was a little worried that he would damage Carl's face. It's very simple, Lao Wei said in a very relaxed tone. I'm not going to let Carl imitate someone or pretend to be someone. That might require adjusting the behavioral characteristics of the person being pretended. What I want to do is to make minor adjustments to Carl's face. It's equivalent to a small plastic surgery. Do you understand? It's just a facial prosthesis self-changing surgery. Then can I get this face back? Lao Wei. Carl pressed his face and found that the feeling of touching it was no different from pressing his own face. Of course, you don't have any messy prosthesis on your face. Not even bionic skin. If you have that thing, I have to help you peel it off and stick it back. The original body has many advantages. when you don't need this prosthesis. I can just do a small operation to help you peel it off. It will just hurt a little bit. After all, the connection of some neural ports. Well, you know. But speaking of it, didn't Oliver tell you about it? I'm worried that he is not professional. You have to be reliable in this regard. Lao Wei. Listen. This prosthesis seems to be better than expected? It's almost the same. Just like wearing a mask. Which is much better than those prostheses that replace human organs. I feel relieved when you say that. But as for the sequelae, it's not completely absent. Just when Carl, who was listening, just relaxed, Lao Wei suddenly said this with a serious face. And it was this sentence that made Carl, Jack and Oliver nervous. Then, in front of the nervous three people, the seriousness on Lao Wei's face immediately turned into a smile. Your face is covered by the prosthesis all the time. When you take it off, it may be very pale because you haven't seen the sun for a long time. Don't go out at night and be killed by people who mistake it for a vampire. Hearing Lao Wei say this with a smile, the three people who were shocked almost gave him a middle finger in response. TSK. Even if there is a vampire hunter, I will kill him. Rubbing his face again, Carl felt that there was really no difference and looked at the screen that Lao Wei was controlling. Lao Wei. I have to adjust my face anyway. Help me make a handsome face. You already look good, Carl. And you still want a more handsome face. Hearing this, Oliver complained speechlessly. You are not going to the college to pick up girls. Why do you want a more handsome face? Are you going to use your face to charm them and get information in bed? What you are doing is not a popular lover. Lancelot? Your face is already very recognizable in Arasaka, Victor said, pulling down the preset Carl eyes on the screen. If it's too good looking, it will attract too much attention. Which is not good. I adjust it down for you. Is it because I'm too handsome? Look at your pride. Jack laughed at the side. I think, Carl, if you don't want to be a mercenary, you can try to be a star. You may be very popular with your face and nonsense. You mean those stars who have a lot of prosthetics, take transformation as fashion, and walk around in their own messy clothes. Forget it. I don't plan to transform into an atom-heavy hammer in the entertainment industry. Are you referring to Lizzie Wise? I have heard the guy's songs a few times. You know what? It's still quite shocking to watch it in Mutuo. Oliver interrupted at the side. And he obviously knew who the atom-heavy hammer in the entertainment industry was. Lizzie Wise, the leading lady of Lizzie Wise and the Post-Wars, and the only human member of the band. She once performed suicide on stage at a concert, and was actually dead for an hour, until the trauma team arrived and replaced her entire body with a prosthesis, bringing her back to life. The performance she performed with her new body after she came back to life is hailed as one of the greatest performances in history. There are a lot of inside stories in her show. For example, this 1 hour is actually the rescue time. The trauma team arrived at the scene within a minute and replaced the body with a pre-prepared prosthesis. I heard that Lizzie Wise signed an agreement in advance that must be executed on the spot. Anyway, according to my experience in this area, the probability of rescuing a person who has been dead for an hour is not much higher than a space shuttle falling from the sky with the new president of the United States on board. Old Way interruption made Carl, Oliver, and Jack look at him in surprise. What's wrong? While busy with the things at hand, Old Way looked at the three people a little strangely, not quite understanding why they were looking at him in such surprise. After a short silence, Oliver said in disbelief, Old Way, you actually know this. I usually see you only watching boxing matches, and you keep playing one over and over again. I thought you didn't know about Stars. She is one of the most famous singers and pop stars in Night City. It's hard not to know her. I don't know how many patients talked to me about her while they were having surgery. There are good and bad things. I remember what I heard a lot. You don't think I'm an old antique, do you? Oldway said, stopping his hand movements and turning the screen next to the operating table to face Carl and the other two. Take a look. There are 4 preset faces. Carl, pick one that you like and try it first. Chapter 78 New Identity. How do you feel? Listening to Oldway voice, Carl looked at his reflection in the mirror and tried to pull his face. No problem. It feels almost the same as my original face. But the appearance looks a little strange. The person who appeared in the mirror was a black-haired young man. From the appearance, he was only 3 points similar to Carl in the past. Overall, he looked more like Old Way. Why do I think Carl's current appearance is quite like yours? Jack looked at Carl's current face, and then at Old Way. Carl looks like your nephew. After hearing what Jack said, Carl carefully distinguished it, and found that the face template he chose really looked like Old Way. To construct a face template, there must be some basis. The 4 faces I constructed were changed based on you and me. I thought Carl would choose the one that looked more like your own face. But I didn't expect that after choosing and choosing, you finally chose my face template. Listening to Old Way voice, he was also surprised by Carl's choice. It's too much like me, so there's no point in hiding. But it's okay. It looks like your nephew's face, which is better than Oliver or Jack brother's face. Rubbing his changed face, Carl got up from the operating table. So what's next? The face that can avoid scanning is ready. But what about the identity? It's obviously not enough to have a changed face. Without a proper identity, it's likely that it will be discovered soon after entering Arasaka Academy. Don't worry. I've asked the priest to do it in this regard. Jack handed over a chip and asked Carl to take a look at the content inside. Father, why did you ask him for help? He's a middleman, so he has connections. Besides, the priest is one of our own in Haywood. Carl, you said you wanted an identity, so I went to him right away. The priest didn't ask for details, but he helped me get a legal identity very quickly. You just need to scan your face in. But you know, we have to do some good things for the priest next time to repay him. KK is so famous. And now the middlemen in the city are looking forward to your help. Any task is fine. I owe you. Favors must be repaid. I don't care. But this identity is fine. Is it reliable? What are you talking about? That's the priest. The most powerful middleman in the whole of Haywood. This kind of thing that ordinary street middlemen can do. Just leave it to the priest. After Jack finished speaking, Oliver nodded and said, Carl, how many people do you think will die in Night City every day? And how many people will come? The NCPD and the city government officials who only know how to embezzle. How can they have the leisure to take care of these messy population flows? This kind of thing can only be handled by the border inspection. The people checking the station will take a few glances at you. If you are a wanderer, they won't even bother to look at you. After saying this, Oliver pointed at Carl's face again. Besides, don't you know that your identity before the change is blank? Not to mention the change after the change? Not long after we started working together, my sister was worried about you and checked your resume. As a result, your resume was blank. Even someone like you can survive in Night City. So you are still afraid that your formal identity after the change will not work. Right? I heard A. Meaning? Outsiders and wanderers have no human rights. Right? The boss of Night City is the boss. But can this really be hidden from Arasaka? Don't worry. If you pay enough money, even if you don't have an identity, the people in Arasaka Academy can find you a formal identity. As long as you have money, it's easy to talk. Besides, we are not going to Arasaka or military technology to apply for a job. It's just a school. So don't worry. Listening to the words of Oliver and Jack, Carl still felt quite unreliable. But he had to admit that there was one thing in their words that was very correct and true. That is, if you pay enough money, Arasaka Academy doesn't care who you are. Arasaka Academy has trained a large number of preparatory company dogs. And when they enter Arasaka, they have to eliminate a large number of people with identity problems. Only those with identity problems can't pass that level. And if you don't have some connections, you can't even get to the interview level. A college that can be used for profit really doesn't need to be so strict in its review. It's all a business. These days, identity is a business. Interviews are a business. And even education is a business. It's quite like a businessman. If you pay enough money, you dare to sell the ropes that hang them up. When is the specific start date of the school? There is no specific start date. You can go after paying the money and verifying your identity. And then, you can get a suit of school uniforms worn by Arasaka Academy to go to school. Oh! You have to pay attention here. During this 1-month trial period, you only have the right to use this school uniform. And you have to return it when the time is up. If there is dirt or damage, you have to compensate for the price of the school uniform according to the proportion of damage. Oliver was flipping through the news. And in the corner related to school uniforms, he found a reminder with a font that was only 1/3 the size of the other fonts around it. Pricing compensation. Gosh, isn't the pricing just based on what they say? Damage ratio compensation. Who knows how they damage it? Jack smacked his lips beside him. And then he realized something. Isn't this a trick for ordinary people who want to experience studying at Arasaka Academy for a month? Don't say no. It's 99% true. Oliver said, isn't it also marked that Arasaka Academy has the sole right to interpret the above terms? I'm afraid that by then, you will have to pay several years of normal tuition compensation for experiencing studying at Arasaka Academy for a month. Otherwise, Jack, do you think Arasaka Academy will be able to provide you with a good experience? Arasaka Academy is so kind that it has reduced prices and made headlines. It doesn't cost money to be on the headlines. Look, the preferential policies made for the poor and ordinary people allow everyone to experience the elite education of Arasaka. It's really disgusting to see. Do people who don't have much money have to take that little money? Eat bones. And there are still marrows that can be knocked out and eaten. You really eat real bones. Listening to Oliver and Jack conversation about Arasaka Academy. Carl on the side has already inserted the chip to check the information of his new identity. 17 years old. Not yet an adult. But only 1 year away from his current age of 18. And his name is Gaius? Chapter 79 Efforts to Disguise. Have you finished reading it? Carl? I think so. There's one last paragraph. Carl answered Oliver's words. At this time, the three of them had come out of Laway Clinic and found a roadside restaurant to sit down. After making sure that there were no people at the tables next to them, Carl began to read the identity information to Jack and Oliver. Gaius, 17 years old, born in Haywood, was an abandoned baby on the street, and was picked up and raised by an unknown scavenger. When he was 4 years old, the scavenger who raised him fell in a street gang gunfight. After that, he began to rummage through garbage cans on the street to survive. Until he was 12 years old. He was spotted by a priest and began to help the priest until he was 17 years old now. It sounds like a child who grew up in the Haywood area. Jack made an evaluation as a Haywood person. Is this common? Carl asked. And Jack answered, not common. But definitely not uncommon. I remember that the old guy had this kind of background. He seemed to have registered with the NCPD when he was 21 years old. And then, he started driving a truck. Before the age of 21. His life experience was not much different from that of Gaius. In other words, there is no problem. I guess so. Listening to Jack's words, Carl flipped through the registration information of Arasaka Academy. After filling in Gaius' relevant information on the official website, a payment interface popped up. Speaking of which, is it strange for a street guy to suddenly have 10,000 euros and use it to go to school? Carl asked before transferring the money. What's so strange about it? A normal person can take out a deposit of 10,000 euros. This was Oliver's answer. And Carl, who heard his words, looked at him with a very strange look. I remember someone told me that before he completed his first mission, he had less than 2,000 euros on his body. Is it appropriate for you to say that? It's embarrassing. It's obviously less than 1,500 euros. Oliver shook his hand to indicate that he didn't care so much, and then looked at Carl's face that changed back to its original state before leaving the clinic and said, how is the change of appearance? Is it easy? It's okay. But every time it changes, I can feel the nerves in my face being pulled. To be honest, it hurts a little if it's too fast. I don't think this thing can change too many times. Otherwise, the facial nerves may leave phantom pain sequelae. Wait until the mission is over and ask Lao Wei to help take it off. Otherwise, the military technology guys wouldn't let it be taken away by the people below. Researchers are always like this. No matter all kinds of messy situations and sequelae, they develop it first and talk about it later. This can also be regarded as a kind of scientific research. But generally speaking, humans should not be used for experiments, Carl said, and saw the restaurant waiter approaching. So he immediately stopped the conversation about the mission. What would you like to order? 3 guests? Oliver, large pork chop rice bowl. With a cup of Zen tea. Jack, extra spicy Italian sausage pizza. Large. And a bottle of my life. Carl heard their orders and translated them in his mind. Worm synthetic chop rice bowl. Japanese tea foam drink. Locust pizza. Lemon juice with water. What about you? Guest? When the waiter looked at Carl had also thought about what he would eat. A cup of real water. Cream cheese macaroni. And then, Carl hesitated. And in the surprised eyes of Jack and Oliver, he added a fried meatball. Understood. Please wait a moment. It will be served soon. After the waiter wrote down what the three wanted and left, Oliver was the first to be surprised and asked Carl, "Are you ordering this for us?" "Carl? If you order it for us, we can do it ourselves." Jack also said this with a look of surprise on his face. But Carl's answer was quite firm. "I'm going to try again." "Brother, are you sure?" Jack made a second confirmation and said with some concern, "You don't have to force yourself to accept the current food. It's not pork and horse. Is it going to be delivered soon? Then we can eat real meat. I don't want to adapt to synthetic food, but I have to try to adapt for the mission." Carl nodded. "I cannot eat synthetic food, but a person who grew up on the street and picked up things from trash cans when he was young can't not eat synthetic food. If I eat synthetic food in front of the staff of Arasaka Academy with that face and feel sick, it will be exposed directly. There is no need to embarrass yourself like this. Carl, at worst, we can change the way of this mission. You don't need to be wronged in this aspect." Oliver was also persuading them. For the two of them, Carl trying to accept synthetic food was much more incredible than accepting any prosthetic transformation. The latter was just a daily routine for every street person. The former, as they had seen Carl's performance in the past, was really fatal. The blue face after eating was too scary. So much so that they were now persuading Carl instead. Friends don't have the overbearing approach of forcing you to eat something just because you don't like it. No need to say more. Believe me, Carl had made a decision and didn't plan to change it. 4 minutes later, the food for several people was served. Oliver and Jack had no intention of eating. They stared at Carl with special concern. Seeing Carl hesitate but keep picking up the soft meatball with a fork and then putting it into his mouth, his solemn and serious look, almost out of breath, was like watching Carl dismantling a bomb that could explode at any time. The meatball entered his mouth, and the teeth on the upper and lower jaws moved, taking it off the fork, and then chewing it a few times. Carl felt his stomach churning and his throat rolling a few times. His body instinctively resisted, but he still forced himself to chew. The meatball was very soft and sticky. The feeling of chewing it was like a worm moving around in his mouth. After controlling his face and forcing it not to show any uncomfortable expression, Carl chewed a few more times. The feeling left on his gums was like a dry cockroach corpse flapping its wings at the end. Gurgle. In the end, Carl felt that he had swallowed a ball of slugs that stayed in his throat and refused to leave, only willing to slowly slide down. After swallowing a meatball, Carl felt that he was sweating all over. "I may not be able to do it." Carl chose to give up. Chapter 80 Academy and Uniforms. "Is that Mr. Gaius?" "Yes, I am." "Then please follow me." The next day after registering and paying the fee, Carl followed the process set after paying the fee and arrived at the gate of Arasaka Academy at 8 o'clock in the morning. After verification by a special staff, he entered Arasaka Academy for the first time under the identity of Gaius under the guidance of a staff member wearing a staff uniform. The courses of Arasaka Academy are mainly conducted through virtual reality, and AI-generated teaching plans are used for students of different grades. In the whole process, in addition to the AI who teaches the class, there are still some necessary staff who manage students. Just like the young woman who looks like she is only in her 20s, who is leading Carl to visit Arasaka Academy now. Her position in Arasaka Academy is the receptionist for freshmen. While listening to the introduction of the reception staff in Arasaka Academy, which occupies a large area in the city center, Carl silently recalled things related to studying at Arasaka Academy in his heart. Many people don't understand why we still need to go to school in 2075, when we can master the technology in the chip just by plugging it in. However, anyone who has had some experience in the company's operations can understand that the principal knowledge in the chips is not included in them at all. If you want to truly understand and master that technology, there is no other way but to go to school. Let me give you a very simple analogy. If a person plugs in a chef chip, he will immediately know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Under the effect of the chip, he can program to make scrambled eggs with the same taste. However, after the chip is unplugged, his memory of this will disappear instantly. Just like when the chip is lost. A person who doesn't even know how to hold a spatula before plugging in the chip can't hold the spatula and stir fry skillfully after unplugging the chip. If he doesn't even understand the most basic principles, how can he make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? And this is just the most basic chef chip about scrambled eggs. Even this is difficult to do, let alone the comprehension of other precision technology chips. It is true that people can remember how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes through external recording and muscle habits. But can people spend time using muscles to memorize mathematical equations and apply them to relevant problem solving? What's more, external recording and muscle memory are a kind of learning. The company is not so kind that it will casually hand over the technology that can be understood by plugging in to the employees, who can operate like gears by plugging in chips. Principal knowledge is a kind of wealth. The company will give money to workers for free. This dream is better not to dream in 2075. Entering Arasaka Academy and learning knowledge that allows Arasaka Company to use students as tools is just the most basic stepping stone. If you want to really enter Arasaka Academy, students need to understand not only the principal knowledge of chips, but also the relevant application methods. It's like a person plugging in a boxer chip and becoming a boxer who knows how to punch. At the same time, he must understand the relevant rules and cannot wave his fists at the referee when the referee stops him. Machines can be rigid and stiff, but people can't. What Arasaka Academy wants is not a rigid and inflexible machine of flesh and blood, but a person who can truly understand the operation of the rules, know how to bow and scrape, and know the concept of superiors and subordinates. Obviously, in the eyes of the reception staff of Arasaka Academy, people like Gaius who came from the streets need to understand how to abide by the rules first. So she led Carl to read the places that need to abide by the rules and regulations at the beginning, and repeated the relevant regulations over and over again. Carl wrote down some of the more important ones at the same time. In fact, there is only one core rule. Although a lot of whitewashing has been done, it can be simply said that Arasaka Academy has the absolute right of interpretation. Well, it is really easy to understand. That is the teaching building you will go to tomorrow. The relevant student number and classroom location have been sent to your personal terminal. Then, please follow me to pick up the school uniform of the academy. Please note that any damage and stains are not allowed during the trial period, and you must wear the school uniform during school. Otherwise it will violate the school rules and regulations. The mind automatically blocked the repeated irrelevant words, and Carl just kept nodding to show that he listened. There are too many rules. I heard that the rules and regulations of Arasaka Academy are just simplified and revised by Arasaka Company. Carl dare not think about what the rules and regulations of the real Arasaka Company will be like. It is no wonder that the company dogs inside will become dogs. Under the harsh and cumbersome rules that must be paid attention to at all times and cannot be violated. Can't people only become bound dogs? Of course. Carl also knew that such rules could only restrain the company dogs. The real company controllers would not abide by these messy rules and regulations. Carl even suspected that they did not know the rules issued by the company dogs. But who told Carl now to play the role of a street scum who wanted to become a company dog? Listen. What can I do? I didn't expect that I would have to go to school and listen to the rules and regulations in 2075. I was really impressed. Under the guidance of the reception staff, Carl received his school uniform. It's true that Arasaka Academy is not ambiguous in making money. Carl signed up yesterday afternoon and came this morning. The clothes of the relevant size were ready, and the appearance and material were really brand new. When preparing to compensate, he showed evidence. Is it really brand new? It's a good one. I understand Arasaka Academy plan, but Carl still has to talk about the facts. The school uniform is indeed new. Now I understand what it means that as long as there is money, the company can provide the best service. From the appearance, the uniform of Arasaka Academy is similar to the suit uniform of Arasaka Company. Red and black, with a sense of rust, because only the smell of rust in the blood can make people think of red and black at the same time. Of course, this may also be called iron blood. Anyway, it is almost the same. That is, a red and black suit. For women, the lower body is not trousers, but a skirt. However, Gaius is a normal male, so naturally he did not enjoy this kind of distinguished transgender treatment. After taking the bag containing the suit in his hand and leaving the academy under the guidance of the receptionist, standing at the gate of Arasaka Academy, under the gaze of Arasaka security, Carl looked back at the academy where he would go to school tomorrow, and then sighed deeply. I have to get up at 7 in the morning to catch up on the road to school. I'm not tall. Wait. According to my age, I seem to be a high school student. Damn it. Hate to go to school every day.